Chapter 695. Corpses litter the ground, blood flows like a river. The expression of the little demoness instantly darkened. As a sovereign deity and a member of the formidable heavenly demon clan, who among the vast expanse of the divine and demonic continent would dare to provoke her? Li Jinglin coldly regarded the young man before her. Had it been any other time, she would have already taken action to obliterate him. However, in this moment, Li Jinglin suddenly smiled. No one had ever dared to provoke her so audaciously throughout her life, and she found herself intrigued, eager to discern what audacity this individual possessed to act so recklessly before her, disregarding even the heavenly demon clan. I must admit, I am quite fond of your disposition. Now, return with me to the heavenly demon clan. If you are willing to submit to me and serve as my loyal dog, I can promise you a position as a core disciple of the heavenly demon clan. The proposition was exceedingly tempting. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly struggle to resist such a lure, given the esteemed standing of the heavenly demon clan. As one of the paramount powers in the divine and demonic continent, the heavenly demon clan is replete with formidable beings. To join their ranks and become a core disciple signifies immense prestige and power. Yet alas, the little demoness had chosen the wrong target. Chen held the heavenly demon clan in utter contempt. In fact, his arrival was intended to bring about their ruin, making any thought of joining them utterly preposterous. Chen chuckled, his face contorted into a scornful sneer. Your heavenly demon clan is merely a refuse collection agency, gathering nothing but trash. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded by his words, which were a blatant provocation, showing complete disregard for the heavenly demon clan. Across the entirety of the divine and demonic continent, how many would dare to act in such a manner? In that moment, the little demoness was thoroughly incensed, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, losing all restraint. She cared not for the identity or backing of her opponent. She could not fathom the audacity that allowed him to be so brazen. To dare provoke her meant there could only be one outcome: death. Just as the little demoness was about to close in for the kill, the figure of the demon infant materialized with a chilling laugh, coldly declaring, "In my presence, you dare to act so brazenly?" The demon infant hailed from a superior lineage within the demon race, far surpassing the heavenly demon clan. With a resounding slap, he struck the little demoness across the face without an ounce of mercy. His singular command was to kill. There was no room for doubt. Under the might of the demon infant, a golden-ranked war god, the poor little demoness was instantly obliterated, her body exploding in a burst of crimson mist, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air. Witnessing the scene unfold before them, everyone was left utterly speechless. No one had anticipated that this individual would so effortlessly annihilate the little demoness. The demon infant ascended to the void above Demon City, his voice sharp and penetrating, echoing throughout the expanse. All inhabitants of Demon City, heed my words, evacuate immediately. Those who do not depart within half an hour shall face death. Unlike the heavenly demon clan, Chen perceived Demon City as home to many innocent bystanders. He could not simply commence a massacre, hence allowing them a brief window to escape. Those who chose to leave would preserve their lives. Those who remained would inevitably meet their demise within Demon City, and their fate would be deserved. Who speaks? Why should we leave Demon City? Who does he think he is? I refuse to depart. Let him try to do something about it. Is this an order from the heavenly demon clan? Impossible. If it were truly from the heavenly demon clan, they would not grant us merely half an hour. Perhaps someone is playing a trick on us. Such a demand shows utter disrespect for the heavenly demon clan. Almost no one in Demon City took the demon infant's words to heart. The notion of leaving within half an hour was dismissed as a prank. Only a fool would abandon Demon City. Half an hour later, young master, no one has left Demon City. There were a few, but they were negligible in number. Chen paid little heed to such matters. He had already extended an opportunity to Demon City. Whether its inhabitants chose to seize that chance was their affair, not his. Manifesting the map of divine beasts, he activated the second tier of its space. In an instant, a multitude of ferocious beasts surged forth, all war god-level creatures, their presence overwhelming. As the horde of beasts emerged, they commenced their rampage, indiscriminately devouring and subduing all living beings in sight. The air was filled with screams, as chaos ensued in a matter of minutes. In no time, Demon City was transformed into a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing. The demon infant reveled in the slaughter. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Chun led the army of beasts towards the heavenly demon clan. The celestial demon clan, seated upon the celestial demon peak, stands as a supreme force in the divine and demon continent, commanded by an 8th-tier golden battle god empress, while their leader, Lie Kongji, has transcended limits to achieve the 9th-tier golden battle god empress. However, the news of Lie Kongji's massacre at the hands of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect has yet to reach the celestial demon clan. Thunderous roars. As the formidable army of monstrous beasts descends, the entire celestial demon clan is rendered utterly bewildered. From whence do these beasts arise? Feeling the terrifying aura that surges like a tsunami, enveloping the heavens and the earth, every member of the celestial demon clan is petrified with fear, scattering in all directions in a panic. Nevertheless, this time Su Chun is well prepared and will not let the celestial demon clan members escape easily. Tens of thousands of battle god empress beasts swiftly envelop celestial demon peak. In an instant, anguished cries resound through the vast expanse of the 9 heavens. Who dares to act recklessly in my celestial demon clan? The 2 golden battle god empresses of the celestial demon clan emerge in fury, and upon surveying their surroundings, they are confronted by a dense throng of beasts, all of which are battle god empresses, causing their expressions to change drastically. When the world, before they can even mount a defense, they are overwhelmed and slaughtered by dozens of golden battle god empress beasts, with no chance to escape. The refining desolation cauldron appears atop celestial demon peak, commencing its ravenous consumption. Half an hour later, Su Chen's figure materializes. Gazing at the celestial demon peak, now stained crimson with blood, his visage reveals no trace of emotion, as though it were of no consequence to him. This is the fate of the celestial demon clan. They cannot blame anyone but themselves. If there is to be any resentment, it must be directed towards their leader, Lie Kongji, who had previously been afforded an opportunity that both he and Liu failed to seize. The refining desolation cauldron continues to devour the primordial spirits of both the celestial demon clan and the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, amassing enough energy for Su Chen's forthcoming cultivation, considering that both are top-tier races with numerous battle god empresses. The power of the meteorite jade has dissipated. To return to the invincible continent, one must traverse the burial vessel, for entry into the passageway formed by the meteorite jade is unattainable. Chapter 696. The Bludgeon Master God Emperor. The annihilation of the celestial demon clan. The destruction of the mystic Buddhist sect. The simultaneous obliteration of these 2 paramount powers sent shockwaves throughout the entire divine demon continent. It is worth noting that both the celestial demon clan and the mystic Buddhist sect were fortified by golden-tier war god emperors, yet they were still vanquished. Could it be that those responsible for the downfall of these 2 eminent sects are the so-called master god emperors? Only a master god emperor possesses the capability to annihilate 2 leading factions without leaving a trace, having successfully rescued his father and obliterated the 2 dominant forces. Su Chen chose not to linger in the divine demon continent any longer. The colossal funeral vessel soared through the void. Su Chen pondered quietly about his next course of action. At this juncture, he was still unable to subdue the ancestral dragon. To harness the power of the dragon prison circle and control the ancestral dragon, he must first elevate his cultivation to the war god emperor realm, ideally achieving at least a blue-tier status. This matter weighed heavily on Su Chen's mind. The invincible divine sect had been established, and his subsequent task was to continuously enhance its power. The 10 ancestral dragons, however, would serve as the finest guardians for the sect, making them exceptionally suited for standing guard at the entrance. Should this idea ever be disclosed, it would likely terrify all beings in the divine realm. What is the nature of the ancestral dragons? Based on the information he had gathered, the 10 ancestral dragons from the divine realm include the Slaughter Calamity Blood Dragon, the Life Calamity Dragon, the Devouring Reincarnation Dragon, the Blood Eye Burning Heaven Dragon, the Divine Punishment Evil Violent Dragon, the Invincible Body Dragon, the God-Slaying Time-Space Dragon, the Emperor's Grave Silent Burial Dragon, the Bone-Slaying Pagoda Dragon, and the 9 Lives 9 Deaths Dragon. All are top-tier master god emperors. Any single one of these ancestral dragons could cause the entire divine realm to tremble with a mere stomp of their foot. Nevertheless, Su Chun harbored no fear of the divine dragons, even those among the 10 ancestral dragons. Once his cultivation truly breaks through to the war god emperor realm, and he can subdue the ancestral dragons, He would undoubtedly act without hesitation to impose his will upon them, compelling the 10 ancestral dragons to guard the invincible divine sect. After much contemplation, Chen ultimately resolved to refrain from returning to the invincible divine sect for the time being. With 2 7th-level war god emperor beasts remaining within the sect, he believed that no one would dare to provoke them. Returning now would serve little purpose. It would be more beneficial to remain outside and continue his cultivation. In the invincible continent, at the invincible divine sect, Su Zhan returned triumphantly. Lan Yuxi, Su Shixiu, and even Huang Ji were utterly astonished. Particularly, Su Zhan was left in a state of disbelief upon learning that the invincible divine sect was established on the invincible continent, formerly known as the War God Continent. Just how formidable had his son become? He had witnessed firsthand his son summon legions of War God Emperor beasts to annihilate the Golden Tier War God Emperor Suanji. As for the War God Palace, Lan Bagui, Lan Shang, and Lan Dyer found themselves in a state of helplessness. The rise of the invincible divine sect had led to the immediate demise of the other 3 top-tier powers, leaving even the burial-rending sovereign monkey silent. To this day, news of the burial-rending sovereign monkey's fall had yet to circulate across the continent, with no one but Su Chen being aware of this occurrence. Lan Bagui and the others understood that the invincible divine sect's decision not to obliterate the War God Palace was entirely out of respect for Lan Yuxi. Otherwise, the palace would surely have met its end. Even so, the invincible divine sect had begun to suppress the War God Palace, forbidding them from recruiting disciples. Without the influx of fresh blood, the War God Palace was destined to decline. Who would dare to resist? Who would dare to defy? Who would dare to strike? None. A sect capable of annihilating the Undying Clan, the Blood Demon Clan. And the Nether Palace would instill such fear that the War God Palace wouldn't even entertain the thought of rebellion, lest they desire to forfeit their existence. Brother, what should we do next? Lan Shang expressed his frustration, acknowledging that it was too late to lament the situation that had unfolded. Even if Lan Yuxi were to forgive them, Su Chen would not easily forget this matter. The War God Palace had already been fortunate that Su Chen had chosen not to obliterate them. They dared not wish for anything more, merely hoping for their continued safety. Lan Bagui sighed deeply, still in a state of bewilderment. He had initially anticipated that the War God Palace and Nether Palace would join forces to dominate the War God continent. Who could have predicted the sudden emergence of a grandson capable of single-handedly annihilating 3 top-tier sects and suppressing the War God Palace? Not only had he established the invincible divine sect, but he had also renamed the War God continent to the Invincible Continent, an accomplishment beyond the reach of most. The term invincible is not one that everyone dares to wield. Even a Master God Emperor would hesitate to establish an invincible sect, considering the multitude of powerful beings across the countless continents of the divine realm. While the Master God Emperors may be formidable, Su Chen merely relied on the strength of his beasts, yet he exhibited such audacity. From this moment forth, the War God Palace must adopt a low profile, especially when encountering members of the invincible divine sect. Whenever possible, they should avoid confrontation. If avoidance is not feasible, they must yield to the invincible divine sect. Those who refuse to comply shall face merciless retribution. Indeed, Lan Dyer's expression was particularly grim. She had never anticipated that Su Chen would exhibit such overwhelming strength, compelling her to sign a made contract without any chance for regret. In a desolate corner of the divine realm, a solitary continent lay barren, appearing no larger than a city. On this continent stood a thatched cottage, within which a woman sat cross-legged. The wrinkles on her face resembled a multitude of tadpoles, sending chills down one's spine, while a thin veil of blood mist enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, a figure approached swiftly, appearing before the woman in an instant. The newcomer was none other than Shui, the leader of the Blood Demon Clan, an 8th-level Golden Tier War God warrior. Having narrowly escaped the obliteration of his clan while in seclusion, he had chosen to flee just in time. At this moment, Shui felt immense frustration. As a dignified 8th-level Golden Tier War God Emperor, he found himself in such a humiliating predicament, facing an overwhelming sense of disgrace, yet unable to find a solution. His clan, the once proud Blood Demon Clan, had been eradicated by a host of War God Emperor beasts that had established the invincible divine sect. Relinquishing any hope for revenge did not sit well with Shui. He realized that avenging his clan was impossible on his own. The only recourse was to seek assistance from his elder sister, Shuizhen. Unbeknownst to anyone, his elder sister was indeed a Master God Emperor. Yet she was deeply devoted to martial arts and rarely left this continent, dedicating her life to cultivation. Had it not been for dire circumstances, he would never have dared to disturb her. Shui, what brings you here? Shuizhen slowly opened her eyes, gazing at her brother kneeling before her with surprise. She had repeatedly admonished him not to disturb her unless absolutely necessary. Elder sister, the blood demon clan has perished. What exactly transpired? A startle coursed through Shuizhen. She understood the significance of the blood demon clan to her brother. The clan had stood tall for countless years, and its sudden demise was no small matter. Explaining her brother's visit. Without any concealment, Shui recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Shuizhen's expression darkened. Invincible? The term invincible is not one to be trifled with. Throughout the vast expanse of the divine realm, it is rare to find anyone audacious enough to claim such a title. The sudden emergence of a multitude of war god divine emperor beasts is undoubtedly a troubling development. Sister, the invincible divine sect has not only obliterated my blood demon clan, but has also annihilated other top-tier factions, leaving only the war god palace intact. According to rumors, the founder of the invincible divine sect is purportedly the son of Lan Yuxi from the war god palace, who has come to rescue his mother. The ability to summon such a vast array of beasts, all of which are war god divine emperor beasts, indicates that this individual's identity is anything but ordinary. Shuizhen understands her brother's intentions. She knows that he will not rest until he avenges the blood demon clan. Especially since the war god continent has been renamed the invincible divine sect. The intent behind the invincible divine sect is quite clear. They aspire to dominate the entire continent. Such arrogance and tyranny. The opposing side lacks a main god to oversee them, relying solely on their army of beasts. As her brother has pointed out, there is indeed no faction on the entire war god continent capable of withstanding such a monstrous horde. Sister, I implore you to assist me in obliterating the invincible divine sect so that I may restore the blood demon clan to its former glory, allowing it to reign supreme over the war god continent. Shui's face was etched with helplessness. He had once forbidden his sister from intervening in the affairs of the blood demon clan, determined to elevate it to the foremost power on the war god continent through his own perseverance and effort. Otherwise, with his sister's strength as a main god, annihilating the various factions of the war god continent would be a mere trifle. And yet, here he is, seeking his sister's aid, something he had never anticipated. If there had been even the slightest chance of success on his own, he would not have sought her assistance. Shuizhen shook her head and replied, I have matters to attend to at present. Remain here for a while. When I return, you may accompany me to the war god continent. This time, I shall help you effortlessly vanquish all the factions and unify the war god continent, which shall then bear the name of the blood demons. The blood demon continent would replace the war god continent and the invincible continent. Had this been in the past, Shui would have undoubtedly declined. But circumstances have now changed. Relying solely on his own strength, he could never exact revenge. After all, the invincible divine sect looms before him like an insurmountable mountain. Sister, attend to your own affairs. My matters are of little concern. Your priorities are paramount. As for my own issues, I am not in a hurry. With your strength as a main god, you can effortlessly manage the war god continent at any time, aiding me in my quest for vengeance and thus unifying the realm. Very well. You shall remain here to cultivate and comprehend the divine essence I have left behind. Understood. Shuizhen refrained from further conversation, taking a step forward, her figure vanishing in an instant. Chapter 697. Stand aside. Do not provoke my wrath. Within the burial vessel, Chen remained engrossed in his cultivation. His recent ascension to the 30-tier realm had propelled his prowess to the peak mid-level divine emperor stage, thus saving him considerable time. Chen was acutely aware that even with the system's ability to achieve instantaneous kills, it was impossible to replicate such feats consistently. The system itself had its limitations. If Xiao Yanyan were here, he could inquire about matters concerning the divine realm continent. Summoning the demon infant, he asked, Demon infant, could you tell me which place among all the continents in the divine realm is the most chaotic yet possesses considerable strength and is well suited for cultivation? The demon infant immediately grasped the young master's intent, bowing its head in contemplation. It replied, Young master, in my opinion, the most suitable place for cultivation at present is undoubtedly the burial chaos continent. The burial chaos continent? Chen was still not well versed in the divine realm. Otherwise, he would have long since ventured to the evil phantom island in search of the evil phantom main god. Young master, the burial chaos continent is one of the most prestigious continents in the divine realm. It can be described in one word, chaotic. Moreover, there are numerous main god emperors residing there. I see. Do you know the coordinates of the burial chaos continent? I do. Then let us proceed to the burial chaos continent. The burial chaos continent lies within the turbulent void of the divine realm, surrounded by terrifying currents that threaten to consume any martial artist who dares to breach its borders. However, the divine vessel is a different story. In the outer void, as the burial vessel came to a halt, it immediately attracted the attention of many. The burial vessel was indeed extraordinary. It could be said to surpass any divine ship in the entire divine realm. Wow, what a remarkable treasure. But what good is a treasure if it is in the hands of someone whose status is beyond our reach? I was merely expressing my thoughts. Upon exiting the burial vessel, Su Chen gathered his energies, causing the massive vessel to shrink dramatically, resting within the palm of his hand. So young. In the presence of such an extraordinary treasure, even knowing they were in the burial chaos continent, there were still some undaunted souls who attempted to seize it. Kid, hand over the divine ship in your possession, and we may spare your life, a burly man declared, blocking Su Chen's path with an impatient tone. Boundary-breaking divine emperor? Su Chen regarded the man with disdain. What did it matter if he was a boundary-breaking divine emperor? With the demon infant's protection and the divine beast chart, even a main god emperor could be vanquished. Having previously eliminated 3 burial god talismans, Su Chen understood their worth, according to the system. Each talisman could eradicate any martial artist in the divine realm, including main god emperors. He was well aware of the significance of those 3 burial god talismans, which is why, unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to using any of them. He would rather forego other resources than lose even a single burial god talisman. In truth, those 3 burial god talismans were his greatest leverage in the divine realm. Stand aside. Do not provoke my wrath, lest you forfeit your life. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that this individual's cultivation would not surpass his own. Faced with such a divine vessel, failing to act would be a disservice to himself. Kid, you truly lack appreciation for your circumstances. If that's the case, I'll send you down to the Yellow Springs. With that, the burly man ceased his words and lunged towards Su Chen with lethal intent. No one intervened in the burial chaos continent. Such acts of robbery and murder were commonplace, having long since become mundane. Su Chen stood his ground, brandishing an AK-40. Despite the restrictions of realms, it could still sweep away any martial artist within 5 tiers. With a flurry of gunfire, the unfortunate burly man barely had time to react. He was struck by countless annihilation bullets from a distance of half a meter from Su Chen. His body, riddled with annihilation bullets, fell lifelessly to the ground. His wide eyes filled with shock, never having realized that he could not withstand even a single attack from his opponent. The scene evoked no ripples, for Su Chen's use of the AK-40 drew the greedy eyes of many onlookers. It was evident to all that the treasure in the young man's possession was far from ordinary. The implications of acquiring it were staggering. They dared to covet, but not to act. The preceding spectacle had thoroughly intimidated everyone present. Not lingering any longer, Su Chen departed the outer void and made his way toward the continent. In the burial chaos continent, danger lurked at every corner. For one could never know when an ambush might strike, as many concealed their true strength, their appearances betraying nothing. The atmosphere here feels distinctly amiss. Su Chen can sense that the essence of the burial chaos continent is somewhat different from that of other realms, indefinable and enigmatic. Boom, boom, boom. A tumultuous energy envelopes the entire void, as a solitary figure and a demonic beast collide fiercely. In the distance, numerous spectators observe the battle. Yet not a single soul dares to approach even slightly. Ice Spirit. Su Chen immediately recognizes the woman engaged in combat with the demonic beast as Ice Spirit. He is not unfamiliar with her. Previously, at the Immortal Spring, he uncovered its secrets, but due to Ice Spirit's circumstances, she could not manifest her true self and merely projected a projection, which left him unharmed. Su Chen surmises that Ice Spirit must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Truly, a case of enemies crossing paths. Her icy gaze is rife with a tempestuous intent to kill. Were it anyone else battling, Su Chen would undoubtedly avert his gaze, preferring to avoid confrontation. However, the circumstances are now different. With his adversary, Ice Spirit, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, he anticipates that even if he refrains from intervening, she would not let him off the hook. Given this predicament, he sees an opportunity to eliminate Ice Spirit and finally eradicate this nuisance. The Swan and I clan, a branch of the ancestral dragon of life and calamity, is among the most formidable beast races in the divine realm. The Swan and I beast and Ice Spirit are roughly equal in cultivation, both at the yellow-level War God Emperor rank, yet there exists a discernible gap in their capabilities. It is evident that the Swan and I beast possesses slightly superior strength, and if the battle proceeds under these circumstances, it is likely that the Swan and I beast will triumph over Ice Spirit. With the demon infant now present, Su Chen is poised to unleash it at any moment to decisively obliterate Ice Spirit and seal off her escape route, as he is uncertain whether she might flee from the Swan and I beast if it proves overwhelming. Chapter 698, The Separation of Extreme Ice Physique. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce struggle between ice spirit and the swan Ni beast sends shockwaves through the air, creating countless fissures that cover the ground. It becomes increasingly apparent that ice spirit is gradually succumbing to the swan Ni divine beast, forced to retreat step by step, her face etched with fury and frustration, yet devoid of any viable options. Both are yellow-level war god emperors, but to suppress the swan Ni beast, one would need to be at least 2 or 3 ranks higher. The gap in levels, combined with the swan Ni beast's innate prowess, creates an insurmountable disparity. Whether one wishes to accept it or not, the truth remains unaltered. Retreat. Just as ice spirit turns to flee, a figure suddenly materializes. It is none other than the demon infant, having already sealed off her escape route. The moment ice spirit attempts to depart, the demon infant locks onto her intended direction of escape. Demonic energy? You hail from the demon race. Sensing the violent, demonic aura emanating from the crimson child before her, ice spirit's body trembles slightly. She can discern that the child's strength is far from trivial. The enraged swan Ni beast lets out a deafening roar and charges towards ice spirit with haste. However, in the blink of an eye, the diminutive demon infant, standing at just over half a meter tall, releases a surge of demonic energy, rapidly coalescing into a massive blood-red hand that strikes down upon the swan Ni beast. Slap. To the astonishment of all, the formidable yellow-level war god emperor swan Ni beast is effortlessly slain by the demon infant's single blow, its flesh reduced to a gruesome pulp. With no trace left, mere fragments raining down as blood stains the void. What kind of power is this? The ability to annihilate the swan Ni beast in an instant speaks volumes of the terrifying strength possessed by this crimson child. The refining desolation vessel instantly devours the swan Ni beast's essence. Su Chen is thoroughly pleased, for the essence consumed within his vessel has reached a substantial quantity. Now fervently refining this energy, he is prepared. Once the essence power within the vessel has been refined to a sufficient degree, he can harness this energy to propel his cultivation forward. Witnessing the swan Ni beast perish in such a manner sends a jolt of fear through ice spirit. Her eyes filled with dread, she realizes that she is not a match for the swan Ni beast, and now, seeing it obliterated by the crimson child, she comprehends that should the child turn its attention to her, she would be utterly defenseless, confronted by such a terrifying presence. To claim one is unafraid would be nothing short of deceitful. Where do you think you are going? The demon infant's voice is devoid of any doubt. Chillingly cold as it states, I will not repeat myself. Utter another word, and I shall sever your legs first. Indeed, ice spirit is paralyzed with fear, for she has just witnessed the crimson child effortlessly slay the swan Ni beast, a display of power so overwhelming that she barely had a chance to escape. Whether she desires it or not, she must comply and follow the demon infant. The onlookers are left in a state of astonishment. In a dense forest, Su Chen lounges lazily beneath a great tree, observing ice spirit, who has been brought before him by the demon infant. With a smile, he greets ice spirit. It has been quite a while. I trust you have been well. It's you. Recognizing the young man seated on the ground, ice spirit's expression darkens instantaneously. It is this individual who uncovered the secret she left at the immortal spring, and due to certain circumstances, her projection descended while her true self was unable to manifest. Were it not for the crimson child, she would surely have sought to eliminate him on the spot, but now, she dares not act. Ice spirit never anticipated that he would ascend from the immortal realm to the divine realm in such a brief span, acquiring such a formidable ally. Regardless of belief, the reality stands before her. What do you intend? Su Chen shakes his head, replying, It is not a matter of my intentions, but rather that you seek to eliminate me, compelling me to act first. Sighing deeply, he reflects that the law of survival in the divine realm is one of the strong devouring the weak, where strength determines dominance, and the might of one's fist dictates fate. Even if one feels discontent, what can be done? In the face of such overwhelming power, descent only leads to annihilation. I shall not pursue the matters from the immortal realm. Su Chen smiles. While you may choose not to pursue it, I, however, shall. Ice spirit's heart sinks, and she struggles to suppress her fury, stating, Name your terms. If I am not mistaken, you possess a unique physique. This is the true reason Su Chen refrained from ordering the demon infant to slay ice spirit immediately. He has discerned that during her battle with the swan Ni beast, she made use of her physique's power, which is indeed extraordinary, the extreme ice physique. As suspected, it appears his conjecture was correct. Ice spirit's physique is indeed exceptional. Classified as the extreme ice physique, young master, the extreme ice physique is an ultimate physique, ranking among the top in the divine realm. The demon infant immediately transmits to Su Chen's essence, astonished that such a rare physique exists within this individual. No wonder his master refrained from annihilating her. Su Chen nods in satisfaction, grinning as he proposes, "Bestow upon me your physique, and we can consider our previous grievances settled." Upon hearing this, Ice Spirit is utterly incensed, for she fully comprehends the implications of relinquishing her physique. Her innate extreme ice constitution is a natural gift, and it is precisely this extraordinary trait that has enabled her to ascend to her current height. She possesses unshakable confidence that, through her own cultivation, she can ultimately strive for the realm of the supreme deity. Should she be stripped of her extreme ice constitution, even with the best of luck and without falling, her martial path would be irrevocably ruined. My sister, Bing Kuei, is a self-proclaimed purple-level war god supreme deity. The 10 realms of war gods are represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, and gold, with the purple gold war god supreme deity occupying the 7th realm among them. The term Ice Spirit is quite straightforward. It signifies her intention to invoke her sister as a means to intimidate her opponent, for at this moment, she is indeed filled with trepidation. Under normal circumstances, her naturally bestowed special constitution could not be severed. However, for reasons unknown, she harbors a persistent sense of unease. If this individual truly manages to accomplish such a feat, what then? Bing Kuei, the purple-level war god supreme deity? What difference would it make? It is worth noting that even a gold-level war god supreme deity would not warrant her attention here, unless it is a supreme deity of the highest order. The demonic infant unleashed a torrent of ferocious power, layer upon layer, as it surged toward the Ice Spirit, overwhelming her with an unrelenting force that rendered her utterly immobile. Others might find it impossible to sever such a constitution, yet Su Chen possesses unwavering confidence that he can indeed succeed. The extreme ice constitution serves as a conduit for his unique ability to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 699, The Dual Nature of the Body, an Exponential Rise in Realm. Stupefied, the Ice Spirit could hardly believe that, despite invoking her sister's name, she had failed to intimidate her adversary. It is essential to recognize that her sister is a purple-level war god supreme deity, a pinnacle figure within the entire divine realm. And yet, as she watched the young man approach, how could she not feel a surge of fear? She could only stand helplessly as Su Chen began to strip away her innate constitution. Su Chen, having effortlessly slain the chaotic body, had merged various abilities and was utterly confident that his chaotic form could consume any constitution without adverse effects. He began the frenzied process of severance. Much to the delight of the demonic infant, it realized that its master was more diabolical than the path of demons, more wicked than the path of evil. Aligning perfectly with its tastes, minutes passed. Su Chen successfully extracted the extreme ice constitution from the Ice Spirit. Young master, how shall we dispose of her? Root out the source. Understood. Having severed her constitution, Su Chen would never allow a tiger to return to the mountain. Such a grievous error was unconceivable for him. The demonic infant swiftly took the Ice Spirit away, while Su Chen seated himself cross-legged, conjuring the refining wilderness jar before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the operation of the chaotic enlightenment technique in the chaotic foundation. As the chaotic body absorbed the extreme ice constitution, it simultaneously devoured the power within the refining wilderness jar. The jar had refined an ample amount of primordial spirit energy, including that of many war god supreme deities, even encompassing the primordial spirit of a gold-level war god supreme deity. For him, this was more than sufficient. As for the heights he could reach, even Su Chen dared not make guarantees. The supreme deity is categorized into 2 major realms, the fundamental supreme deity and the sealed supreme deity. The fundamental supreme deity includes the lower, middle, upper, cataclysmic, and breaking realms, while the sealed supreme deity encompasses the sealed king, sealed emperor, sealed sovereign, sealed deity, and sealed ancestor. At present, Su Chen had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the middle supreme deity realm. He commenced the fusion and absorption, directly challenging the upper supreme deity realm, akin to the ocean crashing against a brook. This formidable momentum would undoubtedly propel others to instant breakthroughs, let alone Su Chen himself. In an instant, he shattered his own limits, advancing from the pinnacle of the middle supreme deity to the upper supreme deity, with his cultivation skyrocketing under the power absorbed from the refining wilderness jar, as if he were quenching his thirst. Level 1 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 2 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 3 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 4 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 5 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 6 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 7 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 8 Upper Supreme Deity. Level 9 Upper Supreme Deity. Pinnacle Upper Supreme Deity. In a single breath, he surged up 10 tiers, an accomplishment that would be unfathomable for others, yet a remarkably simple feat for Su Chen. With no intention of halting, Su Chen understood the vastness of the power within the refining wilderness jar, which was entirely sufficient for him to consume, continuously devouring, while the chaotic body continued to integrate with the extreme ice constitution. This was one of the reasons for Su Chen's rapid ascension. Half an hour later, his cultivation surged once more, advancing from the pinnacle of the upper supreme deity to the cataclysmic supreme deity, skyrocketing like a rocket without any hint of a bottleneck. Even the returning demonic infant, witnessing its master's frenzied breakthroughs, was momentarily dumbfounded. It had encountered many with great talent and rapid advancement, but it had never seen anyone break through as swiftly as its master. Throughout the entire divine realm, who could rival the master's innate talent and cultivation speed? Unmatched in the divine realm, there are none to be found before or after. Level 1 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 2 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 3 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 4 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 5 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 6 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 7 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 8 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Level 9 Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Pinnacle Cataclysmic Supreme Deity. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chen contemplated further breakthroughs, yet the chaotic body had fully integrated with the extreme ice constitution. Even if he continued to consume the power within the refining wilderness jar, the speed of his breakthroughs would likely diminish significantly, rendering it unnecessary to waste time. Su Chen was unwilling to advance slowly, tier by tier. He craved the exhilarating sensation of soaring through multiple levels in succession, an experience that could only be described as delightful. He owed a debt of gratitude to the ice spirit for this opportunity, yet gratitude aside, his enemies must be dealt with without a hint of mercy. Had it not been for his clever maneuvers in the celestial realm, he would likely have been obliterated by the ice spirit long before he had the chance to ascend to the divine realm. Younger master, I have just discovered something intriguing. Speak. When I struck down the ice spirit, I realized her constitution is, in fact, a dual nature. Continue. The dual nature is something Su Chen had never heard of before. The demonic infant pondered for a moment before stating, earlier, the ice spirit mentioned she has a sister. If my conjecture is correct, they both possess the extreme ice constitution, and it is a dual-natured variant of the extreme ice constitution. Su Chen seemed to grasp the demonic infant's implications. Are you suggesting that I have only consumed half of the extreme ice constitution, and the other half remains unconsumed? Nodding. The demonic infant expressed its astonishment. The dual nature constitution is exceedingly rare. Such constitutions are often immensely powerful and unique. If the young master could consume the other half of the extreme ice constitution, it would likely yield unforeseen benefits. This was an eventuality Su Chen had never anticipated. He would not doubt the demonic infant's words, for it had no reason to deceive him. It appeared that he must take matters into his own hands. Initially, he had thought that whether or not the ice spirit had a sister or was a purple-level war god supreme deity was of no concern to him. He had no intention of seeking trouble with Bing Kuei. However, if she were to come seeking vengeance for her sister, he would undoubtedly deal with her. Yet now, the situation had changed completely. Since the magic infant has stated that Ice Spirit and Ice Kuei are a dual entity, it is impossible for one to consume only half of the extreme ice constitution while foregoing the other half. Had I known this earlier, I would not have killed Ice Spirit. I could have used Ice Spirit to lure Ice Kuei instead. I find myself somewhat regretful now. For attempting to track an individual amidst the vast sea of humanity is akin to searching for a needle in the ocean, far from an easy endeavor. Young master, what shall we do now? Let us wander aimlessly. Wander aimlessly? The magic infant was somewhat bewildered but refrained from further questioning, knowing that he would unconditionally obey whatever decision the young master made. In the desolate chaos continent, one encounters life and death struggles and rampant violence everywhere, with even scenes of slaughter commonplace. Here, one rarely encounters meddlesome individuals, as everyone is too preoccupied with their own survival. No one can ascertain whether the person they meet is stronger than themselves. Chapter 700. I have no desire to hear any further nonsense. A dilapidated city lay before them, its crumbling walls reminiscent of a colossal wounded beast, deep in slumber. The entirety of the cities on the desolate chaos continent bears such resemblance, ravaged by unrelenting bloodshed and horrific destruction. As Su Chen traversed through, he had already slain over 300 individuals, all of whom had approached him with provocation and intent to rob. He had not initiated any violence himself. Nevertheless, he found himself quite fond of such a place. Indeed, he cherished it. This was the essence of a fantastical world, a realm where one could act on whims, extinguishing those who displeased them and seizing desirable possessions without hesitation. The city bore no name. Upon entering, the ground was littered with desiccated bloodstains, and the air was thick with the lingering stench of blood. Ah, save me. Not far off, a man was ruthlessly slain by a beast, which then transformed into human form and spat contemptuously upon the body of the slaughtered man before departing. No one cast a second glance, nor did anyone intervene. "Sir, I have no divine crystals left. Could you lend me some?" "Get lost." It seemed the gentleman had overstepped, and the beast would not hold back its wrath. Before the man could finish his sentence, a massive hand materialized from thin air, crashing down upon him with ferocity. The unfortunate man, attempting to retaliate, found himself regrettably outmatched. Typically, newcomers to the city would be scrutinized by many eyes. Bang! The man's body burst apart like a watermelon. The explosion of blood mist enveloping the surroundings with a sharp, acrid scent. Those who had initially contemplated intervening recoiled in fear upon witnessing the man's demise. Kindness invites betrayal, and the noble are often trampled. The city appeared dilapidated, yet it thrived with prosperity, brimming with shops and taverns of all sorts. Chen resolved to seek a tavern for lodging, as renting a private courtyard here was manifestly unrealistic. He sought a particularly luxurious inn. "One room, please." "Apologies. All rooms are fully occupied. Please seek another inn." Upon glancing at the price list affixed to the wall, Chen refrained from further pleasantries, producing 10,000 divine crystals and coldly declaring, "I require a room within 1 minute. Are you looking for trouble? I've already stated that there are no available rooms. Get out of here, or I'll ensure your demise. Who would dare cause a ruckus in an inn? Anyone capable of running an establishment here possesses considerable prowess." Yet Chen paid no heed to such warnings. With a swift motion, he struck out, sending the man sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, leaving numerous cracks in its wake. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that someone would dare create a disturbance in such a place. "Who dares to cause trouble in my domain?" From above descended a corpulent figure, his ample belly protruding, and his beady eyes resembling those of a rodent, an unmistakable sign of ill repute. God of War Emperor? Although the rotund man emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, the magic infant discreetly conveyed to Chen that this man was indeed a crimson-grade God of War Emperor. The magic infant, now no larger than a palm, perched upon Chen's shoulder, evading the notice of others. "Brother, is there something you need?" "I require a room. However, all rooms are occupied." "I said I want a room. I have no interest in further discussion." Many patrons nearby were taken aback by the young man's tone, murmuring amongst themselves. They could scarcely comprehend how someone so youthful, merely an ordinary god emperor by the energy fluctuations, would dare provoke a god of war emperor, a reckless endeavor indeed. Yet the corpulent man's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face, for in the desolate chaos continent, many individuals feign weakness, hiding their true strength. Encountering one such as that could lead to dire consequences. "Find this brother a superior room." "Yes, please." Satisfaction flickered in Chen's eyes, in the desolate chaos continent. It is crucial to exude confidence. The more one fears and hesitates, the less others will regard them. People tend to be drawn to those who are more audacious and arrogant. Should the innkeeper dare to retaliate, Chen would not hesitate to obliterate the entire establishment. Within the room, Chen summoned Xiao Mei and Xiao Pang. Previously, they had ventured in search of treasures, but returned empty-handed. According to the magic infant, the desolate chaos continent is rife with opportunities. Thus he resolved to send the two little ones out once more to seek any potential treasures. "Boss, is something amiss?" "This is the desolate chaos continent. You two should continue your search and report back if you find any opportunities." Xiao Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He relished the thrill of treasure hunting, especially since he had failed to find any opportunities for the master last time, which had left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Xiao Mei, let us go." Watching the two little ones dart off, Chen was pleasantly surprised by the apparent change in their relationship. With a resigned smile, he considered that if the two could forge a bond, it would undoubtedly benefit him. As the saying goes, it is better to keep the wealth within one's own circle. As he gazed at the divine beast map in his hands, Chen endeavored to activate the third layer of its space. However, it was essential to note that the third layer housed 100 main god emperor level beast entities, and successfully unlocking it would empower him immensely within the divine realm. Yet, the influx of spiritual energy into the third layer did not yield success. What could be the matter? The divine beast map provided no information, leaving Chen perplexed as to how to unlock the third layer. "Master," he inquired directly to the pinnacle golden grade god of war emperor within the second layer of the divine beast map, "how can I successfully unlock the third layer?" This was Chen's foremost concern, for the potential assistance from the third layer was monumental. To possess 100 main god emperor level beasts, he could only imagine the implications. "In response to my master, I must admit my uncertainty regarding the method to unlock the third layer of the divine beast diagram. However, Given that my master has successfully accessed both the first and second layers, I firmly believe that the third layer can also be unveiled. Yet, with my master's current cultivation level, it appears quite challenging to achieve this feat. It seems that my own cultivation is insufficient, thereby hindering my ability to smoothly unlock the third layer of the Divine Beast diagram. Chapter 701. The Secret Art of Silence Calamity. In the realm of gods and demons, a dilapidated city is engulfed in chaos, with battles erupting in every corner. Corpses litter the streets, obliterated by passing warriors, leaving no trace behind. As Chen sauntered through the streets, he sensed an unusual aura permeating the city today. Something was amiss. Without hesitation, he seized a random individual and bluntly inquired, "What transpired?" "Senior, according to the information received, the malevolent spirit sovereign of the malevolent spirit mountain has sustained severe injuries. Many are hastening towards the mountain, eager to subdue the spirit sovereign." Beasts. Chen's mind began to form a plausible conjecture. Who is the malevolent spirit sovereign? The man was taken aback, seemingly astonished that Chen had never heard of the malevolent spirit sovereign, yet he dared not reveal his surprise. It is said that the malevolent spirit sovereign is a divine dragon, embodying the most sinister nature, ruthless in slaughter, yet never straying from the malevolent spirit mountain. What is the cultivation level of the malevolent spirit sovereign? A purple level war god divine emperor. A purple level war god divine emperor? Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder it stirred such a commotion. The so-called malevolent spirit sovereign is, in fact, a divine dragon of purple level war god divine emperor realm. The implications of subduing such a being were immense. In its prime, who would dare approach the malevolent spirit mountain? It would be a venture from which one might never return. However, the situation had significantly changed. With the malevolent spirit sovereign critically injured, it presented an unparalleled opportunity for all. Wherever one ventured, including the chaotic burial continent, the purple level war god divine emperor realm had reached the pinnacle of existence. Where is the malevolent spirit mountain? Upon learning its location, Chen was resolute not to miss this opportunity and swiftly made his way toward the mountain. The malevolent spirit mountain lay several hours away from the dilapidated city. By the time Chen arrived, countless warriors had already gathered, including many war god divine emperors. Facing a severely wounded purple level war god divine emperor dragon, it was evident that even the war god divine emperors found it hard to resist such temptation. Yet, many hesitated to set foot in the malevolent spirit mountain. Firstly, the veracity of the news was uncertain, should it prove false. Entering the mountain would equate to descending into hell, a venture easy to undertake, but fraught with difficulty to escape. No one was willing to gamble with their lives. Secondly, even if the news were accurate and the malevolent spirit sovereign truly wounded, it remained a purple level war god divine emperor. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Should the malevolent spirit sovereign choose to fight to the death, no one could predict how many lives would be lost. Where there are those who fear, there are also those who are unafraid. Numerous individuals continued to surge into the malevolent spirit mountain. Look, the Lie 7 brothers have arrived. It seemed that the malevolent spirit sovereign had drawn the attention of the Lie 7 brothers. Trouble was brewing. What trouble? Are you unaware? It is said that the Lie 7 brothers have all broken through to the red level war god divine emperor realm. The 7 have secluded themselves for countless years, mastering the secret art of silence calamity. Is that true? Can someone truly cultivate the secret art of silence calamity? If so, the Lie 7 brothers could dominate beneath the realm of the Lord God Divine Emperor? Of course, individually, the Lie 7 brothers would surely fall short against other Lord God Divine Emperors. However, should they unite and unleash the secret art of silence calamity, it is said that even a peak golden level War God Divine Emperor would be no match for them. Are they merely boasting? Who knows? Regardless, the ferocity of the secret art of silence calamity is well known, though none have witnessed it firsthand. Its authenticity remains a mystery. 7 identical men approached, sharing the same height, appearance, and aura without the slightest distinction. As Chen prepared to enter the malevolent spirit mountain, a sudden realization struck him upon seeing the 7. He recalled the figure of Li Bei, whom he had slain in the celestial realm. When he had vanquished Li Bei, the latter had threatened him, claiming to possess 7 brothers from the divine realm. At that time, Chen had dismissed it as mere bluster. Yet now, it appeared that his suspicions were validated. It was only that the 7 had not yet ascended to the War God Divine Emperor realm. When he killed Li Qi had been unable to summon his brothers. Now, confronted with the 7, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Bei, Chen could surmise with certainty that the so-called Li 7 brothers were indeed the 7 siblings of Li Bei. Upon hearing that the 7 had just broken through to the red-level War God Divine Emperor, Chen resolved to have Mo strike them down immediately. Regardless of whether they were aware of his past encounter with Li Bei, he aimed to eradicate any potential threats to himself. However, as he listened to the discussions around him, Su Chen was taken aback. The fact that the seven could jointly wield the secret art of silence calamity and achieve invincibility beneath the Lord God, Divine Emperor, suggested the art was far from ordinary. As the saying goes, no smoke arises without fire. It could not have surfaced without reason. The Li's seven brothers, Li Yi, Li Iri, Li Seni, Li Xiu, Li Wuye, Li Liui, and Li Qi, stood before the malevolent spirit valley. Brother, we have just mastered the secret art of silence calamity. It is the perfect opportunity to strike at the malevolent spirit mountain. Years ago, they had stumbled upon the secret art of silence calamity, only to discover that it required a minimum of 5 individuals to cultivate, as well as a bond of brotherhood. With the 7 of them practicing together, its power would be exponentially terrifying. Alas, it is regrettable that our 8th brother was unable to ascend to the divine realm due to limited talent. Otherwise, should all 8 of us train together, the might would undoubtedly be even more formidable. The eldest spoke, do not mention our 8th brother any further. Let us gather more steeds, and then venture to the celestial realm to bring him back forcibly. Agreed. As for the secret art of silence calamity, I trust you all understand its implications. It cannot be employed recklessly. Each use comes with significant backlash. Thus, we shall only resort to it in dire circumstances. Understood, brother. Brother, if we maintain our current pace in cultivation and manage to subdue a few more beasts, we may even unleash the secret art of silence calamity twice. Subduing 2 golden-level war god divine emperors or beasts, allowing us to dominate the divine realm. With their cultivation of the secret art of silence calamity, they held unwavering confidence in sweeping aside any warriors beneath the Lord God Divine Emperor, provided they did not encounter one. No more talk. The malevolent spirit sovereign is critically injured, presenting us with the best opportunity to subdue him. If anyone dares to provoke us, I will not hesitate to unleash the secret art of silence calamity here and annihilate them all. Let us go. The group was brimming with excitement. For since mastering the secret art of silence calamity, they had yet to unleash its power, leaving them curious about its true might. Chapter 702. You truly are boasting without a draft. As the 7 entered the malevolent spirit mountain, Su Chen's gaze turned icy. Even with the 7 having mastered the secret art of silence calamity, he would find a way to eliminate them. Without further delay, Su Chen stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The malevolent spirit mountain lay shrouded in a faint veil of black mist. Upon stepping into the mountain, a pungent odor immediately assaulted his senses. Su Chen concealed his presence, trailing behind the 7 individuals, ready to strike them down without hesitation at the first opportunity. Suddenly, a thunderous uproar reverberated from the distance, akin to a volcanic eruption, causing both the Li clan's 7 brothers and Su Chen to change their expressions, as if they had already anticipated the impending chaos. Without further delay, the 8 of them hastened towards the source of the tumultuous energy. The battlefield was engulfed in a frenzy, with thousands of warriors collaborating to besiege the malevolent spirit sovereign. This sovereign, a purple-tier war god emperor, bore the form of a 3-eyed evil dragon, and it was said that the 3rd eye of the malevolent spirit sovereign had never been opened. Clearly, the sovereign was gravely injured. Otherwise, even a combined effort from these warriors would not have emboldened them to confront such a formidable foe. Upon Su Chen and the Li brothers' arrival, the fierce battle raged on. Many chose to spectate, for the countless corpses strewn across the ground spoke volumes of the carnage. If you do not engage now, you shall have no claim to the spoils once the malevolent spirit sovereign is slain, a voice declared, prompting many of the onlookers to grit their teeth and join the fray. Young master, shall I assist you in dealing with the 3-eyed evil dragon? Moing, a gold-tier war god emperor, confidently offered, asserting that he could effortlessly vanquish the dragon. Given that the dragon was severely wounded, even at its peak, it would not stand a chance against Moing, as their disparity in strength was immeasurable. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, there is no need. He had already resolved not to rely on external forces unless faced with an insurmountable power. He understood that frequent dependence on outside strength would hinder his own cultivation and experiences. The grievous state of the malevolent spirit sovereign, coupled with the multitude of warriors attacking, made Su Chen's intentions clear. He aimed to remain in the shadows like a mantis waiting for the cicada, biding his time to eliminate the Li brothers. Had he not overheard the recent discussions, he would have undoubtedly sought to eradicate them without mercy. However, armed with the newfound knowledge that the Li brothers had mastered the secret technique of silence and catastrophe, enabling 7 red-tier war god emperors to unite as an invincible force beneath the god emperor, he could not afford to gamble. Even with the divine beast shard at his disposal, Su Chen was reluctant to lose any formidable beast, especially one at the gold-tier war god emperor level. He would only strike when assured of a decisive victory. The battle continued fiercely for several minutes, yet the malevolent spirit sovereign showed no signs of defeat. A testament to his formidable prowess. You insignificant ants dare to be so brazen before me, even in my injured state? The sovereign seethed, his fury palpable. He had dominated the chaotic burial continent for years, and had it not been for certain circumstances leading to his confinement within the malevolent mountain range, he might have long since surpassed his limits and ascended to the Black Tier War God Emperor rank. This moment of reckless defiance against his seal had exacerbated his old injuries, drawing the attention of so many warriors. In normal circumstances, would these human warriors dare to tread even a step closer? The indignation was overwhelming. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the malevolent spirit sovereign suddenly activated his third eye, unleashing a terrifying ray of light that engulfed the nearby warriors like a tsunami. Those caught in its grasp met with excruciating cries as their bodies disintegrated into pools of blood upon the ground. This was the power of the malevolent spirit sovereign's third eye, as the sovereign's true form was that of the three-eyed evil dragon. No one had ever witnessed the opening of the third eye before. Witnessing it firsthand left many in utter shock. In mere seconds, half of the warriors perished beneath the blinding radiance, blood flowing in torrents and saturating the earth, the stench of iron heavy in the air. When the third eye finally closed, the surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled, particularly in horror at the rivers of blood pooling around them, a grim reminder of the recent events. In such a scenario, who would dare to continue their assault on the malevolent spirit sovereign, even knowing that he was gravely wounded and that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The dread of witnessing the sovereign's power firsthand left them paralyzed with fear. The faces of all present were grim, reflecting their trepidation as they stared at the malevolent spirit sovereign, none willing to act, fearing another display of his might would seal their fates. No one was unafraid of death. You insignificant insects, vacate the malevolent mountain range at once. Any lingering presence shall be met with death. The malevolent spirit sovereign, having barely managed to open his third eye, found it taxing. He would have unleashed it again without hesitation to prevent any escape. But his injuries were too severe to sustain further exertion without risking his life. As long as you are willing to submit, we shall spare your life, a voice proposed. However, you must relinquish the treasures and divine herbs you have amassed over the years. We hope you will act wisely and not bring ruin upon yourself. Despite their trepidation, the prospect of surrender was utterly unacceptable to them. This was a rare chance to exploit the malevolent spirit sovereign's plight, and missing it would be an irretrievable loss. Thus, even with the imminent danger, none chose to withdraw. Those who ventured to the malevolent mountain range were undoubtedly seeking fortune, hoping to seize a great opportunity. The Lee brothers suddenly stepped forward, clasping their fists towards the onlookers, esteemed guests. We, the Lee brothers, wish to claim the malevolent spirit sovereign for ourselves. We hope for your forbearance. Some recognized them, but the majority did not. The formidable aura exuding from the seven brothers intimidated many. As each had successfully reached the Red Tier War God Emperor level, it was evident that any warrior below the War God Emperor rank would not dare provoke the Lee brothers. A fact that was indisputable. The fearsome reputation of the Red Tier War God Emperors held enough weight to intimidate 99% of those present. After all, War God Emperors were not as commonplace as cabbages at a market. However, many War God Emperors were still present, drawn by the news of the malevolent spirit sovereign's injuries, all hoping to carve a piece of the spoils for themselves. I must ask, who do you seven think you are to claim this for yourselves? I shall be the first to oppose such a notion. Not a single War God Emperor was willing to concede. The Lee brothers' expressions darkened, and the seventh brother declared, "We have mastered the secret technique of silence and catastrophe. The remaining trivialities need not be elaborated upon, for to them, the mere four characters Jija's secret art encapsulate all that is necessary to convey. It is believed that many, including the God Emperor of War, are well aware of what the Jija's secret art entails. The phrase Jija's secret art indeed instills a profound sense of trepidation in many. Even those unaware of its nature find themselves astonished by the discussions swirling around them. You truly speak without foundation, claiming to have mastered the Jija's secret art. Do you think I would believe you? Seven fools, if you possess such skill, demonstrate the Jija's secret art now and let us behold it. Should you succeed, I shall withdraw from this contest." Such skepticism prevails, for the Jija's secret art is notoriously difficult to cultivate, not something just anyone can master. Throughout the divine realm, there has yet to be a single individual rumored to have successfully harnessed this art. Most crucially, the Jija's secret art is steeped in legend, with no known practitioner capable of manifesting its power. To believe such claims is to invite folly and utter absurdity. If one could simply declare mastery of the Jija's secret art to monopolize opportunities, then everyone present would be making similar threats. The countenance of the seven Li brothers darkened considerably. They understood that without demonstrating their secret art, no one would choose to believe them. Lacking the means to intimidate others, they could never hope to monopolize the evil spirit monarch. This is an undeniable truth. However, while they have indeed cultivated the Jiji's secret art, every time they unleash it, it exacts a significant toll. For this reason, they typically refrain from its use unless absolutely necessary. Yet the current circumstances revealed to them that even without invoking the Jiji's secret art, there remained a considerable chance to subdue the evil spirit monarch. As Chapter 703 unfolds, tearing the divine dragon apart, the beast army engulfs. It becomes apparent that the seven could not manifest the so-called Jiji's secret art, leading all to doubt their claims. Merely self-justification. It seemed. The rumors were fabrications. To think they could intimidate the masses so casually was absurd. Get lost, you fools. I've heard countless excuses. If you wish to take advantage of the chaos, I can only offer you 2 words: foolishness. The evil spirit monarch gazed upon all the warriors before him, his cold eyes brimming with murderous intent. Suppressing the genuine pain coursing through him, he resolved not to remain idle if he could act. As a purple-level god emperor of war, he had never endured such humiliation. This was a first. Brother, since they wish to test us, let us demonstrate the Jiji's secret art. Very well. They all yearned to see the might of the Jiji's secret art, especially since they had never unleashed it since its mastery. Even they were unsure if it possessed the legendary potencies spoken of in tales. At that moment, the 7 Li brothers simultaneously activated the Jiji's secret art, unleashing an overwhelming force that enveloped the surroundings, forming a web-like structure. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, 7 swirling vortices of formidable energy surged forth, intimidating all present. The brothers merely feigned their full power, not wishing to exert themselves entirely. With a thunderous crash, numerous warriors were instantly reduced to clouds of crimson mist under the vortex's suppressive force. After slaying over 100 warriors, the Li brothers ceased their assault. The might of the 7 vortices dissipated, leaving behind a gruesome scene of severed limbs and pooling blood. This initial demonstration satisfied even the Li brothers, as they had not even unleashed a fraction of the Jiji's secret art's true power, yet it had thoroughly intimidated everyone present. One could only imagine that should they unleash the full might of the Jiji's secret art, none beneath the God Emperor would be able to withstand its devastating force. In that moment, the Jiji's secret art indeed instilled fear in all, silencing even the God Emperor of War, who had just insulted them. Such is the nature of this world. Wherever one goes, power speaks volumes, determining whose fist is mightier. How foolish. The Li brothers chose to ignore everyone else and instead focused on the formidable figure before them, the evil spirit 3-eyed dragon of purple-level God Emperor rank, a worthy mount. After all, they could not rely on the Jiji's secret art every time. Subduing beasts was the most prudent course of action, and the evil spirit monarch was merely the first. Evil spirit monarch, you must have witnessed our mastery of the Jiji's secret art. Beneath the God Emperor, we can dominate the divine realm, capable of absolute annihilation. If you submit to us, we promise to guide you away from the evil spirit mountains. Anyone could surmise that the evil spirit 3-eyed dragon could not leave those mountains, bound by some unseen seal. Undoubtedly, with this condition and their overwhelming strength, the Li brothers were confident that, provided the evil spirit monarch was not foolish, he would surely submit. Are you fools? Step forward, and I shall rend you to pieces. As a noble dragon, how could he ever submit to a human warrior? Anger began to darken the expressions of the Li brothers. In such a scenario, they indeed hesitated to unleash the Jiji's secret art, for even if they could subdue the evil spirit monarch, they risked inviting interference from others watching from a distance. To claim indifference would be a blatant lie. At this juncture, matters reached a stalemate. The Li brothers' intimidation, coupled with the power of the evil spirit monarch's third eye, rendered the arena silent, with no one daring to make a move. In the next moment, a figure materialized before the evil spirit monarch. It was none other than Chen, whose demonic infant's power enveloped the evil spirit monarch through the void. Do not think that the current evil spirit monarch, even at his peak, could withstand the might of a golden-level God Emperor's demonic infant. The disparity between them was too stark. One a purple-level God Emperor, the other a golden-level God Emperor, a comparison that bore no relevance. Who was that person? The aura he exuded was merely that of a God Emperor. How could he possibly bind the evil spirit monarch? Had he concealed his power? Unlikely. In such circumstances, one would be compelled to unleash their full strength, not hide it. Whispers of speculation filled the air as those present gazed in astonishment at the young man who had suddenly appeared, questioning the audacity of one so seemingly ordinary daring to take the lead. Ignoring the shock of everyone, Chen immediately took action, unleashing the god-slaying palm. Under the influence of the demonic infant's released aura, the domineering palm strikes relentlessly landed upon the evil spirit monarch. The anguished cries echoed through the void as Su Chun seized the colossal beast, tearing it apart with savage ferocity. In an instant, the mighty purple-level god emperor, the evil spirit three-eyed dragon, was gruesomely torn asunder, blood staining the ground. The refining desolation vessel emerged, directly consuming the essence of the evil spirit three-eyed dragon. As they beheld the unfolding scene before them, everyone was rendered speechless, for none could have anticipated that an ordinary divine emperor could exhibit such overwhelming dominance. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have vehemently denied the authenticity of the event. The most bewildered among them were the 7 brothers of the Lie family, who had believed that with the deterrent power of the recently executed secret technique of annihilation, they would effortlessly subdue the lord of malevolent spirits. But what now? Suddenly, a young man emerged from the shadows, uttering not a word, and proceeded to violently tear apart the malevolent three-eyed dragon, neglecting any intentions of subduing the lord of malevolent spirits. Among the multitude of martial artists present, a staggering 99% harbored the desire to successfully conquer the lord of malevolent spirits. After all, subjugation offered far greater rewards than mere slaughter. The prowess of the lord of malevolent spirits was undeniable. Once healed, he would ascend to the rank of a purple-level god of war divine emperor. Capturing him would essentially grant them an additional purple-level god of war as a servant, while slaying him would yield nothing of value. In the midst of the Lie brothers' frustration and confusion, a swarm of god of war divine emperors materialized, disregarding all else, and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the 7 brothers, systematically separating them. This was the intention of Su Chun, an uncomplicated strategy. First, he would intimidate them by showcasing the slaughter of the lord of malevolent spirits, thus capturing the attention of the Lie brothers. Now, he summoned all the god of war divine beast creatures from the second layer of the space of the beast diagram. Over 1,000 of these formidable beings emerged simultaneously. As long as he prevented the Lie brothers from combining their powers to execute the secret technique of annihilation, Su Chun was confident in his ability to annihilate them. Chapter 704. Not only do I know him, I personally annihilated him. What is happening? Witnessing the multitude of god of war divine beasts, everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, this individual had slain the lord of malevolent spirits. Why was he now attacking the Lie brothers? Not even the Lie brothers themselves could comprehend the situation. They had not anticipated that this stranger would turn against them, catching them utterly off guard. Under normal circumstances, even if faced with 1,000 god of war divine beasts, the Lie brothers, united in their execution of the secret technique of annihilation, would have been able to escape unscathed. However, the situation had irrevocably changed. Su Chun had taken them by surprise. By the time the 7 brothers regained their composure, they had already been consumed by the horde of god of war divine beasts, vanishing without a trace. What? As they gazed upon the slaughtered Lie brothers, the onlookers were left in shock. How could this be? The Lie brothers had evidently mastered the secret technique of annihilation, rendering them invincible against any foe beneath the level of the divine emperor. Even a peak gold-level god of war divine emperor would struggle against their combined might. With all the beasts now gone, Su Chun regarded the remaining spectators with an icy demeanor, his voice chillingly cold as he commanded, "All of you, vacate the malevolent spirit mountains at once. Anyone who lingers for 3 breaths shall be killed." Had someone uttered such words moments prior, they would have been met with derision, but now, in light of the swift obliteration of the Lie brothers, the crowd was paralyzed by fear, hastily turning to flee. In the blink of an eye, all had vanished. As Su Chun prepared to plunder the wealth of the lord of malevolent spirits, the refining ruins pot, which had been consuming the essence of the Lie brothers, suddenly erupted with a thunderous sound, returning to Su Chun's hands. Had it failed to absorb them? Su Chun appeared astonished, since he had acquired the pot. It had never failed to consume any essence. The souls of the slain Lie brothers remained intact, coalescing in the void. "Boy, do you dare to ambush us? Today, we shall dismantle you piece by piece." The Lie brothers, still shaken, realized how fortunate they were to have mastered the so-called secret technique of annihilation. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have perished without a hint of doubt. Even at this moment, they remained in a state of confusion. Firstly, they had never imagined that anyone would dare to strike them from behind, much less summon 1,000 god of war divine beasts. In contrast, any other adversary would be easily swept aside by a single god of war divine beast, let alone a united front. Secondly, they had no knowledge of the young man before them, nor any grievances that might explain his actions. Su Chun did not hasten to attack. Instead, he coldly observed the Lie brothers. He surmised that the failure of the refining ruins pot to successfully consume the Lee brothers' souls was undoubtedly linked to their mastery of the secret technique of annihilation. Otherwise, no essence-wielding warrior could withstand the pot's absorption. Boy, I must ask, do we have any grievances between us? We do not know you. Why do you strike against us? This was the foremost puzzle for the Lee brothers. They were intensely intrigued by the thousand god of war divine beasts summoned by the young man. If they could seize these creatures, the mere thought excited them. Chen smiled. I hail from the celestial realm. Upon hearing the words celestial realm, a chill ran through the hearts of the Lee brothers, and they began to piece together the implications. Li Yi inquired, do you know Li Bei? Not only do I know him, but I also personally annihilated him. Indeed, what they feared most had come to pass. Upon hearing the mention of the celestial realm and realizing the ambush against them, the seven brothers had surmised that this individual must know their brother. And there was undoubtedly animosity between them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a sudden attack. Furious at the revelation that their adversary had slain Li Bei, they wasted no time in further conversation. Even in their essence forms, they could still execute the secret technique of annihilation. This technique was their greatest asset. Even if they were reluctant to employ it, the current circumstances left them no choice. They could not afford to confront an opponent who could summon 1,000 god of war divine beasts without utilizing their most powerful technique. They immediately invoked the secret technique of annihilation. Reversing time and space, annihilation unites. The chilling incantation reverberated throughout the void as the Lee brothers combined their powers, freezing time and space in an instant, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the area. Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming power of the secret technique of annihilation. He could not afford to hesitate or be careless. Choosing not to confront it head-on, as he lacked the absolute confidence to withstand it, he opted for a safer route. He summoned the burial vessel. The vessel expanded instantly, enveloping Chen. Had it been anyone else, they would have been unable to move a single step in the face of the time reversal. But Chen's situation was somewhat unique. Possessing mastery over time-related powers, he utilized the temporal cage to swiftly enter the burial vessel. Chen placed unwavering faith in his burial vessel, convinced that even the Lee brothers' secret technique of annihilation would be incapable of breaching its defenses. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying reversal of time and space could alter the very fabric of reality, consolidating power to a singularity. Unless a divine emperor wielded divine power, no one could withstand it, not even a gold-level god of war divine emperor. Yet now, all attacks against the burial vessel produced no discernible effect. It stood as immovable as a meditating monk. The seven brothers of the Lee family fixated intently on the colossal divine vessel before them, their expressions darkening to an extreme. They were utterly taken aback, as they had not anticipated that their adversary possessed such a formidable treasure capable of withstanding the combined might of their secret art of desolation. Eldest brother, what should we do now? Are we to remain in this state indefinitely? The seven were engulfed in rage and astonishment, helplessly watching their opponent retreat into the divine ship, with no means to breach its defenses despite their relentless assault. If this stalemate persisted, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them, as the secret art of desolation they invoked could not be sustained indefinitely. They dared not relax for even a moment. For their foe could summon thousands of war deities and beastly emperors, and should they falter in maintaining their technique, the overwhelming tide of adversaries would swiftly annihilate them. Had it not been for Chen's earlier negligence in utilizing the power of the devouring cauldron to consume their primordial spirits, and had he intervened personally, they would not find themselves in such dire straits now. Chapter 705, Whether I Can Cultivate is No Concern of Yours. The divine vessel produced by the youth exceeded their comprehension in terms of defensive capabilities. Its resilience was utterly monstrous, regardless of their willingness to accept it. They understood that continuing down this path was detrimental to their interests. Let us depart. Just as the seven prepared to retreat, the figure of the invincible clone materialized, wielding the god-slaying spear, and charged fiercely towards the seven primordial spirits. The god-slaying spear was the nemesis of primordial spirits. Fearing treachery, the seven wasted no time and immediately unleashed the secret art of desolation once more. Even after 2 consecutive uses, they found themselves strained, their primordial spirits experiencing waves of weakness. A third invocation was utterly beyond their capabilities. Even if they wished to attempt it, success was unattainable. They had overestimated the prowess of the secret art of desolation. They had believed that with its might, they could traverse the divine realm unhindered, as long as they did not encounter a deity of the highest order. The reality proved to be far more daunting. The mere defensive capabilities of the divine vessel were insurmountable. As the seven initiated their second invocation of the secret art of desolation, the figure of the invincible clone vanished, leaving only the god-slaying spear to blockade their escape route. Chen's intention was straightforward: to exhaust the primordial spirits of the seven brothers. While their combined invocation of the secret art of desolation was indeed formidable, at present, he could not contend with it. However, with the burial vessel, the god-slaying spear, and the invincible clone at his disposal, he was confident in successfully annihilating the seven's primordial spirits. As the battle escalated and time progressed, the countenance of the Lie brothers grew increasingly grim. Whether they wished to believe it or not, the facts lay bare before them. Should they persist, the inevitable outcome would be profoundly unfavorable. At that moment, genuine fear gripped the seven. They had no desire to perish here, with their physical forms destroyed. They could not afford to let their remaining primordial spirits come to harm, for that would plunge them into an abyss from which there was no return. Continuing to invoke the secret art of desolation drained their primordial spirits, and they increasingly sensed their weakening essence. They could not go on like this. Eldest brother, think of something quickly. We truly are on the brink of death. Each of the seven understood that if they continued in this manner, should their primordial spirits fail to sustain the secret art, they would face annihilation at the hands of the tide of beastly adversaries, with no chance to escape. Meanwhile, Chen remained concealed within the burial vessel, intent on wearing down the Lie brothers. Inside the vessel, as he observed the water screen displaying the actions of the god-slaying spear and the invincible clone, a greedy glint sparkled in Chen's eyes. He could easily obliterate the Lie brothers at this moment, simply by allowing the invincible clone to amplify the assault with the god-slaying spear. However, he refrained from doing so. His interest in the secret art of desolation had been piqued, particularly upon seeing that the Lie brothers' primordial spirits had not been successfully devoured by the devouring cauldron. Fueling his greed further, he understood that the secret art required multiple practitioners to cultivate effectively. Attempting it alone would yield limited results. Nevertheless, with the invincible clone at his disposal, he envisioned a future where not just one but countless invincible clones could be birthed, all practicing the secret art alongside him or independently. The implications of such a scenario were monumental. Firstly, the invincible clone was far more identical than mere siblings, indistinguishable in every way. Secondly, the invincible clone would face no fear of the side effects associated with the secret art should any backlash arise. He could simply refrain from engaging personally. Thus, Chen's strategy was clear: to exhaust the Lie brothers and extract the secrets of the secret art from them. Minutes slipped by swiftly, and the Lie brothers could no longer endure. The secret art of desolation they had invoked finally crumbled. At that moment, the demon infant, grasping the god-slaying spear, swiftly subdued the Lie brothers. Fear and helplessness were etched across their faces, but beneath it all, there lay an undercurrent of unwillingness. They had initially believed that mastering the secret art would grant them dominance in the divine realm. Never could they have anticipated that their inaugural full-force attempt would end in utter failure. It was as if ill fortune had befallen them, an insurmountable tide they could not resist. As they beheld the youth materializing before them, Lie suppressed the fury and murderous intent surging within him and spoke. Release us. We will no longer pursue the matter regarding my brother. Before Lie could finish, Chen, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and said, You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Simply surrender the secret art of desolation, and I shall allow you to leave. There was no surprise in their expressions, for the seven believed that the secret art they had cultivated was the pinnacle of divine techniques, irresistible to any who might covet it. Yet, while the technique was indeed remarkable, not everyone could master it. It required at least 5 practitioners, bound by a profound mental connection akin to that of true siblings. Forgive my candor, but even if you acquire the secret art, you will find it beyond your grasp. It will merely serve as a decorative item. Whether I can cultivate is no concern of yours. Dare you refuse to surrender it? Lie fixed his gaze on the youth and inquired, If we hand over the secret art, will you truly let us go? I will certainly allow you to leave. Lie refrained from further hesitation, conjuring a jade slip that contained the secret art of desolation, casting it into the air. Chen's primordial spirit surged into the jade slip, and he could instantly discern the authenticity of the secret art contained within. It was genuine. Excellent. Chen promptly returned to the burial vessel, ignoring the Lie brothers. The seven finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though this venture had not gone in their favor, surviving to leave was a significant victory. As they turned to depart, the demon infant, wielding the god-slaying spear, and the invincible clone, brandishing the Pangu axe, stood resolutely before them, their presence radiating an ominous aura of impending doom. The seven brothers sensed the gravity of the situation. They had a foreboding suspicion of what was to come. He said he would let us leave. The demonic infant let out a cold laugh, tauntingly declaring, The young master has allowed you to depart, yet I never implied you were free to leave. You seven are foolishly presumptuous, daring to challenge our young master. Today, You shall not escape. You speak with inconsistency. What of it? The victor claims the throne while the vanquished become the outlaws. Today, your demise is all but assured. Without further ado, the demonic infant and the indomitable avatar launched a relentless assault upon the Lie brothers, showing no mercy whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, under the dual onslaught of the god-slaying spear and the Pangu axe, the essence of the Lie brothers was utterly obliterated. Chapter 706. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single slap. Within the burial vessel, Su Chen's essence surged into the jade slip, absorbing the profound secret arts contained within, the secret art of silence and calamity. The more he delved, the more he realized the formidable nature of this technique. And he stumbled upon a critical insight. The secret art of silence and calamity cultivated by the Lie brothers could perpetually amplify its power. In essence, the more practitioners there were, the more terrifying the might became. The prowess of 5 avatars practicing this art was incomparable to that of 50. Regrettably, he currently possessed only a single indomitable avatar. How wonderful it would be to have 5 such entities. System: the rate of replication for the indomitable avatar is exceedingly slow. How might I expedite the creation of additional indomitable avatars? The system cannot assist the host in replicating indomitable avatars. The host must strive diligently. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He understood well that replicating an indomitable avatar was no trivial matter. Otherwise, he would not have only managed to create a single avatar since acquiring this ability. In the ensuing time, Su Chen began to scour the treasures within the malevolent spirit mountain range. The dragon clan was particularly fond of collecting treasures. Shur City, one of the foremost cities in the continent of chaos, housed the Shur clan's stronghold at its depths. Renowned as one of the most powerful forces on the continent of chaos, the Shur clan boasted a significant number of god emperors, with rumors suggesting the presence of golden-tier god emperors within their ranks. In the continent of chaos, none dared provoke the Shur clan. Aboard the burial vessel, Su Chen did not deliberate on where to go. He wandered aimlessly, for within the vessel, he was wholly focused on replicating indomitable avatars, hoping to achieve the creation of 5 or more, allowing him to practice the secret art of silence and calamity. Suddenly, the burial vessel came to a halt. Stepping out, Su Chen beheld a grand city before him, and the only words that came to mind were awe-inspiring grandeur. He was astonished, for throughout his journey, he had encountered many cities, all in a state of disrepair. None were unscathed. This city, however, was far more magnificent than any he had seen in other continents. A truly rare find. Without needing to speculate, Su Chen surmised the reason. If all went as expected, this city surely harbored a top-tier force, and under their absolute suppression, no one dared disturb the peace, allowing the city to remain intact. With a smile, Su Chen wasted no time and proceeded toward the city. On the city walls hung a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, seemingly forged from blood: Shur City. A palpable aura of slaughter wafted from the city, evoking a strong sense of oppression. Numerous martial artists came and went, yet Su Chen remained undeterred. However, entering Shur City required the payment of a divine crystal. While a single divine crystal was not a significant cost, the daily influx of visitors to Shur City amounted to a considerable sum. After paying the toll, Su Chen entered. The city's prosperity far surpassed his expectations. Since ascending to the divine realm, he had never witnessed such a flourishing metropolis. First, he needed to gather information regarding Shur City. That was paramount. Finding a random man, Su Chen inquired, "Brother, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Get lost. I'm not in the mood today. Don't bother me." With a swift motion, Su Chen delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. Had he not tempered his strength, the man likely would have met his demise. Trembling in shock, the man had not anticipated that his interlocutor was a god emperor. He quickly approached, covering his face, his demeanor turning a complete 180 degrees. "Senior, what would you like to ask? I assure you, I will divulge everything I know." "Impertinence. What is the most powerful force in Shur City?" "The Shur clan," the man replied. "Tell me more about the Shur clan." Upon hearing this, the man realized that Su Chen was a newcomer to Shur City. Otherwise, he would not pose such a naive question. "Respectfully, Senior, the Shur clan is incredibly powerful. They rank among the top 10 superpowers in the entire continent of chaos." Listening to the man's exaggerated praise of the Shur clan, Su Chen understood well what it meant for a force to rank among the top 10 in the continent. "You may leave now." "Thank you, Senior." Shur clan. Demonic infant. Do you know of the Shur clan? The demonic infant, no larger than a palm, perched upon Su Chen's shoulder, crossed its legs and replied, "Young master, I am not well acquainted with the continent of chaos. I only lingered there for a few days due to certain circumstances. However, to rank among the top 10, the Shur clan's strength must be formidable. It likely possesses peak golden tier god emperors. Peak Golden Tier God Emperors, the most powerful beings beneath the Lord God level. A sect with such superlative beings can indeed look down upon the continent of chaos. Young master, you must exercise caution. There are many Lord God Emperors in the continent of chaos. I once encountered a Lord God Emperor who appeared to be an ordinary person but was, in truth, a Lord God Emperor. Nodding, Chen comprehended the demonic infant's warning. Lord God Emperors concealed their auras, making them undetectable to outsiders. He recalled his prior encounter with Lie Kongji. Had he not recognized Lie Kongji, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that he was a Lord God Emperor. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. After all, Lord God Emperors were not common commodities. One could not simply find them in abundance. The probability of encountering a Lord God Emperor was far slimmer than winning the lottery. Reflecting on Lie Kongji, Chen sensed something was amiss. Had it not been for the life water droplet, he doubted Lie Kongji would have sought him out. Yet, for the sake of the life water droplet, Lie Kongji could not have vanished without a trace. Chapter 707. Now I require your apology and compensation. In Shur City, Xiaopeng and Xiaomei arrived, surprised to find their master present. Boss, we have sensed that there are valuable treasures within this city. Would you like me to retrieve them for you? Were it any other city, Chen would have readily instructed Xiaopeng to locate the treasures. However, in Shur City, given the information he possessed regarding the ruling force, the Shur clan, which was protected by peak Golden Tier God Emperors, he realized that relying solely on the divine beast diagram would not suffice to subdue the Shur clan without incurring significant losses. There is no necessity to sacrifice the beasts within the divine beast map in the pursuit of treasure. Since one has obtained the divine beast map, all the creatures within it rightfully belong to him, unless faced with an irreversible peril. In such cases, efforts should be made to avoid loss wherever possible. First, assist me in pinpointing the exact location, and remember, do not take action. Very well. The figures of Xiaopeng and Xiaomei vanished once more. Calculating the time, it was once again the moment for the instant kill. Chen promptly located an inn, checked in, and began to set up a formation within his room. With his deepening understanding of the 13 chapters of formations, Chen's expertise was growing ever stronger. A divine crystal appeared in his hand, awaiting the system's instant kill. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has arrived, commencing random instant kill now. At that moment, the system's voice echoed coldly in his mind. Devoid of any emotion, Chen was filled with anticipation, curious about what item he might acquire this time. Item, Supreme Heavy Eye. Price, 1 Divine Crystal. Item description, Supreme Heavy Eye, an evolved version of the Heavy Eye, possessing a power even more terrifying than its predecessor. Time limit, 1 minute for purchase. Hearing the system's instant kill item, Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart brimming with joy. He was well aware of what the evolved version of the Heavy Eye entailed. The evolved Heavy Eye was undeniably more formidable than the original. Chen had already comprehended the might of the Heavy Eye, and now acquiring its evolved form signified something profound. He immediately proceeded with the instant kill. As the divine crystal disappeared from his grasp, the Heavy Eye began its evolution. This instant kill item was indeed remarkable. The Supreme Heavy Eye, an evolved version of the Heavy Eye, possessed a power more dreadful than its predecessor. Just then, Chen's gaze sharpened. Xiaopeng and Xiaomei were in peril. While Xiaopeng and Xiaomei were undeniably powerful, they were not omnipotent. Even if the two formidable beasts joined forces, they could not possibly devour the War God Emperor beasts and warriors, that much was certain. If confronted by the onslaught of the War God Emperor warriors and beasts, Xiaopeng and Xiaomei would find themselves in grave trouble. The instant kill was successful. Chen swiftly departed the inn, hastening towards the direction he sensed. The deepest part of Shur City was a forbidden zone, a place where no one was permitted to tread. The reason for this prohibition lay in the fact that the core of the Shur clan was situated there. The Shur clan was undoubtedly the sovereign of Shur City, and even amongst the entire chaotic grave continent, their overall strength could rank within the top 10. One could only imagine the extent of the Shur clan's terrifying prowess. Before the Shur clan, dozens of war god emperors were besieging Xiaopeng and Xiaomei. The clan leader, Shur, stood outside, observing the encirclement with great astonishment. For he could sense that the two beasts' realms were not particularly high, yet they had not succumbed under the joint assault of dozens of war god emperor warriors. Something was amiss with these two beasts. Shur's expression remained devoid of any fluctuations, regardless of who they were. Those daring to act recklessly in the Shur clan must be subdued. Were it any other beasts or warriors, he would undoubtedly have dispatched top-tier war god emperors to annihilate the two beasts. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had resolved to merely subdue them rather than annihilate them, with the aim of taming the two beasts. At that moment, Chen's figure appeared abruptly, Witnessing Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei under siege, he immediately unleashed the Supreme Heavy Eye and the Reincarnation Bridge. Buzz. Under the influence of the Supreme Heavy Eye, the vast and formidable force of reincarnation began to coalesce into numerous reincarnation bridges, instantly forming a dense network of 80,000 bridges. The overwhelming convergence of these two powers left the dozens of war god emperors taken aback. Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei swiftly returned, nestling into Su Chun's embrace. Without needing to inquire further, Su Chun grasped the situation. It was evident that Xiao Mei and Xiao Pang had discovered treasures within the Shur clan. The Shur clan was unlike any other. Their strength was exceedingly formidable, and Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei alone could not extract any treasures from within. Who might you be? Yi Shuro waved his hand, halting any further attacks from his subordinates. A mere divine emperor was capable of wielding such overwhelming powers and even repelling dozens of war god emperors. It was clear that this individual was quite extraordinary. Su Chun, I have yet to inquire. Yi Shura, the leader of the Shura clan, continued, might I ask what brings your two beasts to my Shura clan? He got straight to the point, without any circumlocution. The little one has a penchant for treasures, and perhaps sensed the aura of treasures within the Shura clan, desiring to seize them. I trust that clan leader you will not hold it against the two little ones. Speaking plainly, without any superfluous words. Upon hearing the young man's words, the members of the Shura clan erupted in fury. This individual was indeed audacious, daring to claim treasures within the Shura clan. Such brazen arrogance was unparalleled. Kid, do you think you are something? How dare you act recklessly in my Shura clan? Do you believe I want to slap you to death? Our Shura clan possesses innumerable treasures. What qualifications do you have to attempt to seize them? Truly, you are a fool. Various taunts and curses poured forth. Had gazes been lethal, Su Chun would have surely perished countless times. However, Yi Shuro waved his hand to quell the wrath of the crowd. He smiled, finding this individual rather amusing. The Shura clan had stood firm in the chaotic grave continent for countless years, and never had anyone dared to act so recklessly within their domain. Moreover, the opponent was merely an ordinary divine emperor. Even a war god emperor would think twice before being so brazen in the Shura clan. Do you think you can simply take our treasures? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Do you believe you can suppress the Shura clan? The might of the Shura clan was evident, not to mention the chaotic grave continent. How many would dare to act so arrogantly before the Shura clan, even in the entirety of the divine realm, excluding the master god emperors, as they were exceedingly rare and would not arbitrarily intervene in the disputes of any faction. Master god emperors possess their own dignity and would not lower themselves. I harbor no desire to be enemies with the Shura clan, but your people just besieged mine. Now, I require an apology and compensation. An apology? Compensation? The young man's words elicited laughter from the members of the Shura clan, mockery and disdain flooding forth as if they had encountered the most ludicrous statement. How dare anyone demand an apology and compensation from the Shura clan? Such a thing had never occurred before. Even a gold-tier war god emperor would not dare to act in such a manner. Truly, this was arrogance to the extreme. Finding the situation increasingly amusing, Yi Shura's expression gradually turned cold. While it was entertaining, the dignity of the Shura clan could not be compromised. Chapter 708. Rest assured, my friend, I shall not hold back. Yi Shura chuckled. Isn't your arrogance a bit excessive? Do you know where this is? An apology? Compensation? If the Shura clan were to apologize and compensate, what dignity would remain for us? What dignity would remain for me? Without any further ado, Su Chen summoned the only peak gold-tier war god emperor beast from the divine beast map, Thunderbolt Janna. As Yi Zailuo beheld the monstrous beast before him, his countenance underwent a profound transformation. He finally comprehended the source of the audacity displayed by the individual before him. It was indeed a formidable backing. A pinnacle gold-tier war god and demon beast undeniably possessed the grounds for such arrogance. In general circumstances, the prowess of demon beasts tends to slightly surpass that of martial artists of the same tier, an undeniable fact. In an instant, the previously boastful and mocking members of the Shura clan fell silent, their mouths sealed as the formidable aura emanating from the demon beast thoroughly intimidated all present. Did you intend to make an enemy of my Shura clan? Yi Zailuo's demeanor shifted. The reason was simple. Despite being a pinnacle gold-tier war god, the outcome of a skirmish with the demon beast remained uncertain. It was a gamble he could neither afford nor dare to take. Should he lose, he would not only suffer humiliation but also jeopardize the very existence of the Shura clan. It was unrealistic to expect an apology from the Shura clan, given their status and dignity. An apology, compensation, my words will not be repeated. Su Chen's arrogance and domination incited profound anger among the Shura clan. Had this been earlier, none would have regarded him as a threat. After all, he was merely an ordinary god emperor. Any high-tier god emperor or war god from the Shura clan could effortlessly annihilate him. However, the situation had drastically altered. Though he was an ordinary god emperor, he was accompanied by an exceedingly powerful demon beast. The shift in the clan leader's attitude was evident to all. The demon beast beside the youth was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was common knowledge that their leader was a pinnacle gold-tier war god. The mere fact that it instilled such trepidation in the leader indicated that this demon beast was at least a 9th-tier gold war god. If not a pinnacle gold war god, it was no wonder the leader's demeanor had transformed. Gone were the earlier mockery and disdain, replaced by a cautious respect. To slay the youth, one must first ascertain their own capabilities. Not even the clan leader could guarantee success. Mr. Su, I was merely jesting. The prior incident must have been a misunderstanding. My Shura clan is eager to befriend you. An apology can be overlooked, and compensation is certainly negotiable, even double. What say you? Upon hearing this, the members of the Shura clan felt no surprise. The world operates on the principle of strength. Might makes right. The law of survival dictates that the weak must yield to the strong. While an apology was out of the question, compensation was acceptable, provided it spared the Shura clan from disgrace. If the adversary were merely an ordinary god emperor, they would not have been taken seriously. Even if he were killed, it would have simply been a matter of course. Yet now, the circumstances were entirely different. The demon beast accompanying the opponent was too formidable, and the Shura clan, unwilling to suffer humiliation, had no choice but to compromise and offer compensation. This was their sole recourse. Very well. Su Chen had no desire to become mortal enemies with the Shura clan. He was no mindless killing machine. As long as they did not cross his boundaries or provoke him, he preferred to avoid conflict. Doubling the compensation was acceptable. You must allow the Shura clan to permit these two little ones to feed without obstruction. Of course, please proceed. Yi Xiaoluo, a seasoned player in this game of power, understood that avoiding conflict was wise, especially in the face of such formidable opposition. He was not inclined to be stingy, lest he end up losing both his reputation and his forces. Go ahead, don't hold back. Rest assured, boss, I certainly won't hold back. After this declaration, the figures of the chubby boy and the pretty girl vanished in an instant, entering the Shura clan before the eyes of the onlookers, who were left feeling helpless. Concentrating his power, Su Chen conjured a chair of void, reclining lazily upon it, entirely dismissive of the Shura clan members. Anger simmered within them. Yet they were powerless to act. The Shura clan had never endured such humiliation. If word of this incident spread, it would surely become the subject of ridicule for all. Mr. Su, I am quite eager to forge a friendship with you. I wonder if you would grant me this favor. Certainly, I too relish the idea of friendship. However, I have a peculiar trait. If you wish to befriend me earnestly, I shall reciprocate in kind. Should you attempt any tricks, rest assured that I will repay you 1,000-fold, extinguishing the Shura clan. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Shura clan felt a sense of helplessness, for he indeed possessed the means to be audacious. Of course, I, Yi Xiaoluo, am a man of my word. From this moment forth, the Shura clan shall befriend Mr. Su. A reincarnation stone appeared in Yi Xiaoluo's hand, and with a smile, he declared, as a gesture of sincerity, please accept this reincarnation stone as a token of our friendship. The stone departed his grasp and traversed the space, landing steadily in Su Chen's hand. Then I shall not be polite. The reincarnation stone was a rare treasure, particularly enticing to him. He could hardly refuse such an overture from a friend. At that moment, the chubby boy and the pretty girl reappeared, presenting Su Chen with dozens of treasures, all of exceptional quality. Su Chen showed no reservations, promptly placing all the treasures into his spatial bag. Mr. Su, I have something to discuss with you, please. Initially prepared to depart, Su Chen, upon seeing Yi Xiaoluo's smiling visage, reconsidered and followed him inside. With the formidable presence of Lie Kongji and the divine beast too, he felt no apprehension. As long as the Shura clan did not act foolishly, he was certain they would not recklessly target him. Within the Shura clan, only Su Chen and Yi Xiaoluo remained. Brother Su, since we have become friends, and my Shura clan genuinely wishes to befriend you, I hope you can assist us. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly perplexed by Yi Xiaoluo's intentions. Their acquaintance was still fresh. While they had become friends, whether they would become close friends remained uncertain. In this context, Yi Xiaoluo's direct request for assistance felt somewhat absurd. Brother Su, do not misunderstand. Even if you refuse, I shall not press the matter further. However, this predicament could plunge my Shura clan into an irreversible abyss. Chapter 709, The Transfer Array. Pray, elaborate. The distinction between friendship with Yi Xiaoluo and the matter at hand was clear. Whether to intervene depended on his own interests. If there were no benefits to be gained, he certainly would not act as a fool. How much do you know about the burial chaos continent? Virtually nothing, he replied candidly. I have only just arrived in the burial chaos continent. Yi Xiaoluo nodded, expressing his frustration. The bone-devouring Soul Clan and my Shura clan are both top-tier races on the burial chaos continent. For many years, we have been mortal enemies, as our strengths are closely matched, resulting in a perpetual balance of power. Su Chen remained silent, listening intently. Just last month, the bone-devouring Soul Clan managed to invite the foremost array master of the divine realm, Huyan Kong. Huyan Kong. Upon hearing this name, Su Chen's expression shifted noticeably. He was no stranger to Huyan Kong. Years ago, within one of the forbidden zones of the celestial realm, he had acquired the array seals left by Huyan Kong, which contained the 13 chapters of array formations. So, brother, are you acquainted with Huyan Kong? Not at all. Nodding slightly, Yi Xiaoluo believed that Su Chen must have heard of Huyan Kong. Huyan Kong, the foremost formation master in the divine realm, an 8th-level golden battle god and divine emperor, possessed unparalleled expertise in formations. This time, the leader of the bone-devouring Soul Clan, Han Tiandi, has invited Huyan Kong to lend his assistance, which could spell trouble for our Shura clan. Ah, I see. Ultimately, Yi Xiaoluo was more concerned about Huyan Kong's involvement than the so-called bone-devouring Soul Clan, as the strengths of the bone-devouring Soul Clan and the Shura clan were nearly equal, leaving neither side with a distinct advantage. Leader Yi, if I may be so bold, even if the bone-devouring Soul Clan has secured Huyan Kong's assistance, he can only deploy formations for them. As long as your Shura clan does not venture into the bone-devouring Soul Clan's territory, you should be safe. This was something Su Chen found difficult to comprehend. Sighing deeply, Yi Xiaoluo expressed his helplessness. So, brother, you may not understand, but while other formation masters would not fear him, Huyan Kong is unique. It is said that he can transfer formations, shifting already established arrays from the bone-devouring Soul Clan to the Shura clan. At last, Su Chen grasped Yi Xiaoluo's concern. If what Yi Xiaoluo said were true, then the situation would indeed be precarious. Should Huyan Kong transfer the formations to the Shura clan, they would be akin to lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless within the array. Does Leader Yi believe I can contend with that? So, brother, to be frank, if the beasts by your side and I were to join forces, we might be able to reverse the tide. Su Chen remained silent, fully aware of the formidable strength of the bone-devouring Soul Clan, which also boasted a peak golden battle god and divine emperor, alongside the invitation extended to the foremost formation master, Huyan Kong. A mere acquaintance had nearly turned into a life-and-death adversary. Why would he risk his neck to assist? Unless he were utterly deranged. He understood that one must tread carefully in a world governed by the law of the jungle. So, brother, I realize it may be presumptuous to ask for your help, but I genuinely have no other recourse. However, I can offer an item of great value in exchange for your assistance. Su Chen remained reticent, curious to see what kind of treasure Yi Xiaoluo could present. If it were indeed a treasure, that would alter the equation entirely. This was not a matter of being mercenary or greedy. After all, he and Yi Xiaoluo had merely exchanged pleasantries. Whether they could forge a genuine friendship in the future was another matter entirely. Without benefits, unless he were out of his mind, he would not extend his hand. Quite bluntly, the fate of the Shura clan had no bearing on him. If Yi Xiaoluo wished for his aid, he would need to demonstrate what he could offer that would pique Su Chen's interest. Seemingly intuiting Su Chen's thoughts, Yi Xiaoluo bore no trace of anger or resentment. After all, why should another assist him? Was it merely for the sake of superficial friendship? Such notions were utterly absurd. Yi Xiaoluo produced a stone from his spatial ring, stating, "This stone, I acquired by chance long ago. It contains immense power, so formidable that even I cannot harness it." Su Chen's heart stirred. It was important to note that Yi Xiaoluo, being a peak golden battle god and divine emperor, wielded strength just below the dominion of the supreme divine emperor. If even he found the power within the stone beyond his capacity to control, it could only mean one thing. The stone likely harbored energy from a supreme divine emperor. If that were indeed the case, its value would be incalculable. "Boss, let me see that stone." Hearing the eager voice of Xiao Pang in his mind, Su Chen inquired, "Leader Yi, may I take a look at that stone?" "Of course. Please." As the stone was carefully handed over, it vanished from Yi Xiaoluo's palm, yet he paid it no mind, for he had no intention of reclaiming it once it was revealed. From the moment he obtained the stone, he sensed the faint aura emanating from it, indicating the vast power contained within. Just by absorbing the energy leaking from its surface, his cultivation speed had surged to nearly 3 times its usual pace. What a concept that was! Without needing to ask or speculate, Yi Xiaoluo knew that if no unforeseen circumstances arose, the power sealed within the stone must originate from a supreme divine emperor. Yet even he could not break the stone's seal to absorb its energy. He could only look on, akin to a famished man gazing at a pile of buns, unable to partake of even one. With no other option, He hoped that Su Chan would be willing to assist him in overcoming this calamity. Firstly, Hu Yinkong, invited by the bone-devouring soul clan and hailed as the foremost formation master in the divine realm, could not only create top-tier killing arrays, but could also transfer formations, a most perilous capability. Should Hu Yinkong shift the formations to the Shur clan, in conjunction with the bone-devouring soul clan's might, they would undoubtedly obliterate the entire Shur clan, leaving no room for alternatives. Secondly, he understood that even if Su Chan were willing to intervene, the Shur clan, with its two-peak golden battle god divine emperors, still lacked absolute certainty in withstanding such an onslaught. Yet, without attempting, they could not know for sure, and the option of surrendering was not one they could entertain. It was precisely for these reasons that Yishio Luo gritted his teeth and produced the stone, for ordinary treasures would surely not entice Su Chan, especially in the face of the bone-devouring soul clan and Hu Yinkong. If the Shur clan and he were to fall, what use would the stone be? It would be of no value, and he would rather part with it now than allow it to fall into the hands of the bone-devouring soul clan. Such a grave misstep was one he would not easily commit. Boss, the power contained within this stone does not belong to our realm. Su Chan was taken aback by Xiao Pang's voice in his mind. He understood, of course, the divine realm was a higher-level plane, and many other realms of similar stature existed. The emergence of powers from other realms within the divine realm suggested that there were indeed warriors from those realms as well. It matters not. Is it of use to you? Su Chan grasped Xiao Pang's implication. Boss, it is immensely useful. If the two of us were to absorb this stone, I believe our cultivation speed could increase 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, though the refinement process might be somewhat challenging. Understanding. Su Chan quickly comprehended Xiao Pang's desire for the stone. Deal. Upon hearing Su Chan's affirmative response, Yishio Luo was elated, saying, "So, brother, then will you stay here?" Certainly. The bone-devouring soul clan possessed a peak golden battle god divine emperor, nearly matching the strength of the Shur clan. In the rear peaks, within a forbidden zone, the leader of the bone-devouring soul clan, Han Tiandi, presented himself in a scholarly guise, exuding an air of gentility and elegance, clad in flowing white robes. His every gesture infused with an authoritative majesty. Beside him stood a rotund figure, whose large head was adorned with a pair of beady eyes, a somewhat flattened nose, and a mouth marked by a distinctive curve at the corners. Brother Hu Yen, how much longer will it take to complete the formation? The Soul Emperor, feeling a sense of impatience, was acutely aware that inviting Hu Yinkong required considerable effort. Obliterating the Azura clan was an opportunity that could not be missed. The corpulent individual was none other than Hu Yinkong, the foremost formation master of the divine realm and an 8th-level golden battle god emperor. In the divine realm, aside from the supreme god emperor, very few dared to provoke Hu Yinkong. Firstly, Hu Yinkong's own formidable strength, as an 8th-level golden battle god emperor, was sufficient to command respect throughout the divine realm. Secondly, as the premier formation master, the formations he crafted could ensnare even the pinnacle golden battle god emperors, making escape nearly impossible. Most importantly, Hu Yinkong's mastery of formations had transcended the conventional boundaries, enabling him to shift already established formations. This was precisely why the Soul Emperor was willing to spare no expense to enlist Hu Yinkong's aid. After all, inviting other formation masters would be futile. Even if a formation were laid within the bone-eating soul clan, it would serve no purpose unless the Azura clan dared to tread upon that ground. Currently, Hu Yinkong was engaged in setting up a top-tier killing formation. Once completed, it could be shifted to manifest upon the Azura clan, ensuring their annihilation. Hu Yinkong shook his head and replied, "Pinnacle golden battle god emperors are exceedingly close to the supreme god emperor. Although I once managed to slay a pinnacle golden battle god emperor, that individual was gravely injured at the time. Therefore, to eliminate Yishio Luo, we must ensure absolute certainty. I understand. If we strike, it must be a decisive blow. We cannot afford to grant the Azura clan any opportunity for resurgence," the Soul Emperor affirmed. Hu Yinkong continued, "For many years, I have been researching a killing formation. Once it is complete, I assure you it will enable the successful elimination of any pinnacle golden battle god emperor. Research? So it is still under development." The Soul Emperor, feeling somewhat disheartened, dared not voice his frustrations. For Hu Yinkong had already expressed his intent to assist the bone-eating soul clan in their mission to eradicate Yishio Luo and deny the Azura clan any chance of revival. However, the distinction between research and practical implementation was significant. Sensing the Soul Emperor's inner thoughts, Hu Yinkong smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, clan leader. I have dedicated many years to this killing formation and am merely a step away from completion. I am confident it will be ready in no less than 10 days and no more than 20. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Brother Hu Yan." The Soul Emperor responded, his mood lifting significantly. Whether it took 10 or 20 days mattered little to him. He was willing to allow the Azura clan to linger a bit longer. In the Azura city, Su Chen was assigned to the most secluded courtyard of the Azura clan for his training, as Yishio Luo remained unaware of when the bone-eating soul clan would strike. Fleeing was out of the question. Instead, Su Chen lay on a stone chair, deep in thought. He was acutely aware of Hu Yinkong's extraordinary mastery over formations. Once Hu Yinkong devised a top-tier killing formation and shifted it to the Azura clan, even Yishio Luo, bolstered by Thunder Naga, would struggle to withstand it. The likelihood of successfully breaching the formation was almost negligible. Initially, Su Chen was reluctant to involve himself, as the fate of the Azura clan bore no significance to him. The notion of friendship was a mere facade. If mere words constituted friendship, then all of humanity would be friends. True friendship required genuine connection, such as that which he shared with brother Zhanba. Though their encounter had been brief, he felt a unique bond with Zhanba, who always responded to his summons. Would the Supreme God Emperor, perched high above, descend to offer assistance without ulterior motives? Yet, the stone Yishio Luo had procured was something little fatty desperately needed, capable of exponentially accelerating his growth, by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Su Chen understood the implications of this need. Would little fatty not accept the terms? Su Chen believed that even with the divine beast chart and his status as a formation master, he had no chance of withstanding Hu Yinkong's top-tier killing formation. Nevertheless, he felt neither trepidation nor hesitation. Presently, he possessed 3 god-bearing talismans, any one of which could effortlessly annihilate any warrior, including a supreme god emperor. Should Hu Yinkong and the Soul Emperor truly come for him, in a dire situation, he would not hesitate to unleash a god-bearing talisman against either Hu Yinkong or the Soul Emperor. The value of exchanging a god-bearing talisman for a stone was undeniably favorable to Su Chen, especially since little fatty urgently needed to absorb that stone. Thus, he deemed the exchange worthwhile and chose not to dwell further on it. Chapter 711. Trapped his daughter Bang. Upon hearing a knock at the door, the demon infant rose to open it and was met by a woman standing outside. "Whom do you seek?" she inquired, clad in flowing red garments. Her stunning visage resembled an ice mountain, characterized by sharply defined features and a statuesque figure that even the demon infant found mesmerizing. "I seek Su Chen. Please come in." As the red-clad woman stepped inside and stood before him, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, undoubtedly surpassing Blood Princess, and rivaling even Lan Daier in allure, standing nearly on equal footing. "Who are you?" Su Chen asked, though he could surmise her identity. The red-clad woman's ability to enter his residence without hindrance, coupled with her resemblance to Yishio Luo, left little doubt regarding her origins. "I am Yi Miao Miao, daughter of Yishio Luo." Yi Miao Miao? That name sounds familiar. The beauty list. Upon hearing her name, Su Chen immediately recalled Yi Miao Miao, ranked 12th on the beauty list, which bore no further information save for her name. If it were merely the name Yi Miao Miao, he might not have made the connection, as there were countless individuals sharing that name throughout the divine realm. However, with such beauty accompanying the name, only someone on the beauty list could possess such attributes. Not wishing to waste time, Su Chen cut straight to the point. "You are ranked 12th on the beauty list?" Indeed. A flicker of joy filled Su Chen's heart. He had not actively sought out anyone from the beauty list, as the 100 listed were scattered across the divine realm, making such a quest exceedingly time-consuming. Stumbling upon one was fortuitous, considering the arduous nature of the task. Who could have anticipated that after extensive searching, he would find Yishio Luo's daughter, the very same Yi Miao Miao ranked 12th on the beauty list? "Do you have business with me?" Yi Miao Miao nodded, her frosty, exquisite features devoid of any emotional fluctuation as she spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "My father has sent me to seduce you and become your wife." Goodness, how direct. Not only Su Chen, but even the demon infant standing beside him was taken aback by Yi Miao Miao's boldness, realizing that this woman possessed quite the character. Su Chen instantly comprehended Yishio Luo's intentions. Firstly, the transaction between myself and Yizhou is, in essence, a mere bargain, for we are scarcely even friends. Should the Bone Devourer clan descend upon us and I choose not to lend my aid, I can retract my agreement without hesitation, confident that Yizhou will bear not the slightest ire. Furthermore, possessing the Thunder Naga, my innate talent is unmistakable. Yizhou aspires to become my father-in-law, wishing for me to join the Shur clan. Such a scheme is quite audacious, indeed. As for my feelings towards you, I harbor none. I shall not develop affections for you, and I, Yi Miao Miao, certainly will not entertain feelings for anyone else. Thus, I shall not entice you. However, for the sake of the Shura clan, should you wish to wed me, defeat the Bone Devourer clan, and I, Yi Miao Miao, shall marry you. Words spoken are promises kept. This was stated with utmost candor and bluntness, and Su Chen held a deep appreciation for such straightforwardness, finding it far superior to the complexities often exhibited by many women. Yet, Su Chen shook his head and replied, I do not require your hand in marriage. However, I can assist you in dealing with the bone devourers. Provided you agree to one condition. Speak. I shall help you slay the Soul Emperor, including Huyan Kong. Once we have resolved the threat posed by the bone devourers, you need only sign a made contract with me. What say you? A made contract? Such a contract exists? Yi Miao Miao was well aware that unfamiliarity does not equate to non-existence, given the myriad peculiar races and warriors inhabiting the divine realm. Yet, from the very wording, she grasped the general implication. Her countenance grew increasingly frigid, as the 12th ranked beauty, with the Shura clan backing her, to submit and become this man's maid? Did he truly believe such a thing possible? Whether it is possible depends on you. I shall not coerce you. However, should you decline, the annihilation of the Shura clan will bear no consequence for me. You and my father have already reached an agreement. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Chen interjected before Yi Miao Miao could finish her thought. My agreement with your father merely entails my assistance. However, my abilities are limited, and whether I can truly aid you remains to be seen. But should you consent to sign the made contract, my accompanying beasts will be at your disposal, guaranteeing the complete eradication of the Soul Emperor. Surely, this arrangement will not leave you or the Shura clan at a disadvantage. Ponder it carefully. Shameless. Yi Miao Miao cursed inwardly, fully cognizant of Su Chen's intentions. It was precisely because she understood that her anger surged. His actions were nothing short of taking advantage of a dire situation, using the Shura clan as leverage against her. Yet, what perplexed her was that she had already pledged to marry him should he assist the Shura clan in overcoming their crisis and slay the Soul Emperor. Given her standing on the beauty rankings, she believed that anyone would be fortunate to have her as a bride. Yet this man not only refused her, but also demanded she sign some ridiculous maid contract, reducing herself to his servant. A maid contract? Indeed, it is merely a contract. I shall not restrict your freedom. Aside from my commands, you shall not be compelled to obey anything else. At this moment, Yi Miao Miao regretted approaching Su Chen at her father's behest. Now, after drawing near, she found herself cornered into signing a maid contract. Would she truly stand idly by while the Shura clan faced destruction? She had heard of Huyan Kong's formidable reputation as the premier formation master in the divine realm. His mastery over formations was unparalleled, capable of transferring them directly into the Shura clan's territory. The ramifications of such formations would be exceedingly detrimental to the Shura clan. Very well, I shall acquiesce. If you can slay the Soul Emperor, I will sign the maid contract with you. Once spoken, promises are binding. Watching Yi Miao Miao depart, Su Chen could not help but chuckle. Yizhou was indeed one to ensnare his own daughter. Most ensnare their fathers, yet he ensnared his own child. The transaction between him and Yizhou had initially been straightforward, and he was a man of his word. Having made a promise, he would certainly fulfill it, even preparing to employ the god-slaying talisman to obliterate the Soul Emperor. To Su Chen, exchanging a stone for a god-slaying talisman was undeniably worthwhile. Who could have anticipated that Yi Miao Miao would present herself so willingly? He understood Yi Zailuo's intentions, yet it was likely that Yi Zailuo remained oblivious to his task assigned by the system, to subdue all ranked beauties and have them sign made contracts. He comprehended Yi Zailuo's design, but it was beyond Yi Zailuo's imagination that his very actions would ensnare his daughter. Young master, I have heard of Huyan Kong. Even the Demon Emperor sought to recruit him, but could not locate him. The Demon Emperor once remarked that Huyan Kong's mastery of formations is unparalleled throughout history. If he were to break through to the status of a high god emperor, he would undoubtedly surpass all. Nodding, Su Chen grasped the implications behind the Demon Emperor's words. Huyan Kong's recognition as the foremost formation master spoke volumes. Young master, Huyan Kong's path diverges from ours. Typically, any warrior aspiring to ascend to the high god emperor status must condense their divine essence through martial means, whereas Huyan Kong can traverse the path of formations, condensing his divine essence through formations, thus facilitating his ascent to the high god emperor with greater ease. Speak plainly. Su Chen understood the insinuation concealed within the words. After some contemplation, the demon infant finally stated, Young master, forgive my candor, but if we are to intervene, we must eradicate the root of the problem. Huyan Kong must be slain. Otherwise, should we allow him to escape or encounter unforeseen circumstances, and he breaks through to the high god emperor, we would face significant troubles. Huyan Kong, now rumored to be at the 8th level of the golden battle god emperor rank, was shrouded in mystery. His true level remained unknown, and he may have even reached the 9th level or perhaps attained the pinnacle of the golden battle god emperor rank. Who could tell? If Xianxiankong were to condense his divine essence through formations and ascend to the high god emperor realm, it would indeed pose a grave threat. For formations are exceedingly formidable, capable of overcoming foes of superior strength, even allowing one to contend against many. The fact that even the demon emperor sought to recruit him was telling. Chen had contemplated this matter extensively. Though he possessed 3 god-slaying talismans, he could not afford to use 2. In his estimation, exchanging 1 god-slaying talisman for a single stone was the utmost limit. To utilize 2 for a solitary stone would be utterly imprudent. Moreover, the god-slaying talisman had its constraints. Each could only slay 1 individual. Faced with both the Soul Emperor and Xianxiankong, which of the 2 should he eliminate? After much deliberation, Chen ultimately resolved to slay Xianxiankong. Once Xianxiankong was dealt with, and with the combined might of the Thunder Naga and Yi Zelo, he believed the probability of defeating the Soul Emperor would be exceedingly high. Yi Zelo remained oblivious to the agreement between his daughter and Chen in his mind. His daughter had been single for many years and ranked 12th on the beauty list, maintaining a low profile that many were unaware of. He held Chen in high regard, recognizing not only the peak golden battle god emperor beasts at Chen's side, but also perceiving that Chen's talent and strength were formidable, undoubtedly surpassing his peers. Most critically, Yi Zelo speculated about Chen's identity. Discerning the presence of a peak golden battle god emperor beast as protection, could he possibly be backed by a high god emperor? He contemplated taking the risk. Chapter 7:12. The god of death formation condenses, slaughter spreads across the Shur realm. The bone-devouring soul clan. Xianxiankong's hands continuously formed intricate seals, transmitting a series of formation imprints into the array before him. A roaring howl echoed throughout the void, as endless slaughter enveloped the cloud-covered expanse. The tumultuous howls surging like a tempest, seemingly threatening to rend the very heavens asunder. Formation, coalesce. With a resounding cry from Xianxiankong, the array began to crystallize, and the previously roaring slaughter vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha, I, Xianxiankong, have arranged the foremost killing formation of the divine realm. In the name of the god of death, I shall solidify this array, thus it is to be known as the god of death formation. Xianxiankong was elated, unable to contain the boundless excitement surging within him. His cultivation had already ascended from the 8th tier golden battle god emperor realm to the 9th tier. And with the establishment of the god of death formation, he directly broke through to the peak golden battle god emperor, merely a step away from the divine lord emperor. Congratulations, brother Huiyan, on your triumphant ascent. The suddenly appearing soul emperor regarded Xianxiankong, now successfully at the peak golden battle god emperor, and having consolidated the god of death formation, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that this formation could undoubtedly annihilate the Shur clan. After all, Xianxiankong could manipulate the formation, directly descending the god of death formation upon the Shur clan, sealing their fates. The sorrow, however, arose from the realization that with Xianxiankong's successful consolidation of the god of death formation and his own cultivation breakthrough, one must ponder, from this moment forth, who in the entire divine realm, aside from the divine Lord Emperor, could stand as Xianxiankong's equal. He was undeniably the foremost individual beneath the divine Lord Emperor, and with the aid of the formation, he could easily sweep away any adversary. To provoke him was neither wise nor permissible. Nodding in satisfaction, Xianxiankong suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, stating, "The god of death formation is a masterwork of the 13 volumes of formations. Once established, not to mention ordinary warriors, even a typical divine Lord Emperor caught within the formation would have an exceedingly slim chance of survival." What? Upon hearing Xianxiankong's words, the Soul Emperor was left utterly stunned. He harbored no doubts. If Xianxiankong claimed it could be done, then it certainly could, as the potency of the formation was undeniable. Yet, the notion that the god of death formation could slay even ordinary divine Lord Emperors left the Soul Emperor profoundly shaken. A divine Lord Emperor, even the weakest among them, stood as a paragon of supremacy within the divine realm, rendering any warrior before them akin to mere ants, including peak golden battle god emperors. A bitter realization washed over him. Xianxiankong was indeed an unparalleled figure. Should such an individual ascend to the rank of divine Lord Emperor, he would swiftly become the pinnacle of the entire divine realm. A premier powerhouse even among the ranks of divine Lord Emperors. Such a person was not to be trifled with. The prospect was terrifying. Clan leader of the Soul Clan. I require one more day to refine the formation. By tomorrow morning, we shall set forth to the Shur clan. Very well, brother Huiyan, please proceed. With that, the Soul Emperor's figure vanished in an instant. Following Xianxiankong's successful breakthrough to the peak golden battle god emperor and the establishment of the god of death formation, capable of slaying divine Lord Emperors, the Soul Emperor's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, now imbued with a hint of reverence. This was the most direct consequence of strength. Xianxiaaudiobooks had successfully completed the arrangement of the formation, though minor imperfections remained that necessitated a day's time for refinement. Furthermore, relocating such a formidable formation was no simple task. In Shur city, the other inhabitants were entirely oblivious to the impending arrival of the bone-devouring soul clan, while the Shur clan had been preparing for quite some time. At this moment, Su Chun received a notification from the system. Ding. The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has arrived, commencing random instant kill now. The system's voice echoed in his mind. It was the day he had eagerly anticipated. The last instant kill had yielded the peerless Heavy Eye, an evolved version of the Heavy Eye, and he was curious about what extraordinary item he might acquire this time. Item: Palm of the Firmament. Price: 1 divine crystal. Item description: the Palm of the Firmament. An unparalleled martial art. Possesses the power of the firmament. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. Martial arts? Su Chun was somewhat astonished to find that the item available for instant kill was a martial art, as such offerings had been rather scarce since he acquired the system. He promptly executed the instant kill, achieving success in an instant. As the divine crystal in his possession vanished, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, detailing the palm of the firmament he had just acquired. The martial art fused seamlessly, requiring no training whatsoever. In his moment of enlightenment, Su Chun was left agape, for he discovered that the level of the palm of the firmament far surpassed that of the annihilation palm, categorizing it as an absolute top-tier martial art, a true treasure. As he calculated the time, noting that Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Soul Emperor had yet to arrive, he pondered whether he would be left waiting indefinitely. How tedious. Should he send Yi Zilo to the bone-devouring soul clan to hasten their arrival? If Yi Zilo were to overhear such thoughts, he would undoubtedly be left aghast. If it were merely the bone-devouring soul clan, the Shur clan would certainly not feel intimidated. However, the situation had drastically changed. The bone-devouring soul clan had enlisted the foremost formation master of the divine realm, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who could manipulate the formation. This was what Yi Zilo feared most. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to offering stones in trade, inviting Su Chun to remain and assist the Shur clan in countering the bone-devouring soul clan. Yi Zilo harbored a profound dread of Xianxiaaudiobooks, just as Su Chun prepared to engage in cultivation. Aiming to break through the limits of the cataclysmic God Emperor and reach the realm-breaking God Emperor, the world around him erupted with a cacophony of thunderous roars, as if countless beasts were attempting to rend the skies apart. The heavy clouds pressed down relentlessly, suffocating all beneath their weight. In an instant, the entirety of Shur city was engulfed in a terrifying aura of slaughter, leaving its inhabitants bewildered and fearful, desperate to flee, yet finding it impossible. The air was filled with a chorus of curses, howls, and gasps of astonishment, a tumult of sounds cascading throughout the city, including the Shur clan itself, which was in a state of panic. The Shur clan members understood all too well that the bone-devouring soul clan had arrived, and that the formation laid down by Xianxiaaudiobooks had been successfully transferred to their realm. Previously, there had been speculation as to whether Xianxiaaudiobooks could accomplish this feat. Now, in the face of such overwhelming slaughter, there was no room for doubt. The figure of the Shur clan leader, Yi Zilo, materialized. His gaze fixed upon the swirling carnage above, akin to a tsunami threatening to engulf all. His countenance darkened to an extreme. Brother Su, please come forth. I am here. Su Chun appeared beside Yi Zilo like a wraith. Chapter 713. You may call me Father Soul or Father Huyan, whichever you prefer. It was evident to all that the bone-devouring soul clan had launched their assault, and that the God of Death formation consolidated by Xianxiaaudiobooks had been successfully deployed over the Shur clan. Yi Zilo's expression was grim beyond measure, reflecting his deep concern. He harbored no fear of the bone-devouring soul clan, for his strength was nearly equal to that of the Soul Emperor, and their prolonged conflict had never yielded a decisive victor. However, the circumstances have undergone a profound transformation. The Bone Eater clan has unexpectedly summoned the foremost formation master of the divine realm, establishing an unparalleled array, which is precisely what instills trepidation in Yi Zilo. Brother Su, summon your monstrous beast. We must act without delay. Yet, Su Chun merely shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, I shall assist you in dealing with Xianxiaaudiobooks. You? The astonishment was palpable. Yi Zilo was acutely aware of Su Chen's capabilities. Realizing he could not possibly contend with Xianxiaaudiobooks, his alliance with Su Chun was predicated upon the formidable golden grade battle deity beast that accompanied him. Now, with Su Chun refraining from summoning it, was he not leading him to ruin? Yi brother, it has been a while. I trust you are well. At that moment, two figures materialized instantaneously. The leader of the Bone Eater clan, Hun Tiandi, and the Divine Realm's premier formation master, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Hun Tiandi, what is the meaning of this? What do you think? Han Tindi chuckled, inwardly contemplating how the other parties still pretended ignorance, soon to find themselves stripped of even that pretense. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Master Hu Yin, lauded as the foremost formation master of the divine realm. Our purpose here is simply to discuss a matter with you, ye brother. Speak. It is quite straightforward. If you, ye brother, lead the Shura clan to submit to the Bone Eater clan, we shall henceforth be one family. And if I refuse, though he seethed inwardly, Yi Zai Aluo longed to rend his adversary limb from limb. However, the Shura clan was currently ensnared within a lethal formation, enveloped by a terrifying aura of slaughter. To claim he felt no fear would be a blatant falsehood. Hun Tandi smiled. Should you decline, it becomes all the more simple. We shall eradicate the Shura clan root and branch, leaving not a single soul alive. His voice intentionally resonated, echoing not just through the Shura clan, but throughout Shura city. The disciples of the Shura clan were gripped by fear, their faces betraying their dread. After all, Han Tindi's cultivation was formidable, placing him on par with the clan leader. And now he had enlisted the aid of the divine realm's foremost formation master. The situation was decidedly bleak for the Shura clan. Feigning calm, Yi Zailuo sneered, Han Tindi, do you truly believe you can annihilate my Shura clan, merely with Hu Yin Kong, to belittle oneself? The previously silent Hu Yin Kong interjected with a smirk. It appears ye clan leader does not regard me highly. Allow me to demonstrate the might of formations and see if you will continue to speak so boldly. Just as Hu Yin Kong prepared to activate the formation and unleash carnage, a resonant hum filled the air. Waves of sharp, domineering sword energy coalesced, converging from all directions to form a colossal fist, which slowly raised its middle finger. What is happening? The gesture was unmistakable. Yet the identity of the finger's bearer remained a mystery. Yi Zailuo seemed to suspect who it was and turned to Su Chen, who wore an expression of indifference, eliciting surprise from him. Yi Zailuo, are you courting death? You are Hun Tandi, the leader of the Bone Eater clan? And who might you be? Hun Tandi, having noticed Su Chen, pondered who this youth could be, given that he stood beside Yi Zailuo, whose status was undeniable. A mere ordinary divine emperor was akin to an ant in the presence of such titans. It could be asserted that even without employing formations, his prowess could extinguish an ordinary divine emperor as effortlessly as squashing an insect. You may call me Daddy Hun or Daddy Hu Yin. Either will suffice. Daddy Hun? Daddy Hu Yin? The entirety of the Shura clan was left in utter shock, gaping at the young man, particularly Yi Miao Miao. She was well aware of Su Chen's reliance on the pinnacle golden grade battle deity beast. Yet, in the face of the divine realm's foremost formation master, even the bestial companion, including her father, might prove futile. Such audacity was unconscionable. The enraged Han Tindi comprehended that this individual was brazenly taking advantage of them, and his insolence was intolerable. An insignificant ordinary divine emperor dared to be so brazen? Moreover, judging by Yi Zailuo's demeanor towards Su Chen, there seemed to be an air of equality, which astounded Han Tindi. Could this person possess a unique identity? After all, in terms of cultivation, he was pathetically weak, and the only explanation for his audacity must be an extraordinary background. Hu Yin Kong, however, derisively retorted, a mere child dares to flaunt such bravado here? Soon, I shall suppress your soul within the formation, condemning you to an eternity without rebirth. Countless sword energies began to coalesce once more, rapidly forming a gigantic character. Grass. The character, formed from sword energy, exuded an overwhelming presence, breathtaking to behold. The members of the Shura clan gazed upon the young man's figure, their admiration growing. How audacious he was to be so bold before Hun Tandi and Hu Yin Kong. Would any other dare to act thus? Not to mention an ordinary divine emperor. Even a golden grade battle deity would not be so audacious. This very audacity was enough to command respect in the divine realm. Yi Zailuo felt an increasing sense of astonishment. Su Chen appeared to be entirely composed, which left him feeling rather unsettled. Was he merely relying on the peak golden grade battle deity beast by his side? Without Hu Yin Kong's assistance, he should be able to defeat Han Tindi effortlessly in conjunction with the beast. Yet now, the situation was evidently different. Hu Yin Kong had already initiated the suppression, and slaughter loomed over the entire Shura clan, a situation decidedly unfavorable for them. Could Su Chen possess an escape technique? Regardless, the fate of the Shura clan held no bearing on Su Chen. The so-called transaction was nothing but nonsense. If Su Chen could indeed escape unscathed, Yi Zailuo would be utterly powerless to intervene. Without further inquiries or comments, as he could not halt the unfolding events, he resolved to proceed one step at a time. Gazing at the colossal character formed by the sword energy, both Hu Yin Kong and Hun Tindi were incensed, never having anticipated that a mere divine emperor would dare provoke them, completely disregarding their authority. Chapter 714, The Arrogant One is Vanquished. This is absurd. They simply could not comprehend how such a trivial divine emperor could summon the audacity to challenge two esteemed pinnacle golden grade battle deities. One was the leader of the Bone Eater clan, the other, the divine realm's acclaimed foremost formation master, both at the pinnacle of their power. Hu Yenkong's icy gaze brimmed with a tempestuous aura of slaughter, his voice a harbinger of doom as he declared, "Brat, you shall be the first to taste my blade today." He had no intention of employing formations. To slay a mere divine emperor, without them, would preserve his dignity. Boom. Hu Yenkong and Yi Zailuo collided fiercely in midair, their violent energies dissipating amidst the chaos of slaughter. "Yi Zailuo, dare you obstruct me?" Hu Yenkong roared in furious exclamation. Yi Zailuo let out a cold snort and retorted icily, "Su Chen is my friend. If you wish to take his life, you must first defeat me." Internally, he was taken aback. It appeared that he had underestimated Hu Yenkong, whose cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the golden tier battle god emperor realm. Coupled with his identity as a formation master, Hu Yenkong's prowess was indeed formidable. However, the current circumstances were starkly unfavorable for them. Su Chen could not perish. He must not come to harm. With a heavy, disdainful snort, Hu Yenkong, thoroughly incensed, began to form seals with his hands, bellowing coldly, "Today, I shall annihilate the entire Shur clan. All must perish." His voice echoed throughout the Shur clan, causing the faces of all to drastically change. For they had learned of Hu Yenkong's identity as the foremost formation master in the divine realm. Who would dare to disregard such stature? Had the Shur clan truly provoked such a formidable existence? Was this indeed the end for them? Yi Zailuo's expression shifted instantaneously. He understood the grave implications of the formation Hu Yenkong was poised to unleash. He absolutely could not allow Hu Yenkong to activate it. Otherwise, not only would the Shur clan perish, but even he would meet his demise here. Yet, the Soul Heaven Emperor had long been prepared. As soon as he witnessed Yi Zailuo make his move, he darted away like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two pinnacle golden tier battle god emperors had commenced a frenzied duel, their strengths evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. While others quaked before Hu Yenkong, Su Chen, however, regarded him with indifference. In his hand appeared a palm-sized talisman, the very burial talisman he had previously wielded to dispatch foes in an instant. Intricately inscribed with numerous symbols and patterns, each burial talisman possessed the capacity to obliterate any martial artist, including even the divine god emperors. Under normal circumstances, Su Chen would be reluctant to employ the burial talisman without dire necessity. Yet, the situation had shifted significantly. With just the Soul Heaven Emperor present, even the addition of another pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor was of little concern. After all, with Yi Zailuo and the Thunder Naga allied, they could still withstand the onslaught. However, Hu Yenkong's unique identity was troubling. Su Chen had observed that Hu Yenkong's cultivation was nearly on par with the two of them, both being pinnacle golden tier battle god emperors, and additionally, Hu Yenkong was the foremost formation master in the divine realm, capable of redirecting formations to descend upon the Shur clan. Under the coverage of the formation, it would be impossible to suppress Hu Yenkong without resorting to the burial talisman. Could he merely stand by and watch the Shur clan face annihilation? Firstly, he had struck a bargain with Yi Zailuo. He would aid the Shur clan in resisting the bone-devouring Soul clan, in exchange for a stone from Yi Zailuo. This stone contained power that could significantly accelerate the training speed of his companion, Xiaopao. Thus, he was willing to expend a burial talisman to assist the Shur clan in subduing the bone-devouring Soul clan. Secondly, due to Yi Zailuo's daughter, Yi Miao, being ranked 12th on the beauty list, according to the task assigned to him by the system, he was compelled to subdue Yi Miao and forge a maid contract with her. Therefore, he must eliminate Hu Yenkong. Both Hu Yenkong and the Soul Heaven Emperor were pinnacle golden tier battle god emperors, and unwilling to utilize two burial talismans, he could only slay one of them. Su Chen would undoubtedly choose Hu Yenkong without hesitation, rather than the so-called Soul Heaven Emperor. The rationale was straightforward. Hu Yenkong possessed an additional identity, that of the foremost formation master in the divine realm. Once Hu Yenkong was eliminated, the deadly formation he had deployed would collapse of its own accord. With only the Soul Heaven Emperor remaining, the matter would become manageable. Yi Zailuo and the Thunder Naga, united, would have a high probability of slaying the Soul Heaven Emperor. Su Chen was utterly confident in this regard, just as Hu Yenkong was forming the array's focal points. Preparing to activate the formation for a massacre of the Shur clan, Su Chen had already hurled the burial talisman towards him with great force. What the hell is that? Observing an unknown object hurtling towards him, Hu Yenkong instinctively conjured an invisible barrier. As a pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor, the barrier he summoned could only be breached by martial artists of equivalent rank or by divine god emperors. For others, it would be a monumental challenge to penetrate. However, the burial talisman pierced through the barrier effortlessly, striking Xianxiaaudiobooks squarely in the face, akin to a fishing net ensnaring a small fish. Did the fish really stand a chance against the net? A piercing scream erupted, drawing the attention of everyone present, including the two pinnacle golden tier battle god emperors locked in a life and death struggle. What was happening? They turned to witness Xianxiaaudiobooks flailing helplessly in the void, a talisman affixed to his face, his entire being seemingly immobilized. Everyone was utterly stupefied. After all, Xianxiaaudiobooks was a bona fide pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor, and yet he was rendered powerless, an astonishing and unfathomable sight. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Soul Heaven Emperor ceased their fierce combat, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene. Brother Huyen, what has happened to you? Before Xianxiaaudiobooks could respond, his entire body erupted under the influence of the burial talisman. Bursting into a cloud of blood mist, the acrid stench of blood permeating the entirety of the Shur clan. Xianxiaaudiobooks was dead? Xianxiaaudiobooks had been annihilated? One must remember that Xianxiaaudiobooks was a pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor and the foremost formation master in the divine realm. His identity and power were undeniable. Who could have slain Xianxiaaudiobooks? Only a divine god emperor could descend and take action. The Soul Heaven Emperor was rendered utterly dumbfounded. He had initially believed that with Xianxiaaudiobooks' invitation, under the cover of the formation, he would surely obliterate the Shur clan or subjugate them. But what was the situation now? The formation had only just begun to coalesce and had yet to activate the deadly array, and the master of the formation, Xianxiaaudiobooks, had been instantaneously annihilated by a talisman flung by the youth. What in the world was happening? Chapter 7:15. You respect me a foot, I will respect you a mile. Silence reigned. The world fell into a profound stillness as all gazes were fixed on the disintegrated form of Xianxiaaudiobooks. It was as if they were witnessing a mirage. The shock was overwhelming. No one had anticipated that the illustrious Xianxiaaudiobooks, a pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor, could be dispatched in such a manner. The Soul Heaven Emperor's countenance darkened to an extreme, reflecting his turmoil. All his plans lay in disarray. Were it not for Xianxiaaudiobooks, he would have certainly felt no fear, for even if he could not eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks, at the very least, they could engage in a stalemate, as their strengths were equally matched. However, the youth beside Xianxiaaudiobooks wielded a talisman of unimaginable might, one he had never encountered before, capable of eliminating a pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor in an instant. To accept such a reality was one thing. Determining the next course of action was another. The youth's formidable presence had thoroughly intimidated the Soul Heaven Emperor. He dared not linger any longer and turned to flee, suspecting that the Shur clan had set a trap for him, deliberately leading him into their snare. Just as the Soul Heaven Emperor turned to depart, a formidable beast appeared before him. It was none other than the Thunder Naga, a pinnacle golden tier battle god emperor. What a jest! Having already utilized the burial talisman to eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks, how could he allow the Soul Heaven Emperor to escape unscathed? If he were to strike, it would be a decisive blow, ensuring the Soul Heaven Emperor's absolute demise. The solitary Thunder Naga and Xianxiaaudiobooks face an arduous task in their endeavor to vanquish the Soul Emperor. However, should they choose to unite their strengths, the likelihood of defeating the Soul Emperor would undoubtedly increase significantly. Xianxiaaudiobooks pondered whether this matter could reach a conclusion. Acknowledging the previous transgressions of the bone-devouring Soul clan, he expressed his willingness to bear the consequences. The peak golden-level war god, the Soul Emperor, found himself utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that the Shur clan would enlist the aid of a peak golden-level war god, which elucidated their newfound confidence. Had Xianxiaaudiobooks not fallen, the formations he had devised could have assuredly subdued Xianxiaaudiobooks and annihilated the Shur clan. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With Xianxiaaudiobooks' demise, the Soul Emperor's most formidable ally had been lost, and the emergence of a peak golden-level war god in the Shur clan was utterly unforeseen. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to compromise, for he understood that engaging in battle would greatly diminish his chances of survival against two formidable opponents. Xianxiaaudiobooks glanced at Su Chen, recognizing that he could not unilaterally decide their course of action. Given the historical enmity between the bone-devouring Soul clan and the Shur clan, he naturally wished for the Soul Emperor's death and the complete destruction of the bone-devouring Soul clan. However, the Shur clan's potential triumph was attributed to Su Chen. Thus, he deemed it prudent to defer to Su Chen's judgment, pledging his unwavering support regardless of the outcome. Xianxiaaudiobooks, too, found himself in a state of confusion. He had approached the alliance with Xianxiaaudiobooks out of desperation, banking on the latter's identity and power. Upon witnessing the presence of a peak golden-level war god besides Su Chen, he resolved to ally with him. Who could have predicted that Su Chen would swiftly eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks, denying him even a moment to activate his formations? The most pitiable figure was undoubtedly Xianxiaaudiobooks. As the foremost formation master, He had successfully established the long-studied god-slaying formation, enabling his cultivation to reach the peak golden-level war god realm. With unshakable confidence, he believed that, with the god-slaying formation, he could even extinguish ordinary divine emperors. Most crucially, by mastering the formation, he aimed to condense his divinity and ascend to the realm of divine emperor, positioning himself at the pinnacle of the divine realm. And yet, what was the outcome? Initially accepting the invitation from the bone-devouring Soul clan to confront the Shur clan and to test the power of the god-slaying formation, he had intended to display his prowess. Instead, he met his demise before he could even begin to flaunt his might. The lamentable Huiyan Kong had not even the opportunity to regret his choices. Had he foreseen that his visit to the Shur clan would culminate in his swift obliteration, he certainly would have thought twice before coming. Without uttering a word, Su Chun remained still as the Thunder Naga made her move. Observing her actions, Yi Zailuo refrained from further discussion. He comprehended Su Chen's intent, which aligned with his own aspirations. In an instant, the three-peak golden-level war gods engaged in a ferocious battle. In a one-on-one scenario, none could easily suppress the Soul Emperor, given his formidable strength. Yet, with the alliance of the Thunder Naga and Yi Zailuo, mere minutes passed before the Soul Emperor began to falter, retreating step by step. Regardless of his willingness to accept it, the truth was evident. If this continued, his chances of escaping alive diminished greatly. With a resounding crash, the Soul Emperor executed his blood escape technique, forcibly repelling both adversaries, vanishing without a trace. The expressions of the Thunder Naga and Yi Zailuo shifted dramatically, particularly Yi Zailuo, who felt utterly speechless. After finally seizing a rare opportunity, the Soul Emperor had managed to flee. Brother Su, shall we pursue the Soul Emperor? However, as the peak golden-level war god, the Soul Emperor's speed was unmatched. Unless one could surpass his swiftness or employ another god burial talisman, pursuing him would be futile. Wasting another god burial talisman for the sake of a single Soul Emperor was simply not justified. Su Chun was reluctant to chase, and though Yi Zailuo wished to voice his thoughts, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, the successful defeat of Huiyan Kong and the significant blow to the Soul Emperor were attributable to Su Chun, not himself. Had it not been for Su Chen's assistance, the Shur clan would have faced dire consequences. Within the Grand Hall, Yi Zailuo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su, for your timely intervention. With a wave of his hand, Su Chun replied with a smile. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. However, clan leader Yi, there remains an unresolved matter between myself and Yi Miao Miao. Miao Miao? Yi Zailuo turned to his daughter, pondering whether Su Chun had indeed taken an interest in her, perhaps even seeking to propose. Having witnessed Su Chen's prowess, and with the presence of a peak golden-level war god at his side, Yi Zailuo sincerely hoped that Su Chun would align with his daughter. The addition of Su Chun to the Shur clan would undoubtedly yield more advantages than disadvantages. He held unwavering confidence in his daughter. Ranked 12th on the beauty list, she would undoubtedly attract countless suitors if she so desired. Yi Miao Miao stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Su Chun, astonished by his overwhelming power that had obliterated Huiyan Kong with a single strike, denying him any opportunity for pretense. Furthermore, Su Chen's proximity to a peak golden-level war god, who had joined forces with her father to severely wound the Soul Emperor, underscored Su Chen's formidable identity, strength, and capabilities. She had never harbored feelings for any man, as she believed none were worthy of her, until Su Chen's arrival. His excellence was undeniable. Even her critical eye could find no flaw. She believed no woman could resist such a man. If offered the chance to marry him, she would not refuse. Yet, the outcome was not as she hoped. Su Chen had instead declined her advances, insisting on a maid contract. Regardless of belief, she understood one undeniable truth. Su Chun held no romantic interest in her. I, Yi Miao Miao, am true to my word. I am now ready to sign the maid contract. A maid contract? Wait, Miao Miao, what do you mean by a maid contract? Yi Miao Miao did not conceal the details of her agreement with Su Chun, revealing all to her father. Upon hearing this, Yi Zailuo was left utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that Su Chun would reject his daughter's request, let alone insist on a maid contract, which he fully understood the implications of. Brother Su, might I ask you for a favor? Miao Miao is young and perhaps lacks understanding. His face was etched with bitterness and helplessness. Had it been anyone else, Yi Zailuo would have acted decisively, striking down the audacity that dared to propose a maid contract with his daughter, a blatant affront to the Shur clan. Yet, given Su Chen's demonstrated strength, capable of annihilating Huiyan Kong, he understood the gravity of the situation. Yi Zailuo believed that his own power was on par with that of Huiyan Kong and the Soul Emperor. If Su Chun could effortlessly dispatch Huiyan Kong, then he could certainly do the same to him. With a deep sigh, he could only plead, lacking the confidence to adopt a more forceful stance. If others were to discover that the esteemed leader of the Azura clan would stoop to such depths, it might very well leave them agape. After all, the might of the Azura clan is well established, and Xianxiaaudiobooks is a paragon among the pinnacle golden-level war god emperors. However, Su Chun merely chuckled and shook his head, declaring, "Whether the Azura clan stands by its word, I cannot say. What I, Su Chun, declare is always binding. Yi Miao Miao has promised that if I slay Hu Yangkong and repel the Soul Emperor, thereby resolving matters with the Azura clan, she shall enter into a servant contract with me. Having accomplished this, Yi Miao Miao must uphold her end of the bargain." Before Xianxiaaudiobooks could utter a word, Su Chun continued, "My principles are quite straightforward. If you respect me, I shall reciprocate tenfold. Should you disregard me and dare to toy with my patience, then I assure you, the retribution will be 100-fold. What did Su Chen's words signify? They were nothing short of a blatant threat. Xianxiaaudiobooks, discerning the underlying implications, felt a deep reluctance to express his anger. He could only watch helplessly as his daughter was forced into a servant contract with Su Chun. Feeling a pang of regret as a father, he lamented his decision to allow his daughter to approach Su Chun, realizing he had unwittingly placed her in a precarious situation. Chapter 716, Mutual Benefits, the Soul Spring. Regret was palpable, yet the opportunity for it had vanished. He dared not intervene, fearing Su Chun might cast a talisman his way, leading to a fate akin to Hu Yangkong's, vanishing without a trace. Let us proceed. Yi Miao Miao was, of course, unwilling to sign the servant contract, but the situation had reached an impasse, leaving her with no alternatives. Rejecting Su Chun would bear consequences that neither she nor the Azura clan could withstand. She could not bear to witness the sacrifice of her clan and her father. Su Chun showed no hesitation, immediately invoking the servant contract, and within mere seconds, the agreement was sealed. Master, observing her daughter bowing respectfully, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a deep sigh. Upon signing this servant contract, I shall not impose upon your freedom. You shall remain yourself. Do you understand? Understood. Truly? Yi Miao Miao found it hard to believe, but she refrained from voicing her doubts. The deed was done, and Xianxiaaudiobooks recognized his inability to intervene. He stated, "Brother Su, now that we have severely wounded the Soul Emperor, we should capitalize on our momentum and obliterate the bone-devouring Soul Clan." "I have no interest," Su Chen replied, unwilling to involve himself. Had it not been for the stones Xianxiaaudiobooks produced, and Yi Miao Miao's signing of the servant contract, he would not have bothered to produce a talisman to swiftly eliminate Hu Yangkong. Xianxiaaudiobooks was not surprised. He understood Su Chun's nature well. He would never act without a tangible benefit. Yet, he comprehended that no one would assist others without cause unless they were kin. "Brother Su, you may be unaware, but within the bone-devouring Soul Clan lies a soul spring, rich with immense primordial energy." Oh, Su Chun's eyes gleamed. He understood the implications of the soul spring. If he could harness its power through the refining desolation vessel, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. "Let us go." Xianxiaaudiobooks, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at Su Chun but did not delay. They both had their respective needs. Su Chun sought the soul spring, while Xianxiaaudiobooks aimed to annihilate the bone-devouring Soul Clan, seeking Su Chun's assistance due to the Soul Emperor's presence. Although the Soul Emperor had been gravely injured, he was not dead. Should they encounter him, Xianxiaaudiobooks knew his strength alone would not suffice to ensure a complete victory. Only by joining forces with the peak golden-level war god Emperor Beast by Su Chun's side could they achieve absolute certainty. Without further ado, they set off for the bone-devouring Soul Clan, summoning the burial boat to expedite their journey. The bone-devouring Soul Clan remained unaware of Hu Yangkong's demise or their leader's injury. The entire clan was still in a state of tranquility. On their way to the bone-devouring Soul Clan, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Su Chun had already agreed that the Thunder Naga would assist Xianxiaaudiobooks in annihilating the entire bone-devouring Soul Clan, while the Soul Spring would belong to Su Chun. In the vast void the Thunder Naga surged ahead, with Xianxiaaudiobooks closely following. The combined might of the two peak golden-level war god emperors would be overwhelming, even against any other golden-level war god emperor warriors from the bone-devouring Soul Clan, who would undoubtedly be unable to withstand their assault. The unfortunate bone-devouring Soul Clan, completely oblivious to the unfolding events, was swiftly decimated by the two formidable golden-level war god emperors. Among them were 3 golden-level war god emperors, who were utterly incapable of resisting the combined force of the Thunder Naga and Xianxiaaudiobooks. In less than a few dozen minutes, every member of the bone-devouring Soul Clan was slaughtered, and the scene could be described with but 8 words: corpses strewn across the land, rivers of blood flowed, piles of bones accumulated like mountains, and the entire bone-devouring Soul Clan emanated a chilling stench of blood, appearing as though shrouded in a thick fog of crimson. Su Chun's figure emerged as the Thunder Naga vanished, Returning to the divine beast chart, Xianxiaaudiobooks refrained from asking questions, knowing well what mattered to inquire about and what did not. Clan leader Yi, where's the soul spring? On the journey, Chen had learned about the soul spring's value from Xianxiaaudiobooks. It turned out that the bone-devouring soul clan had discovered a soul spring here long ago. And after years of cultivation, the soul emperor had continuously trained within it, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of golden-level war god emperor. Not only that, but to ensure the soul spring's survival, the soul emperor had been pouring his primordial essence into it for many years. Follow me. Within the ancestral shrine of the bone-devouring soul clan, Xianxiaaudiobooks delivered a powerful punch, causing the entire shrine to collapse in an instant. The seal dissipating to reveal a passageway. As they traversed the passage, approximately 2 minutes later, they entered an immense cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a massive spring, bubbling with a verdant liquid. This, undoubtedly, was the soul spring of the bone-devouring soul clan. Brother Su, this is the soul spring. I will guard the entrance for you. Xianxiaaudiobooks took his position at the entrance, sitting cross-legged, saying nothing further. He was indeed a commendable individual, worthy of forging a friendship. Chen recognized Xianxiaaudiobooks' worth and considered the possibility of befriending him. For before the allure of the soul spring, to claim indifference would be disingenuous. With no hesitation, he understood what the soul spring meant for him. He believed that by cultivating within the soul spring, aided by the refining desolation vessel, he could undoubtedly surpass his own limits. As he entered the soul spring, Chen summoned the refining desolation vessel to hover above his head and began to circulate the chaotic enlightenment technique. The chaotic golden body, formed from the essence within him, materialized behind him, its vast form enveloping the entire valley. Chen could sense the sheer magnitude of power contained within the soul spring, realizing that the energy within it far exceeded his comprehension, especially considering how the soul emperor had been continuously infusing it with primordial essence over the years. It seemed the soul emperor had unwittingly prepared a wedding gown for him. Perhaps even the soul emperor himself had never anticipated this. In an instant, Chen entered a state of cultivation. As the overwhelming power of the soul spring surged within him, he commenced his training, and in a mere half an hour, he had broken through his own limits, ascending from the pinnacle of the tribulation god emperor to the breaking position god emperor. The divine emperor realm is divided into 2 primary tiers, the fundamental divine emperor realm and the sealed divine emperor realm. The fundamental divine emperor realm consists of lower divine emperor, middle divine emperor, upper divine emperor, catastrophic divine emperor, and destructive divine emperor. The sealed divine emperor realm includes sealing king divine emperor, sealing emperor divine emperor, sealing honored divine emperor, sealing sovereign divine emperor, and sealing ancestor divine emperor. As his cultivation smoothly transcended to the destructive divine emperor stage, he continued to ascend rapidly, akin to quenching one's thirst with water. Level 1 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 2 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 3 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 4 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 5 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 6 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 7 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 8 Destructive Divine Emperor. Level 9 Destructive Divine Emperor. Pinnacle Destructive Divine Emperor. He was now poised to formally challenge the sealing King Divine Emperor stage. And Chen felt an exhilarating delight. Truly, the soul spring was remarkable. However, he did not solely focus on his own cultivation. Rather, he allowed the refining wilderness vessel to voraciously absorb the energy, planning to gradually consume it later. In his current state, it was impossible for him to incessantly devour the power, as the might of the soul spring was overwhelmingly vast. With the amplification from his myriad talents and the chaotic golden body, coupled with the operation of the chaotic enlightenment technique, he encountered no bottlenecks. Swiftly breaking through from the pinnacle destructive divine emperor stage to the sealing king divine emperor stage, as if propelled by a rocket, soaring upwards. Level 1 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 2 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 3 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 4 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 5 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 6 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 7 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 8 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Level 9 Sealing King Divine Emperor. Pinnacle Sealing King Divine Emperor. Just as Chen prepared to continue his ascent towards the Sealing Emperor Divine Emperor stage, he suddenly sensed a faint ripple within the soul spring. So subtle that without the sensitivity of his chaotic golden body, he might have missed it entirely. With a sudden opening of his eyes, Chen exited the soul spring. Brother Su, what troubles you? Sensing the fluctuations in Chen's cultivation, Xianxiaaudiobooks understood the situation, feeling no trace of envy. For his own priority lay in aspiring to become a master god divine emperor. Achieving the Master God Divine Emperor stage was not merely a matter of words. It represented one of the most formidable challenges in a martial artist's journey, with countless pinnacle gold-level war god divine emperors ensnared here, unable to advance even a single step in their lifetimes. Should he enter the soul spring to cultivate, it was almost certain he would fail to break through the final bottleneck and reach the so-called Master God Divine Emperor realm. Chen's circumstances, however, were different. As an ordinary divine emperor, even if he consecutively broke through 2 major realms with adequate talent, it was entirely feasible. Yet, Chen's aspiration to rely on the soul spring to challenge the Master God Divine Emperor realm was similarly unattainable. The refining wilderness vessel continued to ravenously absorb the power of the soul spring, regardless of any underlying intricacies it might harbor. Chen's intent was straightforward: to completely devour the entirety of the soul spring. Other treasures might falter in this endeavor, but the refining wilderness vessel could undoubtedly accomplish it. He aimed to absorb all the power within the soul spring, and later, gradually assimilate and cultivate. Understanding Chen's intention with a nod, Xianxialuo refrained from further inquiries. Under the relentless consumption of the refining wilderness vessel, it took a full day and night to completely absorb all the energy from the soul spring. The soul spring was unfathomably deep, yet Chen could infer from the duration of the absorption that it was indeed profound. Yesterday, while cultivating within the soul spring, he had noticed the ripples were exceedingly concealed, seemingly sealed away by some force. Had he misinterpreted the sensation, or had his chaotic golden body misjudged? Brother Su, perhaps we should seek someone to descend and investigate? Even Xianxialuo, a pinnacle gold-level war god divine emperor, hesitated, for the soul spring was shrouded in mystery. Who could say what it concealed? Gold-level war god divine emperors were not invincible. Numerous locales in the divine realm could instill fear within them. Chen, however, shook his head and replied, "There is no need." 99 god-slaying absolute bone nails coalesced and surged deep into the soul spring. A foreboding sensation lingered within Chen, as if this soul spring was not as simple as it appeared. The vastness of the primordial spirit power contained within the soul spring was immense. He surmised that it would require the combined essence of all beings across several continents to fill it to capacity. One by one, the god-slaying absolute bone nails plunged into the soul spring, and silence enveloped the cavern. The stillness was profound, as if the very air had thickened. In the next moment, the soul spring began to boil, and the god-slaying absolute bone nails returned, vanishing into the palm of Chen. "Dare to disturb my seclusion? Today, I shall send you to hell." A chilling voice emerged from within the soul spring, enveloping the cavern in an icy aura reminiscent of the netherworld. A Master God Divine Emperor. Startled, Xianxialuo recoiled, his countenance drastically altered. He had never anticipated that the soul spring harbored a Master God Divine Emperor within its depths. A revelation that even Chen had not foreseen. Both understood the implications of a Master God Divine Emperor. They had indeed underestimated the situation, as Chen had never contemplated the presence of a Master God Divine Emperor within the soul spring, hence his reckless consumption of its power via the refining wilderness vessel. The soul spring, it turned out, was a sanctuary for a Master God Divine Emperor in seclusion. Previously, the Soul Heaven Emperor had absorbed the soul spring for cultivation, progressing gradually without consuming its entirety, thus failing to awaken the Master God Divine Emperor within. Now, however, the circumstances had changed dramatically. By utilizing the refining wilderness vessel to absorb all the power of the soul spring and deploying the 99 god-slaying absolute bone nails, he had directly roused the Master God Divine Emperor, who was meditating within. 2 jade tokens appeared in his hands, one from Zhanba and the other from Lie Kongji. Brother Zhanba was currently unable to respond due to his cultivation, while Lie Kongji had inexplicably vanished, rendering him unreachable. Under normal circumstances, Chen would not summon either lightly, but the gravity of the situation was dire. Facing a Master God Divine Emperor left him with no recourse but to summon another Master God Divine Emperor to contend with it. Now, it was a matter of luck. A dark mist gradually coalesced from the soul spring, slowly taking the shape of a figure cloaked in black attire, with a resolute visage that bore traces of softness, strikingly arched brows, and long hair cascading over his shoulders. Upon encountering the black-clad figure, Xianxialuo felt an overwhelming dread, fully aware of the nature of this being. A Master God Divine Emperor, the supreme existence within the divine realm. Before a Master God Divine Emperor, any warrior was akin to an ant. Even the pinnacle gold-level war God Divine Emperors were no exception. "You 2 ants dare to disrupt my affairs. Today, I shall ensure your eternal entrapment within the soul spring." Simultaneously, Chen swiftly shattered the 2 jade tokens, anxiously awaiting to see who would descend. The token from Brother Zhanba shattered without any response, confirming he remained absorbed in his cultivation and could not heed the summons. Now, only Lie Kongji remained. Su Chun had little hope, his mind racing with alternative escape plans. Just then, the shattered jade tablet suddenly erupted with an astonishing force, and Lie Kongji's figure materialized, his laughter echoing throughout the cave. Kid, you finally decided to summon me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Su Chun inwardly cursed, feeling somewhat fortunate. Though he had not summoned his elder brother Zhanba, he had successfully called upon Lie Kongji, providing him with a reliable ally against the formidable Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor has already descended. Standing beside Su Chun, Lie Kongji gazed at the dark-clad man before him, a hint of surprise in his demeanor. He finally understood why Su Chun had so eagerly summoned him. It was due to an irreversible predicament. The Divine Emperor was indeed a power that Su Chun could not contend with. You vanished without a trace. I thought you had perished. Lie Kongji, in high spirits, chuckled. Thanks to your gift, I have managed to break through my limits. Now it was clear to Su Chun why Lie Kongji had disappeared. He had utilized the life water droplet gifted by Su Chun to successfully transcend his own limits. While Su Chun was not well versed in the hierarchy of the Divine Emperor, he understood that there were distinctions in strength among them. Observing the Divine Emperor's sudden appearance, Yixiu Luo was not only shocked, but also incredulous. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Su Chun indeed had the backing of a Divine Emperor. Seeing Su Chun jesting with the Divine Emperor indicated a strong bond between them. Fortunately, he had chosen the right side. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the fate that awaited the Xiu Luo clan. Upon witnessing the Divine Emperor's presence within the Soul Spring, Yixiu Luo, who had previously felt despair, now sighed with relief as Su Chun summoned a Divine Emperor, finally securing his life. Only a Divine Emperor could counter another. With Yixiu Luo's current strength, he was certainly no match for the Divine Emperor. Should the dark-clad man take action, both he and Su Chun would inevitably be overwhelmed. This is a matter between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones, and we can even become friends. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Soul Burial's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that two insignificant beings could summon a Divine Emperor. He sensed that the aura emanating from this Divine Emperor was strikingly similar to his own. This implied that their strengths were nearly equal. Should a life-and-death battle ensue, he would be unable to suppress this opponent. Years ago, he had established the Soul Spring and chose to seal himself, hoping to break through his limits with its power. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking through, someone devoured the entire strength of the Soul Spring, forcibly awakening him with a treasure. Thwarting his breakthrough, an act akin to a father's murder. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate the two, ensuring they did not leave alive. Lie Kongji, however, smiled. Brother, regardless of what has transpired, let us consider it settled. He is my good friend. Can you do me this favor? Lie Kongji had no desire to provoke a Divine Emperor of equal strength. If it were anyone else, he would certainly refrain from intervening. The lives of others were of no concern to him. Yet, with Su Chun, it was different. Setting aside whether they were friends, the truth was that he was compelled to assist Su Chun primarily due to the life water droplet in his possession. Without Su Chun's droplet, he knew not how long it would take to break through his final bottleneck. Millions of years, tens of millions, or perhaps even billions. No one could tell. Consequently, Lie Kongji valued the life water droplet immensely, seeking more of them. And to achieve this, he needed to curry favor with Su Chun. Forcibly taking them was out of the question, especially considering Su Chun's backing from Zhanba. He dared not provoke Zhanba, despite having made some progress in his cultivation. Give you face? Who do you think you are? If you wish to challenge me, then I shall refine you and suppress your soul in the Soul Spring. Damn you. I won't let you off easily. Can you bite me? The two Divine Emperors turned hostile, each with their own temperament and dignity, unwilling to yield, leading them to a decisive battle for supremacy. You leave, I will handle this old pest. Then I leave it to you. Su Chun promptly took Yixiu Luo and departed, realizing that their presence would not aid in the conflict. Trying to leave? Damn it, what will you do, bite me? Lie Kongji took the initiative, charging fiercely towards Soul Burial. The clash between the two Divine Emperors was cataclysmic. With a resounding crash, the cave collapsed entirely, and the two figures emerged into the vast void. The cities under the dominion of the bone-devouring Soul Clan were enveloped in terrifying waves of energy, leaving many warriors exploding in their wake. After all, the battle between Divine Emperors was fearsome enough that even the residual forces instilled dread. What kind of powerful being can unleash such terrifying strength? We should leave quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Could it be the War God Emperor? Damn, does the War God Emperor possess such might? You overestimate him. I believe both combatants are surely above the black level of War God Emperors. You idiot. Aren't those of the black level already considered War God Emperors? Do you dare insult me? What if I do? Go to hell. You go to hell. The entire realm descended into chaos as the battle between the two divine emperors erupted, causing many to suffer unwarranted calamities, caught in the slaughter, blood staining the ground instantaneously. As Su Chun and Yishio Luo exited the cave, they did not flee but instead watched the titanic clash between the two divine emperors in the distance. Su Chun understood clearly that Lie Kongji had chosen to stay and assist him for two reasons. First, Lie Kongji was undoubtedly motivated by the life water droplet in Su Chen's possession, particularly since he had recently used it to break through his own limits. Second, Lie Kongji sensed the aura of the dark-clad man, believing their strengths to be comparable. Had the dark-clad man's power exceeded that of Lie Kongji, would he have remained? Regardless, with Lie Kongji's assistance, Su Chun had finally managed to free himself from the dark-clad man's oppression. Chapter 718, Epiphany of the Reincarnation Clone. Su Chun was also feeling quite vexed. He had already resolved that if he could not summon Elder Brother Zhan Ba and Lie Kongji this time, he would have to resort to using the god burial talismans he possessed. However, there were only 3 god burial talismans in total, and having previously used one to eliminate Hu Yenkong, he was left with only 2. To deploy another talisman against the Divine Emperor within the Soul Spring would be an unworthy endeavor for Su Chun. Were he to possess an infinite number of god burial talismans, he could easily dispatch one after another without a second thought. Yet the situation was entirely different now. Relying solely on the 2 funeral talismans at hand, it is utterly implausible to continue achieving instant kills indefinitely. The number of supreme deities in the divine realm is simply overwhelming. Brother Yi, it would be prudent for you to withdraw for the time being. And you? I am unscathed, please proceed. Then I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. Yishio Luo was acutely aware that his continued presence served no purpose. In the face of the mortal combat between the 2 supreme deities, he lacked even the qualification to intervene, and remaining would only exacerbate the situation. As the 2 supreme deities engaged in a ferocious battle, the very heavens and earth began to convulse. Countless spatial rifts tore open, and spatial collapses ensued, voraciously devouring the entire realm. The unfortunate warriors caught in the chaos could only resignedly accept their fate. This battle was undeniably cataclysmic. Su Chun did not depart. Regardless of the reasons behind Lie Kongji's assistance, he had come here to aid him, and abandoning now would seem rather unjustifiable. Observing the tumultuous clash between the 2 supreme deities, Su Chun gradually entered a unique state of cultivation, one that even he could not fully comprehend. His invincible avatars began to proliferate. The first invincible avatar coalesced. The second invincible avatar materialized. The third invincible avatar took form. The fourth invincible avatar emerged. The fifth invincible avatar was birthed. The sixth invincible avatar coalesced. The seventh invincible avatar came into being. The eighth invincible avatar formed. The ninth invincible avatar appeared. The 10th invincible avatar was created. The 11th invincible avatar materialized. With the prior invincible avatar Su Chun had summoned, he now possessed a total of 12 invincible avatars. All 12 avatars seamlessly merged into a state of enlightenment, each commencing the practice of the secret art of silence cataclysm. To cultivate the secret art of silence cataclysm, it necessitates a minimum of 5 individuals who share a profound connection to achieve success. The previously brothers, being septuplets, had cultivated together for many years before finally succeeding. However, the 12 invincible avatars Su Chun had spawned possessed a distinct advantage over mere siblings, as the avatars bore no differences whatsoever, each identical in essence, appearance, and intent. In this context, the cultivation of the secret art of silence cataclysm would undoubtedly yield exponential results. Most significantly, Su Chun had successfully entered a state of enlightenment, making the cultivation of the secret art of silence cataclysm considerably easier, while others would be paralyzed by fear at the sight of the supreme deities clashing. Fleeing for their lives, Su Chun remained undaunted, effortlessly entering a state of enlightenment amidst the tumultuous battle. This exemplified the direct effects of his immense talent enhancement and the layering of his chaotic physique. He was confident that this enlightenment would alleviate many of his future troubles. The thought of succeeding in the cultivation ignited a thrilling excitement within him. Time swiftly passed. Neither of the 2 supreme deities could gain the upper hand, finding it nearly impossible to slay the other. As the battle intensified, the expression on Hunzong's face grew increasingly grim and sullen, for prolonging the conflict would yield him no benefits whatsoever. Yet, the idea of conceding felt deeply unsatisfactory, had it not been for the interference and awakening of his adversary. Not to mention the absorption of the entire Soul Spring's power, he would have broken through his limits and ascended to the 3rd step of the supreme deity. And now, all his efforts seemed to have come to naught, inciting his rage and unwillingness to relinquish his quest for vengeance. It is vital to understand that transcending to the realm of the supreme deity is an arduous endeavor, for some, even upon reaching the end of their lives. Further advancement remains an elusive dream. Thus, one can only imagine the challenges involved in achieving even a single step in this realm. After painstaking years of establishing the soul spring, he had hoped to utilize its power to achieve that final breakthrough. Who could have anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, he would be forcefully interrupted, thwarting his ascension to the third step of the supreme deity? This is a reality that he, or anyone else for that matter, would find intolerable. The two supreme deities momentarily disengaged, yet this time, they refrained from further attacks, instead glaring at each other with icy disdain. Their murderous intent clashing violently in the void, akin to the fierce struggle between water and fire, each striving to completely engulf the other. Why must you engage in a battle of life and death over a mere insect? This was a conundrum that Han Zong could not fathom, for in his eyes, the supreme deities stood exalted, while all others were but insignificant ants. How could a supreme deity risk everything for such triviality? Their strengths were nearly equal, and in a fight to the death, the likelihood of fatality was high. Achieving the rank of supreme deity is no small feat. None would willingly gamble their lives. That was indisputable. You know nothing of my resolve. I will strike whenever I choose, and it is of no concern to you, if you dare to challenge me. Let us continue this fight, and see who perishes first. Lie Kongji's intent was unmistakably clear. He was unwilling to relent, a determination that left Han Zong astounded, as he had not anticipated such a steadfast commitment to battle. Chapter 719. The Seven Steps of the Supreme Deity, the Path of the Gods, the Realm of the Gods. Infuriated, Han Zong understood that his adversary had firmly set his sights against him. He was reluctant to concede, but found himself without any viable options. For their strengths were evenly matched, and prolonging the conflict would serve little purpose apart from wasting time. He scoffed contemptuously. Then you may guard him for eternity. I will ensure you regret this decision. Without further ado, Han Zong turned and vanished in an instant. Are you all right? Su Chun, upon opening his eyes, felt a flicker of delight through this enlightenment. He had not only spawned 11 additional invincible avatars, but had also successfully cultivated the secret art of silence cataclysm with all 12. I am fine. Thank you for your assistance this time. Hey, enough with the pleasantries. Quickly give me a drop of life water. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lie Kongji could scarcely contain his impatience. After many years of stagnation, he had managed to break through his limits after consuming a drop of life water. Although he recognized that his breakthrough was largely due to years of diligent cultivation, he understood that without the aid of life water, achieving such a breakthrough would have taken considerably longer. Let us set aside the matter of life water for now. I have a question for you. How is the realm of the supreme deity delineated? Why do you inquire about this? Lie Kongji was taken aback. In his perspective, Su Chun was merely a divine emperor, far removed from the realm of supreme deities. What could he possibly gain from understanding the hierarchy of supreme deities? I ask you respond. Lie Kongji nodded, contemplating that had it been anyone else, they would not have dared to address him in such a manner. Only this young man had the audacity to do so. However, aside from the intimidation of his combat prowess, Lie Kongji found himself increasingly fond of Su Chen's audacity and straightforwardness. The hierarchy of the supreme deity is divided into 7 steps. The first step involves comprehending the essence and condensing the divine personality. The second step entails harnessing the power of the divine personality to understand the rules and master their force. The third step is the aggregation of rule power into a domain of rules. The fourth step permits the shattering of rules, enabling the rupture of spatial passages. Those who reach this step stand at the pinnacle of the divine realm. For instance, Zhanba is at the 4th step of the supreme deity. Ah, I see. What about the 10 great ancestor dragons and the 8 great demon emperors? All of them are at the 4th step of the supreme deity. It turns out that the strength of Brother Zamba is comparable to that of the 8 great demon emperors and the 10 great ancestral dragons. The 5th step of the Lord God, the divine emperor, possesses the ability to create rules, a prowess so formidable that it is rare even within the entire divine realm. The power to create rules. Previously, Su Chun had harnessed the strength of the system to shatter a mobile device, successfully repelling the dual-faced Buddha's might, which was indeed a manifestation of the power to create rules, derived from the strength of the 5th step of the Lord God. The dual-faced Buddha, a being of the 4th step of the Lord God, dared not confront this power head-on, and was thus frightened away. This illustrates the vast chasm that exists between the 4th and 5th steps of the Lord God. Ascending further, we encounter the 6th step of the Lord God, who commands the power of dimensionality within the divine realm, earning the title of Master of Dimensions. This is regarded as the pinnacle of power within the divine realm. Is the pinnacle not the 7th step of the Lord God? Su Chen could easily fathom the terrifying magnitude of power that comes with mastering an entire dimension. It is no wonder that such a being is lauded as the master of dimensions. Nodding thoughtfully and then shaking his head, Lie Kongji expressed with a sigh that the true apex must indeed be the seventh step of the Lord God, a super being that transcends dimensions. To reach such heights, one must traverse the divine pathway to the continent of the gods. The divine pathway? The continent of the gods. Su Chen had heard mention of these from the system before, but it had not elaborated at the time. Now, hearing Lie Kongji reference them again piqued his interest. Anticipating Su Chen's curiosity, Lie Kongji spoke before he could ask. Our divine realm is merely a high-level dimension, while there exist worlds of lower and mid-level dimensions, all of which converge in a realm known as the world of gods. The continent of the gods stands as the pinnacle dimension within this world, situated at its very center, embodying the most supreme power of the world of gods. Warriors from lower and mid-level dimensions lack the qualification to directly enter the world of gods unless summoned by it. Otherwise, they cannot traverse the high-level dimensions to reach it. Only warriors from high-level dimensions can access the world of gods. Each high-level dimension has a divine pathway leading to the world of gods. And for a warrior to traverse to the world of gods, two conditions must be met. First, their cultivation must reach the seventh step of the Lord God, transcending the dimensional existence to withstand the divine pathway. Second, they must proceed to the divine pathway to enter it. Understanding this, Lie Kongji expressed a wistful sentiment. I once heard a legend that our world of gods is merely a drop in the ocean of myriad worlds, and is considered quite low in rank. Outside, there are countless high-level worlds. It is laughable that the Lord God still believes he can dominate the divine realm, unaware that in the outer worlds, he is but an ant. Su Chen recalled the system's mention of the world of gods not being a singular realm, but rather part of a vast multitude of worlds. Among them, the primordial world is but another drop in the ocean of countless worlds. It is almost unnecessary to question which holds a higher rank. It is clear that the primordial world far surpasses the world of gods. One fact astonished Su Chen. During his time in the continent and the celestial realm, he had effortlessly slain treasures such as the Pangu axe, the god-slaying spear, and the 4 swords of immortal execution, all belonging not to the world of gods, but to the primordial world. This indicated the high caliber of the system he possessed. The chaos slaughter system, aptly named the system Father, was indeed formidable. Suddenly smiling, Lie Kongji remarked, "Boy, knowing this now is of little use. If you wish to travel to the world of gods, you must diligently cultivate, striving to break through to the Lord God, particularly the 7th step, transcending dimensions to traverse the divine pathway and explore other worlds." Nodding in agreement, Su Chen understood that he could not remain indefinitely in the divine realm. He must journey to the continent of the gods and beyond, especially to explore the primordial world and witness for himself the might of the legendary sages. What he had not anticipated was that the primordial world, long believed to be a mere myth, truly existed and was not part of the same world he inhabited. If his previous life on earth was not in the world of gods, but rather in the primordial world, then he had indeed traversed dimensional planes. This matter could only be clarified in due time, as it was beyond his comprehension now. Having reached the 2nd step of the Lord God, and being infinitely close to the 3rd step, soul burial, after being repelled by me, would undoubtedly seek retribution. You must remain vigilant. The jade token I gave you should always be held at the ready. Once he appears, summon me instantly. The 2nd step of the Lord God. This implies that Lie Kongji had only just attained the peak of the 1st step, a mere hair's breadth away from the 2nd step, having successfully reached the 2nd step by devouring the life droplet. As for whether soul burial would strike again, Su Chen held little concern. With the jade token from Lie Kongji, he could summon him at any moment. Even if Lie Kongji could not subdue soul burial, he could at least contend with him. Additionally, armed with the god-slaying talisman, should he truly incite his wrath, he could easily send soul burial to meet his end. This is a life droplet. Thank you. But I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he took the life droplet and departed. Su Chen was never one to be stingy. Had it not been for Lie Kongji's intervention, he would have wasted a god-slaying talisman. Chapter 720, Seeking Assistance, Chi Tiandao. In the Divine Realm. On a secluded and desolate island, which could only be described as a diminutive continent, the entire landmass appeared shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist, resembling a silken cocoon. Having left the chaotic burial continent, soul burial was consumed by fury. He had once harbored hope of breaking through to the 3rd step of the Lord God, only to have it forcibly interrupted, resulting in a near failure. Not only had he failed to eliminate his adversary, but who could have anticipated that 2 mere ants were backed by a being of the Lord God, specifically one at the 2nd step, whose power was nearly equal to his own. Regardless of belief, Soul Burial understood one truth. Single-handedly, he could not suppress his opponents. If he could enlist the help of another warrior at the second step of the Lord God, their combined might should suffice to forcibly eradicate them. Thus, he had come to the Eerie Island to seek the assistance of a Lord God. The master of Eerie Island is none other than the Eerie Lord God, a terrifying being of the second step. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might not even be a match for Eerie. Most importantly, their bond was strong, forged through countless experiences of life and death together. This camaraderie gave Soul Burial the confidence that he could successfully persuade the Eerie Lord God to lend his strength. Eerie Island was home to an immensely grand palace, perched atop the clouds of the void. As Eerie was in the midst of his cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward, vanishing from the secret chamber. Eerie stood at a height of approximately 1 meter and 45 centimeters. His entire body cloaked in dark crimson attire, with a cherubic face that bore plump, rosy cheeks, exuding an endearing charm. Believing that the diminutive and seemingly adorable girl, Xiaoyu, could be cast into the midst of a crowd and still not be recognized as a pinnacle existence of the divine realm, a supreme deity, is utterly unfathomable. Within the grand hall, as Hunzong stepped inside, Xiaoyu's figure materialized almost instantaneously. The two shared an extraordinary bond, having traversed the perils of life and death together over the years. Hunzong, where have you been all these years? I thought you had perished, Xiaoyu inquired. Do not mention it. Years ago, I discovered a soul spring, where I painstakingly refined the essence of all beings across 3 continents, finally forming the soul spring power I required. I was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd step of the supreme deity, only to be interrupted by 2 insignificant pests, Hunzong recounted, his tone tinged with frustration. Xiaoyu nodded, seemingly unfazed by Hunzong's consumption of the souls of countless beings, as if it were a commonplace affair. To them, ordinary beings were akin to mere insects, and the slaughter of countless souls held no weight, provided it aided their ascension beyond their limits. What ails you? Xiaoyu asked. How can it be anything? I did not slay those 2 insignificant pests, he replied. Why not? Her surprise was palpable, for those referred to as pests certainly could not be mere warriors of the ordinary realm. In light of this, given Hunzong's prowess at the 2nd step of supreme deity, it was trivial to subdue even the pinnacle of gold-tier divine warriors. With a deep sigh, his anger intensified as he shared the events that transpired on the Zhongwan continent. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a mere insect could summon a being of the 2nd step of supreme deity to engage in a life-and-death battle with Hunzong. This could only indicate a notable rapport between them. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Hunzong remarked, Before I clashed with him, I overheard him say, thanks to your possessions, I could break through my final bottleneck. At these words, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What do you imply? Indeed, if my conjecture holds true, he must possess some extraordinary item capable of compelling a supreme deity to willingly serve him. The essence of life, she mused, seemingly grasping the implication. Hunzong, we have been friends for many years. Let us dispense with pleasantries. What is your purpose in coming here? Quite simply, I propose we join forces to vanquish this supreme deity. I firmly believe that together, our combined strength will ensure his demise. As for the individual, we shall first imprison him and ascertain whether he possesses the item we seek. Should it prove valuable, we can divide it equitably. How does that sound? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu acquiesced. Their bond as longtime friends, forged through trials of life and death, rendered her unable to refuse his request. Moreover, the allure of acquiring an item capable of aiding a supreme deity in transcending their limits was an irresistible temptation for any being of such stature. Let us depart at once, she urged. To where? To the Zhongwan continent. The Zhongwan continent? Qi Tiandao? Nodding in understanding, Hunzong responded with a smile. Years ago, Qi Tiandao claimed dominion over Zhongwan continent, slaying dozens of supreme deities, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the divine realm. However, his whereabouts remain uncertain. Xiaoyu nodded, a note of resignation in her voice. I understand your point. However, you must also recognize the ferocity of Qi Tiandao. His temperament is notoriously volatile, and many supreme deities have refrained from stepping foot on the Zhongwan continent over the years precisely because of him. Fear not. Do you not trust me? I do, she affirmed. Let us proceed. As the two made their way to the Zhongwan continent, the fierce clash between the 2 supreme deities plunged the entire territory of the bone-devouring Soul clan into chaos, leaving less than a third of its inhabitants alive to escape. For ordinary warriors, this was nothing short of catastrophic. The supreme deities, as the preeminent beings in the divine realm, rendered any warrior beneath them akin to mere insects, easily exterminated without a hint of hesitation. No one truly understood the unfolding events. They merely recognized that the deadly struggle between two top-tier warriors had ensnared them as collateral damage, a stroke of misfortune. Who would dare seek vengeance? To challenge a supreme deity for revenge? That would be tantamount to courting death. Inevitably, the bone-devouring Soul clan bore the brunt of this calamity, as their entire race faced annihilation. Observing the ruins of his once great clan, the countenance of the Soul Emperor darkened with each passing moment. He had received word of the tragedy befalling the bone-devouring Soul clan and hastened to locate the Soul Spring, only to discover it had long since run dry. With his roots obliterated, any pretense of calm was a mere facade. Yet, the question loomed large. Who could he seek for retribution? Alas, a single misstep had led to a cascade of errors. The Soul Emperor now found himself engulfed in regret, yet there existed no remedy for remorse in this world. Chapter 721. The first strongman of the demon clan, the demon god, and the demon-slaying hammer. Atop the rugged mountain, Chen sat quietly beneath the twilight sky, relishing the cool breeze that caressed him. In his hand appeared the chaos fishing rod, which he had refrained from using since his last fruitless attempt at fishing. According to the system, he had indulged in fishing far too frequently. With nothing better to do, he had cast his line repeatedly. The more one fished, the poorer the quality of treasures reeled in. It was precisely for this reason that, after a prolonged period of restraint, he was finally prepared to fish again. Hoping for an unexpected delight, the golden fishing hook radiated an extraordinary power, and without further ado, Chen forcefully cast the chaos fishing rod into the abyss. The golden hook vanished into the vastness of the void. What treasures would he haul in this time? Chen now understood that his ability to annihilate treasures was not limited to those within the divine realm, but extended to artifacts from other worlds, such as the Pangu axe, the god-slaying spear, and the four swords of Zerong from the primordial world. Whether the chaos fishing rod could also reel in treasures from other realms remained to be seen. As Chen gazed expectantly, the golden hook had disappeared into the infinite darkness. In the divine realm, this place was regarded as the forbidden domain within a forbidden domain, where even supreme deities found it arduous to tread. A pure black hammer stood resolutely in the darkness, surrounded by terrifying currents that formed a seal, tightly encasing the black stone tablet. This hammer, known as the demon-slaying hammer, was the supreme treasure of the demon clan and ranked among the top 10 treasures in the divine realm, revered as equal to the divine beast Tu Chi. At that moment, the void began to tremble, fissures appearing in countless numbers. A golden fishing hook emerged and swiftly enveloped the demon-slaying hammer, vanishing without a trace. Chen, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, watched as the golden hook returned successfully, bringing with it a hammer, filling him with astonishment. The chaos fishing rod vanished from his grasp, and he gripped the hammer tightly. In the next second, all the information regarding the hammer surged into his mind. One of the top 10 treasures in the divine realm, the demon-slaying hammer. Remarkably, it seemed that his patience in fishing had indeed yielded fruitful results. He was acutely aware of the significance of possessing one of the top 10 treasures in the divine realm. Merely possessing the divine beast chart has already afforded him great assistance in navigating the divine realm. However, he is yet to unlock the third layer of its spatial dimension. The third layer of the divine beast chart harbors no fewer than 100 divine emperors and formidable demonic beasts. It stands to reason that both the demon slayer hammer and the divine beast chart are among the 10 most treasured artifacts of the divine realm, which in itself attests to the caliber of the demon slayer hammer. Upon summoning the demon infant, Chen remained silent, merely directing the infant's gaze towards the hammer in his hand. The demon infant, recently summoned, appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of the purpose behind the summoning and why he was merely instructed to look at a hammer. However, as the infant fixated intently on the ebony hammer before him, a realization dawned upon him, leading him to exclaim in astonishment, "Master, is this hammer in your hand not the supreme treasure of the demon race? Known in the divine realm as one of the top 10 artifacts, the demon slayer hammer? Indeed. My goodness, Master, where on earth did you acquire the demon slayer hammer? Did you perhaps vanquish a demon god and seize it from the hands of a demonic beast? Demon god. You do not recognize the demon god. I do not." The demon infant, raising his thumb in surprise, responded, "Master, you are unaware. In our demon race, the demon god, whose name resonates throughout the divine realm, wielded the demon slayer hammer and dominated the divine realm, with no one daring to challenge him." Continue. Chen was taken aback, for he had only heard that the demon race was home to 8 demon emperors, all of whom were 4th-step divine emperors. How was it that a demon god had now surfaced? Sensing the curiosity brewing within his master, the demon infant wasted no time and continued, "Master, among the demon race, the 8 demon emperors are indeed the mightiest beings, yet they are overshadowed by the demon god. The demon god is said to have reached the sixth step of the divine emperor realm, akin to the master of dimensions, and seldom concerns himself with matters of the demon race. Consequently, over the years, when others speak of the demon race, they invariably mention the 8 demon emperors, while the demon god remains a seldom discussed figure. Whether the demon god still resides within the divine realm remains uncertain. Have you ever encountered the demon god? Never. The demon god Tang Xianxiao, in his time, grew to prominence in the divine realm with unparalleled talent, wielding the demon slayer hammer and subduing anyone who dared to defy him, earning the moniker of the one who hammers the heavens and the earth. As his cultivation advanced without rival, he chose to retreat into seclusion, seemingly in pursuit of the ultimate realm. Demon god, Tang Xianxiao. Chen silently committed this name to memory. Now, 2 possibilities arose. The first, the demon god Tang Xianxiao has not yet transcended to the 7th step of the divine emperor realm and remains within the divine realm, hidden from sight, even from the 8 demon emperors. The second, the demon god Tang Xianxiao has indeed surpassed his limits, achieving the 7th step of the divine emperor realm, transcending dimensions, and ventured into the realm of the gods. Chen understood that even if the demon god Tang Xianxiao was not the strongest in the divine realm, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. Should he encounter this legendary demon god in the future, he would certainly wield the demon slayer hammer and deliver a resounding blow to Tang Xianxiao, allowing him to experience the true essence of the hammer. Master, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak. The demon infant pondered for a moment before finally voicing his concern. Master, as the saying goes, a man without fault may suffer for possessing a treasure, the demon slayer hammer. Being one of the 10 most revered artifacts of the divine realm and the supreme possession of the demon race, was once wielded by the demon god Tang Xianxiao, who faced no one daring to covet it. Once the demon race learns that the demon slayer hammer is in your possession, I believe the entire demon race, including the 8 demon emperors, will not let you off lightly. At this juncture, the demon infant refrained from elaborating further, yet the implication was abundantly clear. In the face of the demon god Tang Xianxiao's might, one could boldly proclaim, I possess the demon slayer hammer. Who dares to take it from me? However, for others, uttering such words would invite an army of warriors seeking to seize it, unless one possessed overwhelming power to instill fear. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. The one with might prevails. Chen chuckled, unperturbed. Since he had successfully summoned the demon slayer hammer, he feared no one who might attempt to seize it. Whoever dared to come would face retribution. The more he vanquished, the more he would instill awe within the divine realm. Observing the expression on his master's face, the demon infant could already surmise his thoughts. He hesitated to speak further, fully aware of his master's temperament. In the boundless abyss of darkness, terrifying black currents churned, relentlessly devouring all. A mere 3 minutes after the demon slayer hammer vanished, a towering figure suddenly coalesced, standing at a staggering height of several dozen meters. Cloaked in black, his rugged visage bore a deep scar, and his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, radiated an unsettling chill. This formidable figure was none other than the demon god Tang Xianxiao, a superlative powerhouse at the 6th step of the divine emperor realm, who had long remained in seclusion, striving to break through to the 7th step. To contemplate was one matter, achieving the breakthrough was another. Despite his unwavering confidence in his innate talent, he had yet to surpass dimensions and enter the realm of the gods. He had placed the demon slayer hammer here to absorb the surrounding energies, seeking to elevate the hammer's rank, while he himself engaged in secluded cultivation, hoping for an early breakthrough to the 7th step of the divine emperor realm. Within the divine realm, it was customary for a warrior who ascended to the 6th step of the divine emperor realm to venture into the realm of the gods. For remaining in the divine realm held little purpose thereafter. There were, however, those who feared entering the world of the gods or had other reasons for reluctance, though they were few in number. In the divine realm, achieving the 7th step of the divine emperor realm marked the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon entering the world of the gods, one would find themselves among the lowest of beings, a reality some could not accept. Yet he had resolved that should he break through to the 7th step, he would depart for the realm of the gods, unwilling to linger in the divine realm any longer. But what of the present? While he was in seclusion, he suddenly sensed the disappearance of the demon slayer hammer from this vicinity, and he could not even discern who had taken it. The demon god Tang Xianxiao held an unwavering conviction that throughout the divine realm, only a being of the 7th step of the divine emperor realm could suppress him. Otherwise, none, including those at the 6th step, could stand as his adversaries. In the past, he had used the demon slayer hammer to slay a 6th step divine emperor, earning his renown throughout the divine realm and allowing others to witness the true might of this revered artifact. The more he contemplated, the more his fury surged. How dare one attempt to pluck a tooth from the mouth of a tiger? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death, unwilling to accept the reality. The demon god Tang Xianxiao harbored no desire to relent, for he had surmised that the one who had absconded with the demon slayer hammer was certainly not a so-called seventh-step divine emperor. If they were, there would have been no need for stealth. With absolute dominance in cultivation, they would not fear a direct confrontation and would not resort to subterfuge. The only explanation was that this individual possessed a concealed aura and was not without strength. Who could it be? The fact that he and the demon slayer hammer were here in seclusion was known to no one in the divine realm, not even the demon race. No matter who you are, should you touch what belongs to me, I will ensure your utter annihilation. Cursing vehemently within, Tang Xianxiao yearned to find this individual immediately, to subdue them here and ensure they could never escape for 3 lifetimes, thus alleviating his deep-seated resentment. Initially, I intended to remain here in cultivation until I transcended to the 7th step of the Supreme God Emperor before departing. However, it appears that such plans are no longer feasible. I must retrieve the demon sledgehammer. At the moment the demon god Tang Xianxiao turned, a terrifying aura of killing intent erupted from him, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast roaring at the heavens, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Chapter 722. A complete lack of understanding of cherishing the fragile. In the chaotic burial continent, Chen, who remained within the territory of the bone-devouring soul clan, could not have anticipated that the soul burial would return so swiftly. From his perspective, the destruction he had wrought upon the soul spring would certainly not be overlooked by the soul burial. However, he felt secure with the formidable presence of Lie Kongji at his side, rendering the soul burial utterly powerless against him. Even if the soul burial sought assistance from others, it would not be a matter of mere moments. Having ventured to the chaotic burial continent, it was undoubtedly not in vain. Firstly, he had utilized the soul spring to break through 2 significant realms and had absorbed all its power into the wasteland cauldron, leaving not a single drop behind. Secondly, he had subdued Yi Miao Miao, who ranked 12th on the beauty list, and successfully eradicated the foremost formation master of the divine realm, Huan Kong. The only slight regret was the loss of a burial god talisman, which left him somewhat vexed, yet he could do nothing about it. After all, he had encountered a supreme god emperor warrior. Nevertheless, the most substantial gain from this endeavor was witnessing the life and death battle between 2 supreme god emperors, which inadvertently led him to a moment of enlightenment, resulting in the creation of 11 invincible avatars. Along with the previous one, he now possessed a total of 12 invincible avatars. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation of the secret art of silent catastrophe by 12 invincible avatars would require an extensive period, even with his immense innate talent enhancing the process. However, through this moment of enlightenment, the 12 avatars astonishingly mastered the secret art of silent catastrophe. One must acknowledge that when fortune graces an individual, it is impossible to resist its flow. In a state of confusion, he had inadvertently spawned 11 invincible avatars, all of whom successfully cultivated the secret art of silent catastrophe. Based on Chen's conjecture, the power of the silent catastrophe unleashed by the 12 invincible avatars could undoubtedly annihilate any gold-tier battle god emperor, including those at the pinnacle of gold tier. The Lee brothers' use of the secret art of silent catastrophe would incur significant backlash, as excessive application would lead to terrifying repercussions upon their primordial spirits. This is precisely why the Lee brothers are reluctant to employ the secret art lightly. In contrast, the situation with the invincible avatars is entirely different. There is no need to worry about backlash against their primordial spirits, allowing the invincible avatars to unleash the secret art as many times as they desire, even consecutively. This delineates a stark difference. Furthermore, Chen harbored a vague feeling that the secret art of silent catastrophe mastered by his 12 invincible avatars could, once unleashed, even contend against a first-step supreme god emperor. Whether this could be realized would require verification against a first-step supreme god emperor. Should this matter come to the ears of others, one wonders if they would be left utterly astounded. If it were any other individual who encountered a supreme god emperor, they would surely choose to distance themselves, fearing the repercussions of provoking such a being. In the event of an unforeseen mishap, they would find themselves bereft of even a place to seek redress. The chaotic burial continent is in utter disarray, rife with peril at every turn. Here, death and combat are commonplace, and corpses litter the landscape, which is precisely why many are reluctant to set foot upon this chaotic land. Following the annihilation of the bone-devouring soul clan, few dare to venture here, as no one knows if unexpected dangers may arise, leaving them with no chance to regret their choices. At this juncture, 2 figures materialized from thin air, neither other than Xiaoyu and Soul Burial. Soul Burial. Can you truly pinpoint their locations? One queried. That individual has absorbed the power of the soul spring. I believe it will not be completely eradicated from his aura for the time being. I can lock onto him, Soul Burial replied confidently. The other figure, having not absorbed the soul spring, was much more elusive, and he remained unaware of Yi Zhou's identity or that he hailed from the Shur clan. However, he knew that the youth had consumed the soul spring, given his years of cultivation within its depths. He was certain he would be able to locate him as long as that individual continued to draw upon its power, disrupting his cultivation and preventing him from advancing to the third step of the Supreme God Emperor would be an account that must be settled, for it could not be allowed to pass without consequence. Let us not delay, we must pinpoint their location swiftly. Indeed, unbeknownst to Su Chen, the return of Xiaoyu and Soul Burial was taking place as he had already departed from the territory of the bone-devouring Soul clan. As for his destination, even Su Chen himself was uncertain. After all, his purpose for coming to the chaotic burial continent was to undergo trials, striving to break through to the battle god emperor within the shortest time frame possible. He was now acutely aware that the Supreme God Emperor was divided into 7 steps. Only by transcending to the 7th step could one access the pathway of the gods and enter the world of the gods. As Lie Kongji had stated, the divine realm is merely one of the higher tiers of the world of the gods, while the world of the gods itself is considered a lower tier realm among myriad worlds. He yearned to venture into the world of the gods, and moreover, to explore other realms, particularly the primordial world, to witness the legendary saints, such as Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, and the 2 saints of the West, among others. The thought of capturing a couple of saints for sport was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Possessing such an extraordinary system, it would be beneath him to remain solely within the world of the gods. Gold Crocodile City loomed majestically, its towering structure resembling a colossal golden crocodile from afar. Upon arriving before Gold Crocodile City, Su Chen did not take a single step forward, instead fixating intently on the city before him. He felt an inexplicable sensation, as though the city itself harbored a faint breath of life, seemingly sealed by some force. It was peculiar, observing the warriors entering and exiting. Su Chen seized a woman and, getting straight to the point, asked, "Tell me about Gold Crocodile City." The woman, though reasonably attractive, bore numerous red blemishes on her face, rendering her somewhat unsettling. With no understanding of cherishing beauty, she muttered a harsh reprimand internally, yet dared not express her anger. She could perceive that the youth, not only handsome, but also emanating an aura that made her heart race. "What aspects do you wish to know?" "About the most unique aspects of Gold Crocodile City." "The most unique aspects?" The woman furrowed her brows, seemingly recalling something. "There is a legend, though its veracity is uncertain. Would you like to hear it?" "Proceed." The legend states that in the past, a supreme powerhouse, the Supreme God Emperor Qixin Dao, visited the chaotic burial continent, possessing unparalleled abilities. He was confronted by the Gold Crocodile Supreme God Emperor, who attempted to suppress him but was unexpectedly struck down and sealed here. Su Chen grasped the woman's implication and inquired, "Are you saying that the Gold Crocodile Supreme God Emperor refers to the city before us?" She nodded, then shook her head, exclaiming, "I have only heard tales. Whether they hold truth, I cannot say. However, many assert that Gold Crocodile City did not exist in the past and only came into being following that incident." Having said nothing further, Su Chen continued to gaze intently at Gold Crocodile City, feeling a strong conviction that the legend held a kernel of truth, for he possessed the Tree of Life, granting him an acute sensitivity to the breath of life that far surpassed that of others. The entrance to Golden Crocodile City resembles a gaping maw, resembling the head of a colossal golden crocodile from a distance. With the god-slaying spear manifesting in his hand, Su Chen stood suspended in the void, gazing unflinchingly at the immense crocodilian visage before him. Without a shred of hesitation, he lunged directly towards the creature's eyes. What is that person doing? How audacious to dare strike at the head of Golden Crocodile City. It is said that once, a similar attempt led to the demise of an individual, annihilated by a plume of vapor emanating from the city's head. No wonder, for the very essence of Golden Crocodile City is said to be the corporeal form of a divine beast, a deity of the highest order. Indeed, I have heard whispers of this. Whether true or false remains to be seen. Yet, it must be true. As the god-slaying spear pierced the eye, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from its nostrils, crashing forward like a tsunami. The aura of divinity was palpable. It seems the rumors hold merit. This Golden Crocodile City is indeed the embodiment of the Golden Crocodile deity, possessing divine essence. Su Chen instantly recognized that the vapor expelled by the city was infused with divine power. Thus, he could assert with absolute certainty that this Golden Crocodile City is the physical form of the Golden Crocodile divine beast. A sly grin spread across Su Chen's face. Others might hesitate, for the Golden Crocodile is a divine emperor, a creature of immense power. After all, a lean camel is larger than a horse, and one should never underestimate the dangers that lie ahead. However, he felt no trepidation. Instead, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Should he succeed in slaying the golden crocodile divine beast, he could forcibly extract the divine essence residing within. Chen held no particular interest in the beast itself, but was deeply intrigued by the divine essence it harbored. While he could manage without it, his mother, Kongji, and daughter all required divine essence. Relying solely on their innate abilities to ascend to divine emperor status would be nearly impossible, and even if achievable, the duration would be uncertain. He was unwilling to let his family wait, and thus the only course of action was to devour the divine essence of the divine emperor directly, thereby saving an abundance of time. Divine essence is not easily attained. It resides solely within the divine emperor's body, and at present, he possessed but a single piece of it. Chen had made his decision. Upon his next return to the sect, he vowed to gather enough divine essence for all to consume. One must concede, Chen's aspirations were indeed formidable. To ensure absolute safety, he summoned 12 indomitable avatars, preparing to employ the secret technique of silence to confront the Golden Crocodile City, a manifestation of the Golden Crocodile Divine Emperor. Outside the city, onlookers were bewildered at the 13 figures that materialized in the void, unable to fathom the reasoning behind their attack on Golden Crocodile City. Regardless of the truth of the rumors, such actions were tantamount to courting death. After all, the city was home to nearly countless warriors. Foolish youth, what are you doing? This is Golden Crocodile City, not a playground for your reckless antics. You have 3 seconds to depart, or face the consequences. Chen remained silent. In an instant, the figure of the demon infant appeared, commencing a merciless slaughter. Anyone daring to utter a word was swiftly erased. Not a single word of protest was spared. Witnessing the torrent of blood raining down, many spectators stood frozen in shock, hastily retreating, too terrified to interject. Encountering such a formidable foe, one must pay a price for bravado. No one is devoid of fear, and this is an immutable truth. Chen issued commands, and the 12 indomitable avatars unleashed the secret technique of silence, launching a frenzied assault. He cared not whether the golden crocodile beast lived or died, as long as he could acquire the divine essence. In an instant, the 12 avatars erupted with a forbidden power, all striking fiercely at the golden crocodile city. It resembled a vast spider's web. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted from golden crocodile city, leaving all its inhabitants in astonishment, utterly perplexed about the unfolding events. The ground trembled as fissures began to appear, like lightning splitting the void, rapidly spreading in all directions. A seal? Just as the 12 indomitable avatars launched their relentless assault, Chen discerned a thin veil of power enveloping the surface of Golden Crocodile City. It appeared to be the residual force from Xianxiaaudiobooks' palm strike, a testament to his extraordinary might, capable of rendering the Golden Crocodile beast senseless with a single blow. Without hesitation, the 12 indomitable avatars intensified their bombardment, each wielding their unique powers, God-slaying spear, Pangu axe, and the 4 swords of extermination, aiming solely to breach the defenses of the Golden Crocodile beast. His objective remained clear, to seize the divine essence of the Golden Crocodile beast rather than merely annihilate it. After mere minutes of relentless assault, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The entire Golden Crocodile City began to sway, and to the astonishment of all, its colossal form slowly arose, its enormous eyes gradually opening, as if awakening from a deep slumber. The Golden Crocodile beast had revived. My goodness, what has transpired? Which fool has disturbed the Golden Crocodile beast? We must flee at once. Looking upon the resurrected Golden Crocodile beast, the crowd was left aghast. Realizing the truth of the rumors, the beast, long thought vanquished by a single slap, had instead been sealed within the city, transformed into its very foundation. As the Golden Crocodile beast awakened, only a fraction of the people inside managed to escape, while the rest were crushed under the overwhelming aura it exuded, disintegrating into mere fragments. Blood instantly drenched the Golden Crocodile beast, forming a river of crimson, giving the appearance of a massive blood-soaked creature that was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. I have finally awakened. Ha ha ha. The thunderous laughter pierced through layers of void, resonating across the vast expanse of clouds. Those who had survived the Golden Crocodile City dared not linger, fleeing with utmost haste, bereft of even the courage to observe. The legend spoke of the Golden Crocodile beast as a divine emperor, having merely been stunned by a slap from Xianxiaaudiobooks. The weakest divine emperors in the divine realm are exalted beings, unmatched by any. With the revival of the Golden Crocodile divine emperor, who knows what calamity may ensue? Countless warriors fell victim to its overwhelming might, blood pooling like a river, the stench of iron pervading the air. Young one, I thank you for breaking the seal. Today, I shall make an exception and spare your life." The golden crocodile beast roared with manic laughter, unable to contain its boundless joy, after being suppressed for countless years. Even now it felt a lingering fear, when it had initially ascended to the status of divine emperor, coalescing its divine essence at the height of its power. It had encountered the descending Chi Tindeo, intent on devouring him. The golden crocodile beast had always believed that all divine emperors were relatively equal, never anticipating the existence of 7 distinct ranks among them. It had been utterly blindsided by the realization that Chi Tindeo's strength vastly surpassed its own, rendering it incapable of withstanding even a single strike, and thus it was mercilessly subdued by that fateful blow. Fortunately, Chi Tindeo did not regard him with disdain. Instead, he merely rendered him unconscious without taking his life, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. The more he reflected on it, the more he felt a chill of dread. The golden crocodile demon beast attempted to flee, yet it was directly obstructed by 12 invincible avatars, which effectively sealed off all possible avenues of escape, clearly intent on preventing its departure. Observing the blocked exits, the golden crocodile demon beast appeared astonished, turning to face the young man, from whom he discerned that all 12 figures were mere clones, indicating that the youth was indeed the true body behind these manifestations. "Do you have something to discuss?" The golden crocodile demon beast, in a surprisingly amiable tone, expressed a certain gratitude towards the young warrior who had released it, for had it been anyone else, he would have likely struck them down with a single blow. Chen smiled and said, "Golden crocodile, now that I have freed you, don't you think a token of gratitude is in order?" So he sought a reward. As a powerful deity and emperor among beasts, the golden crocodile demon beast considered any meager offering negligible. "Speak freely. I shall grant you whatever you desire." Nodding in satisfaction, Chen continued with a smile. "I wish to obtain the divine spark that resides within you." The divine spark? Upon hearing this request, the golden crocodile demon beast was utterly taken aback, for he had never anticipated that the young warrior would seek the very essence of his power, the divine spark that he had painstakingly cultivated within himself. Could this truly be possible? It must be understood that for a deity and emperor warrior, the divine spark held significance akin to that of the primordial spirit. Losing it would render him a mere shadow of his former self, transforming him from a revered god into a wretched being, an unacceptable fate for anyone. The golden crocodile demon beast, who had just moments ago been smiling, felt an icy chill seep into his eyes. The youth was not here to save him, but rather to slay him, forcefully extracting his divine spark, an outcome he had not foreseen upon his unexpected revival. Realizing this, the golden crocodile demon beast was consumed by fury. "You insolent whelp. Regardless of whether your words hold any truth, you have thoroughly enraged me. Today, I shall devour you whole and make you my exquisite feast." Unable to contain the boundless murderous intent surging within him, he reflected on the unprecedented audacity of this confrontation. No one had dared to provoke him so brazenly before. If the youth were a deity, an emperor, it might have made sense. At least he would have the merit to challenge him. But now, this individual was merely a lowly emperor warrior, even with a few clones. He was nothing but a trifling existence before the might of a deity and emperor. Should the golden crocodile wish, he could obliterate them at any moment without the slightest hesitation. It baffled him what could possibly embolden this man to such audacity, as if he were courting death. Suddenly, the golden crocodile demon beast laughed mockingly. "If you seek death, then I shall grant it to you." Without further ado, the golden crocodile demon beast launched an assault, targeting the 12 avatars for immediate suppression, intending to eliminate them before turning his attention to the young warrior. It was not merely ordinary emperor warriors who would fall short. Even a golden tier war god would seem like an insect before him. Chen, however, chose not to summon Lie Kongji to the fray. Given Lie Kongji's strength as a second-step deity and emperor, defeating the first-step golden crocodile demon beast would hardly pose a challenge. Yet, Chen refrained from taking that route. His proactive engagement with the golden crocodile demon beast served 2 purposes. First and foremost was to absorb the divine spark within the golden crocodile, a matter of utmost importance, as the divine spark encompassed the full extent of a deity and emperor beast-s and warrior-s power. Successfully acquiring it and allowing his family to consume it would greatly enhance their cultivation speed and their journey towards becoming deities and emperors. Secondly, with the 12 invincible avatars adeptly practicing the secret technique of silence and tribulation, Chen was eager to witness the combined might of their efforts, whether they could indeed slay a first-step deity and emperor like the golden crocodile. The golden crocodile, being merely a first-step deity and emperor without mastery over the laws of power, presented an optimal opportunity for such an experiment. Without further delay, Chen conjured a chair from the void, languidly settling into it as he observed the life and death struggle before him. He held absolute confidence in his 12 invincible avatars. Employing weapons of great potency such as the Pangu axe, the god-slaying spear, and the 4 swords of immortal execution, believing that the odds of vanquishing the golden crocodile demon beast were significantly high. In the distance, there were those undeterred by the specter of death. After all, the revival of the golden crocodile demon beast was undoubtedly explosive news across the chaotic burial continent, and those remaining were eager to uncover the truth behind such an extraordinary occurrence. Could the rumors possibly be true? It was a revelation that none had anticipated, and the thought that for years, countless lives had existed upon the back of the golden crocodile demon beast was nothing short of astonishing. Good heavens! This individual is not even a deity and emperor, yet dares to hunt the golden crocodile. Truly remarkable. Yet, the audacity displayed by the young man suggested he possessed ample confidence. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. 12 figures united in a relentless assault against the golden crocodile demon beast. Would they succeed? Success? Was that a jest? Had anyone ever witnessed an ordinary warrior successfully hunting a deity and emperor beast? Such a notion was laughable. Chapter 724, Absorbing the Divine Spark, Barbecuing the Golden Crocodile. The 12 invincible avatars, devoid of fear, resembled robotic entities, zealously collaborating to besiege the golden crocodile demon beast, employing the secret technique of silence and tribulation. The entire space transformed into a vast spiderweb. The relentless suppression continued. The once confident golden crocodile demon beast, as the battle escalated, felt his expression shift entirely. He realized that as a proud deity and emperor beast, he could not even contend with 12 mere avatars. Could this be real? It must be an illusion, a figment of his imagination. He could not accept such a reality. In the divine realm, regardless of the location, deities and emperors held a lofty status, wielding unparalleled power and standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Anyone daring to provoke a deity and emperor faced but one fate, death. Yet now, he was being relentlessly suppressed, as though 12 towering peaks were bearing down upon him. Whether he believed it or not, the undeniable truth lay before him. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Even if he could not accept the truth remained unchanged. In that moment, the golden crocodile demon beast was gripped by fear. As he immediately turned to flee, the 12 avatars, akin to relentless leeches, continuously unleashed the secret technique of silence and tribulation, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of the Lee family's 7 brothers. After a full 3 minutes, amidst his anguished cries, the golden crocodile demon beast was decisively subdued by the 12 avatars. Having been suppressed for so long, the current golden crocodile demon beast's strength had undoubtedly diminished significantly. However, even at his peak, he would have struggled to withstand the combined onslaught of the 12 invincible avatars wielding the secret technique. In an instant, Su Chen appeared before the golden crocodile demon beast, acting without hesitation to forcibly extract the divine spark from within. Onlookers in the distance were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that the youth and his companions had truly slain a deity and emperor beast. Am I seeing things? The golden crocodile demon beast has been slaughtered. Hush! I suspected this matter was far from simple. They deliberately came to hunt the golden crocodile demon beast. How could they not have confidence? Just look at the 12 individuals who surrounded the golden crocodile demon beast. They all bear an uncanny resemblance. There is certainly something amiss. What of it? Are you brave enough to inquire? I certainly am not. I can only harbor envy. The fall of the golden crocodile demon beast. Its divine essence forcibly seized. If I could consume that essence, perhaps one day I could ascend to the level of a divine emperor. Spare me that notion. Do you truly believe you are worthy of a divine essence? What are your intentions? Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Su Chen successfully absorbed the divine essence and placed it into his kinkin pouch. He then commanded his 12 invincible avatars to start a fire, proceeding to skin and bleed the golden crocodile demon beast. Barbecuing? Roasting a golden crocodile? He could hardly believe the unfolding events, as no one expected that the youth not only slayed the golden crocodile demon beast, but also intended to roast it. Barbecuing an ordinary demon beast would pose no issue. Yet now, the beast being roasted was that of a divine emperor, a supreme entity within the divine realm. Had it not been witnessed with their own eyes, surely no one would have believed such an occurrence to be true. Astonishing. Not only had they never seen the roasting of a divine emperor beast, but they had never even heard of such a thing. If word of this were to spread, no one would accept it as fact. Half an hour later, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted throughout the void, and it was Su Chen's first experience tasting the barbecue of a divine emperor beast, filling him with anticipation. Summoning the little demon, Xiao Pang, and Xiao Mei, along with the emperor Huang Kailan, they commenced their feast. Boss, the meat of the golden crocodile is truly delectable. Though some parts are rather tough, even I can barely chew through them, Xiao Pang exclaimed, savoring the roasted meat with great delight, for as a divine emperor, the essence of the golden crocodile had undergone a substantial transformation. Xiao Mei, however, shot him a fierce glare and retorted, if you wish to eat, then eat. If not, scram. Spare us your incessant chatter. Hee, Xiao Mei, are you thirsty? Shall I pour you a drink? He teased. I don't want to talk to you. Observing the playful banter between the two, Su Chen felt a pang of nostalgia for Huang Ji and his daughter, realizing he needed to hasten his pace. Firstly, he must swiftly elevate his strength. This was of utmost importance. He aimed to break through to the divine emperor level, then transcend dimensions to the path of the gods, ultimately entering the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods was merely a drop in the ocean of myriad worlds. Beyond it lay countless realms, including the primordial world, which he eagerly anticipated. Secondly, he needed to hunt a sufficient number of divine emperor beasts and warriors to absorb the divine essences he required. Upon returning to his sect, he could allow his family to consume the divine essences, thereby saving unnecessary training time. To hunt divine emperor warriors and beasts at the divine emperor level, Su Chen might well be the first. Were it anyone else, they would hardly dare to contemplate such a feat. Their meal lasted a full hour before concluding. After Su Chen departed, many who had been lurking in the shadows cautiously emerged. In truth, Su Chen was aware of their presence, but chose not to act. Mere curiosity compelled them. Such a waste of roasted meat. I have never tasted the barbecue of a divine emperor beast. Wow, it is simply exquisite. I wonder if consuming the barbecue of a divine emperor beast would aid our cultivation. Wait, you can only eat, don't take any. Do you believe I want to obliterate you? Some were solely focused on feasting, while others were brazenly stuffing pieces of roasted meat into their spatial rings. Chapter 725. The arrival of Yayu to greet the master. As Su Chen departed, he suddenly sensed two terrifying presences approaching from afar, possessing divine essence. Su Chen understood precisely what these two forces signified, and one of them felt familiar. Undoubtedly, it was the aura of Soul Burial. He had sensed Soul Burial's divine essence during the earlier battle against Lie Kongji. They are coming swiftly. Moreover, Soul Burial has successfully found allies. Su Chen's expression grew serious, for he knew well the difference between a single divine emperor and two. Soul Burial and Lie Kongji were both at the second step of the divine emperor realm. During their previous clash, neither could best the other, and Soul Burial had to retreat. Now that Soul Burial had recruited assistance, it was likely that they were also at the second step of the divine emperor level. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lie Kongji would certainly not fear anyone. However, should two second-step divine emperors join forces, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lie Kongji to contend against both. Furthermore, his 12 invincible avatars, employing the secret technique of silent calamity, could only subdue first-step divine emperor warriors. Attempting to subdue second-step divine emperors was simply impossible. Nevertheless, Su Chen harbored no concern. He still possessed two god burial talismans. Should they provoke him, he would not hesitate to bestow one upon each, ensuring their swift demise. The terror of the god burial talismans was known only to Su Chen, and given their immense value, he would not employ them unless absolutely necessary. Without any hesitation, Su Chen immediately crushed the jade tablet in his hand. Just as Soul Burial and Yayu, the two divine emperors, arrived, the figure of Lie Kongji suddenly appeared beside Su Chen. Observing the two before him, Lie Kongji's expression darkened. It was evident that the adversaries had indeed found allies. As the saying goes, enemies are especially fierce when they meet. With icy eyes fixed intently on the youth before him, the furious Soul Burial roared, "Brat! How dare you disrupt my cultivation? Today, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." Soul Burial was brimming with confidence. In his view, Yayu would entangle this divine emperor, allowing him to focus solely on eliminating this brat. The mere thought of his plans being thwarted ignited an insatiable fury and murderous intent within him. Otherwise, he would not have traveled such a distance to invite Yayu. As if sensing Soul Burial's intentions, Su Chen interjected, "Wait, you leave first." Ignoring Lie Kongji's words, he suddenly smiled. Smile? Both Soul Burial and Lie Kongji were taken aback by Su Chen's sudden laughter, perplexed by his intentions. Could it be that Su Chen was so emboldened as to disregard the intimidation of a divine emperor? "Brat, what are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your sheer foolishness. You seek death." Even Lie Kongji was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend where Su Chen derived such courage. If Su Chen could contend with a divine emperor, he would not have summoned him, signifying that he was still unable to match their strength. If he could not contend, why act so arrogantly? After all, they were facing not one but two divine emperors, and even he lacked confidence in facing them simultaneously. Just as Lie Kongji was about to speak, amidst their astonished gazes, Yayu stepped forward, kneeling before Su Chen, and respectfully proclaimed, "Yu pays homage to the master." Master? Both Lie Kongji and Soul Burial stood frozen, utterly bewildered, as they witnessed Yu kneeling in reverence. None could fathom the events that transpired, nor understand how Su Chen had become Yu's master. Lie Kongji felt utterly bewildered, increasingly unable to comprehend Su Chen. A dignified second-step god emperor actually referred to him as master, while Su Chen possessed the life water droplets. Most importantly, Su Chen was backed by Zhan Ba, a formidable fourth-step god emperor. It was utterly astounding. With such a servant, why would one summon oneself? At that moment, Lie Kongji's attitude towards the young man beside him underwent a subtle, yet significant transformation, shedding the previous notion of mere transactional intent. He yearned to befriend Su Chen, for he sensed that this individual was anything but ordinary. Whether it was due to the life water droplets, the powerful Zhan Ba behind Su Chen, or the myriad secrets surrounding him, it was evident that this person was exceptional. The thought of becoming Su Chen's enemy was terrifying. The one who felt the most shocked and unable to accept the reality was undoubtedly Hanzong. He was completely dumbfounded. Initially intending to leverage the power of Xiaoyu to eliminate Su Chen, he never anticipated that the esteemed second-step god Emperor Xiaoyu would kneel before the young man, calling him master. He knew full well Xiaoyu's identity and past. Had Xiaoyu taken on a new master after all these years? It seemed absurd. Yet, one must remember that Xiaoyu was a high-ranking god emperor. If he were to submit, it should be to a third or fourth-step god emperor, not to an ordinary warrior. It was preposterous. Even witnessing it firsthand, he found it hard to believe. What was even more absurd was that the ally he had summoned had become a servant to someone else. He cursed internally at the young man, feeling as if he had learned a harsh lesson. Something he had never contemplated had become a reality. "Xiaoyu, what on earth is happening?" Xiaoyu rose, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired, "Is the person you wish to kill him?" "Of course, he disrupted my cultivation, and I seek his life." Xiaoyu snorted disdainfully, his voice as frigid as ice. "Hanzong, we have been friends for many years. I do not wish to kill you. I offer you a chance. Submit to our master, as I have." Hanzong nearly spat blood upon hearing Xiaoyu's words. He could hardly believe that his close friend, with whom he had faced life and death, would utter such a thing. The undeniable facts lay before him, forcing him to confront the truth. "Xiaoyu, do you realize that your actions are destroying our years of friendship? Were it not for my rescue back then, would you even be alive now? Could you have become the exalted god emperor of the divine realm?" Su Chen remained silent, equally astonished that Hanzong's ally was the very Xiaoyu he had effortlessly defeated. At this moment, he felt somewhat dazed. He had been pondering where to find Xiaoyu Island, as the divine realm was vast, and without precise coordinates, it was nearly impossible to locate Xiaoyu. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hanzong was truly comical and unfortunate, having inadvertently summoned a servant instead of a helper. Such was the cruelty of fate. As if one could choke on even a sip of water. Xiaoyu shook his head, stating, "Other matters are inconsequential. Even life and death are not issues. But you must heed my words regarding our master." Impossible. It was unequivocally out of the question. How could he, as a dignified god emperor, submit to a mere ant? It was simply ridiculous. Not only he but any god emperor across the divine realm would likely never make such a choice. It was a matter of dignity. He could not fathom Xiaoyu's thoughts, nor could he understand why Xiaoyu would willingly submit to an insignificant being as a master. It was incomprehensible to him. Chapter 726. The god emperor of Hammer spits blood. Overwhelmed with rage, he found it absurd and laughable to accept the situation before him. His longtime friend, a comrade through thick and thin, had invited Xiaoyu with the intent to eliminate Su Chen, yet here they were, Xiaoyu submitting to the young man. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. Struggling to contain his immense fury, Hanzong declared, "Xiaoyu, in light of our friendship, I will not hold this against him today. However, our years of camaraderie end here. You should consider your actions carefully." Unwilling to relent, Hanzong still intended to kill Su Chen. Yet, the gap between intention and execution was vast. As he turned to leave, Lie Kongji stepped in front of him, fully aware of Su Chen's intentions. Since he was already present, he would assist Su Chen in dealing with Hanzong. Most importantly, they needed to eradicate any potential threats. After all, Hanzong was a second-step god emperor, on the verge of breaking through to the third step at any moment. It was essential to understand that there was a substantial difference between a second-step and a third-step god emperor. Should Hanzong strike gold and successfully break through to the third step, neither he nor Xiaoyu would be able to contend with Hanzong. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain was a grave error, and Su Chen would certainly not make such a mistake. "Step aside," Lie Kongji said with a carefree smile. "You seem to lack the qualification to command me. Hanzong, you should heed your friend's counsel. Submitting to Su Chen would not be a bad choice. Let me share a little secret. Su Chen possesses something extraordinary. If he were to bestow it upon you, you might very well break through to the third step of the God Emperor. Hanzong's heart sank. He had already heard Lie Kongji mention this before and had surmised that Su Chen must possess something remarkable, perhaps even something that even God Emperors could not refuse. Hearing Lie Kongji reiterate this only confirmed his suspicions. If Xiaoyu had not submitted, they could have easily eliminated both Lie Kongji and Su Chen while acquiring what they desired. However, the situation had now radically changed. Xiaoyu's sudden submission left him blindsided. The prospect of opposing two God Emperors simultaneously was nearly impossible. Faced with temptation, he yearned to obtain the benefits. Yet, he was unwilling to take risks. Nor could he afford to. As for the notion of submission, that was entirely out of the question. Though he could not comprehend Xiaoyu's current state, he firmly believed that submitting to an ant was an absurdity. Su Chen, let our enmity cease here. I shall not interfere with Xiaoyu's matters. And I guarantee I will not seek you out again. How does that sound? A promise from a God Emperor carried weight. After all, a God Emperor had their own dignity. Yet, Su Chen merely chuckled and shook his head, adhering to his simple principle. He would not initiate conflict unless provoked. And if wronged, he would repay it 100-fold. Moreover, he now understood another principle. Those who align with him shall prosper, while those who oppose him shall perish. This time, if it weren't for Xiaoyu's assistance, relying solely on Lie Kongji, it would be impossible for them to contend with two enemies. The only way for him to escape would be to sacrifice a god-slaying talisman. Would Hanzong truly choose to spare him in such a scenario? The answer is undoubtedly negative. Hanzong would certainly annihilate him. I don't have much time for idle chatter with you. You have 3 breaths to contemplate, submit or perish. The countdown begins now. Su Chen understood Xiaoyu's intention. Given their long-standing bond of life and death, he was willing to grant Hanzong a reprieve if Hanzong chose to submit. Moreover, Hanzong's strength was significant. Being at the pinnacle of the second step of the God Emperor realm, merely a step away from the third. I can answer you without waiting for the countdown. Hanzong remarked with a tone of derision. The idea of submission was laughable. How could a dignified God Emperor submit to a mere insect? I will not submit. His voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Having said this, Hanzong immediately turned to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Humph. A cold sneer escaped Su Chen's lips, his voice turning frigid. It was truly audacious of Hanzong to disregard his offer. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, he would have had no qualms about eliminating Hanzong, seizing his divine essence, and allowing his daughter and others to consume it. Kill him. Xiaoyu sighed deeply within, fully aware of Hanzong's mindset. If it were anyone else, she would undoubtedly side with Hanzong, given their years of camaraderie. Yet, when faced with her master, betrayal was not an option. She had no choice but to engage, synchronizing her attacks with Lie Kongji's. Seeing Xiaoyu truly make her move, Hanzong felt a wave of disappointment. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and he had to ensure his escape. Suddenly, the 3 God Emperors erupted into a frenzied battle. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, Hanzong was confident he would not fear any second-step God Emperor. However, in this scenario of facing 2 opponents, his confidence waned, and retreat became his only option. Su Chen would not allow Hanzong to flee. Having chosen to engage, he was determined to eliminate the threat completely and leave no loose ends. The life and death struggle among the 3 God Emperors reached a fever pitch. Xiaoyu struck with unerring precision. She could not betray her master, and this matter had to be resolved. Even if it meant killing Hanzong, it would be a choice he made himself. She had done her utmost. Watching the battle unfold with an indifferent gaze, Su Chen did not intend to intervene personally, as he believed he had not yet attained the power to obliterate a second-step God Emperor. He wielded the demon-slaying hammer, launching it directly at Hanzong. While engaged in combat against Xiaoyu and Lie Kongji, Hanzong suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of demonic energy sweeping toward him and hurriedly attempted to evade. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily dodged, but now, sandwiched between the 2 formidable God Emperors, he had no choice but to confront the blow head-on. Boom. The demon-slaying hammer crashed into Hanzong, forcing a mouthful of blood from him. Stunned, Hanzong could hardly comprehend how such an ordinary-looking black hammer could contain such overwhelming power, nearly shattering his chest. Not only Hanzong, but even Xiaoyu and Lie Kongji were taken aback by the sheer might of the hammer wielded by Su Chen. Chapter 727. The Master is the Universe and All Things. After that blow, blood streamed from Hanzong's mouth, and his expression darkened to the extreme. He could not fathom that the hammer in Su Chen's hands possessed such tyrannical force. Faced with the threat of 2 God Emperors, it would be a lie to say he felt no fear. Having lost the will to fight, Hanzong's only desire now was to escape. As for revenge, he didn't dare to entertain such thoughts. The more he wished to flee, the more relentlessly Kongji and Xiaoyu pursued him. with Xiaoyu directly viewing Hunzong as a mortal enemy in front of her master. She had already extended a hand to him. It was his failure to seize the opportunity that led to this outcome. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen lounged lazily in his chair, observing the fierce battle before him while entrusting the demon-slaying hammer to his invincible avatars. 12 invincible avatars combined their powers to unleash the secret technique of silence and destruction in conjunction with the hammer. One had to admit that the demon-slaying hammer, as one of the 10 supreme treasures of the divine realm, was indeed formidable, while the Pango axe and other weapons he had previously acquired were also astonishingly powerful. Su Chen understood that those treasures had suffered severe damage and would need to be restored in the primordial world. Su Chen had already devised a plan. Once he departed from the divine world, his first destination would be the primordial world. Uft! Another mouthful of blood erupted from Hunzong, his face darkening with fury as he roared, "Xiaoyu, we have been friends for years. Do you truly wish to drive me to my death?" Even at this moment, Hunzong refused to consider submission. He would rather die than yield. This was his bottom line. Xiaoyu uttered no further words. Since the decision was made, Hunzong's demise was inevitable. Between Hunzong and her master, she would unhesitatingly choose her master. Forsaking Hunzong, what did decades of friendship matter? In her heart, her master was the universe and all things. No one could replace his position. Those unwilling to submit would only meet their doom. Lie Kongji and Xiaoyu showed no signs of relenting. Under their relentless assault, Hunzong could no longer hold on. At that moment, an invincible avatar wielding the demon-slaying hammer brought it crashing down upon Hunzong's head. With a resounding crack, Hunzong's head burst like a watermelon, sending blood mist swirling into the air. The refining desolation jar appeared instantaneously, devouring Hunzong's primordial spirit, while the divine essence within Hunzong was absorbed by the invincible avatar. The invincible avatar approached Su Chen, presenting the divine essence. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded and tossed the essence into his kinkin bag. Aside from the divine essence fused within him, he now possessed a total of 2 divine essences and was determined to continue acquiring more. "Xiaoyu, master, please speak." Hunzong had brought this upon himself and could blame no one else. Xiaoyu, not being foolish, quickly grasped her master's intent. Nodding, she replied, "Master, I understand your meaning. I have given Hunzong a chance. It is his own fault for not seizing it." Su Chen felt a degree of gratitude toward Hunzong. For had it not been for Hunzong seeking assistance, finding Xiaoyu would have been a daunting task. After all, he lacked the coordinates of Xiaoyu Island, making it impossible to locate her. "Kid, I must take my leave now. Should you need anything, reach out to me." Understood. This time, Lie Kongji did not request any so-called life water drops, for he understood the value of such a treasure. It would be rather extravagant to obtain a drop with just one descent. Moreover, he had resolved to genuinely befriend Su Chen, rather than maintain their previous transactional relationship. Su Chen's myriad secrets left him astounded. Establishing friendships was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than mere transactions. Once Lie Kongji departed, the narrative continued to unfold. Su Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. "Xiaoyu, I am assigning you a task." "Please, master, go ahead," Xiaoyu replied. A jade slip materialized in Su Chen's hand as he stated, "This contains the coordinates of the invincible continent. You are to head there immediately and refrain from returning to Xiaoyu Island. Instead, you shall oversee the invincible sect." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu agreed. Regarding the notion of returning to Xiaoyu Island as inconsequential, the Master-S sect was her sect, and it was only reasonable for her to take charge of the invincible sect. "Master, this is my jade token. If anything arises, simply shatter it, and I shall undoubtedly appear at the first opportunity." Throughout the divine realm, only the supreme deity could achieve such a feat with a shattered token. Even a peak golden-level war god would be unable to do so, underscoring the supreme deity's extraordinary power. "Go," Su Chen commanded. "Take care, master." As Xiaoyu departed, Su Chen's intent was clear. Having Xiaoyu by his side, akin to holding the jade token, was a different matter. After all, he had subdued Xiaoyu himself. Unlike the cases of Brother Zhan Ba and Lie Kongji, Brother Zhan was unable to descend due to special circumstances, and as for Lie Kongji, his comings and goings were at his discretion, leaving Su Chen powerless to insist. Only Xiaoyu, he believed, would respond to his summons, regardless of her location or undertakings. This conviction was precisely why he entrusted Xiaoyu with overseeing the sect. Although the sect was already formidable, it was unrealistic to expect the invincible sect to rest easy without the supreme deity's presence. He sought to prevent any calamity from befalling the sect. On the desolate continent, before a thatched cottage, Blood-E was immersed in his training when he abruptly opened his eyes, his heart leaping with joy at the sight of his elder sister's return. Time had felt interminable for him. and the thought of his blood demon clan's annihilation ignited an insatiable desire for vengeance against the invincible sect, wishing to see it utterly destroyed. Yet, relying solely on his own strength to exact revenge was clearly an impractical endeavor. He could only harness the power of his sister. It was crucial to note that his sister was the supreme deity, even at the initial stage of her supremacy. Her mere presence was a deterrent that no other warrior could withstand. Beneath the supreme deity, all were akin to ants. Even a peak golden-level war god would remain insignificant before her, merely a somewhat more powerful ant. "Sister, have you completed your task?" Observing her brother's anxious demeanor, Blood Jun could easily discern his urgency. To her, the so-called invincible sect was utterly inconsequential. How could they obliterate the blood demon clan? What significance did dominating the war god continent hold? Before the supreme deity, everything else was mere illusion, should she choose to act. Any adversary would meet their downfall and destruction. Are you unable to wait any longer? Indeed, I feel as though I am sitting on pins and needles, yearning to return to the war god continent to exact bloody retribution upon the invincible sect. Had it been in the past, he would have never permitted his sister to intervene, but against the invincible sect, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. "Then let us go?" Upon hearing this, he was overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's pause, the two departed towards the war god continent. Chapter 728. Speak if you have matters to discuss. If you have grievances, voice them quickly. The actions of my son, I shall bear the consequences for. On the invincible continent, the land's former identity was that of the war god continent. Following Su Chen's ascendance, the invincible sect he established emerged as the preeminent sect of the continent. Apart from the war god palace, the remaining three top-tier factions, including the Queen of the Grave, were entirely annihilated. The war god palace was spared only due to the intervention of Lan Yuxi. Otherwise, it would have likely faced the same fate as the other three top sects. Succumbing to the invincible sect's might, the return of Su Zhan filled Lan Yuxi and Su Shixiu with immense delight. Beneath the blazing sun, Su Zhan slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The fusion of the supreme deity's divine essence had exponentially accelerated his cultivation speed. He had smoothly broken through to the orange-level war god emperor tier, attaining the yellow-level war god emperor realm. At this rate of advancement, it was conceivable that within a few hundred years, he could stabilize his position as a supreme deity. Such was the potency of divine essence. It was no wonder that divine essence was hailed as the supreme opportunity of the divine realm, an allure no one could resist. "Brother Zhan, do you have a moment?" Came his wife's voice from outside. Su Zhan rose and opened the door, smiling as he beheld the beautiful young woman before him. "Of course, I have time." Yet, a hint of concern marred Lan Yuxi's countenance. "What troubles you?" "Jinglin has snuck out." "Su Jinglin?" Su Zhan held great affection for his granddaughter, perhaps even more so than for Su Chun and Su Shixiu. Upon hearing that his granddaughter had slipped away, concern washed over him. For the divine realm was not akin to the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, with her strength, even if she could not achieve invincibility, she was unlikely to encounter harm. However, the divine realm was a different story. Su Jinglin had only recently been brought into the divine realm by Su Chun. It had been but a short time, and despite her rapid cultivation, it was implausible for her to ascend to greatness overnight. If Jinglin were to encounter danger while outside, how would they explain it to their son? "What about Huangji?" "I was preparing to go look for her, but I was stopped." Nodding gravely, Su Zhan replied, "Huangji is in a similar predicament. The divine realm is fraught with peril. I will keep her at the sect while I search for Jinglin. Be careful." At that moment, Su Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly raised his head, a grave look crossing his face. The presence of divine essence. He possessed divine essence within him, thus he recognized its aura, but he never anticipated the arrival of such a formidable divine essence. "You must find Huangji and the others and take cover. Remember, no matter what happens, do not emerge." "Understood." Lan Yuxi grasped the gravity of the situation and dared not delay. Preserving even one life was paramount. Outside the invincible peak, Blood and Blood Jin stood proudly in the void, their icy gazes imbued with a terrifying murderous intent that enveloped the entire mountain. A formation? Blood Jin instantly sensed that the aura he had unleashed was being thwarted, leaving only one explanation. The invincible sect was fortified by a protective formation, one powerful enough to forcibly repel even his murderous intent. Blood, however, cared little for the presence of any protective formation within the invincible sect. With a voice that rolled forth like a tsunami, he declared, "Su Chun, come out and face your death. Who dares to act recklessly within my invincible sect?" As the voice echoed, Su Zhan, wielding the god-slaying blade, stepped forth into the void. Despite knowing he was no match for the supreme deity, he felt no fear. Anyone could flee, but he could not. He must guard the sect for his son, even if it meant dying in the process. His time fusing with the divine essence was still too brief, had he had longer. Once he fully integrated the divine essence within him and broke through to the supreme deity realm, he would certainly have the strength to confront even the supreme deity. But for now, he had only just ascended to the yellow-level war god emperor realm. Had it not been for the fusion with the divine essence, he would not even have reached the war god emperor tier. You are Su Chen. Blood, he did not recognize Su Chen, as he had not witnessed him during the descent of Su Zhan's army upon the blood demon clan. I am Su Zhan, Su Chen's father. Speak your business. If you have grievances, voice them swiftly. Whatever my son has done, I shall bear the consequences. Such was his domineering declaration. Bloody chuckled and said, a mere yellow-level god emperor dares to be arrogant before me? Hurry and bring your son out. Perhaps I shall be in a good mood and allow him to serve as a dog. Otherwise, I will unleash a massacre upon the invincible divine sect. He regarded Su Zhan with utter disdain, viewing the yellow-level god emperor as no more than an insect, devoid of any challenge. Blood, he found it perplexing. With so many golden-level god emperors in the invincible divine sect, why send a yellow-level god emperor, especially one who is Su Chen's father? He dismissed such thoughts, fixated instead on killing Su Chen, obliterating the invincible divine sect, and re-establishing the blood demon clan. Su Zhan smiled, the god-slaying blade crossing his chest as he retorted, if you wish to find my son, you must first inquire of his father. Spare me your meaningless prattle. Buzz. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying divine pressure erupted from Blood Zhen, crashing towards Su Zhan, causing the ground to shatter and his legs to sink into it. This was the majesty of a god emperor, a force no warrior could withstand. Were it not for Blood Zhen's restraint, Su Zhan would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Where is Su Chen? He demanded. Do you not comprehend human speech? I just stated that if you wish to seek my son, you must first consult his father. Is that so? Blood Zhen's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant you that wish. Just as Blood Zhen prepared to strike down Su Zhan, an even more formidable power erupted from the ground, instantly swallowing Blood Zhen's unleashed force. A charming little girl in a red dress suddenly appeared beside Su Zhan, grinning as she asked, are you Su Zhan, Grandpa? Grandpa? Could this be another child of my son? Su Zhan pondered, nodding as he inquired, who are you? I am Xiaoyu, she replied playfully. Su Chen is my master. I am a god emperor. I can help resolve any troubles the sect faces, such as eliminating this fool before us. Xiaoyu appeared as a carefree child, yet as a formidable second-step god emperor. She had no trouble dealing with a first-step god emperor. Fortunately, she had returned just in time. If anything happened to the sect, she could not bear to face her master. Chapter 729, Su Zhan, Grandpa, this is that fellow's divine essence. A god emperor? Su Zhan stood frozen, fully aware of the divine aura emanating from the little girl. His son had actually sent a god emperor warrior. Wait a moment. Did Xiaoyu just say Su Chen is her master? A god emperor acknowledging his son as a master? Even hearing it firsthand, Su Zhan found it hard to believe. For a god emperor was an exalted being in the divine realm. Su Zhan, Grandpa, you possess divine essence within you. It seems it was bestowed by the master. Divine essence? At these words, Blood E and Blood Zhen's faces lit up with joy, quickly followed by regret. Had they known Su Zhan harbored divine essence, they would have acted immediately. If they could successfully slay Su Chen, they could seize the divine essence and bestow it upon their brother, ensuring he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of God Emperor. Regret was now futile. Who would have imagined that an invincible divine sect would attract a God Emperor? This was beyond the wildest expectations of Blood E and Blood Zhen. Blood Zhen's expression darkened to the utmost. It was too late for regrets now. The immediate priority was to eliminate this little girl. Might I inquire who you are and why you are meddling in my affairs? She demanded. Had it been anyone else, Blood Zhen would not have wasted a word, immediately striking to annihilate them. Yet now, standing before her was a genuine God Emperor. Even if their powers were equal, the outcome of a life-and-death struggle was far from certain. Should this individual choose to leave now, she might disregard the incident. However, Xiaoyu merely chuckled, a look of disdain adorning her charming face as she mockingly retorted, "You shameless couple dare to disturb my grandpa Su Zhan's sect? Soon, I shall ensure you both meet your end here." Such audacity. Yet Xiaoyu had every right to be arrogant. As a second-step God Emperor, she had little regard for Blood Zhen. It was crucial to understand that the disparity between a first-step and second-step God Emperor was vast. A reversal of fortune was nearly impossible. Come now, you two, kneel before my grandpa Su Zhan and confess your wrongs. And then we shall see how he chooses to deal with you. Shut your mouth. Blood E roared in fury, the insolence of his adversary infuriating him. Alone, he would not dare speak so to a God Emperor, for the mere flick of a finger could snuff out his life. Yet the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With his elder sister by his side, who was also a god emperor, he felt emboldened and unafraid of the opposition. Moreover, it was clear that this god emperor before them belonged to a rival sect, and given the enmity between them, there was no need for civility. Tearing the facade could only be expected. Bludgeon did not stop her brother, for she felt Xiaoyu's arrogance was intolerable, despite both being first-step god emperors. To be so insulted was beyond comprehension, igniting her fury. Boom. Just as Blood E finished speaking, before he could even react, a resounding explosion occurred. And Blood Yi's body shattered, blood mist enveloping the air, the acrid scent of blood revealing to Su Zhan and Bludgeon the horrific event that had just transpired. In their presence, a slaughter had unfolded, leaving Bludgeon utterly stunned. An enraged roar echoed through the void. Bludgeon realized she had wasted time with her words. Had she acted sooner, her brother would not have met such a tragic fate. With a murderous intent surging like a tempest, Bludgeon clashed fiercely with Xiaoyu. A second-step god emperor. Terrified voices spread throughout the area. Bludgeon could hardly fathom that her opponent was a second-step god emperor. She understood well the immense gap between the two realms. The disparity was not merely a matter of degree. Had she known this individual was a second-step god emperor, she would have fled without hesitation. Now, she had lost a brother, and whether she wished to believe it or not, she was acutely aware that continuing the fight was folly. She would surely meet her doom. Su Zhan observed the battle before him, clearly discerning that the recently arrived Xiaoyu surpassed her adversary in strength, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could hardly fathom what would have transpired had Xiaoyu not arrived in time. Alone, he would have been unable to withstand the God Emperor's suppression, and the entire sect would have faced calamity. It was unfathomable to contemplate that his son had taken a God Emperor as his servant. As the battle escalated, Bludgeon could no longer withstand the onslaught and was ruthlessly suppressed by the malevolent Yu. Her body shattered into fragments, staining the void with blood. As her divine essence was forcibly extracted by Yu brimmed with confidence, believing that even if the master were present, he would undoubtedly resort to the same method and directly eliminate the adversary. Anyone who dared to offend the sect, regardless of their identity, deserved death. Grandfather Su Zhan. This is that fellow's divine essence. Divine essence? Su Zhan gazed at the divine essence presented by Yu, fully comprehending its significance and the immense benefits of devouring divine essence for a martial artist. Whom should this divine essence be bestowed upon? Had Jinglin been present, it would have undoubtedly been given to her first, but she had already departed from the sect, her whereabouts unknown. Kongji, the lady, or his daughter, who should receive it? Seemingly perceiving Su Zhan's thoughts, Yu grinned and suggested, Grandfather Su Zhan, why not give this divine essence to Grandma? Without granting Su Zhan a moment to speak further, Yu forcibly pulled him along. Within the invincible divine sect, Lan Yushi looked at the divine essence handed over by Yu and hastily declined, saying, I do not require it. Please give the divine essence to Huangji or Shur. Yu chuckled, producing 2 more divine essences from thin air, and remarked, Grandfather Su Zhan, Grandma, these are the 2 divine essences the master bestowed upon me. Along with this one, we now have 3 divine essences in total. I just calculated. And it's perfectly suited for all 3 of us. Each person can devour 1 divine essence. When you departed, Su Chun had already given 2 divine essences to you. According to Su Chen's plan, his mother would consume 1 divine essence, his sister another, and as for his wife Huangji, he believed that under the current circumstances, he could certainly procure a divine essence for her soon enough. Even if, hypothetically, he could not find a divine essence for Huangji in the future, he could simply activate the 3rd layer of the divine beast diagram, capturing and hunting down a divine emperor beast to extract divine essence. After all, his wife was of utmost importance. Grandfather Su Zhan, I will safeguard the sect's future. I shall oversee it. Su Zhan nodded, fully aware that having a divine emperor stationed at the sect would ensure its utmost safety. The ability to effortlessly annihilate another divine emperor already testified to Yu's formidable strength. Su Zhan established a secluded dwelling at the rear peak of Invincible Peak, understanding that despite Yu being his son's servant, his status as a divine emperor would always remain exalted. In the ensuing time, Lan Yushi, Huangji, and Su Shur each consumed a divine essence, retreating into a secret chamber to commence their cultivation. Initially oblivious to the significance of divine essence, they grasped its value through Su Zhan's narration. For a martial artist to ascend to the rank of divine emperor, there are 2 paths to tread. The first path involves diligent cultivation of martial arts, condensing divine essence through one's own efforts, and comprehending the primal force to attain the status of divine emperor. This route is the simplest yet the most arduous, as the journey to breakthrough is fraught with challenges. Countless pinnacle golden grade divine emperors find themselves stymied at the stage of condensing divine essence. No matter how exceptional their talents or limitless their potential, they may still be barred from the divine emperor realm. The second path, though simpler, involves the direct consumption of divine essence. If luck and talent align, one's cultivation speed could significantly accelerate, leading to a swift breakthrough into the divine emperor realm. While this route is more accessible, the act of acquiring divine essence is often more challenging than self-cultivation. To obtain divine essence, one must hunt divine emperors or be fortunate enough to encounter a divine essence. Su Chen understood the difficulties faced by martial artists striving for the divine emperor rank. He did not underestimate his family, but wished to spare them the futile passage of time. Rather than meandering slowly along the path of cultivation with uncertain outcomes, it would be wiser to directly consume divine essence, which at least offers an 85% chance of a breakthrough to the divine emperor realm. However, consuming divine essence does not guarantee that all will ascend to the divine emperor rank. There are those who meet failure in their breakthroughs. Su Chen hunted the golden crocodile beast and the soul burial divine emperor for the purpose of extracting divine essence. Now, with his parents, wife, and sister having consumed divine essence, only Su Jinglin remained. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, Su Jinglin had already departed. As the three entered the secret chamber to begin their cultivation with the divine essence, Su Zhan chose to leave the sect. He refrained from informing you of Jinglin's departure, wanting to spare his son any worry. With his cultivation successfully breaking through to the yellow-grade divine emperor, he believed he could navigate the divine realm with ease. If he could not manage this small matter, he would indeed feel shame before his son, and he could not bear to look down upon himself. Thus, he resolved to leave the sect alone in search of Jinglin. Above all else, Jinglin must remain unharmed. Chapter 730. My master disdains you and wishes to send you to the abyss early. In the burial chaos continent. Having successfully slain the soul burial, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. After all, being targeted by a divine emperor was somewhat unsettling. This time, soul burial had invited you, not just delivering himself to the door, but also bringing you along, alleviating many of Su Chen's troubles. However, it must be noted that without being able to pinpoint U.S. island coordinates, successfully locating you was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, those who provoke him must face death. Those who follow my path shall prosper. Those who oppose it shall perish. Su Chen would not leave himself any trouble. Especially considering that soul burial was a formidable divine emperor, he could not afford to let a tiger return to the mountain. Burial Chaos City. The foremost city of the burial chaos continent was immense. The cities Su Chen had previously entered were but a fraction of this one. This illustrates just how vast Burial Chaos City truly is. It could be said that Burial Chaos City is the most chaotic place on the continent. A melting pot teeming with all manners of beings, including hidden divine emperors. No one knows what kind of existence one might inadvertently provoke. Yet, in Burial Chaos City, death lurks at every corner. Su Chen did not venture elsewhere, but made his way directly to Burial Chaos City. The ground was littered with corpses, some piled high. And in certain areas, there was no room to tread without stepping on them. The sound of crunching bones sending shivers down one's spine. The martial artists coming and going seemed desensitized to the grisly scene, showing no interest. Help, save me. Following the cries for help, Su Chen spotted a strikingly beautiful woman being trammeled by a bald monk, devoid of any compassion. No one intervened. They merely watched with cold indifference. Some even unwilling to cast a glance. Were it anyone else, Su Chen would surely refrain from involving himself, for wherever one goes, including the burial chaos continent. Surviving long requires avoiding meddling in others' affairs. However, facing a monk, Su Chen had previously vowed to slay any monk he encountered. Annihilate the monk. Umitba. I am merely helping you transcend. May you be reborn into a good family in your next life. With a satisfied expression, the monk feigned benevolence. Just then a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted from behind, as if the gates of hell had descended upon him, enveloping him in darkness. Akin to a myriad of sharp swords threatening to pierce his very soul. Startled and drenched in sweat, the monk swiftly turned around to behold a blood-red child before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of this crimson-hued youth sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to force a smile and clasp his hands together in prayer, uttering, Umitba, esteemed patron, do you have a matter at hand? I have my own grievances, you old bald donkey. My master finds you displeasing and wishes to expedite your descent into the abyss. What have I done to provoke such disdain? The monk pondered. Yet he comprehended the nature of this place. Indeed, there were times when one's mere existence could incite the desire for their demise. Little did he anticipate that one day such a fate would befall him. The blood-red child, emboldened to provoke him, clearly regarded him with contempt, and thus the monk, unable to muster any anger, continued his prayers. This time, the demonic infant offered no opportunity for the old monk to respond, launching a direct assault to suppress him. Under the overwhelming aura of a golden-level war god emperor, the monk found himself incapable of resistance. His body shattered, blood staining the ground crimson. The demonic infant had transcended its limits, soaring through 2 realms, from a level 3 golden-level war god emperor to a level 5 golden-level war god emperor. Such was the consequence of the infant consuming divinity. Had it followed the normal path of cultivation, achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs would have been a formidable challenge. Boss, it's done. Let us go? Within the chaotic city of morning ruins, one could only describe it in 3 words: turmoil, prosperity. Indeed, it was a bustling hub filled with throngs of people and shops aplenty, yet beneath this veneer of prosperity lay rampant slaughter and plunder. All that was deemed unthinkable elsewhere could transpire here. In this realm, strength dictated all. A fist could resolve any conflict. Chen found himself enamored with this place, where simplicity and brutality reigned supreme, where might equated to truth. If one dared to defy him, he would beat them into submission. If one displeased him, he would eliminate them outright. With 2 jade tokens in hand, capable of summoning Lie Kongji and Xianxiaaudiobooks at will, and accompanied by the demonic infant. Armed with a divine beast shard, he felt invincible wherever he roamed, perpetually the one to impose upon others. Shortly after entering morning ruins, Chen found himself targeted. A blade of energy sliced through the air, only to be thwarted by the protective barrier conjured by the demonic infant. Kill. Yes, young master. The demonic infant transformed into a swirling mist of blood, hovering in the void as it locked onto the assailant who had just attempted to ambush Chen. Before the attacker could react, the demonic infant unleashed its wrath, slaying him instantly. Quickly, xianxiaaudiobooks is declaring her affections for Lie Kongji. Really? Is that true? Where? Right in the plaza. Let us go see. After all, Lie Kongji ranks 5th on the beauty list, a top-tier beauty. And she herself is a level 3 golden-level war god emperor, with suitors aplenty. Xianxiaaudiobooks is undoubtedly a dragon among men, being a level 7 golden-level war god emperor. Should her confession succeed, it would be a match made in heaven. Lie Kongji? Chen's spiritual essence immediately entered the jade token to examine the beauty list, confirming that the 5th-ranked beauty was indeed Lie Kongji. It was unexpected that the Morning Ruins continent would host 2 figures from the beauty list, one being Yi Miao Miao from the Azura clan, and the other, the current Lie Kongji, a level 3 golden-level war god emperor. It seemed Lie Kongji was not only stunning in appearance, but also possessed exceptional talent and strength. After all, he understood what it meant to be a level 3 golden-level war god emperor. Intrigued, and driven by the quest assigned by the system, he felt compelled to subdue every individual on the beauty list, binding them to a servant contract. Since he had encountered Lie Kongji, ranked 5th, he was determined to conquer her. A confession? An expression of love? In the grand plaza of morning ruins, teeming with people from all directions, the crowd gathered to witness a man and woman standing at the center. The man was handsome, and the woman's beauty was unparalleled in the divine realm. She could only be described with 4 words, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Even Londier from the War God Palace paled in comparison to her. The man, Xianxiaaudiobooks, stood as a level 7 golden-level war god emperor warrior. Lie Kongji, a level 3 golden-level war god emperor, ranked 5th on the beauty list, had arrived in Morning Ruins 3 years prior and entered the city a year ago. Lie Kongji had countless suitors, yet she held herself above all, disregarding any man. Even Xianxiaaudiobooks. Lie Kongji, I have pursued you for a century. Whatever you command, I shall fulfill. I have never failed in a task. Promise me that when I achieve the status of a golden-level war god emperor, you will marry me. I have now reached level 7, yet you still refuse to agree. I must ask why. Chapter 731. More handsome than you, greater talent, stronger power. A total sycophant. Standing in the plaza, Chen observed the scene unfolding between the man and woman, his understanding of the situation crystallizing. It was a one-sided affection, and the man was undoubtedly a hopelessly devoted sycophant. Such women have little tolerance for such behavior. One could not deny that Lie Kongji was indeed beautiful, surpassing every woman he had ever encountered, justifying her position on the beauty list. Xianxiaaudiobooks, we are not suited for one another. Please do not trouble me any further. Her voice was icy, devoid of any semblance of kindness. This is the nature of women. Countless murmurs erupted around them. Was Xianxiaaudiobooks' status commendable? Without a doubt. As a level 7 golden-level war god emperor, he excelled in appearance, talent, and strength, undoubtedly a prince charming in the eyes of women. However, in Lie Kongji's eyes, Xianxiaaudiobooks still fell short. Lie Kongji, I am willing to be your attendant, as long as I can remain by your side. No need. Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart seemed to bleed, yet he refused to concede. He genuinely cherished Lie Kongji, willing to sacrifice his life for her. He had patiently waited for her affection for many years, and it was her that had propelled him to strive for greatness, achieving his current stature through trials of life and death. Lie Kongji, I assure you, one day I, xianxiaaudiobooks, shall surpass my limits and ascend to the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Shaking her head, Lie Kongji revealed no trace of emotion, her countenance resembling an unyielding iceberg, striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld her. She harbored no faith that xianxiang could attain the divine emperor realm. To break through to the divine emperor realm is no simple feat. Even those with unparalleled talent and boundless potential are often thwarted by the barriers of the divine emperor realm. Observing the expression on Lie Kongji's face, xianxiang instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Pointing towards the gathering crowd, he exuded confidence as he declared, across morning ruins. Indeed, across the morning ruins continent and the entire divine realm, who among them is more handsome than I, possesses greater talent, or wields more charm? None. Lie Kongji. Only I, xianxiang, am worthy of you. The rest are unworthy. His declaration incited a wave of curses, mockery, and scorn. Setting aside the divine realm, it was indeed challenging to find anyone in morning ruins who could rival xianxiang. Yet, one must recognize that a divine emperor would never appear, for they possessed their own dignity and would not deign to engage with such matters. Below the divine emperor, xianxiang's attributes of appearance, talent, and charm were undeniably formidable. Though he could not claim to be the best in the divine realm, he certainly surpassed 95% of others. Arrogance. In a display of unabashed mockery, Lie Kongji dismissed another's worth, refusing to acknowledge their excellence. However, if Lie Kongji had harbored feelings for xianxiang, the matter would have been entirely different. Xianxiang, on the other hand, burst into boisterous laughter, gesturing around with confidence, declaring, "Who dares to step forth and compare their looks, talent, and strength with me? Who dares?" His arrogance was palpable, for within him resided unwavering self-assurance. Throughout the vast realm of Zhongluan City, none surpassed him in excellence. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, clad in flowing black garments. He possessed striking features, sharp brows, starry eyes, rosy lips, and gleaming white teeth. His long hair cascaded down his back, and his profound gaze exuded an enchanting mystique, accompanied by an aura of vague yet intriguing mystery. The newcomer was none other than Chen. Under different circumstances, Chen would not have intervened. The affairs of a sycophant held no interest for him. Yet now, he felt compelled to make his presence known, for he sought to subdue Lie Kongji and wished to expedite the process. To his astonishment, someone indeed dared to challenge xianxiang, a blatant provocation. The newcomer was undeniably more handsome than xianxiang, though his talent and strength remained uncertain. Judging by the aura he projected, it was clear he was not a war god or a divine emperor. His talent was unknown, but his strength was surely inferior to xianxiang's. Mere looks alone held little value. As xianxiang beheld this sudden appearance, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated that someone would truly dare to challenge him. This was a blatant affront, disregarding his presence, and it incited his fury. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Chen," came the reply. "I have yet to unleash my wrath. You would do well to depart swiftly, lest you find yourself bereft of the opportunity to flee." Chen, unperturbed, responded with a smile. "Did you not just claim that no one surpasses you in looks, talent, or strength? I wish to compare myself with you. Are you afraid? Or do you lack confidence in your own appearance, talent, and prowess?" This statement drew gasps from the crowd, who stared in disbelief at the audacity of this young man. His arrogance was astonishing, even surpassing that of xianxiang. Various murmurs circulated among the onlookers, acknowledging that Chen's handsomeness indeed eclipsed xianxiang's, and it was the kind that carried a hint of roguish charm, one that no woman could resist. "By the heavens, he is truly stunning. If I could spend just one night with him, I would gladly sacrifice 3 years of my life," exclaimed one woman. "Yi Erniang, do you honestly think he would be interested in you? Even if you offered to give up 3,000 years, he would still not look your way. How dare you? Just because I can't have him doesn't mean I can't dream. Even if he would let me sleep with him, I wouldn't care." Laughter erupted, and xianxiang's face darkened further. As the saying goes, the eyes of the crowd are sharp. It was becoming evident that he was not as handsome as his challenger. He had spoken too boldly, and now he could not take it back. Yet, xianxiang reasoned that merely being handsome was insufficient. He could still compare talent and strength. He believed his abilities were unparalleled among his peers, bolstered by his exceptional physique, the pure yang divine body, which conferred immense advantages in cultivation. He could not fathom that anyone's talent could eclipse his, and in terms of strength, it was apparent that his opponent would not measure up. A flicker of surprise crossed Lie Kongji's eyes, Someone had dared to provoke Yi Qingcheng without fear of consequence. You are Luo Qinji? Su Chun inquired, undeterred by her silence. If I prove to be more handsome, more talented, and stronger than he, will you agree to my condition without hesitation? Do you dare? I doubt you will accept. For you can only bully sycophants. Chapter 732. To challenge me, you must first surpass my servant. The crowd was taken aback by the audacity of this young man. None had anticipated such brazen arrogance. Each onlooker was eager to witness what would unfold. Luo Qinji scoffed, your daring has no bearing on my actions. What you must do now is vanish from my sight. Whether you are more handsome, talented, or stronger than him is of no concern to me. Her anger was palpable, her icy gaze radiating a murderous intent that could no longer be contained. Should he persist, she would not spare anyone, regardless of their identity. Su Chen shook his head, grinning, your indifference does not concern me. I, Su Chun, abide by my own principles. If I prove to be more handsome, more talented, and stronger, you must comply with my request. Otherwise, I shall subject you to the utmost humiliation. With that, Su Chun did not engage in further discourse with Luo Qinji. He had no intention of wasting time on the beauty rankings, which consisted of 100 individuals. If he tarried with each, it would take an eternity to subdue them all. He had no time to spare, he would seize the moment. What a domineering individual. The spectators reflected on Su Chen's treatment of Luo Qinji, contrasting it with her earlier demeanor toward Yi Qingqing. Young man, you clearly do not understand the meaning of danger. Yi Qingqing seethed with rage. How dare this mere trash provoke him, disregarding his authority, especially before someone he admired. He could not afford to lose face. It seems you lack the courage to compete with me. The multitude watched, for if he were to strike down his challenger, it would only signal to everyone that he was inferior. While he could not surpass him in looks, he could still compare talent and strength. Since you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige. With that, Yi Qingqing's energy surged violently within him, and his true form, the pure yang divine body, manifested before all. What a remarkable physique. The pure yang divine body, among the top 10 in the divine realm, promised that Yi Qingcheng would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a divine emperor in due time. In all, Su Chen's eyes sparkled at the sight of Yi Qingcheng's pure yang divine body. He held a keen interest in various special physiques. For his own chaos body could assimilate and absorb any unique constitution. If he could absorb the pure yang divine body, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Look upon my pure yang divine body. What do you possess to compare with me? If we speak of talent, I am confident I could surpass all realms, including the warriors of the divine world. It is essential to understand that since his arrival in this otherworldly realm, he has acquired an annihilation system. And the very first item he obliterated was the enhancement of countless talents. What, one might ask, does the enhancement of countless talents signify, in comparison to physical constitution? There is no need for further deliberation. His own chaos body undoubtedly stands as the progenitor of all physiques. Any constitution pales in comparison to the chaos body, which renders them akin to mere younger siblings. There is no need for superfluous discourse. The evidence speaks for itself. The chaos body within him surged wildly, and a magnificent chaos golden body materialized behind Su Chun, exuding a terrifying aura of chaos. This towering chaos golden body dwarfed the previously formidable pure yang divine body of Yi Qingqing, causing it to lose its luster as if a mere infant stood before a mighty giant, devoid of any comparability. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the towering illusion before them, completely bewildered. Those who initially regarded Yi Qingqing's pure yang divine body as impressive suddenly comprehended the true superiority of the youth's physique. Even Luo Qinji found herself astounded, for the aura emanating from Su Chen's consolidated physique was suffocating. Yi Qingqing attempted to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could not compete in terms of looks, and now, in terms of physique and talent, he was similarly outmatched, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. All that remained was strength. He could not believe he would be unable to slay a warrior who was merely at the level of a king god emperor. Yi Qingcheng could sense that Su Chun was only at the king god emperor stage. However, one must acknowledge the vast chasm that lay between the king god emperor and the war god emperor, especially considering that Yi Qingcheng himself was at the 7th level of the golden war god emperor tier, rendering any comparison futile. In Yi Qingcheng's eyes, to slay a king god emperor, he merely needed to flick a finger. Unable to contain the fury boiling within him, Yi Qingcheng exclaimed, "What does it matter if your talent is great or if you are handsome? I shall make you aware of the vast gulf that separates us." Enraged, he realized that if the roles were reversed, he would be even more infuriated. He was not as handsome, lacked the talent, and even his physique was inferior. With only strength remaining, it seemed Yi Qingcheng was poised to take action. This individual, Possessing such superior cultivation resources, yet treating them with disdain and provoking Yi Qingqing was clearly courting disaster. If he were to be slain by Yi Qingqing, he would not even comprehend how it came to pass. No one held any faith in the youth. The disparity between the King God Emperor and the War God Emperor was evident to all, and there was no doubt about the outcome. Once Yi Qingqing made his move, it was believed that the youth would meet his demise. As the chaos golden body dissipated, Su Chen smiled and inquired, "Do you wish to kill me? What if I do? A mere King God Emperor and dares to be so brazen before me? Today, I shall slay you here and demonstrate that being handsome and possessing talent are of no consequence. What matters most is self-awareness." Su Chen nodded, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed. As a 7th level Golden War God Emperor, you possess the qualifications to act as a sycophant here, yet you are unworthy to be my opponent. To challenge me, you must first surpass my servant." Servant? The youth's words were an unabashed provocation and contempt, causing not only Yi Qingqing, but anyone to feel indignation. Chapter 733. My fate is in my own hands. If heaven seeks to punish me, then I shall extinguish heaven. A servant? To suggest that Yi Qingqing duel with a servant was a complete disregard for him, a blatant insult. Yi Qingqing's expression darkened, becoming as grim as could be. The opponent, merely a King God Emperor, dared to provoke him in such a manner, showing utter disregard. Boy, today you shall pay for your arrogance. Before Yi Qingqing could make his move, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Chen, who had already activated the second layer of the Divine Beast diagram. Led by the Thunder Naga, a host of demonic beasts manifested, numbering over 40 in total. Among them, the peak Golden War God Emperor Beast, Thunder Naga, stood at the forefront, followed by 10 9th level Golden War God Emperor Beasts, and further back were the 8th and 7th level Golden War God Emperor Beasts. Any one of these 40-plus War God Emperor Beasts could effortlessly defeat Yi Qingqing. What superiority could he claim? Where did his confidence stem from? As Yi Qingqing felt the overwhelming power radiating from the beasts, he was left utterly stunned, his face a mask of horror, unable to fathom what was unfolding. No wonder this individual dared to be so audacious, even challenging Yi Qingqing without regard for a 7th level Golden War God Emperor warrior. It was clear he had formidable allies. Anyone with such a host of powerful demonic beasts would undoubtedly exhibit greater arrogance and ferocity. Handsome, outmatched, talent and physique also surpassed. Even his pride and strength paled in comparison. There was nothing in which he could compete. As he gazed at the formidable beasts before him, sensing their power far exceeding his own, Yi Qingqing was utterly bewildered, akin to a wilted eggplant, resigned to his fate. "You are formidable, I concede." Yi Qingqing no longer wished to linger, for in the presence of one superior in every aspect, remaining would only lead to certain death. As he attempted to withdraw, Su Chen would never allow it. Such a notion was laughable. All the demonic beasts had sealed off the route of escape, making it nearly impossible for Yi Qingqing to leave. Many onlookers seemed to have anticipated what would transpire next, retreating in haste, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. After all, the aura emanating from the summoned beasts was overwhelmingly terrifying, suffocating them to the point of breathlessness. Observing the encirclement of formidable beasts surrounding him, Yi Qingqing's heart was gripped with dread and fear. Faced with such a multitude of apex demonic beasts, to claim indifference would be a blatant lie. What could a 7th level Golden War God Emperor do? Any one of these beasts could easily obliterate him without a shred of doubt, regardless of belief. The evidence was manifest. Feigning calm, Yi Qingqing spoke, his voice tinged with a tremor. "What does Mr. Su intend to do? I have already conceded, and I can promise that from this moment forth, I shall no longer pursue Lie Kongji. Does Mr. Su seek to take this matter to such an extreme?" In the face of life and death, Yi Qingqing was willing to abandon his pride and retreat, for his life was at stake, and no one wished to face death. Yet Su Chen smiled and responded, "Whether you continue to be a sycophant is of no concern to me. Since you have lost, you must pay the price. I may spare your life, but you must relinquish an item from your person before you may depart. Mr. Su, please specify what you desire from me." Yi Qingqing resolved that regardless of what Su Chen sought, he would willingly part with it, as long as he could preserve his life. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he declared, "You are quite astute. In that case, I shall not be overly demanding. Simply surrender your pure yang divine body, and you may leave." "What? To relinquish my pure yang divine body? Is that not excessive?" Yi Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically, for he had never anticipated that what Su Chen desired would be none other than his pure yang divine body. If one has just awakened their divine physique, it is undoubtedly true that anyone can forcibly extract and strip it away. However, it is a well-known fact that once a martial artist has fused with their physique, especially if their pure yang divine body is inherently theirs and has long been integrated, it becomes impossible to forcibly detach it. In light of this, What does Su Chen desire the pure yang divine body for? Mr. Su jest, stating that even if he wished to bestow the pure yang divine body upon you, it would be unattainable. You may propose alternative conditions. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not refuse. Su Chen shook his head, a hint of mockery gracing his handsome face as he articulated, I am solely interested in your pure yang divine body. I have no need for anything else. As for the possibility of forcible extraction, that is my concern and not yours. You need only inform me whether you are willing to relinquish it. Yi Qingcheng, though unable to detach his divine body, was acutely aware of the potential consequences of provoking Su Chen. Regardless, he could not afford to remain idle and await death. He had to take risks. Resolutely, Yi Qingcheng refrained from further banter and turned to employ his blood escape technique in preparation for departure. Regrettably, Su Chen had anticipated such a move. Just as Yi Qingcheng initiated his blood escape, he was met with a combined suppression from all the ferocious beasts present. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, the illustrious 7th-level golden battle god, Yi Qingcheng, was swiftly subdued. Approaching Yi Qingcheng, Su Chen shook his head in exasperation and remarked, You truly have a penchant for overestimating yourself. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Do not blame others for your misfortune. One must not be overly kind. Su Chen mused on Yi Qingcheng's pitiable state as a sycophant, realizing that there was no need to further exacerbate his wounds. Should Yi Qingcheng voluntarily offer his pure yang divine body, Su Chen could spare him, thus preserving his own life. Yet, what transpired? Yi Qingcheng, in his blatant disregard, sought to perform blood escape, and thus he would not be spared. Those who fail to seize opportunities deserve their fate. Su Chen chuckled, stating, In your next reincarnation. Remember this, do not be a sycophant. The adversary was intent on eliminating him and seizing his pure yang divine body. Although Yi Qingcheng was uncertain of Su Chen's methods, an uneasy premonition lingered within him, suggesting that Su Chen was indeed capable of achieving the impossible. While others might falter, Su Chen exuded an unmistakable confidence. Perhaps too much confidence, rendering Yi Qingcheng's own self-assurance a mere jest in comparison. Su Chen, are you not afraid that such ruthless actions will bring about retribution in the future? Retribution? What is retribution? To me, my fate rests in my own hands. Gods may be vanquished by gods, and Buddhas by Buddhas. If heaven seeks to punish me, I shall annihilate heaven. If the divine realm cannot accommodate me, I shall refine the divine realm. Tell me, what do I have to fear? Why should I not act with absolute resolve? What can you do to me? Who can challenge me? Yi Qingcheng was rendered speechless by Su Chen's audacity. He had never encountered such a brazen and arrogant individual. He attempted to voice a retort, but the words caught in his throat. Faced with such a domineering presence, he could only resign himself to misfortune. I can permit you to extract the pure yang divine body. Will you allow me to leave? Su Chen shook his head, his tone devoid of warmth. It is too late. I provided you with an opportunity, which you failed to grasp. Do not blame others for your own shortcomings. Without further ado, amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of the crowd, Su Chen commenced the forcible extraction of Yi Qingcheng's pure yang divine body. What others could not achieve did not imply he could not. Within mere minutes, he successfully extracted it, forcibly consumed by the chaos within. What the hell did I just witness? Yi Qingcheng is dead, and his divine body has been stripped away. The eternal truth of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Had Yi Qingcheng won, he would undoubtedly have slain Su Chen. It is evident that to survive in this realm, one must harbor no compassion. Su Chen chose to disregard the myriad of discussions surrounding him. As the chaotic essence fused with the pure yang divine body, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within, convinced that he would soon surpass his limits. For now, however, he needed to deal with Lie Kongji. Turning to the breathtaking beauty before him, Su Chen stated bluntly, I have defeated Yi Qingcheng. Now, I am left with you. I hold no interest in you, regardless of her willingness to admit it. Lie Kongji recognized that the young man before her was indeed exemplary, leaving her unable to find a single flaw. Yet, the notion of marrying a stranger was beyond her capability. In the eyes of all, she was an aloof ice queen. How could she possibly take a liking to anyone so easily? She preferred sycophants, like Yi Qingcheng. The more, the merrier. Far better than hanging on to a single tree until death. Su Chen's smile gradually faded. He could discern that Lie Kongji was not to be trifled with. Even if she harbored feelings, she would never reveal them, instead dangling them before him like bait, wishing him to remain her sycophant. The more sycophants, the more pleased she would be, a quintessential green tea girl. Wherever one goes, green tea girls exist. Had it not been for the system's mission, he would have refrained from meddling. However, the circumstances now demanded that he subdue this green tea girl. Speaking further would serve no purpose. His expression darkening, Su Chen asserted without courtesy, I do not care whether you are willing. My previous words stand unwavering. My terms are simple. Sign a maid contract with me and become my servant. What? Sign a maid contract? Become a maid? What does that even mean? Upon hearing the young man's declaration, all present were utterly bewildered. Even if you wielded such power and commanded a legion of beasts, surely you could not be this audacious. Chapter 734. I have a powerful patron. Dare to provoke me, and I shall have him eliminate you. Everyone was left dumbfounded. To them, it seemed Su Chen intended to propose marriage to Lie Kongji. After all, she ranked 5th among the most beautiful women. No man could resist such allure. Yet, what was the reality? This scoundrel, rather than seeking to marry the affluent beauty, demanded her submission and the signing of a so-called maid contract, which was utterly absurd. Even Lie Kongji herself found it hard to comprehend, feeling a mix of disbelief and fury. She had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. This was a first that truly opened her eyes. Submit? Is that even feasible? Her status positioned her far above him. How could she possibly bow to him? With a cold scoff, Lie Kongji replied, Su Chen, you merely rely on these so-called beasts. You have chosen the wrong opponent. I am not Yi Qingqing. You lack the qualifications to demand my submission. What a joke. For her to submit and sign a maid contract was nearly impossible. Yet Su Chen merely chuckled, unfazed, and said, no matter, you may refuse. However, I possess a rather volatile temperament. Soon enough, I will strip you bare and display you in the town square for all to see. You dare. Why would I not? Upon hearing these words, the crowd could not help but express their astonishment, for the expression on the young man's face suggested he was not, in fact, lying. Could it be that the youth truly desired such a thing? It was utterly insane. Under normal circumstances, anyone encountering the aloof and stunning beauty, Lie Kongji, would grovel like a sycophant, praying even for the chance to behold her beauty for a moment longer. However, Su Chen was entirely different. He exuded a domineering and reckless aura, completely disregarding Lie Kongji's allure, even seeking to humiliate her, an unimaginable act. Lie Kongji fixed her gaze on the young man before her. Sensing that Su Chen was not jesting, a flicker of interest ignited within her. Unlike other men, he neither fawned over her nor cowered. Instead, he displayed such audacity and madness that it stirred something within her. Yet, his brazen and reckless demeanor infuriated her, leading her to contemplate submission and a contract, which she perceived as a profound humiliation. If she were to acquiesce, how could she face herself afterward? Without a powerful backing, facing such a madman would indeed be terrifying. Yet, the current circumstances had shifted entirely. As a jade tablet materialized in her hand, Lie Kongji coldly declared, Su Chen, my godfather is a supreme deity. Should I crush this jade tablet, he will descend immediately. Do you truly believe you can contend with a supreme deity? Upon hearing the term supreme deity, the onlookers were utterly stunned, for they understood the implications of such a title, an existence of unparalleled authority within the divine realm. Nobody had anticipated that Lie Kongji had a godfather of this stature. No wonder she appeared so fearless. With a supreme deity backing her, she would certainly dismiss all challengers. It was now clear why Lie Kongji looked down upon Yi Qingqing. After all, she had a supreme deity as her godfather. My heavens, to have such a powerful ally. I have never encountered a supreme deity in my life. I was fortunate enough to witness a battle between two supreme deities once. In the territory of the bone-devouring Soul Clan on the Cursed Continent, the clash was cataclysmic, and the terrifying waves of power engulfed the entire void. Claiming the lives of over 100 million warriors, none could withstand the aftermath. Is it truly so? How terrifying indeed. This young man must be exceedingly unfortunate to have provoked a being with a supreme deity as an ally. If Lie Kongji were to summon her godfather, chaos would inevitably ensue. Whispers filled the air. Lie Kongji's expression darkened. She seldom spoke of her godfather, as she yearned to ascend through her own efforts and reach the pinnacle of martial arts, standing atop the divine realm and ultimately entering the world of gods. Yet, the present situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. The beasts at Su Chen's side were overwhelmingly powerful. Even one of them could easily suppress her. Setting aside life and death, the humiliation she would face, should the young man's words ring true, would indeed be unbearable. In her desperation, Lie Kongji had no choice but to invoke her powerful godfather, the supreme deity. With the jade tablet in her grasp, she realized that by merely crushing it, she could summon her godfather to her side. Nonetheless, she reiterated her desire to rely on her own strength. If her opponent chose to retreat, she would refrain from calling upon her godfather. Su Chen, momentarily taken aback, inquired with a smile, Lie Kongji, may I ask, what kind of godfather is this so-called supreme deity? Is he truly your godfather, or did you perhaps exchange something for such a title? Understanding the implication behind the young man's gaze, Lie Kongji furiously retorted, you are vile. Laughter erupted from the crowd as some quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Su Chen's words, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Many began to speculate about the nature of her godfather. A godfather obtained through bodily exchange? It would be hard to believe that a supreme deity would involve himself in the affairs of mere mortals without some underlying transactions. After all, supreme deities are exalted beings, far removed from the trivialities of ordinary warriors. Oh, to be beautiful and possess a supreme deity as a godfather. I wish I could become a woman. One lamented. Why not train in the Sunflower Manual then? Another responded. The Sunflower Manual? What is that? Came the reply. You truly are naive. It is said that this secret technique requires a man to castrate himself to practice, transforming him entirely into a woman over time. The mere thought of such a practice sent shivers down the spines of the men present, prompting one to exclaim, I still prefer being a man. Lie Kongji, a level 3 gold-tier war god, could hardly ignore the raucous discussions around her. The sheer humiliation she felt was unprecedented, and her icy gaze bore into Su Chen as if it could kill him outright. Su Chen, you are crossing my boundaries. My godfather is not someone you can speak of lightly. I am giving you an opportunity. Apologize and leave my side at once. Should you fail to heed my warning, you will soon learn what it means to have no chance of regret. It was a blatant threat, for Lie Kongji believed she had the leverage. Given her godfather's exalted status, anyone else, upon hearing the title Supreme Deity, would undoubtedly flee. For even the most powerful gold-tier war gods would be mere insects before such a being. Yet, this individual remained unabashed, not only unperturbed by her warning, but daring to jest about her godfather. In Lie Kongji's view, his audacity stemmed from a disbelief in her backing. If he truly believed, would he still dare to act so recklessly? The answer was undoubtedly no. With a smile, Su Chen replied, I am genuinely curious to see what it means to have no opportunity for regret. I shall remain here, waiting. You should crush that jade tablet and summon your so-called godfather. I wish to converse with him face to face. At this, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Such arrogance was unprecedented. To engage in conversation with a supreme deity? What could possibly be discussed? Everyone knew that his audacity was founded upon the presence of over 40 war god beasts by his side, beasts that had just slain the level 7 gold-tier war god, Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks was never a supreme deity, and there was no comparison. No matter how many beasts he commanded, they would be powerless against a supreme deity. The entire assembly, including Lie Kongji, struggled to comprehend what had emboldened this young man to provoke a supreme deity. To think he could stand against such a being? He would likely be dispatched with a mere flick of a wrist. Lie Kongji tightened her grip on the jade tablet, her cold gaze brimming with turbulent fury as she declared, Su Chen, I do not wish to invoke my godfather. It is not out of fear of you, but rather a desire to avoid trouble for him. However, should you continue to be so ungrateful, prepare yourself for the wrath of the supreme deity. The notion of a peaceful resolution appears utterly futile. Lie Kongji can discern that the opposing party simply does not believe in the existence of her formidable patron, the God Emperor. Thus, attempting to leverage her patron's influence to intimidate this individual is, for all intents and purposes, an exercise in futility. She yearns to depart. Yet she is acutely aware that Su Chen would never acquiesce to such a desire. Moreover, one thing has become abundantly clear. Her adversary is a madman, fearless and reckless, commanding dozens of elite demon beasts. Most would think twice before provoking such a figure. Even Xianxiaaudiobooks, a dignified level 7 golden battle god, met with a swift and merciless demise at his hands. With Su Chen surrounded by peak golden battle god demon beasts, who could possibly contend with him, save for the God Emperor himself? Therefore, Su Chen possesses ample grounds for his arrogance. What perplexes Lie Kongji, however, is the apparent youth of this individual, merely a king god, and yet he commands such a multitude of demon beasts. Does he have an influential backing? Surely not. She must be overthinking it. You're quite verbose. Do you truly have a patron? If not, I shall take action, and you would do well to comply, she declared. You seek death. Without further ado, Lie Kongji shattered the jade tablet in her grasp. In the eyes of the stunned onlookers, a terrifying aura immediately surged forth, as if an enormous spider's web were spreading in all directions. Chapter 735. I now grant you an opportunity. Kneel and apologize. The furious Lie Kongji could no longer suppress the boundless wrath boiling within her. No one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner. And having invoked her patron, the other party still dared to disregard and provoke him. It was an affront of monumental proportions. If her patron were an ordinary person, it might be understandable, but he is the exalted God Emperor, an entity not to be trifled with. As the jade tablet in Lie Kongji's hand shattered, a dreadful power surged forth. An elder materialized from the rift in space. It was none other than her patron, Feng Motion. With a goat-like head and a square jaw, Fong Motion appeared rather unconventional. "My dear daughter, why have you summoned me after such a long interval?" he exclaimed jovially. "The God Emperor? This is the God Emperor?" Witnessing the sudden appearance of her patron, all present gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, many had chosen to doubt. Now, confronted with the living embodiment of her claims, they could no longer maintain their skepticism. So it is true. Luo Qingji's assertion regarding her patron was indeed valid, and he had arrived without delay. This was a dire predicament for the young man. Regardless of how many elite demon beasts he had at his side, without a God Emperor to back him, all claims were mere fabrications. Before the God Emperor, any demon beast was akin to an ant. The youth was certainly doomed. With a forced smile, Luo Qingji pointed at the youth before her, coldly stating, "Patron, this is the one who not only sought to humiliate me, but also disregarded you." Her implication was unmistakable. Fong Motion's expression darkened instantly as he turned to the youth, nodding in disdain. "Merely a piece of trash, he can be eliminated." The likes of Thunder Naga and the other demon beasts had vanished, retreating to the second layer of the divine beast chart. If it had been anyone else, the arrival of a God Emperor would have left them trembling in fear, for the might of such an entity is undeniable. Yet Su Chen, faced with the God Emperor's presence, displayed no sign of trepidation, his countenance devoid of fear, as if the God Emperor were merely an ordinary individual. "What is happening?" All who watched were in awe of the unflinching youth, silently applauding his composure. Not everyone possesses such steadiness. Not everyone can remain so unperturbed. Fong Motion himself was taken aback. His initial contempt gradually transformed into a hint of amusement. The fact that this individual showed no fear upon seeing him was decidedly unusual. What could possibly explain this? "Qingji, who is this person?" "Patron, this individual is Su Chen. He demands my submission and insists I sign some sort of maid contract." All the while surrounded by numerous elite demon beasts, including a peak golden battle god demon beast. Oh, his surprise deepened. He could sense that this so-called Su Chen was merely a king god, yet he chose to disregard him. "You have but one opportunity. Reveal your trump card or summon your backing." Upon hearing her patron's words, Luo Qingji's heart sank. She understood the implication. Su Chen's confidence stemmed from an unseen support, possibly another God Emperor. The difference between having support and lacking it is monumental. Su Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "I wish to inquire, what step of the God Emperor are you?" Luo Qingji nearly spat blood. How audacious to pose such a question. It was utterly shameless. Her expression grew serious as Fong Motion fixed his gaze upon the youth, realizing that he was aware of the hierarchy of God Emperors, indicating that he was not to be underestimated. "The step of the God Emperor I occupy is of little consequence. What matters is the step of the God Emperor behind you." Had it been anyone else, Fong Motion would have dispatched them without hesitation. However, having noticed the jade tablet in Su Chen's possession, clearly a token from the God Emperor, he understood that should the youth shatter it, he would summon a God Emperor immediately. "Then you may simply inquire of him." Su Chen wasted no breath. He knew that this confrontation was inescapable. To subdue Luo Qingji, he must eliminate her patron. Would the God Emperor idly watch as Luo Qingji signed a so-called maid contract? That was an impossibility, given the dignity of the God Emperor. To step back would be to lose face entirely. How could one maintain standing in the divine realm thereafter? As Su Chen shattered the jade tablet in his hand, a crimson orb of light coalesced instantaneously, and a shadowy figure emerged from within. The God Emperor? No one could have anticipated that the youth also had a God Emperor standing behind him, which explained his audacity in disregarding the God Emperor's intimidation. "Greetings, Master." The shadowy figure bowed respectfully before Su Chen, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. Had they not witnessed it firsthand? Who would believe such a revelation? This individual was merely a king god. Yet he not only commanded numerous elite demon beasts, but also had a servant of the God Emperor. One could only imagine the complexity of his identity. Fong Motion's eyes narrowed as he felt a jolt of shock. He could sense that the crimson-clad girl before him was not just any God Emperor, but one on par with his own strength, belonging to the second step of the God Emperor hierarchy. Who exactly is this person? "Qingji, wait, there's something you must do. Leave immediately, and do not look back." Hearing her patron's mental transmission, Luo Qingji shivered, fully aware of the gravity of his words. It seemed that even her patron lacked complete confidence in defeating the opponent. Or else he would not have spoken thus. Regret weighed heavily upon her heart. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have ventured forth. It was all because of that fool Yi Qingcheng, who so foolishly expressed his feelings to her. Now, she found herself bereft of any opportunity for remorse. Ultimately, it was her own enjoyment of being pursued that led her here. Otherwise, no one could compel her presence. He inquired about her rank among the divine emperors, and she would have to divulge it herself. "Yes, master." Rising from her seat, Xiaoyu turned to face Feng Motion, her voice icy as she declared, "My rank among the divine emperors is of no concern to you. However, you have provoked my master, and now I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize. Acknowledging your mistake, and follow my master, and you may yet preserve your life. Kneel, apologize, acknowledge my wrongs, submit." Such words were indeed excessive. For the other party was a genuine divine emperor, with strength and status that surpassed that of an ordinary warrior. Yet, Lie Kongji asserted, "Su Chun, do not overstep your bounds. Even if we find ourselves in trouble, you will not emerge unscathed. I hope you refrain from actions you may later regret." Lie Kongji's words already betrayed her fear. Even her godfather lacked absolute confidence. In this battle, should it come to a life-and-death struggle, they would find it exceedingly difficult to slay their opponent. "What are you? Do you think that your beauty grants you the right to spout nonsense here? Believe me, I could easily silence you." Xiaoyu gestured dismissively, attempting to quell her anger, while Su Chen smiled and said, "Lie Kongji, I now grant you a chance. You must seize it wisely. Delay, and you shall face humiliation. Should you choose to submit later, your pleas will not be so easily entertained." Had this been a moment prior, Lie Kongji would have dismissed Su Chen's threats, emboldened by her godfather's support, fearing no one. But now, the circumstances had irrevocably changed. Su Chen had summoned a divine emperor. According to her godfather, this little girl in red was no ordinary foe, potentially capable of contending with her godfather himself. Regardless of her willingness to believe, the truth stood before her, compelling her to accept it. Retreat was not an option. She would not choose submission, nor would she sign any deceitful servant contracts. "Mr. Su, you must be jesting. There must be some misunderstanding between us. There is no need for a life-and-death confrontation. If my actions have offended you, I beseech your forgiveness. I am Feng Motion, and I am willing to compensate on behalf of the young lady. I hope Mr. Su will accept." Had Feng Motion been an ordinary second-step divine emperor, he would not have acted so submissively. After all, he was not without strength. Yet now, he felt no certainty, not out of fear of the girl in red, but rather the uncertainty of who would prevail in combat, given their comparable powers. What truly troubled him was the identity of this individual. Setting aside the dozens of gold-ranked divine emperor beasts, the mere presence of a divine emperor servant was enough to raise suspicions. No one would consider this normal. Even he lacked a divine emperor servant. Even if one could defeat a first-step divine emperor, they would never submit, as it pertained to the dignity of the divine emperor. Feng Motion's genuine concern lay in the fear that this individual's identity was far from simple. If this person had an even more powerful entity backing them, there would be no opportunity for regret. The divine emperors were classified into 7 steps, with the second step being merely a lower-tier existence. Only those who ascended to the third step could be deemed true divine emperor powerhouses. If this individual had a third or fourth step divine emperor supporting them, how could he navigate the aftermath of such a confrontation? He was unwilling to gamble, especially since the consequences of a lost wager would be dire, plunging both him and his goddaughter into irrevocable peril. Chapter 736. Extract your divine essence for me. To concede? To compromise? To step back? All present gazed in astonishment at the compromising divine emperor, easily deducing that Lie Kongji's godfather was inferior to the girl in red. Otherwise, he would not be so accommodating. Wherever one went, strength dictated the terms. Had the youth not had a divine emperor backing him, would Lie Kongji have chosen to spare him? The answer was a resounding no. Lie Kongji wished to voice her thoughts, but the words caught in her throat. She understood her godfather's intent. Had there been absolute confidence, her godfather would not have resorted to such humility, for divine emperors possess their own dignity. Under normal circumstances, Feng Motion would not lower himself to such a degree. He sought to avoid trouble. Any divine emperor would extend sufficient respect, unless one could exert absolute dominance over them. Yet, Xiaoyu's situation was entirely different. She was no longer alone. She had Su Chen as her master. "You talk too much. Kneel and apologize, as instructed. My master has a rather volatile temper. Should you provoke him further, even if you wish to beg for mercy, the opportunity may elude you." A blatant threat. Her voice laced with a cold fury that sent chills down the spine. Xiaoyu harbored no fear of Feng Motion in a life-and-death struggle. She was confident in her ability to subdue him. Moreover, even if she could not, her master could summon another divine emperor, Lie Kongji, should they choose to join forces. Feng Motion would stand no chance. The outcome would be certain. "Mr. Su, why must you be so aggressive? And yet, I shall force you. What will you do about it?" Feng Motion seethed with anger at the girl in red's arrogance, yet he held back, fearful of the repercussions. At that moment, Lie Kongji, hearing Feng Motion's words, chose to flee. His message was clear. Once they engaged in battle, the outcome remained uncertain, and who would prevail was still unknown. His greatest worry was for his goddaughter, Lie Kongji. The girl herself was inconsequential. She had already indicated that Su Chen was surrounded by numerous gold-ranked divine emperor beasts. Given her goddaughter's strength, she would not stand a chance against those so-called gold-ranked divine emperor beasts. Thus, Lie Kongji resolved to retreat first, leaving Feng Motion alone, free from any concerns. However, as she attempted to depart, Su Chen would not allow it. The figure of the devil infant appeared instantaneously, blocking Lie Kongji's path. With the devil infant's cultivation having successfully advanced, slaying Lie Kongji would be an effortless task. Yet, Su Chen had a purpose for keeping Lie Kongji around. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths. Your master has not permitted your departure. You will not leave. You would do well to remain obedient, or I shall ensure you suffer for it. The devil infant? Feng Motion sensed the aura of the devil infant and deduced its identity. Astonished to discover that even a being of the demon clan had submitted to this person. Who exactly was Su Chen? With dozens of top-tier gold-ranked divine emperor beasts, a devil infant servant, and a divine emperor servant. Did this person hail from the demon clan? Feng Motion was undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of the 8 great demon emperors. Many years prior, they had already transcended to the 4th step of the divine sovereign realm, and whether they have since ascended to the 5th step remains shrouded in uncertainty. Regardless of their current standings, if any one of the 8 great demon emperors were to be Su Chen's backing, then matters would become exceedingly complicated. Even if he were granted 1,000-fold courage, he would not dare to provoke the 8 great demon emperors, for in their presence, he would be as insignificant as an ant. Mr. Su, what is it that you desire? 2 conditions. If you and Lie Kongji agree, then this matter will be resolved. Please, speak. The more domineering and arrogant the other party was, the more unsettled Feng Motion felt. As long as he could acquiesce to the terms proposed, he would undoubtedly comply, eager to settle the matter and depart, unwilling to further incite this individual. First, Lie Kongji must sign a contract of servitude with me. I shall not restrain her freedom, but from now on, I shall be her master. Lie Kongji's expression shifted dramatically. She had initially believed that summoning her godfather would allow her to dominate the situation, only to discover that even he was wary of this person. Was she truly expected to sign some absurd contract of servitude with Su Chen? Clenching her fists tightly, she resolved that she would rather be Su Chen's woman than become another's servant. She hoped her godfather would not agree to this, for she knew that once he chose to compromise, she would have no choice but to comply, regardless of her own wishes, regardless of Feng Motion's willingness. Without waiting for his response, Su Chen continued with a smile. Second, in comparison to the first, this request is far simpler. I merely require you to relinquish your divine essence to me, and you may depart. At these words, a wave of uproar surged through the surroundings. The world fell into an eerie silence, with not a soul daring to utter a word, for no one would risk speaking out. Many turned to leave hastily, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, leaving them with no recourse for explanation later on. Feng Motion was utterly stunned. Was the other party's demand truly not excessive? Was this really considered simple? Both conditions were impossible for him to accept. Whether it was having Lie Kongji sign a servitude contract or extracting his divine essence, both were out of the question. Firstly, Lie Kongji was his daughter. Although she had not yet acted out of line, it was evident that she would eventually become his woman. The notion of a goddaughter was merely a facade, a truth well understood by all. Should she sign a contract of servitude and submit to Su Chen, any future hope of reclaiming her would be almost impossible. Secondly, for him, the most crucial aspect was his divine essence and primordial spirit. To forcibly sever his divine essence would result in the loss of his cultivation, reducing him to an ordinary person, or worse, lead him to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. No divine sovereign warrior would ever consider such an act. It was akin to committing suicide, unless one were utterly deranged or had been struck by madness. Feng Motion chuckled. It seemed you were deliberately seeking a life and death battle with me, and you must be prepared for the possibility of your own demise. Chapter 737. Hammer me to death. Feng Motion was genuinely enraged. As a dignified divine sovereign, he had already humbled himself sufficiently in front of so many witnesses. Under normal circumstances, anyone below the 3rd step of the divine sovereign realm would surely show him respect, as no one wished to engage in a life and death struggle. After all, who could guarantee victory? No one could. However, the youth before him was utterly outrageous. Not only did he demand Lie Kongji's submission and the signing of a ridiculous servitude contract, but he also insisted that Feng Motion extract his own divine essence. Was this a jest? Or a game? For a divine sovereign warrior, forcibly severing one's divine essence was a suicidal endeavor. Was it even conceivable? Absolutely not. Given this, why continue to compromise? Even if the other party had a powerful backing, it would be far preferable to hide away than to sever his divine essence. As for the young girl in red standing before him, Feng Motion felt little concern, as they were both at the second step of the divine sovereign realm. Once battle commenced, the outcome remained uncertain. Su Chen, however, nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Feng Motion, he remarked with a smile, "How foolish of you to squander an opportunity and force me to subjugate you and extract your divine essence. By then, you won't even have a chance for rebirth." Su Chen's demeanor was unervingly calm. The more he displayed this composure, the more unsettled Feng Motion became. In any other circumstance, he would have capitulated. But the notion of severing his divine essence was utterly unacceptable. Handing the demon slayer hammer to Xiaoyu, Su Chen coldly commanded, "Hammer him to death." "Yes, young master." Su Chen did not summon Lie Kongji. He believed that Xiaoyu, wielding the demon slayer hammer, was more than capable of dispatching Feng Motion single-handedly, rendering Lie Kongji unnecessary. Wait, but Xiaoyu did not heed the call to halt. Upon receiving the young master's order, he charged in without hesitation. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, and regardless of Feng Motion's willingness to fight, Xiaoyu had already made his move. He could only await his fate. At the moment Xiaoyu struck, the demon infant had already subdued Lie Kongji and brought her before Su Chen. The onlookers, who had previously crowded the plaza, began to scatter, leaving only a few remaining. Everyone feared being caught in the crossfire. For even the residual force from a battle between divine sovereigns could bring about death without warning. The wisest course was to retreat as far as possible. Gazing at Lie Kongji standing before him, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he bluntly stated, "You truly are shameless. Do you think you can disregard everything simply because you have a godfather? Allow me to make it clear, it doesn't matter if you acknowledge a godfather or a god-grandfather. Before me, you must behave." Su Chen was growing increasingly impatient. "Sign the contract of servitude now, or I shall subject you to the most humiliating experiences imaginable." Observing the icy glint in his eyes, Lie Kongji understood that Su Chen was not jesting. Her body trembled in fear. Facing someone capable of subduing her godfather was terrifying. And to claim she was unafraid would be a lie. Yet, becoming the slave of another was a fate she could not accept. At this moment, she was in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how she had gone from being a woman of high status, fervently pursued by Yi Qingcheng, to being thrust into such a predicament, one with no room for negotiation. Even the arrival of her godfather could not change this. It was all too sudden, too overwhelming for her to accept. She feared death, yet did not desire to perish. Biting her lip and clenching her fists tightly, Lie Kongji wrestled with her inner turmoil. Regardless of her willingness, the harsh reality lay before her, leaving her with no choice. She did not wish for humiliation, and if Su Chen's earlier words held any truth, her existence would become a living hell. With this thought, Lie Kongji finally gritted her teeth and agreed to sign the contract of servitude. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Chen wasted no time and immediately began the sign-in process, successfully completing it within mere seconds. He had already formulated a plan regarding this matter. The tasks assigned by the system were exceedingly tedious. With the beauty list comprising 100 individuals, did he expect to engage with each one individually? Such an endeavor was patently unrealistic. He simply lacked the energy for that, and had no intention of abandoning the task at hand. The only feasible approach was to resolve matters swiftly. Regardless of which beauty from the list he encountered, he would directly impose his will upon them. Should they be unwilling to submit to the made contract, then he would not hesitate to humiliate them until they acquiesced. This strategy would undoubtedly save him considerable time. As the battle between Xiaoyu and Feng Motion escalated, their strengths appeared evenly matched. However, Xiaoyu now wielded the demonic hammer, one of the 10 supreme treasures of the divine realm, relentlessly striking Feng Motion. Pressing forward, Xiaoyu paid little heed to the consequences. The young master had already instructed him to hammer away without restraint. "Su Chen, I am willing to follow you in the future. Please make her stop. Damn it." As Feng Motion endured the brutal blows from the hammer in Xiaoyu's grasp, he began to vaguely suspect the true origins of the weapon. Could it be the legendary demonic hammer? This supreme artifact of the demon path was revered as one of the top treasures by the divine realm, and was once the personal possession of the demon god Tang Senyao. If his conjecture was correct, why was the demonic hammer in Su Chen's possession? It was unfathomable. Yet, the evidence lay before him, leaving no room for disbelief. This was indeed a reality. Had it not been for the demonic hammer, he might have had absolute confidence in his ability to match the young girl blow for blow, as their strengths were quite comparable. However, the current situation was entirely different. With the demonic hammer in play, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. He had no desire to perish here. Lie Kongji, who had already signed the made contract, observed the fierce battle before her with a sense of lamentation. She had always believed her foster father to be the most formidable, having encountered very few true gods. Previously, she had witnessed him severely injure a deity. However, It now appeared that her foster father's abilities were limited. Or perhaps her perspective was simply too narrow. As the saying goes, there are skies beyond the skies, and there are people beyond the people. This time, she had inadvertently led her foster father to his doom. Had she known better, she would not have summoned him. Now that he was present, instead of using his power to subdue Su Chen, he had instead been directly subdued by Su Chen. Regret was futile. She had never anticipated that Su Chen himself had a true god backing him. Chapter 738. The Wheel of Fortune. Create rules, slaughter rules. With relentless pressure, Xiaoyu wielded the demonic hammer, pummeling Feng Motion, who cried out for mercy and retreated repeatedly, eventually pleading for Su Chen to spare his life and grant him the chance for reincarnation. Feng Motion could hardly believe it. He had already expressed his willingness to follow Su Chen and submit, yet the latter chose to disregard him entirely. Was the world not a bit too mad? After all, he was a dignified deity, not some moldy potato left unattended in a marketplace. Su Chen, who had chosen to ignore him, felt the chaotic energy within him beginning to merge with the pure yang divine body. Amidst the confluence of countless talents and the chaotic essence, his internal power surged wildly, instantly breaking through his limits and transitioning from the peak of the king realm to the emperor realm. The divine emperor's levels of ceiling are divided into 5 stages: King Divine Emperor, Emperor Divine Emperor, Venerable Divine Emperor, Emperor Divine Emperor, and Ancestor Divine Emperor. As Su Chen successfully ascended to the emperor realm, he began to break through at an astonishing pace. Level 1 Emperor Realm, Level 2 Emperor Realm, Level 3 Emperor Realm, Level 4 Emperor Realm, Level 5 Emperor Realm, Level 6 Emperor Realm, Level 7 Emperor Realm, Level 8 Emperor Realm, Level 9 Emperor Realm, Peak Emperor Realm. Host performs outstandingly. The system rewards 1 spin of the instant kill system's big wheel. The host may now spin the big wheel. Once again, the Wheel of Fortune has appeared. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, and Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware of what the Wheel of Fortune entailed. He had previously spun it once and was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. The interface materialized in his mind, revealing a grand wheel that appeared to be the instant kill lucky wheel as described by the system. Upon seeing the wheel, Su Chen could hardly contain his exhilaration. The lucky wheel was adorned with numerous prizes, with an arrow pointing to the center. Without needing to ask, Su Chen knew precisely what to do. The system was indeed generous. His remarkable performance had earned him a chance at the lucky wheel. It was worth noting that during his last spin, he had landed on a 10-level elevation in his realm. Even if he were to achieve the same result this time, it would still be quite remarkable. Please spin the wheel, host. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen showed no hesitation and began to spin the grand wheel. The mechanics of the wheel and the instant kill were essentially the same. It all hinged on his luck. With good fortune, he could acquire valuable items. Conversely, if luck was not on his side, he could only resign himself to misfortune, for even the system could not alter the pre-established rules of the wheel. No one could interfere. He hoped to draw something extraordinary this time. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. The Wheel of Fortune relied solely on luck. The better the luck, the more splendid the prize, akin to a lottery determined entirely by chance. Su Chen had always believed his luck to be rather favorable. If it weren't, he would not have been able to traverse realms in the first place. Fixating on the grand wheel before him, he felt an anxious tension as he prepared for his second spin, despite having spun it once before. As time passed, the wheel gradually slowed. Any single item from the lucky wheel could send the entire divine realm into a frenzy. Each artifact far surpassed even the demonic hammer in value. Observing was one thing. Acquiring was an entirely different matter. After roughly 2 minutes, the lucky wheel finally began to come to a halt, its speed diminishing to that of a waning elder, moving slowly in the twilight. Ultimately, the arrow pointed to a phrase that read, "Create rules, slaughter rules." Gazing at the item he had landed on, Su Chen was rendered speechless, for he understood precisely what the domain of creating rules signified. The hierarchy of divine emperors is divided into 7 stages. The first step is to comprehend the source to condense the divine persona. The second step involves using the power of the divine persona to comprehend and master the power of rules. The third step is to gather the power of rules into a domain of rules. The fourth step allows for the shattering of rules, enabling the breaking of spatial passages. The fifth step grants the ability to create rules. The sixth step involves mastering the planar power of the divine realm, earning the title of Master of the Planes. And the seventh step signifies transcending the planes to become a super powerhouse capable of entering the world of gods. Creating rules ranks as the fifth step. Having just broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still far from condensing his divine persona. Even if he were to draw the ability to create rules, was he expected to ascend to such heights in a single bound? In the divine realm, the power of rules prevails. Every supreme deity is imbued with an understanding of this rule-based power. Yet, The fifth step of the supreme deity signifies the creation of one's own rule-based power. In the presence of such authority, those who wield the rule-based power of the divine realm appear utterly insignificant. This delineates the true reason why the second, third, and even fourth steps of the supreme deity cannot be compared to the fifth step. System, can I, currently at the Emperor Seal stage, bear this power? Chen contemplated. Transitioning to a new phase is one thing. Enduring the weight of that power is another. After all, the lucky roulette spins independently, unlike the system that aids in integration. He needed clarity. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but empty hopes. Rest assured, host. The lucky roulette is an integral part of the system. As long as you can spin it, the power belongs to you. The system will not interfere with your fortunes. Regarding your ability to endure it, there is no need for concern. Even if you have not yet reached the supreme deity stage, you can still wield this power. As he pondered the system's explanation, Chen could hardly contain his excitement and astonishment. In essence, according to the system, even though he was merely at the Emperor Seal stage, having drawn the ability to create rules meant he could possess this power, transcending the constraints of his current level. However, there is a limitation to the host's power to create rules. The enhancements from the AK-40 and the Prison Dragon Ring cannot be amplified while utilizing the power of rule creation. Understanding this, Chen smiled wryly. He clearly grasped the system's intent. If he could unleash the power of rule creation while simultaneously amplifying it with the AK-40 and the Prison Dragon Ring, he could easily dominate the entire divine realm. The limitation was understandable. Every action is bound by rules. Even he and the system could not transcend or violate these rules, unless he were to create a system of his own, thereby establishing his own regulations. Nevertheless, Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction and contentment. After all, he was merely an Emperor Seal warrior, yet he possessed the power to create rules. In the vast expanse of the divine realm, only those at the sixth and seventh steps of the supreme deity could truly challenge him. All others were inconsequential. The sudden arrival of such fortune left Chen somewhat disoriented. Previously, in any battle, he needed to summon the likes of Xiaoyu and Lie Kongji, or even call upon his elder brother, Zhanba. Now, however, he could rely solely on himself. Chapter 739. Do you wish to play tricks before me? Chen had not anticipated that his fortune would be so extraordinary, landing directly on the power of rule creation, particularly the most domineering of all, the rule of slaughter. What did it matter that his cultivation remained at the divine emperor stage? The power he now wielded was one that only those at the fifth step of the supreme deity could command. He understood precisely how formidable he had become. He needed to test it first. Observing the fierce battle before him, although Feng Motion was being forced to retreat step by step, Xiaoyu still could not defeat him in a short span of time. He truly possesses some strength, Chen noted. Xiaoyu, return. Yes. She stepped back, her expression one of dismay, for this was a task assigned by her master that she was now failing to accomplish, a source of great embarrassment. Feng Motion chuckled, saying, I never expected that you would possess the demonic treasure, the slaughter hammer. It seems your relationship with the demon clan is rather favorable. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. At the outset, Xiaoyu had held the slaughter hammer, apprehensive about whether she could withstand its might. But it now seemed her fears were unfounded. Feng Motion regarded her with disdain. In his eyes, if the slaughter hammer were in his hands, it would be an entirely different matter. With absolute confidence, he believed it was nearly impossible for his opponent to retain him. You think you can leave just like that? I'm afraid it won't be so easy, Chen. You can't possibly keep me here. Why waste time? I promise not to disclose the matter of the slaughter hammer, nor will I interfere with Luo Qingji. At this, Luo Qingji cursed inwardly. How fortunate I was not to let him have me. Chen shook his head and replied, if you can defeat me, you may leave. What? The moment these words left his lips, not only Feng Motion and Luo Qingji, but even Mo Ying and Xiaoyu were taken aback. They were all acutely aware of their master's cultivation level. The disparity between the divine emperor and the supreme deity was stark. Before a supreme deity, a divine emperor was scarcely more than an insect. It could be said that any supreme deity could effortlessly annihilate even the mightiest divine emperor. Illustrating the chasm that existed between the two, Feng Motion laughed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous statement in the world. This was, indeed, the most amusing thing he had encountered in his lifetime. A mere divine emperor dared to challenge him? On what grounds? Chen, forgive my bluntness, but with your cultivation, you lack the qualification to contend with me. Should you inadvertently perish, you wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. If it were just Chen, Feng Motion would have shown no mercy, undoubtedly slaying him, whether out of regard for Luo Qingji or otherwise. However, at this moment, Feng Motion was reluctant to provoke him. Suspecting that Chen was not merely from the demon clan, but perhaps had the backing of the 8 great demon emperors, he could dismiss the girl. But the 8 great demon emperors were not to be ignored. According to rumors, many years prior, the 8 great demon emperors had already reached the 4th step of the supreme deity, but it was unknown whether they had since ascended to the 5th step. Regardless, to Feng Motion, whether they were at the 4th or 5th step, they could easily obliterate him without question. Seemingly able to read Feng Motion's thoughts, Su Chen smiled and declared, "I will claim your divine essence. Not even the King of Heaven could take it from me. Is that so? Then today, I shall see how you plan to strip me of my divine essence." Feng Motion had no regard for Su Chen. Just then, a terrifying realm of slaughter surged forth. And as Feng Motion prepared to strike, his expression abruptly shifted. He sensed something was amiss. The power enveloping him seemed to forcibly bind his body. What is happening? How can a mere divine emperor restrain me? Rules? This was not a rule he understood. Feng Motion, a practitioner at the 2nd step of the supreme deity, was well aware that the rules mastered from the 1st to the 4th steps were identical. Only at the 5th step could one create their own rules, such as the rules of slaughter, the 5 elements, time and space, reincarnation, and so forth. The 5th step of the supreme deity stood atop the pinnacle of the divine realm. A divine emperor who had yet to coalesce their divine essence could not possibly possess the power to create rules. Was it even possible? This was utterly absurd. Even witnessing it firsthand, he could not believe what was unfolding before him. Not only Feng Motion, but even Mo Ying and Xie Yu were left utterly bewildered, their faces etched with disbelief as they struggled to comprehend the situation. How could their master possess the power to create rules? Their master was a walking miracle. Su Chen, do you wish to perform tricks before me? Today, I shall indulge you in your games. Until this moment, Feng Motion could scarcely believe the reality of the situation. How could a divine emperor possess the power to create rules? He had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a phenomenon. The only plausible explanation was that Su Chen was merely toying with him. After all, he was not a mere child to be easily deceived. Such a notion was utterly preposterous, not even worthy of contemplation. As Su Chen seized the demon-slaying hammer from Xie Yu, he felt a profound dissatisfaction with the reliance on external forces during battles with any opponent. He found it increasingly irksome to summon Lie Kongji, Xie Yu, or the powers of divine beasts and demon infants each time. Relying on external strength could never compare to the exhilaration of relying solely on one's own prowess. Grasping the demon-slaying hammer, he had previously viewed it as an ordinary weapon due to his insufficient cultivation. However, the circumstances had now shifted dramatically. With the newfound power to create rules, particularly those of slaughter, upon gripping the hammer once more, he discerned its extraordinary nature. In that moment, a unique aura of murderous intent emanated from Su Chen. As if a deity of death had descended, his icy gaze piercing through layers of void, enveloping Feng Motion. A chill coursed through Feng Motion. What was happening to him? Was he truly frightened by what he perceived as mere illusions? Feeling a tinge of disdain for himself, he thought that if he could not deal with a mere divine emperor, how could he ever hope to survive in the divine realm? With a cold laugh, he fought to suppress his growing fear, repeatedly convincing himself that the power of creation wielded by his opponent was nothing but a ruse. Chapter 740. Receive my blow. Illusions? Su Chen found it utterly amusing. Feng Motion was truly foolish, comforting himself with self-deception while he had already unleashed the rules of slaughter. If he believed it to be an illusion, then Su Chen would use what he deemed an illusion to deliver a decisive blow. The disparity between a 2nd-step divine emperor and a 5th-step divine emperor was insurmountable. One mastered the rules of the divine realm, while the other created his own. There was simply no basis for comparison. Receive my blow. As Su Chen, wielding the demon-slaying hammer, charged toward him with ferocity, Feng Motion continued to reassure himself that it was merely an illusion, yet he remained exceedingly cautious. As the saying goes, caution steers the ship for 1,000 years. And he had no desire to perish here. Absolutely no unforeseen events could transpire. I shall see what you are capable of. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Motion unleashed his full power, eager to witness the extent of tricks a divine emperor could conjure. Daring to act arrogantly before him warranted annihilation. As for whether this individual was truly affiliated with the so-called demon clan or the 8 great demon sovereigns, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Worst case, he would slay this individual and swiftly retreat to conceal himself. In the vast expanse of the divine realm, locating a person's trail was akin to searching for a needle in the ocean, nearly impossible. Boom. The unfortunate Feng Motion, confined by the rules of slaughter, found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from this binding force, enduring the full force of the demon-slaying hammer strike. This blow was truly earth-shattering, invoking terror among the heavens and weeping from the ghosts. It contained the essence of the rules of slaughter, akin to an ancient beast opening its gaping maw to devour the very fabric of the universe. This strike resonated throughout history, its might unparalleled, traversing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, before the astonished gazes of Lie Kongji and others. The illustrious second step divine Emperor Feng Motion was crushed into a pulp by a single blow, blood transforming into a mist that permeated the air. Even his divine essence was shattered, scattering into fragments that fell to the ground. What? Feng Motion was slain, his divine essence obliterated. The demon infant and xianxiaaudiobooks stood in shock, their expressions bewildered, staring blankly at the unfolding events, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It must be noted, divine essences were the most resilient substances in the divine realm, encapsulating the entirety of a divine emperor's power. To shatter a divine essence was nearly inconceivable. However, nothing is absolute. Not all forces are incapable of breaching a divine essence. They simply did not anticipate that Su Chen's blow would directly fracture the divine essence harbored within Feng Motion. Incredible. Formidable. Gazing at the shattered divine essence, even Su Chen found himself momentarily stunned. He had not expected his strike to possess such overwhelming power. Regret washed over him. Had he known the sheer dominance of this blow, he would have tempered his force. It seemed he had underestimated the might of the power to create rules. It was far too formidable. Damn, he was truly weak. Upon hearing their master's words, the demon infant and xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged glances, recognizing the profound astonishment and dread in each other's eyes. Weak? For Feng Motion, a second-step divine emperor, to be labeled as such by their master was a grave affront. Would anyone else dare utter such words? Even xianxiaaudiobooks refrained from calling Feng Motion weak, for he had struggled to wield the demon-slaying hammer effectively against him. Yet their master had obliterated Feng Motion with a single strike, shattering his divine essence. In the presence of their master, Feng Motion was indeed pitifully weak. Xianxiaaudiobooks, deliver the divine beast diagram to the sect. As Xianxiaaudiobooks received the divine beast diagram, he nodded and clasped his fists towards Su Chen before turning to depart. With the successful acquisition of the power to create rules, Su Chen no longer required the divine beast diagram. However, the sect desperately needed it. His parents, sister, Huangji, daughter, and the newly established invincible divine sect all required the divine beast diagram. Demon infant, do you know the location of the ancestral dragon clan? The ancestral dragon clan. The demon infant nodded, saying, I know. The 10 ancestral dragon clans reside on the 10 ancestral dragon continents. Young master, do you wish to venture to the ancestral dragon continent? Indeed, I intend to subdue the 10 ancestral dragons to serve as guardians for the invincible divine sect. What? Upon hearing the young master's words, the demon infant, despite having surmised part of the plan, felt a jolt of excitement. How bold of the young master to aspire to subdue the 10 ancestral dragons as guardians for the invincible divine sect. The demon infant held no doubts. Had this been the previous young master, such a feat would have been inconceivable, as the status and strength of the 10 ancestral dragons were well known throughout the divine realm. How many dared to provoke the 10 ancestral dragons? Yet now, the circumstances had changed. With their master unexpectedly endowed with the power to create rules, the young master's current strength was not only a possibility, it was a reality. According to rumors, the 10 ancestral dragons were all 4th-step divine emperors, while the young master wielded the power of a 5th-step divine emperor, enabling him to subdue them. The demon infant felt a surge of anticipation. If the young master truly could subjugate the 10 ancestral dragons, making them the guardians of the invincible divine sect, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire divine realm. Without lingering in the Zhongluan continent, Su Chen acted decisively. Master, what should I do? Gazing at Lie Kongji, Su Chen responded impatiently, do as you wish. As long as you do not follow me, you are now free. What? What is happening? Lie Kongji was somewhat bewildered, initially believing that Su Chen intended for her to sign a servant contract, thereby becoming his servant and subjecting herself to humiliation. After all, her beauty was undeniable. Even among the most exquisite women, she would undoubtedly secure a place within the top 5. She possessed an unwavering confidence, believing that no man could resist her allure. And now, was she granted her freedom? Had her master decided against her companionship? This situation left her bewildered and perplexed. Nonetheless, she could discern that her master was not jesting, which meant he was indeed serious. The demon infant remarked, do not presume that your beauty grants you any leverage before the young master. Let me assure you, should he desire a woman, he need only beckon, and countless will come crawling. You will vanish as you once did, and life will continue as before, provided you do not trouble the master again. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to tear you apart. The demon infant understood the master all too well. Lie Kongji dared not utter another word. A madman capable of dispatching even her foster father with ease instilled genuine fear within her, regardless of whether Su Chen was at the level of the divine emperor. For his prowess was evident. Not long after Lie Kongji departed, As Su Chen and the demon infant prepared to leave, a figure suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire realm in a rule akin to the heavenly path. Chapter 741, I wish to be friends with you. Having just grasped the power of creation rules, Su Chen felt the sudden influx of this governing force and immediately surmised that its source was a true master at the fifth step of the Divine Emperor realm. The space trembled as a middle-aged man stepped forth from the rift in the void. He exuded a refined elegance, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His azure hair cascading down his back, clad in flowing white robes, resembling a scholarly gentleman. Su Chen was well aware that the burial chaos continent housed divine emperors. However, he had not anticipated the presence of a fifth-step divine emperor among them. The divine emperor had 7 steps. Reaching the 5th step marked one as a superlative powerhouse, as the 6th step was revered as the master of realms, while the 7th transcended the dimensions, allowing passage to the realm of gods. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, and I come uninvited. I hope you will not take offense. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Su Chen recognized the name. The golden crocodile beast had once been subdued by Xianxiaaudiobooks with a single strike, imprisoned for countless years. Xianxiaaudiobooks appeared to be a 4th-step divine emperor now. It seemed he had surpassed his limits after years of cultivation, creating his own rules and attaining the 5th step. Ah, it is you, Brother Qi. I am Su Chen. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? A true 5th-step divine emperor, and one of the legendary Xianxiaaudiobooks at that. Xianxiaaudiobooks, perpetually adorned with a smile, replied, I have cultivated on this continent for nearly 1,000,000 years, and it is rare for a 5th-step divine emperor to descend. I am astonished that you, Brother Su, despite being merely a divine emperor, have managed to create your own rules. I am truly impressed. Observing the young man before him, Xianxiaaudiobooks was internally astounded. The path of the 7 steps of the divine emperor is one of progression, impossible to contravene, not to mention the divine emperor. Even the pinnacle of the 4th step would struggle to wield the power of creation rules, as it defies the path of martial cultivation. Such feats were unheard of. The notion of an ordinary divine emperor creating rules seemed ludicrous. Xianxiaaudiobooks even suspected that Su Chen might not belong to the divine realm, nor any higher planes, but rather was a reincarnated stronghold from the realm of gods. Such instances were not without precedent. Thus, upon sensing the manifestation of creation rules, Xianxiaaudiobooks had hastened to seek friendship, for if his suspicions proved correct, it would yield benefits without detriment. The realm of gods stood resplendent, the very heart of the entire divine cosmos, representing the mightiest forces therein. Xianxiaaudiobooks' aspiration was to one day ascend to the 7th step of the divine emperor, transcending dimensions to access the realm of gods, and thus enter the realm of gods. Yet, ambition is one thing, and the realization of it another. The path of the divine emperor is fraught with increasing difficulty. Once one reaches the 3rd step, each subsequent advancement becomes exponentially more arduous. He was currently only at the 5th step, and the distance to the 7th was daunting, leaving the future uncertain. Su Chen chuckled, refraining from answering the question, for he understood that a divine emperor could not possibly grasp the power of the 5th step unless they had attained that level. His own ability to master the creation rules stemmed from a stroke of luck. Even the system could not obliterate such formidable power. The circumstances of the system were a secret he could not disclose to anyone, not even to his parents, sister, wife, or children, let alone a stranger. As for Xianxiaaudiobooks, though he was a 5th-step divine emperor, Su Chen harbored no fear. He had already harnessed the power of creation rules and held absolute confidence in his ability to subdue Xianxiaaudiobooks in battle, even without the use of AK-40. Xianxiaaudiobooks, perceiving Su Chen's thoughts, promptly inquired, Brother Su, are you preparing to depart the burial chaos continent? Indeed, I have matters to attend to, Su Chen replied coldly, scrutinizing Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose excessive enthusiasm felt somewhat unnatural. However, he sensed no hostility from him. No one would unnecessarily accrue enemies. I intend to journey to the ancestral dragon continent. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded and smiled, saying, forgive my candor, but I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, wish to be friends with you, Brother Su. Friendship? Su Chen found it almost amusing. He understood Xianxiaaudiobooks' underlying motives. Were it not for Su Chen's mastery of the creation rules, Xianxiaaudiobooks would hardly be inclined to pursue a friendship. He likely wouldn't even spare him a glance. Before Su Chen could respond, Xianxiaaudiobooks continued, if I am not mistaken, you are currently at the pinnacle of the Sovereign King realm. Su Chen nodded, having nothing to conceal. After absorbing the pure yang divine body contained within Yi Qingsheng, his cultivation had surged 10 levels, elevating him to the peak of the Sovereign Emperor realm. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled and said, I know of a place known as the Billowankan. Any warrior below the divine emperor who enters to cultivate will experience significant enhancement. Given your talents, Brother Su, should you gain entry, you could potentially elevate 2 major realms. Oh, Su Chen's eyes gleamed at these words. He was in dire need of a realm advancement. Chapter 742, The Green Giant. The Billowawankan? Su Chen felt a pang of greed. He yearned to venture there for cultivation, but hesitated at the thought of receiving unearned benefits. Sensing Su Chen's inner turmoil, Chi Tindeo smiled and said, "If Brother Su is willing to befriend me, then do not hesitate. In that case, I shall gladly comply. Good fortune comes knocking. And to refuse it would be to do a disservice not only to oneself, but also to the good intentions of Chi Tindeo. Thus, let us proceed. Upon reaching the fourth step of the Master God Emperor, one can shatter the rules and unlock the pathways of those rules. Su Chen is equally capable of this. Provided they have the coordinates, the two can instantaneously arrive at their destination, thus circumventing a multitude of inconveniences. The Baihuang continent can be classified as a mid-tier land. At the southernmost edge of this continent lies a forbidden zone, a place that no one from the continent can enter. It is the dwelling of the stone people. As the void fractured, two figures emerged from the shattered expanse. Brother Su, this is the place known as by Luo Huang Quan, but first, I must discuss some matters regarding it with you. Please proceed. From the expression on Chi Tindeo's face, Su Chen detected a hint of foreboding. In the absence of complications, their combined strength would allow them to directly enter by Luo Huang Quan for cultivation. Yet now, Chi Tindeo felt the need to have a conversation about it, which already hinted at some underlying issues. This continent has been part of the divine realm for countless years, and it is likely that no one is aware of the existence of Bai Luo Huang Quan. Over time, it has given birth to a stone man whom we call Green Stone, due to his verdant hue. His innate talent is extraordinarily high, and with the aid of Bai Luo Huang Quan, he reached the pinnacle of the Master God Emperor's fourth step millions of years ago. While Bai Luo Huang Quan retains but 1% of its power, even that mere fragment would be more than sufficient for Brother Su. Nodding, Su Chen comprehended the immense value of Bai Luo Huang Quan. The ability to nurture a chaos master god at the fourth step speaks volumes. After all, he himself is currently merely at the emperor level. Haha, Chi Tindeo, you actually found the time to come to me. After hundreds of years, I have already broken through to the fifth step of the Master God Emperor. Are you envious? The fifth step of the Master God Emperor? Chi Tindeo gazed at the stone man before him, astonished. He had not anticipated that his good friend had achieved such heights. Green Stone, entirely composed of stone and standing over 5 meters tall, had eyes that gleamed with an unsettling, jade-like light. Haha, Green Stone. I too have advanced to the fifth step of the Master God Emperor, creating the rules of heaven. Oh, Green Stone replied, somewhat bewildered and displeased. I initially thought that breaking through to the fifth step of the Master God Emperor would allow me to suppress you effortlessly. This is rather dull. However, I have created the earthly rules. How about we spar to see whether your heavenly rules or my earthly rules are superior? As Su Chen gazed at the stone man, he was suddenly reminded of a character from the Marvel Universe, the Hulk. He repeatedly reassured himself that he had not mistakenly traversed into the Marvel Universe and encountered the Hulk. However, Chi Tindeo waved his hand dismissively and said, "We can discuss sparring later. I brought you here for an important matter. Speak. Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Su Chen. Su Chen. This is my longtime friend, Greenstone. God Emperor?" Greenstone appeared somewhat foolish yet was, in reality, quite astute. Otherwise, he could not have achieved the status of Master God Emperor, let alone the fifth step. He genuinely could not comprehend why Chi Tindeo, in his exalted position, would befriend someone of such a lowly rank as a mere God Emperor. It seemed utterly implausible. Chi Tindeo, has your mind become muddled from the training? How could you possibly befriend a God Emperor? Does he even qualify? Chi Tindeo was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Do not speak nonsense. I brought Brother Su here to allow him to enter by Luo Huang Quan for cultivation, hoping he might transcend his limits. That is out of the question." Greenstone immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. Bai Luo Huang Quan is the greatest resource of the stone people and the very birthplace of his essence. Even having consumed 99% of it, he intended to reserve the remaining 1% for his descendants. There was no way he would allow an outsider to benefit, not even for a friend. Greenstone was even somewhat incensed. Had it not been for Chi Tindeo, his longtime friend, he would have dealt with any other individual without hesitation. Su Chen intervened to halt Chi Tindeo's further words, as he could discern that Greenstone was unwilling, even dismissive of Chi Tindeo's standing. In such a scenario, it would be futile for Chi Tindeo to continue. Green Giant. Damn it, my name is not Green Giant. It is Greenstone. However, you may call me Senior Green or Grandfather Green. Choosing to ignore the interruption, Su Chen persisted, "Green Giant, how about we make a wager?" Before Greenstone could respond, Su Chen continued, "If we battle and I lose, I shall leave and never return. But if you lose, not only must you allow me to cultivate in by Luo Huang Quan, but you must also agree to accompany me in the future. What do you say? Chi Tindeo was immediately alarmed, not because he feared Su Chen would lose, but rather that Greenstone might be the one to falter. He always felt that something was amiss with Su Chen. Should Greenstone lose, he would have to follow Su Chen, which was something as a friend he could not bear to witness. Ha ha ha. Greenstone erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. A mere god emperor dared to be so audacious before him, proclaiming a challenge. It was laughable indeed. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but someone as brazen as Su Chen was a first. Kid, if you wish to put on a show before me, you ought to first consider your own stature. You are but a puny god emperor. I could crush you with a single step. Not only you, but even Chi Tindeo would not stand a chance against me. What gives you the right to challenge me? This was not merely Greenstone's confidence. He genuinely looked down upon Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was merely a god emperor. What qualifications did he possess to challenge him? A fifth-step master god emperor, in the entirety of the divine realm, could only be suppressed by a sixth-step master god emperor or a seventh-step master god emperor who had not yet ventured to the continent of gods. Most importantly, he had unshakable confidence in his defensive capabilities. Even a sixth-step master god emperor would find it no easy task to breach his defenses. It was crucial to recognize that he was birthed from by Luo Huangquan and had spent years cultivating to reach his current stature. He simply could not fathom how a mere god emperor could summon the audacity to challenge him, nor what he hoped to wager. The audacity of such a wager? A wager requires capital, and could a god emperor truly possess any? It was clearly impossible. Chapter 743. Who did I offend to be struck so unjustly? The unrestrained mockery and the disdain evident on his face were unmistakable. Fortunately, it was Chi Tindeo who had brought him. Had it been anyone else, Greenstone would have likely taken action without a second thought, sparing no words. A semblance of consideration was still given to Chi Tindeo. Chi Tindeo's desire to intervene was apparent. Upon seeing the expression on Greenstone's face, he understood that his old friend had no regard for Su Chen. This was a significant problem. Chi Tindeo had not anticipated that Su Chen would resort to such a tactic, directly engaging in a wager with the Greenstone, merely to subdue him. Are you afraid? Su Chen scoffed, his face etched with disdain, brazenly taunting. You know in your heart whether you dare. If you're courageous, then let us battle. If fear grips you, I can spare one of your hands. Should you tremble further, I can also spare a leg. This blatant contempt was unprecedented for the Greenstone, a formidable being in the realm of gods, who had never before been so scorned or humiliated. Not even opponents of equal standing dared to behave in such a manner. The audacity of this minor deity was truly astounding. Kid, I accept your wager. But if I happen to eliminate you, that will be your own misfortune. Chi Tindeo, you have seen this. The fault lies not with me, but with your friend who approached me. With a bitter expression, Chi Tindeo glanced between the Greenstone and Su Chen, finally uttering, Brother Stone, perhaps you should reconsider. Reconsider? What is there to contemplate? Do I need to deliberate on facing a deity? What had initially been a well-intentioned warning from Chi Tindeo transformed in the Greenstone's ears into a mockery, suggesting he was afraid to confront a mere deity. At this juncture, Su Chen interjected with another taunt. Look, even Brother Tindeo believes you lack the courage. What a pity it is for one of your stature to be so derided. I shall spare you if you kneel and concede. Before Su Chen could finish, the Greenstone erupted in fury. Go to hell. I accept your wager. If you lose, you will remain in the Stone People tribe for a millennium. If I lose, I shall become your subordinate. Su Chen was elated. He appreciated the Greenstone's forthrightness and considered it a splendid decision to have him as a follower. The naive giant had fallen into the trap. I shall not lose, he thought, as Chi Tindeo sighed deeply at the sight of the Greenstone being ensnared. He had already cautioned his friend, yet the Greenstone had ignored his advice. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that anyone standing in their midst would undoubtedly accept the challenge given the vast disparity in their powers. How could one refuse? It was impossible. The Greenstone was a fifth-step deity, and regardless of the deity's rank, they would be utterly overwhelmed before him. With an air of arrogance, the Greenstone recalled sensing Su Chen's formidable aura in the chaos ruins. If he were unaware of the circumstances, would he refuse a challenge from a deity? Certainly not. Now, with events set in motion and unpreventable, Chi Tindeo hoped for a stalemate, where neither the Greenstone nor Su Chen could claim victory. He was acutely aware of Su Chen's might, but his friend was no pushover either. Once they clashed, the outcome was genuinely uncertain. He wished to see neither the Greenstone nor Su Chen suffer defeat. Kid, I stand here for you to strike. If you can make me move a single step, consider it your victory. Brother Stone, Chi Tindeo interjected, be quiet. This does not concern you. Don't you wish for him to enter the realm of Biloahuancan for training? Then defeat me. Otherwise, the conversation ends here. The Greenstone was thoroughly enraged. To be so provoked by a mere deity was a tremendous humiliation, especially as Qi Tandao offered no reprieve. Out of respect for Qi Tandao, he would refrain from killing Su Chun, but he would ensure the latter learned a valuable lesson about the consequences of arrogance. In order to seek recognition before him, one must first assess whether they possess the capability and qualification. Standing firm, the Greenstone was confident in his defenses, believing that even if he remained motionless and allowed his opponent to strike, it would be inconsequential. A deity? They were not even comparable to an ant. Throughout, the Greenstone had never regarded Su Chun as a threat. Cracking his knuckles, Su Chun prepared to engage without utilizing any treasures, including the Pangu axe, god-slaying spear, for swords of extermination, or demon-slaying hammer, fearing he might obliterate the Greenstone. The god-slaying palm alone sufficed. Approaching the Greenstone, Su Chun concentrated, transforming his palms into fists as he unleashed the god-slaying palm. The overwhelming force manifested as countless fist shadows, enveloping the Greenstone in an instant. Is this all you've got? Can you muster any real strength? Pathetic. At that moment, a wave of murderous energy surged from Su Chun, engulfing the Greenstone, amplifying the previously playful strikes to an overwhelming force thousands of times greater. Rule of power? Impossible. This cannot be. The words faltered as the Greenstone failed to react. Finding himself hurled away by Su Chun's relentless assault, Su Chun's speed matched his strikes, delivering an unending barrage of blows upon the Greenstone. The count of punches unknown. Was it 100,000? A million? Perhaps even 10 million. The sheer terror of the god-slaying palm, executed with the mastery of the rules of slaughter, was beyond comprehension. Had the Greenstone been fully focused, he would have found it unrealistic for Su Chun to achieve such ease in overpowering him, considering the Greenstone's might. However, fate had already sealed his tragic outcome the moment he underestimated Su Chun. Who would have imagined that a deity at the Emperor of Ceiling level could wield the power of creative rules? Even if this tale spread throughout the realm of gods, few would believe such a preposterous claim. Will you submit? No. Refuse? Su Chun continued his relentless assault, the god-slaying palm transforming into fists. The powerful strikes raining down upon the Greenstone, whose body was now a canvas of countless fist shadows. Qi Tandao sighed deeply, recognizing that this was entirely the Greenstone's own doing, and there was no one else to blame. Will you submit? After a full minute of unyielding assault, Su Chun began to pant. This Greenstone was truly resilient. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since begged for mercy. Still not submitting? Su Chun, not content with merely using his fists, summoned the demon-slaying hammer, launching an onslaught. The unfortunate Greenstone, having been utterly overwhelmed from the start, was now unable to regain his composure. The appearance of the black hammer, the demon-slaying hammer, caused Qi Tandao's expression to shift dramatically. He had never anticipated that this treasure of the demon race, revered as one of the 10 greatest artifacts in the realm of gods, would appear in Su Chun's possession. He understood the implications of the demon-slaying hammer. It was once wielded by the demon god, Tang Sanyo, who had dominated the realm of gods with it. Was Su Chun's identity entwined with the demon race? Did he share a connection with the demon god, Tang Sanyo? The might of the demonic hammer, even against the Greenstone, proved overwhelming. After enduring a relentless barrage for a full 10 minutes, the Greenstone finally capitulated, exclaiming, "I yield, please cease." Satisfied, Su Chun retracted the demonic hammer, gazing with great contentment upon the battered Greenstone. The once proud figure, now bruised and battered, wobbled to his feet, still in a daze, unable to comprehend how he had been so decisively defeated. Before Su Chun, the Greenstone wore an expression devoid of the anticipated rage. Instead, he was overtaken by shock and disbelief, a profound horror etched upon his face. First and foremost, he could hardly fathom that a mere deity emperor could unleash the power to create rules, a feat typically reserved for a fifth-step deity emperor, a power that should not be attainable by one of his rank. It was utterly incongruous with the principles of martial arts. Not only deity emperors, but even fourth-step deity emperors were incapable of fabricating rules or wielding the power derived from such creations. This was an unprecedented occurrence, one he had neither witnessed nor heard of before. Moreover, even if this individual could indeed release the power to create rules, his cultivation was still not that of a fifth-step deity emperor. He was merely a so-called deity emperor of the sealed monarch realm. Thus, the extent of his defeat stemmed from his own negligence and confusion, offering no opportunity for counteraction. There was no decorum in martial ethics when one was met with such a brutal onslaught, leaving anyone bewildered. Casting a furious glare at Qi Tandao, he blamed him for bringing such a monstrous adversary into the fray. What had he done to deserve this? Living in the Stone Clan, he had enjoyed his freedom, doing as he pleased without fear of provocation. And now, here he was, utterly vanquished by a deity emperor, unable to muster any resistance. You won't be able to bear this loss, will you? If you cannot, it matters not. Simply admit it, for I shall surely look down upon you. Brother Qi, would you not also look down upon him? Qi Tindao managed a strained smile, unsure of how to respond, for he had brought Su Chen here, leading to the Green Stone's unwarranted drubbing. Chapter 744. Acceptance of fate. The Green Stone was consumed by frustration. Why had he been so unjustly assaulted? Deprived of any chance to react, he felt a deep-seated resentment. I refuse to accept this. You attacked before I was prepared. Su Chen shook his head dismissively, replying with disdain, I anticipated you would say as much. A dignified deity emperor stooping to such underhanded tactics today has truly broadened my horizons. Who is being underhanded? The Green Stone retorted. His bruises had already healed, yet the demonic hammer had been overwhelmingly powerful, easily breaching his defenses. Coupled with the slaughtering rules that Su Chen wielded, they far surpassed the earth-based principles. However, it must be noted that among those of the fifth step of deity emperor, the rules created varied greatly in strength. The slaughtering rules that Su Chen had acquired were undoubtedly among the most formidable, without question. Su Chen remained silent, his expression conveying all that needed to be said. The Green Stone seethed with a desire for vengeance, yet he bowed his head and declared, I, Green Stone, shall henceforth follow you. A flicker of joy ignited in Su Chen's heart. He had not anticipated that before even entering the Bilawonkan for cultivation, he would first subjugate a green giant. This was a fifth-step deity emperor, a valuable asset even at the gates of the invincible divine sect. I now intend to venture into the Bilawonkan. Bring forth a guide. A robust stone figure appeared, kneeling on one knee, and stated, the ancestor commands. I shall escort him to the Bilawonkan. Very well. As he observed the departing figure, the Green Stone cursed, Qi Tindao, do you wish to bring about my demise? I was living quite well here, and you brought this plague upon me. Now, I am bound to follow this calamity for the rest of my days. Damn it. His anger swelled with each word, and he placed the entirety of the blame squarely upon Qi Tindao's shoulders. To him, had Qi Tindao not introduced Su Chen, he would not have been so careless and would not have suffered such an unwarranted beating, incurring a significant loss. Even without signing any contract, he could have reneged. Yet as a proud fifth-step deity emperor, he could not simply disregard his word. Qi Tindao wore a bitter expression, regretting his actions too late. He had merely wished to befriend Su Chen, never anticipating the latter would engage in such a brutal display, nor that his power would be so overwhelming as to leave the Green Stone utterly powerless. Stone, following Su Chen may not be such a bad fate. He wields the power to create rules at the deity emperor level, and I suspect he hails from the realm of the divine gods. Rebirth of a powerful being? The Green Stone was not naive. He grasped the implications of Qi Tindao's words. The realm they inhabited was merely a high-level plane, inferior to the divine god continent, which represented the core of the divine god world. For any martial artist from a high-level plane, the ultimate ambition was to reach the divine god continent for cultivation, where even the weakest warriors could dominate any high-level plane. Are you certain? Uncertain. However, Su Chen's circumstances are exceptionally unique. Have you ever encountered a martial artist in the deity emperor realm capable of mastering the rule-creating powers of a fifth-step deity emperor? The Green Stone pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. The situation was beyond alteration. Stone, this matter is now settled. I can assure you that this individual will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the divine realm. You may very well ascend to the sixth or even seventh step of the deity emperor realm through association with him, thus gaining access to the divine god continent. Even Qi Tindao himself was uncertain of the truth of his words, but he had no other means to persuade the Green Stone. After all, he had brought Su Chen here and felt a measure of responsibility towards the stone. Enough, I was too careless. It truly is monstrous, merely a deity emperor, yet capable of wielding the rule-creating powers of a fifth-step deity emperor. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed it. It was indeed monstrous. For anyone, the deity emperor realm was akin to an ant before a fifth-step deity emperor. Not to mention, even a fourth-step deity emperor could not create rules or harness the power of rule creation. This was a fundamental principle of martial arts, immutable by anyone. It was not merely unheard of, it was beyond the realm of possibility. The Bilawonkan was the greatest opportunity for the Stone clan, the birthplace of the Green Stone. Here, the power had been nearly entirely consumed by the Green Stone, leaving just 1% for his kin, a hope to cultivate a top-tier powerhouse for their lineage. It now appeared that the beneficiary would be Su Chen. A vast stone pool bubbled with green effervescence, and Su Chen felt a surge of elation. With the power of the Bilawonkan combined with the divine spring's essence from the wilderness refining vessel, he believed he would undoubtedly break through his limits this time. With a decisive step forward, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, fervently channeling the chaotic enlightenment technique, manifesting the chaotic golden body. The sovereign emperor, the king's sovereign emperor, the emperor's sovereign emperor, the honored sovereign emperor, the emperor's sovereign emperor, and the ancestor's sovereign emperor. Su Chen, having reached the pinnacle of the emperor's sovereign realm, transcended his limits after merely half an hour in the realm of Bai Luo Huang Quan. He surged directly from the apex of the emperor's sovereign realm to the honored sovereign emperor realm, with subsequent cultivation progressing as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst. First level honored sovereign emperor. Second level honored sovereign emperor. Third level honored sovereign emperor. Fourth level honored sovereign emperor. Fifth level honored sovereign emperor. Sixth level honored sovereign emperor. Seventh level honored sovereign emperor. Eighth level honored sovereign emperor. Ninth level honored sovereign emperor. Pinnacle honored sovereign emperor. There were no bottlenecks to speak of. Having just broken through to the pinnacle of the honored sovereign emperor realm, he once again transcended his limits, propelling himself into the emperor's sovereign realm. With an unstoppable momentum, Su Chen advanced without any hindrance, bolstered by his extraordinary innate talents. First level emperor, sovereign emperor. Second level emperor, sovereign emperor. Third level emperor, sovereign emperor. Fourth level emperor, sovereign emperor. Fifth level emperor, sovereign emperor. Sixth level emperor, sovereign emperor. Seventh level emperor, sovereign emperor. Eighth level emperor, sovereign emperor. Ninth level emperor, sovereign emperor. Pinnacle emperor, sovereign emperor. Su Chen did not cease his cultivation there. He prepared to forge ahead, as the power within him surged wildly throughout his entire being. Enveloped by the energies of Bai Luo Huang Quan and the refining desolate vessel, his ascent knew no pause, resembling a wild stallion that broke free, propelling him directly from the pinnacle of the emperor's sovereign realm to the ancestor's sovereign emperor realm. First level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Second level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Third level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Fourth level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Fifth level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Sixth level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Seventh level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Eighth level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Ninth level ancestor, sovereign emperor. Pinnacle ancestor, sovereign emperor. Only at this moment was the entirety of Bai Luo Huang Quan's power fully consumed, marking an elevation of 3 realms and a breakthrough of 30 levels. Fortuitously, it was the Bai Luo Huang Quan that made this possible. Otherwise, such an achievement would have been unattainable elsewhere. Nevertheless, Su Chen was acutely aware that relying solely on Bai Luo Huang Quan was insufficient. This extraordinary leap of 30 levels was the result of the synergistic effect of Bai Luo Huang Quan, the refining desolate vessel, and his own prodigious talents. The chaotic gold body, and the chaotic understanding technique. Without any one of these elements, success would have been impossible. With his cultivation seamlessly breaking through to the pinnacle of the sovereign emperor realm, Su Chen realized he was but a step away from the war god's sovereign emperor realm. He brimmed with confidence, fully believing he could surpass his limits and reach the war god's sovereign emperor realm in the shortest time possible. At the edge of Bai Luo Huang Quan, both Greenstone and Chi Tindeo were profoundly astonished to witness Su Chen effortlessly consume the entirety of Bai Luo Huang Quan's power within just an hour. Greenstone had previously managed to absorb 99% of Bai Luo Huang Quan's power after countless years of effort. The speed at which Su Chen absorbed such energy was indeed terrifying. Su Chen, can you handle such rapid absorption, master? Greenstone thought better than to address him formally, opting instead for a more casual approach. Chi Tindeo regarded Su Chen and remarked, at the pinnacle sovereign emperor level, Brother Su has ascended an entire major realm beyond my expectations. Impressive indeed. Whether it was the sovereign emperor or the war god's sovereign emperor, to the master sovereign emperor, they were essentially the same, with no discernible difference. Yet, the fact that Su Chen could devour Bai Luo Huang Quan and break through 3 major realms in a mere hour was a testament to his astonishing talents. I am now bound for the ancestor dragon continent. Will you accompany me? Sure. Greenstone did not refuse. Having accepted defeat, he was ready to concede without any objections. Su Chen turned to Chi Tindeo, curious if he too would join him on this journey to the Ancestor Dragon Clan. I have nothing better to do, so I shall accompany you to the Ancestor Dragon Clan. Chi Tindeo was equally intrigued to discover Su Chen's intentions for venturing to the Ancestor Dragon Continent. Then let us proceed. Thus, the 2 Master Sovereign Emperors and 1 Pinnacle Sovereign Emperor set forth toward the Ancestor Dragon Continent. According to Su Chen, they would not descend directly, but instead travel aboard Su Chen's funeral vessel to reach the Ancestor Dragon Continent. In the Divine Realm, there were 10 Ancestor Dragon continents, each presided over by one of the 10 Ancestor Dragons scattered throughout the Divine Realm. While Greenstone was unaware, Chi Tindeo was well acquainted with the coordinates of all 10 Ancestor Dragon continents. Inside the funeral vessel, Chi Tindeo inquired, Brother Su, which ancestor dragon continent do you wish to visit? The 10 ancestor dragons were the Slaughter Calamity Blood Ancestor Dragon, the Life Calamity Ancestor Dragon, the Devouring Reincarnation Ancestor Dragon, the Blood-Eye Burning Heaven Ancestor Dragon, the Divine Punishment Evil Violent Ancestor Dragon, the Invincible Body Ancestor Dragon, the God-Slaying Time and Space Ancestor Dragon, the Emperor Prison Silent Burial Ancestor Dragon, the Bone Slaughter Floating Stupa Ancestor Dragon, and the 9 Lives 9 Deaths Ancestor Dragon. I intend to visit the Ancestor Dragon continent of the Slaughter Calamity Blood Ancestor Dragon. Nodding, Chi Tindeo asked, Brother Su, may I be so bold as to inquire what your purpose is for traveling to the Ancestor Dragon continent? To subdue the Ancestor Dragon and secure a guardian beast for our sect. Chi Tindeo was utterly astonished by Su Chen's candid response. He never would have imagined that Su Chen's aim was to subjugate an Ancestor Dragon and enlist it as a gatekeeper. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire divine realm. Brother Chi, feel free to speak your mind. With a resigned nod, Chi Tindeo said, Brother Su, how well do you understand the 10 ancestor dragons? Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, not very much. He was only aware that all 10 ancestor dragons in the divine realm were at the 4th step of the Master Sovereign Emperor level, with little else known to him. Chi Tindeo continued, long ago, several million years passed, the cultivation of all 10 ancestor dragons had already transcended to the 5th step of the Master Sovereign Emperor level. A chill ran through Su Chen as he comprehended the vast difference between the 4th and 5th steps of the Master Sovereign Emperor realm. He had never anticipated that the 10 ancestor dragons had already transcended to the 5th step. So what? He mused. While he might struggle against 10 foes simultaneously, he was confident in his ability to subdue an ancestor dragon in single combat. Regrettably, the dragon prison circle could not be employed, otherwise. It alone would suffice to subdue all 10 ancestor dragons. The system had made it clear. Should his cultivation reach the Master Sovereign Emperor 5th step, he would harness the power of the dragon prison circle to subdue any divine dragon, including the 10 ancestor dragons. However, having acquired the creative rules of the Master Sovereign Emperor 5th step without elevating his realm, he felt somewhat vexed at being unable to wield the dragon prison circle. Nonetheless, regardless of his frustrations, Su Chen understood the intricacies of the rules. He could not dictate them, and he believed the system could not do so either. Su Chen remained silent, listening intently. The dragon clan undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of power within the divine realm, and above the 10 ancestor dragons existed the plain ancestor dragon, known as the ancestor dragon god. The ancestor dragon god, the sovereign of the plain, was on par with the demon god Tang Xianxiao, the master of the demon hammer. At the 6th step of the Master Sovereign Emperor level, Su Chen was acutely aware that the most formidable Master Sovereign Emperors at the 7th step typically ventured into the divine passage to enter the divine continent. However, some at the 7th step chose not to go to the divine continent, instead opting for seclusion, making their appearances in the divine realm exceedingly rare. The next step towards becoming the supreme warrior of the divine realm is the 6th stage of the divine sovereign, exemplified by figures such as the demon god Tang Xianxiao and the ancestor dragon god. Su Chen was indeed taken aback to discover the existence of a sovereign of dimensions within the dragon clan. Brother Su, I comprehend your prowess in a one-on-one confrontation. You could certainly subdue any ancestor dragon. Chi Tindeo held unwavering faith in Su Chen's capabilities, especially considering that Su Chen had managed to directly suppress the green stone, which, albeit somewhat careless, was a testament to Su Chen's extraordinary strength. In solitary combat, he believed that no ancestor dragon could rival Su Chen, with the green stone serving as a prime example. However, there were not merely 1 but 10 ancestor dragons. If they were to unite, could Su Chen withstand their combined might? Brother Su, the 10 ancestor dragons possessed the ability to instantaneously teleport to one another. Should you engage one, the other 9 would arrive in an instant. Su Chen understood the gravity of Chi Tindeo's words. It indeed posed a significant dilemma unless he could leverage the dragon prison circle or genuinely break through to the 5th step of the divine sovereign. Brother Su, there is a crucial matter. The 10 ancestor dragons harbor a secret that I inadvertently stumbled upon years ago. Pray, do tell, Brother Chi. Chi Tindeo's expression suddenly turned grave as he lamented. The 10 ancestor dragons possess a unique secret technique. When combined, they can summon the ancestor dragon cataclysm. What is the ancestor dragon cataclysm? Su Chen could sense that even Chi Tindeo held a profound trepidation regarding this, indicating that the ancestor dragon cataclysm summoned by the 10 ancestor dragons was indeed formidable. The ancestor dragon cataclysm represents the pinnacle of power within the divine realm. Even the 6th step of the divine sovereign cannot contend with it. It is said to originate from the power of the continent of gods, Whether this is true, I cannot ascertain. However, every time the 10 ancestor dragons invoke it, they expend immense energy and require a considerable period to recuperate. Hence, they would not resort to such a measure unless absolutely necessary. Could the 7th step of the Divine Sovereign withstand the Ancestor Dragon Cataclysm? The answer remains uncertain. At this juncture, the Greenstone interjected, I have also heard of the Ancestor Dragon Cataclysm. Thus, even the 6th or 7th step of the Divine Sovereign would be wise to avoid provoking the Ancestor Dragons, given the threat posed by the Cataclysm. Both the Greenstone and Chi Tindeo expressed considerable apprehension towards the so-called Ancestor Dragon Cataclysm. Even without it, the mere alliance of the 10 Ancestor Dragons would suffice to obliterate any warriors or beasts of equivalent rank. Who could possibly contend with 10? Most significantly, the Dragon Clan is under the aegis of the Ancestor Dragon God, a superlative powerhouse at the 6th step of the Divine Sovereign. Who dares to provoke them? Chapter 746, The Fall of Jinglin? The Disappearance of Jinglin? Inside the funeral vessel, Chen appeared quite helpless. Were it merely one Ancestor Dragon, he would undoubtedly take action. Unperturbed even by the presence of the Ancestor Dragon God, what could a Sovereign of Dimensions do? Even if he were not an opponent to the Sovereign, it would be utterly impossible for them to eliminate him. His greatest concern remained the potential alliance of the 10 Ancestor Dragons to summon the Ancestor Dragon Cataclysm. According to Chi Tindeo, the Cataclysm embodies the most terrifying and tyrannical force in the entire divine realm. Chen lacked absolute certainty that he could counter the Ancestor Dragon Cataclysm. If he were to strike, it must be with the utmost ferocity, leaving no room for error. Brother Su, if you intend to act, you must devise a comprehensive strategy and ensure that every detail is meticulously accounted for. Nodding, Chen grasped Chi Tindeo's apprehensions. Suddenly, a jade token appeared in his hand, the very token belonging to his daughter, Su Jinglin. During this departure from the sect, Chen had taken the precaution of retaining the blood essence jade tokens of his parents, sister, Huangji, and Jinglin, ensuring that he would be the first to know should anything happen to them. They were irreplaceable to him, and he could not afford to lose them. Yet now, as he gazed upon the blood essence jade token, he was horrified to find it marred with countless cracks, resembling a dense spider's web that enveloped the entire token. The token was entirely consumed by fissures, yet it had not shattered. What could this signify? Had Jinglin fallen, and thus the token fractured? If Jinglin had not perished, then what could account for the state of the token? Brother Su, what troubles you? Chi Tindeo and the Green Stone discerned that the jade token in Su Chen's hand was a blood essence token. Without hesitation, Su Chen explained, This is the blood essence token left to me by my daughter. Its current condition is alarming, as it is filled with cracks, yet has not completely shattered. What does this indicate? May I take a look? Of course. Accepting the token, Chi Tindeo examined it intently. Your daughter has not perished, based on my deductions. She has likely departed from the divine realm. Departed from the divine realm? Nodding, Chi Tindeo elaborated, regardless of the dimension, be it low, medium, or high tier, interdimensional travel is entirely feasible. However, if a warrior from a high-tier dimension lacks the cultivation to reach the 7th step of the Divine Sovereign and attempts to traverse to the continent of gods through some secret technique, the blood essence token will exhibit this condition. Upon hearing Chi Tindeo's words, Su Chen's expression darkened. He certainly did not doubt Chi Tindeo's insights. Thus, Jinglin had not fallen. The most plausible scenario was that she had ventured to the continent of gods, an unfathomable situation. The information he possessed indicated that one could only reach the continent of gods after breaking through to the 7th step of the Divine Sovereign. Brother Chi, do you know if there are any other means, aside from reaching the 7th step of the Divine Sovereign, to access the continent of gods? Chi Tindeo pondered for a moment before finally responding. There are, but the cost is exorbitant, and it requires a powerful entity from the continent of gods to facilitate the passage. Immediately, Su Chen exited the funeral vessel and stored it within his spatial bag. He was well aware of the coordinates of the invincible continent. In the past, returning to the invincible continent necessitated reliance on the funeral vessel. However, that was no longer the case. He swiftly unleashed the slaughter rule of creation, enveloping the surrounding void. Upon locking the coordinates, the 3 figures vanished without a trace. Invincible continent. Invincible divine sect. As soon as Su Chen and the others arrived, the figure of Xiaoyu materialized, promptly bowing respectfully. I greet the young master. Nodding, Su Chen inquired urgently, where's Jinglin? I heard from Grandfather Su Zhan that Jinglin has secretly left the sect, claiming she wishes to venture out. Grandfather Su Zhan has gone in search of her, while the others have consumed divine essences and entered seclusion to cultivate. Ah, I see. It appeared that Jinglin had been playful, eager to explore the divine realm upon her arrival. Her parents and Huangji had likely opposed this decision, prompting her to resort to stealth. Even if Jinglin had not fallen, the reasons for her journey to the continent of gods remained unclear, which was still not a favorable situation for Su Chen. In the continent of gods, even the most unremarkable individual could easily claim Jinglin's life. Not to mention that, even within the divine realm, her strength would render her vulnerable. Young master, shall I fetch them? No need. Remain here to guard the sect. Remember, do not disclose my return to my mother or Huangji. If they inquire about my father and Jinglin, simply assure them that all is well. Understood, young master. I know what to say. Su Chen turned around, his gaze exceptionally cold and grave, for until this moment, he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding Jinglin. Brother Su, if you wish to ascertain Jinglin's whereabouts on the continent of gods, I happen to know someone who can assist you. Speak quickly. Qi Tian understood Su Chen's deep concern for his daughter and, without a hint of hesitation, promptly replied, on the Baiquan continent resides a hidden deity, a third-step god emperor known as the Baiki Shenzi. She possesses an extraordinary innate spirit and has a unique sensitivity towards spiritual essences. As long as Jinglin's jade tablet has not shattered completely, it is highly likely that Baiki Shenzi can help you pinpoint her exact location. Baiquan continent, Baiki Shenzi. Su Chen cared not for the identity of this individual. He only sought to determine Jinglin's disappearance. We must not delay. Let us proceed to Baiquan continent at once. Very well. Qi Tian could easily ascertain the coordinates of Baiquan continent, making their journey swift. Chapter 747, The Phoenix Clan. Simultaneously, the Phoenix Clan stood as one of the foremost entities within the beast realm of the divine world. The clan's leader, Zhu Feng, was a fifth-step god emperor, renowned even beyond the ancestral dragons. However, the Phoenix Clan bore a critical weakness. The number of phoenixes in the entire divine realm was not even 1% of that of the ancestral dragon clan, with Zhu Feng being the sole fifth-step god emperor. Despite this, who would dare provoke the Phoenix Clan? Throughout the divine realm, no fifth-step god emperor would challenge them. For the rationale was simple. Zhu Feng's prowess was unparalleled, capable of surpassing any warrior or beast of equal rank, including the 10 ancestral dragons. In an immense desolate valley, there lay a phoenix stone platform, infused with the essence of phoenix blood. At this moment, Zhu Feng's magnificent form transformed into an enchanting woman clad in a pale yellow garment, a beauty that rendered all others insignificant in comparison. To describe her, one could only utter 3 words. Zhu Feng was simply breathtaking. She ranked second on the beauty list. Leader, everything is prepared. Contact with the clansmen of the continent of gods has been established. Zhu Feng nodded, visibly exhilarated, and remarked, I never anticipated that we could identify an individual possessing the phoenix's primordial bloodline, and astonishingly, she is a human warrior rather than one of our phoenix kin. The clansmen of the continent of gods are in dire need of someone with the phoenix's primordial bloodline. Once awakened, I believe they can successfully transform her into a true phoenix. Leader, should you consume the phoenix's primordial bloodline, you would undoubtedly become the most formidable entity within our clan, and it would not be impossible for you to break through to the 7th step of the God Emperor rank, thereby accessing the divine passage to the continent of gods. Why allow others to benefit? A smile graced Zhu Feng's exquisite face as she replied, My kin are exceedingly rare, and we have never encountered anyone with the phoenix's primordial bloodline. It is far more appropriate for the clansmen of the continent of gods to absorb this bloodline than for me to do so. We must consider the greater good. As she gazed at the woman upon the phoenix stone platform, Zhu Feng's excitement grew, for she had already sensed that this woman not only bore the phoenix's primordial bloodline, but also possessed the innate Tao body holy fetus constitution. The combination of these 2 attributes, once fully awakened, would undoubtedly signify something extraordinary. Sighing deeply, Zhu Feng lamented, The awakening of my phoenix clan cannot be compared to that of the continent of gods. She must journey to the continent of gods to achieve true awakening. We cannot hinder the progress of our race. Have you determined her origins? Leader, she has stated that she hails from the invincible continent, specifically from the invincible divine sect. I have never heard of such a continent or sect. Zhu Feng understood that the divine realm was far more complex than it appeared. There indeed existed sects and races with 5th and 6th-step god emperors. It was best to clarify matters to avoid unnecessary troubles that might offend such sects and races. Leader, the continent of gods has begun to urge us. Nodding, Zhu Feng found herself without recourse. She had to consider her race, regardless of the individual's origins. She must ensure that this woman was sent to the continent of gods. Commence. Yes. On the vast phoenix stone platform lay an unconscious woman. Bearing a resemblance to Su Chen, she was none other than Su Jinglin. During her arrival in the divine realm, Su Jinglin had been pampered by Huangji, to the extent that she could not leave the sect even for a moment. Children go through rebellious phases, and Su Jinglin was no exception. If you prevent me from leaving the sect, then I shall not only depart, but also leave the continent entirely. Possessing the phoenix's primordial bloodline and the innate Tao body holy fetus, Su Jinglin was unfortunate to encounter Zhu Feng. Had she been discovered by other warriors or beasts, they would surely have been unable to sense her phoenix's primordial bloodline. However, Zhu Feng's situation was entirely different. As the leader of the phoenixes and a peak fifth-step god emperor, she had a unique sensitivity to the primordial bloodline. Ordinary phoenix bloodlines would not attract Zhu Feng's attention, but the presence of the primordial bloodline truly captivated her. Before her lay two paths. First, directly consume the primordial bloodline within Su Jinglin, and upon integration, she was confident she could ascend to the sixth step of the god emperor rank, and perhaps even reach the seventh step, thus accessing the divine passage to the continent of gods. Second, notify the clansmen of the continent of gods, delivering the primordial bloodline to them, which would yield no personal benefit to her. Had it been any other member of the Phoenix clan, they would have undoubtedly chosen to consume the primordial bloodline without hesitation. However, Zhu Feng did not share this mindset, as she considered the broader implications, prioritizing the welfare of the Phoenix clan on the continent of gods over her own desires. With a rumble, Zhu Feng activated the Phoenix stone platform, enveloping it in waves of Phoenix energy. Su Jinglin remained in a state of unconsciousness, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, a black hole materialized in the void, from which an even more terrifying Phoenix power surged forth, descending upon the Phoenix stone platform and forming a massive vortex that ensnared Su Jinglin completely. In a mere 2 seconds, her figure vanished entirely. Zhu Feng's expression was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. In her heart, she was reluctant to relinquish the Phoenix's primordial bloodline, for it was a coveted treasure for all members of the Phoenix clan, herself included. Yet, the desire to obtain the primordial bloodline was one thing, the feasibility was another. Her reluctance to consume the primordial bloodline within the girl stemmed from 2 primary reasons. The first, she genuinely considered the greater good of the Phoenix clan, not allowing her personal desires to overshadow the needs of her kin. Encountering a Phoenix's primordial bloodline was exceedingly rare, not just in the divine realm, but even in higher-level planes, including the continent of gods. It was unlikely that another being would possess such a bloodline. The second reason is that concealing this matter could lead to dire consequences in the future. Should she consume the bloodline essence of the Phoenix, she would have the opportunity to venture into the divine continent. If the Phoenix clan of the divine continent were to lock onto her, the repercussions would be unimaginable, consequences she could not bear. She neither dared nor wished to sacrifice the interests of her race for her own sake. Observing the vanishing figure of the woman, Zhu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 748, Zhu Feng, Mother of the Phoenix. On the Baiquan continent, guided by Qi Tindao, Su Chun made no detours, albeit with a sense of urgency. The only certainty at this moment was that Jinglin had already departed for the divine continent. Regardless of what transpired, he must locate his daughter. In both the divine realm and the divine continent, strength reigned supreme. Should Jinglin encounter peril in a foreign land, devoid of kin, the consequences would be all too clear. Bai Ji, the matron of the gods, a third-level warrior of the supreme god emperor, possessed unique abilities concerning the primordial spirit. Deep within a dense forest, a thatched cottage stood. An elderly woman emerged, appearing frail and unsteady, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Qi Tindao. Upon the sudden appearance of the trio, Bai Ji seemed taken aback. Qi Tindao, at that time, had already reached the 4th step of the supreme god emperor, and they shared a friendship of sorts, albeit one with little interaction. She had not anticipated his sudden arrival. Greenstone, gazing at the stone giant before her. Bai Ji's astonishment deepened. She recognized Greenstone, the ancestral figure of the stone people. You have broken through? Qi Tindao, whether intentionally or not, exuded an aura of power. Nodding as he spoke, by mere chance. Bai Ji, allow me to introduce, this is Greenstone, a 5th-step supreme god emperor, and this is my friend, Su Chun. A jolt of shock coursed through Bai Ji. She could hardly fathom that both Greenstone and Qi Tindao had simultaneously ascended to the 5th step of the supreme god emperor. One must understand that this level was among the pinnacle of existence in the divine realm. The 6th step of the supreme god emperor was a rarity, a presence to be coveted. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bai Ji understood that their visit was certainly of great importance. As the saying goes, no one visits the Hall of Treasures without purpose, especially not someone of the rank of supreme god emperor. Qi Tindao, do you seek my assistance? Nodding. Qi Tindao wasted no time, aware of Su Chen's anxiety and concern. He promptly relayed the situation regarding Su Jinglin. Certainly. Without a hint of reluctance, Bai Ji agreed. First, Pinpointing the location of the blood essence jade token's owner would be a trivial matter for her, consuming no time at all. Secondly, with Chi Tindeo and Greenstone, both fifth-step Supreme God Emperors, even a single one of them could effortlessly subdue her. She had no desire to provoke either of them, opting instead to comply. Su Chen produced the shattered blood essence jade token and handed it to Bai Ji. I apologize for the trouble. Bai Ji nodded, hardly regarding Su Chen with any significance. Were it not for Chi Tindeo and Greenstone, she would have scarcely paid him any mind, let alone assist a mere ant. Below the Supreme God Emperor, all were akin to ants, and Bai Ji was a third-step Supreme God Emperor. Without hesitation, Bai Ji grasped the jade token, a surge of power enveloping her as time began to flow slowly. The token's owner had not perished but had ventured into the divine world. However, the departure point of the token's owner remained uncertain. Noticing Bai Ji's hesitance, Su Chen urgently inquired, "Where is she?" Ignoring him, Bai Ji cast a cold glance at the youth. Were it not for the two men, she would have swiftly eradicated him for his insolence. Chi Tindeo promptly intervened, stopping the impatient Su Chen, and said with a smile, "Allow me." Su Chen nodded, realizing his impatience was unwarranted. Yet, the mystery surrounding Jinglin remained, and clarity was paramount. Bai Ji, we have known each other for many years. Since you have sensed the whereabouts of the token's owner, simply disclose it. You cannot afford to provoke this matter. You old hag, if you continue to dawdle, I swear I shall strike you down with a single blow. In this world, are there truly those we cannot contend with? Greenstone glared at Bai Ji, who hesitated, unable to contain his rising ire. Time was of the essence. Yet she remained unfazed. Seeing Greenstone's fury, Bai Ji dared not defy him. The difference in their ranks was significant, and if she were to provoke Greenstone, she would have no opportunity for regret if he decided to crush her. Chi Tindeo, it is precisely because of our long-standing acquaintance that I wish to dissuade you from taking risks. Though you have reached the fifth step of the Supreme God Emperor, you are still not her match, and the being backing her is equally beyond your capacity. Who is it? A grave expression settled on her face as Chi Tindeo discerned the apprehension that lingered unspoken in Bai Ji's demeanor. The Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan? Upon hearing these words, both Chi Tindeo and Greenstone's expressions shifted dramatically. You should be aware of the existence of Zhu Feng, the clan leader of the Phoenix Clan. Although she is merely a fifth-step Supreme God Emperor, the rules of Nirvana and the Phoenix Flames that she wields place her at the pinnacle of her level. Even figures such as the Ancestral Dragon and the Demon Emperor are no match for her. Even if you two have reached the fifth step, do you truly believe you can prevail against Zhu Feng? No. This was the concurrent thought of both Chi Tindeo and Greenstone. For they understood all too well the terrifying might of Zhu Feng, who was often hailed as the strongest among the fifth-step Supreme God Emperors. In her prime, Zhu Feng had faced 6 ancestral dragons simultaneously without facing defeat. One can imagine the extent of her strength. It was no wonder that Bai Ji hesitated to speak of the Phoenix Clan. This was a revelation Chi Tindeo had never anticipated. Zhu Feng. Upon hearing the name, Su Chen's mind began to piece together the reasoning. After all, Jinglin possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix, and it seemed evident that Zhu Feng's interest in Jinglin stemmed from this very bloodline. Su Chen had seen the rankings of the beauty list, where the second position was held by none other than Zhu Feng, with no further introduction needed. Brother Su, Zhu Feng, the clan leader of the Phoenix Clan, a fifth-step Supreme God Emperor, wields the rules of Nirvana and the Phoenix Flames, and ranks second on the beauty list. Her might is unparalleled among her peers. And most crucially, she has the Mother of Phoenix backing her. The Mother of Phoenix, a sixth-step Supreme God Emperor, a formidable being, ranks first on the beauty list. Now it makes sense. Were it anyone else facing the Phoenix Clan, to claim they were unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. After all, the strength of the Phoenix Clan was undeniable. A fifth-step Supreme God Emperor and a sixth-step Supreme God Emperor, a combination capable of instilling dread throughout the divine realm. Yet for Su Chen, he cared not who they were. Anyone daring to lay a finger on his daughter would meet their demise, without exception, regardless of the beauty list. The Phoenix Clan had crossed his threshold. Even without fulfilling the system's tasks, he would ensure that the Phoenix Clan paid for their blood debts. Zhu Feng must be eliminated. Chapter 749, Gods block, Gods slay, Buddhas resist, Buddhas annihilate. What are the system's tasks? What consequences await the one who defies the system? Should one dare to lay a hand upon their own daughter, even the mightiest of deities must meet their demise. System, I hereby renounce my task. It is imperative that I communicate with the system first. If the host chooses to abandon the task, all contracts signed with maidservants will become null and void, and the host will incur a penalty. Without a hint of surprise, Su Chen had anticipated the repercussions of his decision. Abandon? Is that even feasible? Su Chen had resolved that, Since the Phoenix clan had crossed his threshold, he would obliterate the ancestral Phoenix without hesitation, regardless of the punishment. Gods block, gods slay. Buddhas resist, Buddhas annihilate. System, what penalty shall I face? Considering the host's previous completion rate of 100% and the justifiable nature of this refusal, being the first such instance, the system waives the penalty. A second refusal, however, will result in immediate punishment. Unfazed, Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Regardless of the rationale, the Phoenix clan had dared to harm his daughter. He must avenge her. Brother Qi, are you aware of the coordinates of the Phoenix clan? Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Qi Tindao comprehended his intent without any astonishment. Had it been any other clan, Qi Tindao would have had no qualms, for with his and Greenstone's current prowess, they could sweep through the divine realm, provided they did not encounter the sixth step of the Supreme God Emperor or some exceedingly formidable fifth step Supreme God Emperors. Yet, the situation with the ancestral Phoenix was entirely different. The ancestral Phoenix's might was terrifying, unrivaled at its level, and it was revered as the strongest existence among the fifth step Supreme God Emperors. Regardless of belief, Qi Tindao held no absolute confidence, even with the collaboration of himself, Greenstone, and Su Chen. They might not stand a chance against the ancestral Phoenix. To recklessly venture into the Phoenix continent without the ability to confront the ancestral Phoenix could cost them their lives. No one can ignore the specter of death. Brother Su, I speak candidly. The leader of the Phoenix clan, the ancestral Phoenix, is unmatched among his peers, even surpassing the ancestral dragon. The three of us may not be able to contend with him. Qi Tindao was not merely a subordinate. He was a friend. Servants can be commanded at will, but friends cannot. A friend cannot accompany you into the jaws of death, especially against a formidable figure like the ancestral Phoenix. Brother Qi, provide me with the coordinates of the Phoenix continent. I shall go alone. This journey is essential. Even knowing it leads to peril, I will not hesitate. Once again, let it be known, whoever harms my daughter shall pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even a 10,000-fold price. Haha, Su Chen, I shall accompany you. Even if we cannot defeat the ancestral Phoenix, my defenses are still quite resilient. At Greenstone's declaration, Su Chen nodded, gaining a newfound appreciation for him. Such a friend was indeed worth having. Let us depart. I know the coordinates of the Phoenix continent. Qi Tindao, you may return. I shall accompany Su Chen. Greenstone, with his boisterous nature, showed no sign of retreat in the face of danger, resolutely insisting on joining Su Chen to the Phoenix continent. Time waits for no one. Let us proceed. Understood. Greenstone grasped Su Chen's intent, wasting no time, and instantly vanished with the precise coordinates of the Phoenix continent. The enigmatic Bai Ji, observing the fading figures, remarked, Qi Tindao, we have known each other for many years and can be considered half-friends. I wish to offer a word of caution. Irrespective of whether you can withstand the ancestral Phoenix, can you contend with the matriarch of the Phoenix clan? Before Qi Tindao could respond, Bai Ji continued, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, a sixth-step Supreme God Emperor, ranks among the top 3 in the entire divine realm. Aside from the seventh-step Supreme God Emperors, should you provoke her wrath, I assure you, there will be no place to hide from her fury. With that, Bai Ji turned and returned to her thatched cottage. She merely wished to advise Qi Tindao. Whether he heeded her warning remained uncertain. Standing in silence, Qi Tindao's expression grew grave. He truly regarded Su Chen as a friend. In any other circumstance, he would not hesitate. Only in the face of the Phoenix clan did he falter. One ancestral Phoenix, one matriarch. To claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. After all, he had just broken through to the 5th step of the Supreme God Emperor, not long prior. It was no mere boast to say that even in facing the matriarch, he was likely insufficient to withstand the ancestral Phoenix's might. Yet, Su Chen was his friend, a genuine friend he wished to keep. Although he understood that even if he did not venture to the Phoenix continent, Su Chen would not blame him. It was likely that their bond would never be the same again. With gritted teeth, he resolved to go all in. Without further hesitation, Qi Tindao locked onto the coordinates of the Phoenix continent and stepped forth, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 750. I shall refine the entire Phoenix continent. All shall perish. The Phoenix continent, among the many realms of the divine world, stands as one of the most exalted. Like other continents, it possesses cities and allows warriors and beasts to traverse its borders, with the Phoenix clan refraining from meddling in the affairs of the land. However, the Phoenix continent harbors 2 critical truths. First, the Phoenix clan is the true sovereign of the Phoenix continent. No one dares challenge their authority. Second, there exists a forbidden zone within the Phoenix continent, a place where no one may tread. If discovered, the only outcome is death. This forbidden zone, known as the Phoenix Valley, serves as the stronghold of the Phoenix clan. Stretching for countless miles, it is home to the most formidable phoenixes in the divine realm. Among all beast races, the Phoenix clan has the lowest reproductive rate. After countless years of procreation, the current Phoenix clan consists of merely thousands of phoenixes, including young and aged alike. This illustrates the rarity of the Phoenix clan's numbers. The clan possesses no palaces, for the true form of a phoenix is immense. With multicolored phoenixes perching throughout the valley, Phoenix Valley lies in the deepest recesses of the continent, seemingly resting atop the clouds. Only members of the Phoenix clan are granted the privilege to tread here. The entire valley is enveloped in layers of radiant auras. Within the valley, various phoenixes abound. Some stretch dozens of meters, while others reach hundreds of meters, with some towering at thousands of meters. At the summit of the valley's principal peak, a golden phoenix spirals amidst the clouds, its feathers shimmering brilliantly under the sun, and its icy gaze radiates an all-seeing light. The ancestral phoenix, leader of the Phoenix clan and daughter of the Phoenix matriarch, has governed the clan for countless years, lauded as an invincible force among equals, particularly due to her Phoenix flame, which ranks among the top 3 exotic fires. The Phoenix flame is said to possess the power to incinerate all within the divine realm. A truly terrifying force. At that moment, the void before them suddenly erupted, countless spatial rifts devouring the surroundings as 2 figures stepped forth from the fissures, none other than Su Chen and Greenstone. As they materialized, Chi Tandeo also appeared, saying little. However, Su Chen acknowledged him with a nod. Regardless of Chi Tandeo's previous intentions, his presence here was enough for Su Chen to recognize him as a friend. "Who are you?" Zhu Feng inquired, unfamiliar with both Chi Tandeo and Greenstone, let alone the so-called Su Chen. Chi Tandeo clasped his fists towards Zhu Feng and introduced himself. "I am Chi Tandeo, and this is Greenstone of the Stone People. This is my friend, Su Chen." Before Chi Tandeo could elaborate further, Zhu Feng impatiently interjected, "If you have business, speak it. If not, be gone. Next time you trespass into the Phoenix Valley, I shall not hesitate to kill." While others might fear the 5th step of the Master God Emperor, she remained undaunted, even against 2 of such caliber. She held complete confidence in her ability to incinerate them. This is the lord of the invincible sect from the invincible continent, Su Chen, and his daughter, Su Jinglin. "Silence. Leave," Zhu Feng snapped before Chi Tandeo could finish his sentence. Upon hearing the words invincible continent, she grasped the reason for the trio's visit. She had previously heard from the elders that a girl had claimed to hail from this so-called invincible continent, which she had never heard of. Little did she expect that 2 5th-step Master God Emperors would be stationed there. However, in the face of the Phoenix's primordial bloodline, she would not relent. Not to mention 2 5th-step Master God Emperors. Even if 100 of them gathered, she would still pursue her aims, issuing a direct expulsion order. Zhu Feng's tone was unyielding, clearly dismissive of the 2 5th-step Master God Emperors. From the expression on Zhu Feng's face and her earlier words, Chi Tandeo recognized that Su Jinglin's situation was undoubtedly linked to her. This was an absolute certainty. With a deep sigh, he stepped back to stand alongside Greenstone. Having resolved to prepare for action, the combined power of the 3 should not be underestimated. Chi Tandeo harbored a deep wariness of Zhu Feng, while Greenstone exhibited little concern, his eyes ablaze with a fiery desire to engage Zhu Feng in battle, eager to witness the legendary prowess of the invincible Zhu Feng at the same level. "My daughter, where is she?" Su Chen appeared calm, yet the murderous intent flickering in his eyes was palpable as the surrounding area became enveloped in a domain of slaughter. Both Greenstone and Chi Tandeo understood that Su Chen was seething with rage, suppressing an endless tide of killing intent. Had the opponent been anyone but Zhu Feng, they believed Su Chen would have already acted. In their eyes, Su Chen was certainly wary of Zhu Feng, for her reputation as an invincible force at the same tier spoke volumes about her strength. "What are you? How dare you be so insolent before me?" As her words fell, a tempestuous flame of phoenix fire surged forth, sweeping towards Su Chen like a tsunami, as if intent on consuming all of existence. "Brother Su, be careful, that is phoenix fire." Chi Tandeo could scarcely react. None had anticipated Zhu Feng would strike so suddenly, catching them off guard. In an instant, Greenstone's massive form shielded Su Chen, absorbing the brunt of the phoenix fire. After all, Greenstone was also a 5th-step Master God Emperor, and Zhu Feng's flames were intended to confront a mere God Emperor warrior. Zhu Feng had full confidence in her mastery of phoenix fire. Not even a God Emperor, let alone those of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd steps, would likely withstand it. She had not anticipated Greenstone's swift reaction, nor his decision to absorb her flames with his body. With a chilling snort, her voice echoed with the resonance of an endless abyss, instilling a sense of dread. "I do not wish to slaughter unnecessarily. You 3 must swiftly vacate the Phoenix Valley. The previous incident can be overlooked. Otherwise, you will become fertilizer for the phoenix fire. Zhu Feng's reluctance to act was simple. Among the trio stood two fifth-step Master God Emperors. Even though she was renowned as invincible at the same tier, she had no desire to engage in battle with fellow warriors unless absolutely necessary. Having successfully escorted the girl to the continent of gods, she could not hand her over. So she opted to intimidate them with her reputation to drive them away. Yet, Su Chun made no move to leave. His cold gaze fixed upon the imposing figure before him, utterly dismissing the phoenix fire that had just been unleashed. Zhu Feng, I have no time for idle chatter. Hand over my daughter, or I shall obliterate you. Your phoenix clan may escape unscathed, but if you refuse, I will raise the entire phoenix continent, and no one shall survive. Upon hearing this, neither Greenstone nor Chi Tindeo felt particularly moved. To them, ordinary beings were akin to mere insects, and the deaths of countless souls were of no concern. Moreover, they believed that since the Phoenix clan had erred, they must pay the price, a reasonable expectation. Zhu Feng merely scoffed derisively, disregarding Su Chen's threat. How could a mere god emperor dare to threaten her and the Phoenix clan? Relying solely on the presence of two fifth-step master god emperors? While others might quake in fear of them, she felt no trepidation whatsoever. She held no regard for either of them, let alone for a lowly god emperor. It was ludicrous to think she should fear him. She could not fathom what had granted this man such audacity to threaten her so brazenly, a blatant provocation. To claim she was not enraged would be a lie. She had never encountered anyone so arrogant. Do you possess the strength for such claims? Her scornful gaze and tone made it abundantly clear. Zhu Feng held Su Chun in contempt. In his hand, Su Chun conjured a talisman, the god-burying talisman. I offer you one final chance. Will you speak or remain silent? Chapter 751. Since you have chosen to disregard my courtesy, I shall extinguish you first. There would be no further words. In Su Chen's mind, even if Jinglin had already ventured to the continent of gods, he needed to ascertain her whereabouts and current state, whether she was alive or dead, well or ill. That was the crux of the matter. Su Chen's countenance darkened, resembling an icy mountain as the frigid domain of slaughter spread rapidly around him. Akin to a vast spider's web. Fifth step Master God Emperor? No. Zhu Feng, sensing the surrounding rules of slaughter, was taken aback. She could not comprehend what was unfolding. How could someone of merely God Emperor rank unleash such rule-creating power, which defied the principles of martial arts? Speak. Humph. She huffed lightly, still not taking him seriously. In her view, even if this individual possesses the power to forge rules, their cultivation remains merely at the so-called level of a divine emperor. A divine emperor is, after all, just a divine emperor. Attempting to flaunt superiority before her is a futile endeavor. Were it not for her reluctance to confront the two main gods at the fifth step, even to the point of risking life and death, she would have long since obliterated this opponent with a mere slap. Qixindao, I now command you to withdraw from the Phoenix Valley. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the three of you meet your demise. In this moment, Ancestor Phoenix was genuinely enraged. The Phoenix clan has existed in the divine realm for countless years, and never has anyone dared to act so audaciously within the Phoenix Valley. It was an outright provocation. A blatant disregard for the Phoenix clan's authority. Qixindao and Greenstone did not retreat even an inch. The situation had escalated beyond their control, and retreat was no longer an option. Only a battle remained. Ancestor Phoenix, I advise you to surrender Jinglin, lest you commit an irreversible mistake. If possible, it is best to avoid confrontation. Qixindao was indeed wary of Ancestor Phoenix. As an invincible being of the same rank, Ancestor Phoenix's power was undeniable. To claim otherwise would be a deceitful assertion. Qixindao, do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? Upon uttering these words, Ancestor Phoenix rose to her full stature, her frigid gaze resembling the descent of two hells. The very atmosphere seemed to grow cold, inciting an involuntary shiver. Qixindao's complexion shifted, yet he did not take a step back. He and Greenstone prepared to join forces. Together, the three of them, even if not capable of defeating Ancestor Phoenix, should be able to withstand her might. However, Su Chun merely waved his hand, observing Ancestor Phoenix with an aloof demeanor. He harbored immense confidence that with his mastery over the power of creation, combined with the strength of the two allies, he could suppress Ancestor Phoenix. Yet, he was acutely aware that exceptions existed. Firstly, Ancestor Phoenix was renowned as invincible among her peers. He wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Should Ancestor Phoenix escape, locating her amidst the vast expanse of the divine realm would prove exceedingly challenging. Secondly, according to Qixindao, Ancestor Phoenix had the backing of the Mother Phoenix, a main god at the sixth step. Should the Mother Phoenix descend, he would lose yet another god-bearing talisman. He possessed a total of 3 god-bearing talismans. Having already utilized one, he was left with 2. Each talisman could annihilate a single beast, thus losing two would leave him without any. Chen understood all too well that the divine realm was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Even with the power of creation at his disposal, he could not claim invincibility in this realm. Only the god-burying talismans in his possession were his greatest reliance. If he had an abundance of them, everything would be manageable. But as it stood, he merely had two. Since you refuse to heed my warnings, I shall eliminate you first. Impudent. You seek death. Without waiting for Ancestor Phoenix to act, Chen hurled the god-burying talisman, which shot forth like a lightning bolt through the void, reaching Ancestor Phoenix in an instant, magnetically binding her as if she were an iron fragment. In the astonished eyes of the two, Ancestor Phoenix's body was abruptly immobilized. Tell me, where is my daughter? Once brimming with confidence, Ancestor Phoenix now felt the talisman firmly affixed to her, imprisoning all her power, no matter how she tried to mobilize it. She could not muster even the slightest strength. Her face was etched with terror, disbelief flooding her features as she gazed at the young man before her. She was the leader of the Phoenix clan, a dignified main god at the fifth step, who had always believed herself invincible among her peers and had never deigned to regard anyone else. But now, a mere divine emperor warrior had managed to bind her strength using a talisman. Had she not experienced this firsthand, she would never have believed such a thing could be true. It was utterly absurd. Greenstone and Xianxiao were left utterly dumbfounded. They would never have imagined that Chen possessed such a talisman capable of subduing even Ancestor Phoenix. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it impossible to believe. Chapter 752. The Phoenix clan shall surely be eradicated, and it begins with you. With a cold stare fixed on Ancestor Phoenix, Chen showed no mercy. He demanded to know the precise location of his daughter. Otherwise, he would not waste a single word on Ancestor Phoenix. Where is Jinglin? Ancestor Phoenix scoffed coldly, retorting, You, no matter who you are, dare to provoke my Phoenix clan? I shall ensure you descend into hell one day. In a decisive manner, Chen activated the god-burying talisman. In the astonished eyes of the two, Ancestor Phoenix's body erupted under the talisman's influence. Even her divine essence vanished without a trace, which was of no concern to Chen. Humph. In an instant, Chen vanished. Xianxiao, I must sincerely thank you for this. Associating with such a person has its merits. Without hesitation, Greenstone followed suit. Xianxiao remained in a state of shock, feeling fortunate for having joined this endeavor. Having successfully bet on the right side, no wonder Chen could disregard the might of Ancestor Phoenix. He had a formidable reliance. The talisman in his possession was truly terrifying. Possessing such a talisman would allow one to traverse the divine realm with ease. After all, even a superlative being like Ancestor Phoenix could be effortlessly annihilated by it, leading one to comprehend just how formidable the talisman truly was. Without a moment's pause, he too sensed the gravity of the situation. The Phoenix Valley was enveloped in a tempestuous surge of Phoenix power, sweeping through the surroundings like a tsunami, unleashing chaos in all directions. The Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan, a fourth-step main god, had activated the Phoenix Stone platform. He had not anticipated that the young man could so swiftly eliminate the clan leader. With the leader deceased, only the powerful beings from the divine continent could seek vengeance for her demise. Gazing at the three before him, the Grand Elder's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy. Yet the cold, murderous intent emanating from his eyes was particularly terrifying. Having killed our clan leader, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. And just on what grounds? Xianxiao scoffed, for now that Ancestor Phoenix had fallen, who among the Phoenix clan could stand against them? Even if Chen refrained from using the talisman, he and Greenstone alone were more than sufficient to sweep through the entire Phoenix clan, including this Grand Elder before them. Where is my daughter? Your daughter? The Grand Elder instantly grasped the situation, snorting disdainfully as he replied. Your daughter has already been sent to the divine continent. With your capabilities, you shall never set foot there in this lifetime. As anticipated, although Chen had already suspected that Jinglin had been sent to the divine continent, receiving confirmation ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. The Phoenix clan. All of them were part of the Phoenix clan. Without needing to inquire further, Chen could surmise the reason behind their abduction of Jinglin and sending her to the divine continent. It was undoubtedly due to the Phoenix's innate bloodline within her. Regret was now futile. Brother Su, we must leave quickly. The Phoenix clan has summoned the powerful beings of the divine continent. Xianxiao was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the Phoenix clan possessed such means to summon powerful entities from the divine continent. The Greenstone spoke with unwavering confidence. Fear not. For due to the limitations of the planes, even the martial artists from the divine continent cannot descend here, not even in spirit form. However, Tendao shook his head and replied, the Phoenix Stone platform is a different matter. It undoubtedly harbors the hidden powers of the Phoenix clan. Once activated for summoning, It will channel the strength of martial artists from the divine continent, and I believe that no one in the entire divine realm will be able to withstand it. Upon hearing this, even the Greenstone's expression changed dramatically as he hastily urged, Su Chun, we must leave at once. Brother Su, time is of the essence. Let us depart. At that moment, Su Chun displayed no inclination to flee. Instead, he coldly regarded the so-called Phoenix Stone platform. Allowing the elder of the Phoenix clan to summon the martial prowess from the divine continent, his expression remaining indifferent, devoid of any signs of panic or fear. Su Chun was acutely aware that he still possessed a god-bearing talisman, which alone could sweep through any martial artist in the divine realm. Even those at the seventh step of the divine emperor, as long as they were not heading towards the divine passage. This was the tyrannical nature of the god-bearing talisman. However, the god-bearing talisman also had its limitations. The system had made it abundantly clear that while it could annihilate all martial artists within the divine realm, it was powerless against those of higher planes. Just then, the Phoenix Stone platform erupted with a brilliant beam of light that soared into the heavens, followed by an endless halo coalescing into a watery visage, forming a massive face. This visage belonged to an elder adorned with a phoenix crown, his forehead marked with 3 stripes of red, yellow, and blue, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a sovereign. Greetings, my lord, the elder, Feng Tianxian, hailing from the Phoenix clan of the divine continent, declared. It was a significant event for the Phoenix clan to send forth an elder. Had it not been for the arrival of a human possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix origin, even an elder's might would not have materialized. What is the matter? He inquired. My lord, this individual has slain our clan leader, and we hope you can exact revenge, came the response. Oh, Feng Tianxian appeared quite surprised, eyeing the 3 individuals before him with disdain. Merely 3 insignificant ants. This matter shall be handled by me. Thank you, my lord, they replied. Su Chen remained silent, conversing with the system, for at this moment, only the system could assist him in dealing with the impending threat. The elder was a top-tier powerhouse from the divine continent's Phoenix clan. Even if his power materialized, who could stand against it? Even the god-bearing talisman could not extinguish the elder's might due to the constraints of the planes. Thus, he sought counsel from the system, fully aware that only it held the key to his salvation in this dire situation. System, the adversary hails from the Phoenix clan of the divine continent. My strength is insufficient to obliterate him. Do you possess a method to assist me in destroying this individual? Yes, but should you proceed, you will self-seal, entering a state of unconsciousness. Do you still wish to proceed? Su Chun comprehended the system's implication. Under different circumstances, he would undoubtedly refuse. For his life and death must remain under his control. He could not afford to take reckless risks. Having traversed realms once was no trivial matter, now that he had. He intended to live fully and triumph over every challenge, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, the present situation was entirely different. Firstly, Jinglin had been captured by the Phoenix clan due to her Phoenix bloodline and was now being taken to the divine continent's Phoenix clan. Her fate was uncertain. Faced with the unknown survival of his daughter, he could no longer suppress the boundless fury within him. He must obliterate the Phoenix clan, even if it meant confronting martial artists from the divine continent. His resolve was unwavering. Gods shall be slain, and Buddhas extinguished. Secondly, although he was unaware of the precise cultivation level of the Phoenix clan elder before him, he understood all too well that even with the combined strength of Qi Tiandao and the Green Stone, they would be no match for the elder's might. Who in the entire divine realm could withstand it? System, what must I do? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen resolved that regardless of the price, he would eradicate the elder's power. Self-sealing? Falling into slumber? Paying a price? To him, all of it was inconsequential. Does the host make this decision? I do. Does the host require further contemplation? No. The system will temporarily restore the power of the Pangu axe. The host needs to merge with the Pangu axe and transform into it to wield its power. However, the host must remember that time is of the essence. Any delay will be detrimental to you. Therefore, swift action is imperative. Do not squander time. System, let us commence when I say so. The system understands. Gazing at the enormous visage before him, Su Chen coldly declared, return my daughter, and I shall refrain from descending upon the Phoenix clan in the future. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan shall face annihilation. Feng Tianxian, who was preparing to strike, paused at the youth's words, then burst into a fit of laughter, his mirth echoing as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing in existence. A mere low-tier individual from a higher plane dared to threaten him? Such ignorance of death was astonishing. He was a formidable figure even in the divine continent. Who would dare provoke him? Who would dare challenge or threaten him? Moreover, with the entire Phoenix clan backing him, he cared little whether the girl with the Phoenix bloodline was indeed the man's daughter. Her fate was beyond his concern. Kid, Whether the Phoenix clan faces extinction remains to be seen, but one thing I am certain of is that you are about to die. I have already given your clan a chance. Since you squandered it, I shall ensure the Phoenix clan's eradication, starting with you." At these words, both Chi Tindeo and the Green Stone were utterly astonished, staring blankly at Su Chen. They had not anticipated that, in the face of a superpower from the divine continent, Su Chen would remain so audacious and domineering. Did he possess some hidden strength? Chapter 753. The axe subdues the true body. Phoenix flames descend upon the divine realm. Feng Tianxian laughed, completely dismissing his opponents, his impatience evident. Not wishing to waste further words, he began to channel his power into the Phoenix stone platform. With his strength, who in the divine realm could rival him? Even the destruction of the divine realm would be a trivial matter. He could not fathom where the audacity of his opponent stemmed from, daring to act so recklessly in his presence. "Boy, your arrogance has thoroughly enraged me. Today you shall experience a fate worse than death." As soon as he spoke, an astonishing force erupted from the Phoenix stone platform, imbued with a murderous intent that resonated like the roars of ancient beasts, seemingly intent on devouring the very heavens. The Green Stone and Chi Tindeo did not attempt to flee, for they believed that under the oppressive strength of the divine continent's martial artist, they would have no chance to escape. The rolling Phoenix constellations revealed an immensely colossal Phoenix, and the pressure it exuded caused even the elders of the Phoenix clan to kneel in fear. Feng Tianxian was utterly incensed by creating such a tremendous commotion. He aimed to make it clear just how vast the chasm of power between them truly was. There exists no semblance of comparison, akin to the disparity between an infant and a robust adult. However, Su Chen, with a sardonic smile, remained unfazed, endowed with the prowess of a system. He could confront adversaries manifold stronger than himself and still prevail. What others deemed unattainable, he could achieve with ease. Unbeknownst to him, a formidable axe had manifested in his grasp, the Pangu axe, a weapon capable of annihilation. Originating from the desolate realm, this treasure belonged to the mighty Pangu. And though somewhat flawed, the system had recently proclaimed its ability to restore the axe's full might in a short span, granting him temporary dominion over its true power. The hierarchy of the wild world undoubtedly surpassed that of the divine realm, and the caliber of the Pangu axe was indisputably unrivaled among the treasures of the gods. From the Phoenix stone platform erupted the formidable essence of the Phoenix, its colossal form spiraling through the void, with icy eyes radiating a chilling brilliance that induced trepidation. A surge of astonishing battle intent erupted from Su Chen, materializing into a deity of slaughter, as he brandished the Pangu axe with a gaze that challenged the heavens. The overwhelming aura he exuded was subtly comparable to that of the Phoenix's ethereal visage. The clash of these two formidable powers reverberated through the void, akin to the consuming conflict of fire and water. Feng Tianxian expressed astonishment upon realizing that his own aura could collide with that of his opponent, remaining unscathed. He understood all too well that a warrior from the divine realm should not be able to withstand him. There was but one possibility. The axe wielded by this individual must be an artifact of great significance, enabling him to match his might. What a remarkable treasure it would be to possess. With this thought, Fen Tianxian's gaze turned covetous as he beheld the axe in the young man's hand. "Hand over that axe, and I shall spare your life." "Fool," came the succinct retort from Su Chen, who cared not for Fen Tianxian's identity. Having dared to challenge his boundaries, he deemed anyone worthy of death. "If you seek death, I shall oblige. Truly, you are a brazen fool." As Fen Tianxian's voice resonated throughout the void, the colossal form of the Phoenix materialized, breaking through layers of clouds. The overwhelming power of the Phoenix descending upon Su Chen with unrelenting force. This manifestation, akin to the arrival of a fire deity, exerted an oppressive aura that shook the very heavens. The entire Phoenix continent began to tremble in response. Greenstone and Chi Tindeo exchanged glances, both reflecting profound dread and astonishment in their eyes. Was this the power possessed by the warriors of the divine continent? It was utterly terrifying. Yet, Su Chen felt no fear. Wielding the Pangu axe, he summoned the chaotic golden body behind him and forcefully cleaved toward the Phoenix's true form. Boom! The collision between the Phoenix's true form and the Pangu axe was catastrophic. In an instant, the surrounding space crumbled, countless spatial rifts and black holes devouring one another, sending the elder of the Phoenix clan and Chi Tindeo retreating in terror. The terrifying power emanating from the Pangu axe bore down upon the Phoenix's true form once more. Kill! The Pangu axe manifested an enormous character for slay, its terrifying might compounding and ruthlessly suppressing the Phoenix's essence. Impossible. This cannot be. Fen Tianxian's heart screamed in disbelief. Unable to accept the reality before him, how could a mere ant from the divine realm confront him head-on? even beginning to subdue his strength. It was utterly absurd. The chasm between them transcended mere difference. It was unfathomable, devoid of any comparability. The entire space began to warp. As the fearsome might of the Pangu axe confined the surroundings, a deathly silence enveloped the scene. Greenstone and Chi Tindeo stood petrified, unable to fathom Su Chen's overwhelming strength, which allowed him to contend against the might of the divine continent without yielding an inch. Is this real? Can it truly be? Even as they witnessed the spectacle, they struggled to grasp the magnitude of Su Chen's treasure. Yet, they were certain of one fact. Even if they acquired such an artifact, they would still be unable to rival the strong of the divine continent. Ultimately, it came down to the wielder. The value of a treasure depended on the hands that held it. I refuse to believe you possess such might. Phoenix flames, incinerate the heavens. I cannot lose. Although Fan Tianxian's true form had not descended, the power he summoned encompassed all his strength. To lose under such circumstances would lead him to despise himself. Unable to defeat even an ant from the divine realm, the Phoenix flames, embodying Fan Tianxian's full might, surged forth from the Phoenix stone platform, radiating an intense heat that threatened to consume the entire divine realm, turning the surrounding space a vivid crimson hue. Chi Tindeo and Greenstone, including the elder, retreated once more, their expressions shifting in horror at the terrifying Phoenix flames, forces that transcended the divine realm, now unleashed within it. Chapter 754. Transforming oneself into the Pangu axe. Blood refining the Phoenix continent. The Phoenix flames descended upon the divine realm, powers not meant for this plane, but derived from the divine continent. One might ponder, throughout the entire divine realm, who could withstand such might? Had this occurred previously, both Greenstone and Chi Tindeo would have unequivocally believed that Su Chen would be doomed to failure, incapable of withstanding such terrifying forces. However, the situation had dramatically altered. They had just witnessed Su Chen wielding the axe to confront a formidable being from the divine continent, standing his ground without a hint of retreat. Su Chen was indeed formidable, far more powerful than they had ever imagined. In this moment, both Greenstone and Chi Tindeo felt the weight of their insignificance. You shall be reduced to ashes beneath the inferno of Phoenix flames. The icy voice bore no tremor. Buzz. The overwhelmingly fierce Phoenix flames erupted, raging towards Su Chen with unrestrained fury. Host, the system has restored the Pangu axe to its peak power. You may now unleash its might. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Su Chen nodded, his voice icy and resolute. I shall transform myself into the Pangu axe. The chaotic golden body behind him swelled once more, growing exponentially, hundredfold, thousandfold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, millionfold. The Pangu axe in his hand manifested as a colossal shadow, standing proud amidst the void, its explosive might effectively obstructing the Phoenix flames, rendering them unable to advance further. Impossible. How can you withstand my Phoenix flames? The voice of the realm erupted from Feng Tingxuan's lips, a visage adorned with shock and dread, as he beheld the unfolding events before him with incredulity. He could scarcely comprehend the reality of the situation. With his formidable prowess, not only would he dominate in the divine realm, but he could also traverse the entirety of the continent of gods with ease. Yet, what was his current predicament? He had summoned all his might into the flames of the Phoenix, capable of incinerating the entire divine realm, only to find his efforts thwarted by the artifacts wielded by another. He chose to disregard the fear emanating from Feng Tianxian. Su Chen inclined his head respectfully towards Chi Tindeo and Greenstone, announcing, I shall temporarily seal myself away. I entrust my sect to you both. Brother Su, you are too modest. I shall safeguard your sect, Greenstone responded, and both he and Chi Tindeo, having witnessed Su Chen's formidable strength, felt a palpable shift in their demeanor. In a world where might dictates respect, they understood that the law of survival was one of the strong preying upon the weak. They had witnessed Su Chen's capabilities firsthand. Even if he had utilized the power of an artifact, it remained a manifestation of his own strength. Such artifacts, even if bestowed upon them, would yield no results in their hands. The disparity in power was insurmountable. They grasped the essence of Su Chen's words, recognizing their task was merely to protect his sect, trusting that he would manage the rest. Faced with the imminent battle, even if they wished to intervene, their inadequate strength rendered them powerless. Any attempt would surely lead to their demise. Su Chen nodded, wielding his finger as a sword. As a terrifying edict of slaughter coalesced into a passage, piercing the endless void. Brother Su, take care. Be safe. They did not linger, for it seemed they had surmised the gravity of the situation. With a single step, they entered the passage, their forms vanishing without a trace. It is your turn now. Today, you shall witness the true might of the Pangu axe. Transforming himself into the Pangu axe, Su Chun hesitated not to squander time. For the system had warned him that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He sought a swift resolution. As for the matter concerning his daughter, he was not yet in a position to address it. The sole certainty was that she had been sent to the Phoenix clan on the continent of gods, her very essence imbued with the bloodline of the Phoenix. Su Chun could assert with near certainty that the Phoenix clan would not harm her. She might even be welcomed as one of their own. Thus, to rescue his daughter, he must venture to the continent of gods. The Phoenix clan must be eradicated, but first, he would commence with the individual before him. Even if this foe hailed from the Phoenix clan, he would show no mercy. In that moment, Feng Tianxian gazed upon the colossal axe, spanning an immeasurable height. Obstructing the onslaught of Phoenix flames, his face a canvas of astonishment. What choice did he have but to confront this reality? To relinquish now? A profound bitterness welled within him, for his status loomed large. Should he choose to surrender, how would he return to face the Phoenix clan? How would he confront the clan leader? How would he reckon with himself? How could he establish his standing on the continent of gods? As he felt the terrifying aura emanating from the great axe before him, Feng Tingxuan's countenance darkened to a grim pallor. This was his final gambit. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to concede, steeling himself for one last attempt to shatter his adversary's artifact and eliminate the threat. The great elder of the Phoenix clan knelt in terror, rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him. Before he could even react, he was engulfed by the dual onslaught of Phoenix flames and the axe's shadow, vanishing without a trace. Seeing that his opponent had not chosen to surrender, Su Chun could not help but smirk coldly. Having wielded the Pangu axe and transforming into it, he was certain of his ability to annihilate this foe. The ethereal shadow of the million-zhong Pangu axe cleaved through space, crashing down toward the Phoenix stone platform before him. Feng Tianxian prepared for one final struggle, only to be horrified to discover that his power had been forcibly shackled. No matter how he strained, he could not summon even a fragment of his strength. His eyes widened in terror, filled with disbelief at the unfolding events. Boom! The fearsome axe shadow struck the Phoenix stone platform with tremendous force, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. The unfortunate visage of Feng Tianxian was instantly obliterated. On the continent of gods, within a valley, the magnificent form of Feng Tianxian began to shatter inch by inch, deprived even of the opportunity to plead for mercy. In his final moments, he could not fathom how he had been vanquished by an insignificant insect from the divine realm. Was his defeat truly the result of reliance on mere artifacts? Unwilling to accept the reality laid bare before him, he watched as his vast body disintegrated into blood mist, his exploded remains leaving no trace behind. Little did he suspect that his descent into power had not only failed to quell his adversary, but had instead led to his own obliteration. In the divine realm, within the Phoenix Valley, the entire Phoenix clan began to be voraciously consumed by countless rifts in space. Su Chun's eyes, filled with icy rage, reflected his fury. Even after slaying Feng Tianxian, his wrath remained unquenched. Having already invoked the Pangu axe, he contemplated retreat, believing it would minimize his losses. Yet, he chose not to relent. Harnessing the power of the Pangu axe, he commenced the blood-refining god-locking array. This array, since departing from the TMU continent, had not been employed by Su Chun, for it required immense power to unleash its full potential. Boom! The blood-refining god-locking array coalesced in the void, enveloping not only the Phoenix Valley, but rapidly extending outward, cloaking the entire Phoenix continent in mere seconds. Without the support of the Pangu access power, Su Chun knew he could never hope to cover the entire Phoenix continent with the blood-refining god-locking array. In that moment, Su Chun sought not merely to refine the Phoenix clan, but to bloodily purify the entire Phoenix continent. He cared not for the suffering of innocent lives. If any dared to provoke his daughter and transgress his boundaries, the Phoenix clan would pay the price. Better to miss 1,000 than to let a single Phoenix escape. This time, Su Chun was truly enraged. Chapter 755, Blood Refining the Continent. At this moment, Su Chun's fury was palpable. The transgressions of the Phoenix clan were unforgivable. Regardless of how they treated his daughter, the Phoenix clan must face annihilation. Beginning with the Phoenix clan of the divine realm. He had already executed an elder from the Phoenix clan of the continent of gods. When he eventually traveled to the continent of gods, he would wield the same blade against them. The debts of life and death could never be reconciled. Such was the consequence of crossing his threshold. Utilizing the power of the Pangu axe, Su Chun initiated the blood-refining god-locking array, instantly enveloping the entire Phoenix continent. The array cast a shroud of terror over the land. In the outer void, those wishing to escape found themselves unable, and those desiring entry were equally thwarted. As they beheld the entrance suffused with the aura of the array, all present stood in stunned disbelief. utterly clueless as to the nature of the calamity that had befallen them. The Phoenix continent has unexpectedly sealed the entrance to the outer void, suggesting that the Phoenix clan is resolute in preventing anyone from stepping foot on the Phoenix continent. What a stroke of misfortune. I have traversed countless miles with the singular intention of earning a living here, only to see my investment in a ship ticket go to waste. Alas, there is no need to dwell on my misfortune. The Phoenix continent cannot remain closed indefinitely. At this moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all those in the outer void, they witnessed the very land before them begin to slowly vanish, enveloped by a terrifying mist of blood. The pungent scent of blood assails their senses, causing everyone to retreat in fear, their faces etched with dread. What on earth is happening? The entire Phoenix continent is disappearing. Someone is refining the Phoenix continent, and no one is spared. Look, that is the primordial spirit of a martial artist being forcibly refined. Who possesses such power to refine an entire continent? It is inconceivable. Not even the Lord God can refine any continent. Everyone is utterly stupefied, their faces revealing disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before them. Firstly, it is a well-known fact that no one, including the Lord God, can successfully refine any continent. Secondly, the Phoenix continent is under the protection of the Phoenix clan, one of the pinnacle races of the divine realm. Who would dare to provoke them? Refining the Phoenix continent is tantamount to challenging the Phoenix clan, a certainty without question. Panic ensues, for no one could have anticipated that the esteemed Phoenix continent would be subjected to such direct refinement. The once vibrant land is now engulfed in blood mist, with countless martial artists being forcibly refined, and even the Lord God cannot escape. The refining cauldron hovers in the void, while the blood-refining locking formation simultaneously refines and consumes. Thus, the Phoenix continent is systematically obliterated, vanishing completely from the astonished eyes of all in the outer void. The Pangu axe disappears, and Chen is consumed by a terrifying spatial black hole. In the divine continent, the Phoenix clan stands as one of the foremost races. The recent arrival of the Phoenix's primordial bloodline from the divine realm is an extraordinary boon for them, as such a top-tier bloodline is scarcely found even in the divine continent. The clan leader, Plundering, a top-tier powerhouse of the divine continent, gazes at Jinglin with a face full of joy and excitement. He refrains from consuming the bloodline within her, for he believes that growth surpasses mere consumption. Jinglin, I am aware you hail from the divine realm, but I mean you no harm. Your humanity is inconsequential. Once your primordial bloodline truly awakens and undergoes the ancestral hall's baptism, you shall be reborn as a being of both human and phoenix. I can assure you that in the future, you will surpass even me and become a supreme existence in the divine continent. His excitement grows with every word. At this moment, Plundering could not fathom that such a bloodline as the primordial phoenix had emerged, one that had not been seen in countless years. Clan leader, I wish to return home, Jinglin says, her fists clenched tightly. She now realizes that she is not in the divine realm, but in the even higher divine continent. Alone, she cannot hope to return. She does not wish to remain here, nor to become a hybrid of human and phoenix, and certainly not to become a top powerhouse of the Phoenix clan. She longs to reunite with her parents, grandparents, and aunt. Come here. Yes? Keep an eye on the young lady. If anything happens to her, it will cost you your life. Understood, clan leader. As Jinglin watches the clan leader depart, she attempts to follow, but is swiftly stopped. Just after Plundering leaves, a clan member rushes in, kneeling urgently. Clan leader, there is grave news. Elder Xianxian has died, and there are no remains. His expression immediately hardens. Plundering is well aware of Tingsuan's strength and knows he was within the clan. What could have transpired? What happened? I do not know. Let us go to Elder Tingsuan's residence. During this divine summoning, Xianxian had not informed the Phoenix clan, for he considered matters from the divine realm trivial. Reporting such minor events to the clan would be utterly ridiculous. Sensing the pervasive blood mist in the air and finding no corpses around, Plundering's expression darkens, yet he would never connect Tingsuan's demise to the divine realm, for that would be too absurd. Investigate this matter thoroughly. We must uncover the truth. Yes. Who would have thought that a venerable elder of the Phoenix clan would perish within the clan itself? This is an unacceptable reality for the Phoenix clan. Regardless of the circumstances, they must uncover the truth. As for the divine realm, Plundering chooses to ignore it, unable to imagine that a minor high-level plane could harbor a warrior capable of slaying a Phoenix elder. Such a claim would be met with disbelief. It is utterly ludicrous. In the divine realm, the news of the Phoenix continent being forcibly refined has spread throughout, given the continent's esteemed status, with the Phoenix clan residing there. The Phoenix continent is undoubtedly a superlative existence in the divine realm, and yet it has been refined in such a manner. Who could accomplish this? No one could. The refinement of the Phoenix continent has sent shockwaves throughout the divine realm. Chapter 756, 3,000 Immortal Islands. Xianguang continent is but a mere speck in the vastness of the divine realm. The endless sea stretches infinitely, its horizon unending. Dozens of enormous ships glide slowly across the boundless waters. On the foremost ship, at the bow, stands a young man with a striking appearance, his features sharp and defined, gazing into the expansive emptiness of the sea with a deep sigh. His name is Shur, hailing from the Shur family of the 3,000 Immortal Islands. The Shur family is indeed a formidable clan, boasting numerous talents within its ranks, yet among his peers, Shur is the least gifted in both talent and strength. Now past 18, he remains stagnant at the Xian God realm due to his limited aptitude, unable to advance further. What are you pondering, Yiming? Asks a middle-aged man who approaches, bearing a striking resemblance to the young man. He is Shur Yiming's father, Shur Fong. Both father and son share similar talents and cultivations, and had Shur Fong not been the clan leader, their lives would surely have been even more challenging. It is precisely due to their low status that the task of procuring goods from the mainland has fallen upon the shoulders of the father-son duo. Fortunately, both are kind-hearted individuals with excellent rapport. Observing his son, Shur Fong sighs deeply, reflecting on the tens of thousands of disciples in the Shur family, hundreds of whom are core disciples, while he and his son rank as the weakest among them. Their efforts are evident. Yet talent is not something that can be achieved solely through hard work. Yiming, upon our return, I will personally speak to your grandfather and arrange for you to train within the inner clan. Upon hearing the mention of the inner clan, Shur also sighs deeply, feeling quite helpless. Father, there is no need. The conditions for entering the inner clan are exceedingly strict. Even if grandfather were to intercede on my behalf, I would only be met with scorn. However, without entering the inner clan for training, all efforts, no matter how diligent, would be in vain. Why not give it a try? Why concern oneself with the opinions of others? Is it possible not to care? It is precisely due to limited talent that he has endured ridicule throughout his life. What significance does being the grandson of the clan leader hold? The clan leader has dozens of grandchildren, and he is the one with the least talent and weakest strength. If not him, who else would be the target of mockery? Wherever one goes, regardless of status, everything must be substantiated by strength. Without strength, one is deemed worthless. This is an undeniable truth, unalterable by anyone. Father, look. Following Shur gaze, Shur Fong also saw it. In the distance, a figure floated upon the sea, astonishing them both. This individual had not perished in the depths, but rather remained afloat. Had it been anyone else, they would surely refrain from intervening. After all, the sea is capricious, and encountering a beast of the deep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Shur Fong and his son were inherently kind-hearted, a trait deeply ingrained, difficult to eradicate. Despite enduring ridicule, they remained steadfastly virtuous. Make way for the newcomer. Understood. Dozens of colossal vessels swiftly navigated the waters. When Shur Fong and Shur rescued the young man from the sea, Shur exclaimed, "Father, this person still has breath. It is truly unbelievable that he has not been devoured by a beast despite such grievous injuries. Let us take him to the cabin for rest." Yes, inside the cabin. Su Chen's breath was faint. The forceful utilization of the Pangu axe had inflicted severe damage, compromising his very foundation. Were it not for the combined efforts of Xiao Pang, Xiao Mei, and the demon infant safeguarding Su Chen's last vestige of spirit, he might have needed to slumber for a millennium. Even so, his injuries were grave enough that Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei suffered significant harm, rendering them unable to manifest their strength. As for the demon infant, had it possessed the ability to emerge, it would not have allowed Su Chun to float helplessly upon the waves. All the beasts from the first and second layers of the divine beast diagram had been returned to the invincible divine sect, including the imperial radiant Kylin. The reasoning was straightforward. Since obtaining the power of creation rules, the beasts of the first and second layers and the imperial radiant Kylin had become of little utility to him, rendering their continued possession unnecessary. Whether divine emperor beasts or war god divine emperor beasts, they held no significant value to him at present. Now, he merely needed to ascertain whether he could unlock the third layer of the divine beast diagram and gain mastery over the more than 100 divine emperor beasts within. Creak. The cabin door was gently opened as Shur entered, approaching Su Chun. With a slight furrow of his brow, he spoke, "Your injuries are too severe. I can only do my utmost to save you. Whether you recover depends entirely on yourself. Tomorrow, we will return to the clan, and I shall request a physician's assistance. I hope you will be all right." "Oh, I truly do not wish to return to the clan. Aside from my parents, there is not a single good person there. Even grandfather looks down upon me, always seeking to humiliate me." Perhaps due to Su Chen's comatose state, Shur seemed to be speaking to a stone. pouring out years of discontent and resentment, sharing his grievances. This continued for an entire day and night. The following day, the morning light bathed the sea, with the sun illuminating the vast expanse of water, and the sea breeze danced across the horizon. The 3,000 immortal isles represented the pinnacle of power in the entire maritime domain, hosting countless families, sects, ancient clans, and holy sites, akin to another continent. At the Shur family's dock, dozens of great ships slowly approached the shore, where members of the Shur clan began unloading the supplies. Shur Fong and Shur Yiming were returning with Su Chun. Even at this moment, Su Chun remained in a comatose state, unresponsive. The Shur family was situated on the outskirts of the immortal city. After all, they had yet to earn the right to reside within. This was still due to Shur Tianzhong, the clan leader, being a formidable divine emperor warrior. I just heard that our 12th brother actually rescued a corpse from the sea. Is that true? What a useless fellow. He cannot even take care of himself, yet he dares to save others. No wonder people say he's a doormat. It seems there's truth to that. Let's go give him a hard time. Shur Yiming, being the 12th in the Shur family, was often referred to as 12th brother. In a dilapidated courtyard, just as he had settled Su Chun, dozens of individuals barged in, kicking open the rickety wooden door and looking at him with mocking expressions. 12th brother, we heard you were back, so we came to see you. Shouldn't you show us some gratitude? Shur Yiming, recognizing their intentions to ridicule and humiliate him, a routine affair, felt a surge of annoyance. With an impatient tone, he replied, I have nothing to express. I am very tired. Please leave me be. I wish to rest. Is that a dismissal? The expressions of the crowd darkened immediately. 12th brother, have you assumed that you are impressive after being away for a while? Let me tell you now, in our eyes, you will always be the younger brother. Right. If you don't show us some gratitude this time, we will let you feel the taste of our fists. Shameless. Shur Yiming cursed vehemently. These were his so-called brothers, if not blood, at least cousins, yet they treated him in such a manner. Chapter 757, Do Not Disturb Us. Shur Yiming was genuinely furious. Throughout his life, he had never felt any familial affection. His mother had returned to her family for matters, while his father was preoccupied with external affairs, leaving him without care. Due to his lack of talent and weak strength, even with his grandfather as the clan leader, he held no status. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to such a desolate place. Yet, despite this, Shur Yiming never voiced a complaint, for in his eyes, no matter how inadequate the Shur family was, it was still his home, the only home he had. And now, it was this home, which he considered his only refuge, that had subjected him to countless humiliations throughout his life. He did not wish to waste further words and turned to retreat into his room. If he could not confront them, could he not simply avoid them? Damn it, 12th brother, how dare you ignore us? We came here with good intentions. And you treat us this way. You must give us an explanation today, or else, haha, let the consequences fall upon you. Kneel and apologize. Kneel? In your dreams. Bang. Before Shur Yiming could react, he was kicked to the ground by dozens of people, each delivering ruthless blows without mercy, mercilessly beating him. Without a single shout for help, Shur Yiming was left to endure the assault in silence. I ask you, will you kneel? No response. Will you kneel or not? If you don't kneel, I'll beat you to death. Still no reply. You worthless wretch, how dare you ignore me? I'll make you regret it. After beating him for what felt like an eternity, the crowd finally left, satisfied. Bathed in blood and engulfed by an icy gaze rife with boundless fury, he found himself utterly powerless, for his strength was woefully inadequate. In the realm of divine warriors, the first step is to attain the divine human realm, which is further categorized into the divine human realm, mysterious god realm, celestial god realm, ancient god realm, ancestral god realm, and catastrophe god realm. The second step is referred to as the position god realm, which is divided into the god master realm, god monarch realm, god king realm, god emperor realm, god sovereign realm, and sacred realm. At present, Shur Yiming was merely at the mysterious god realm. Throughout the entirety of the Shur family, even the weakest possessed strength that surpassed his, which elucidated why he was relentlessly bullied by others. Over the years, he had never once sought refuge with his grandfather. For Shur Yiming understood a fundamental truth. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. To approach his grandfather would be futile, rather than offering protection. His grandfather would likely look down upon him. After all, to gain stature, one must rely on oneself. Lacking talent and strength, he could only passively endure beatings. A timeless and immutable truth. Clenching his fists tightly, his fingertips dug painfully into his palms, blood trickling down unnoticed. For the anguish within far eclipsed that of his physical wounds. With great difficulty, he rose from the ground, drawing water from the well and dousing himself from head to toe, the frigid sensation providing a peculiar comfort. The following day, Shur Yiming summoned a physician to attend to Su Chun, yet there was little hope. Su Chen lay in a state akin to a living corpse. Within the confines of the room, gazing at the young man still lost in his unconsciousness, Shur Yiming began to vocalize his pent-up rage and resentment. Now even my father does not come to see me. I understand he is busy. Like me, he lacks talent and strength, occupied with other family matters. However, in such circumstances, both my father and I will forever be regarded with disdain within the family. Who are you? Why did you appear upon the sea? I have done my utmost. But rest assured, as long as you live, I shall not abandon you. Having saved you, I will ensure you remain here. At that moment, a dark light flickered around Su Chen, and in the next instant, the figure of a demonic infant materialized, measuring only the length of an arm. The demonic infant was entirely crimson. Previously, it had aided Su Chen in withstanding the backlash from the Pangu axe, though it had suffered the least from the repercussions. It had nearly succumbed to slumber. Now, its injuries were grave, yet unlike its master, it was not ensnared in self-imposed sealing. You are who? Staring at the blood-red child before him, Shur Yiming stammered, retreating in fear, his face etched with terror. The oppressive aura emanating from the demonic infant rendered it difficult for him to breathe, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. He could discern that this crimson figure had emerged from the young man, possessing strength that far exceeded his own. Fear not, I am the demonic infant, a servant to the master. Thank you for rescuing both my master and me this time. The demonic infant spoke without exaggeration, had it not been for Shur Yiming's intervention. The consequences of being devoured by the demonic beasts would have been dire. No need for thanks, it was but a trifling effort. Nodding, the demonic infant found great fondness for this child, who was pure and kind-hearted, yet not suited for martial arts. Otherwise, it would have earnestly desired to take him as a disciple. My master is in a predicament. During this period, do not allow anyone to disturb us. Understood. The demonic infant produced a tome, stating, take this cultivation method to practice. Once the master awakens, he will repay your kindness. Shur Yiming, however, did not respond nor accept the tome, exhaling a deep sigh before turning to leave. What use would such a technique be, regardless of its prowess? It would be of no avail, given his innate limitations. Chapter 758. Since they have requested your assistance, you ought to lend a hand. Su Chen found himself ensconced in a peculiar space, sealed within himself. How long this self-imposed confinement would last, even he could not ascertain. The chaotic enlightenment technique had begun to cultivate autonomously, experiencing a series of breakthroughs that propelled him from the mid-tier of the second level to the initial tier of the third level, halting only thereafter. As a result, Su Chen's cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Like a rocket, he shattered his own limits, transitioning from the pinnacle of the ancestral god emperor realm to the war god emperor realm. The war god emperor realm is divided into 10 distinct levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gold. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Chen sought to rapidly elevate himself to the war god emperor realm, and subsequently to higher tiers, it would be no simple feat. However, unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to a twist of fate, the chaotic enlightenment technique, previously stagnant, had now surged forward, breaking through from the initial tier of the second level to the initial tier of the third level. From the pinnacle of the red level war god emperor to the pinnacle of the orange level, the pinnacle of the orange to the pinnacle of the yellow, and so forth, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the gold level war god emperor realm, while simultaneously catapulting through the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth levels, finally stabilizing at the apex of the gold level war god emperor realm. At the moment Su Chen broke through to the pinnacle of the gold level war god emperor realm, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat upright, startling the demonic infant. Master, you have awakened. The demonic infant was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of its master regaining consciousness. How long have I been unconscious? The demonic infant contemplated briefly before replying. Approximately 10 days at sea, followed by 3 days here. You have been in self-imposed confinement for 13 days. Not only has the chaotic enlightenment technique made significant progress, but your cultivation has also surged across 10 boundaries, advancing from the pinnacle of the God Emperor realm to the pinnacle of the War God Emperor realm. You are now only one step away from the Master God Emperor realm. Who rescued us? The demonic infant candidly recounted Shur Yiming's actions and the circumstances surrounding them. In the courtyard, Shur Yiming sat cross-legged, having not moved a single step for 3 consecutive days. Within the Shur family, he was regarded as an expendable presence. Even a year without stepping outside would not elicit remembrance from anyone, save for those who sought to humiliate him. Only his parents occasionally came to check on him. Yet his mother was absent, and his father remained perpetually engaged. With a resounding crack, the sound of splintering would echoed through the air. Moments later, the freshly repaired door was kicked open, and dozens of individuals entered, the very same who had brutally assaulted Shur Yiming 3 days prior. Leading them was Shur Yu, an 8th-level ancient god realm practitioner and Shur Yiming's cousin. Shur Yu's father was Shur Yiming's 3rd uncle. Ah, come and behold our 12th brother, who is so diligently striving. Truly admirable, yet alas, a waste is still a waste. No matter how hard one works, a trashy talent yields naught. Who says otherwise? You could cultivate for 10,000 years and still not achieve the rapid progress we can in just a single day. Old 12, if I were in your position, I would simply buy 2 pounds of tofu and end it all. Why endure the humiliation of living? Yet, Shur Yu chuckled and replied, you are all mistaken. Perhaps old 12 is striving so hard in hopes of moving grandpa. You shameless lot. Shur Yiming, whose eyes had long been open, stood up, glaring with an unmistakable fury and disdain. Yet, his anger was all he could muster. His weakness rendered him powerless. The throng before him, each one more formidable than he, could easily subdue him with a mere flick of their wrists. Shur Yiming, you would do best to leave the Shur family. We have no room for a waste like you. I, Shur Yu, declare that as long as you remain within the Shur family, I will ensure you suffer greatly. Brotherhood? Familial bonds? In the face of strength, they are all mere trifles. The sole law of survival is the survival of the fittest, determined by whose might prevails and whose fists strike harder. Without strength, even brotherhood is rendered meaningless. Those who bully you are precisely your so-called cousins. This is my territory. You all must leave. In that moment, Shur Yiming was truly enraged, for the very brothers before him were the ones who bullied him the most, even more ruthlessly than outsiders. He could barely contain his desire to annihilate them. The unrestrained mockery and derision from dozens of people left his face flushed with humiliation. Nevertheless, Shur Yu and the others harbored no intentions of relenting. Bullying and deriding Shur Yiming was their greatest amusement. Such is the nature of humanity. They will always prey on the weak, while bowing and scraping before the strong. Oh, look at our old 12 getting angry. You frighten me. Come and hit me. Do you dare? This is my face, and I stand before you. Strike me with your own fists. Do you dare? He dares not. He is a coward. Ha ha, ha ha. The laughter rang out, merciless and unrelenting, as if Shur Yiming's disgrace was their greatest joy. His countenance darkened with rage, yet Shur Yiming did not retaliate. Even as his fists were seized and rubbed against the other's face, he knew all too well the trouble that would ensue if he were to strike back. If someone asks for your assistance, you must comply. Otherwise, they will be sorely disappointed. Just then, the door swung open. 2 figures emerged, one tall and one short. A handsome youth and a child drenched in crimson, a rather eerie sight. Senior, you have awakened? Upon seeing the two, Shur Yiming was filled with astonishment. Chen nodded. Though his injuries had not yet fully healed, they were no longer of concern. Thank you. A bashful smile graced Shur Yiming's face, resembling that of a neighborly boy. What an admirable child, yet born into such a family. Chen understood all too well that this was the harsh reality of the fantastical world. When someone demands a slap to the face, such requests must be honored. Shurgan's expression darkened immediately, releasing his grip on Shur Yiming, preparing to retreat to avoid misfortune. However, as he attempted to flee, he was horrified to find himself forcibly restrained, unable to move an inch. Senior, gritting his teeth, Shur Yiming instinctively chose to trust the youth before him. Damn it, old 12. If you dare strike me, I will surely annihilate you. Slap. You dare hit me. Slap. Slap. You truly dare hit me. Slap. 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 Years of pent-up resentment erupted in Shur Yiming, who began to unleash a flurry of strikes. Left and right. He delivered slap after slap, without any restraint. He struck over 100 times. Stop. But Shur Yiming chose to ignore the command, continuing until Shurgan collapsed, unconscious. As Shurgan lay on the ground, 2 individuals rushed forward to carry him away. Shur Yu's countenance darkened to an extreme. His expression was as grim as could be, for he could hardly believe that Shur Yiming would actually dare to retaliate. It was a blatant provocation, as if he did not regard Shur Yu at all. Over the years, Shur Yu had bullied Shur Yiming countless times, never once witnessing him muster the courage to fight back. A murderous intent radiated from Shur Yu's darkened face as he hissed, I just told you to stop. Are you deaf? Shur Yiming felt a flicker of trepidation, yet he remained unafraid. A slap is a slap. Even if I were to die right now, I wouldn't care. After being bullied for so many years, if I can stand up and do so with dignity just once, it would all be worth it. The demon infant stepped forth. A terrifying aura enveloped the courtyard, rendering all but Shurgan completely immobile. The expressions of all present turned to sheer astonishment, feeling their limbs frozen, akin to meat upon a chopping block. How could they not feel fear? Shur Yiming, this is the Shur family, and you dare conspire with outsiders to harm your own kin? I will report this to Grandpa. You shall undoubtedly be expelled from the family. At that moment, Shur Yu felt genuine fear. He understood that being restrained by another already indicated the severity of the situation. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He resolved to leave and report to Grandpa, confident that he would handle the matter accordingly. Shur Yu knew full well how grave the accusation of colluding with outsiders to harm one's own brothers could be, especially since Shur Yiming had never held favor in Grandpa's eyes. The demon infant's form continued to expand until it stood before Shur Yu, nearly indistinguishable from a normal person, shrouded in blood-soaked garments, resembling an explosion of crimson mist, truly chilling. Do you believe you can escape? The demon infant's voice was frigid, showing utter disregard for the so-called Shur family, for according to Shur Yiming, the family's strongest member, the patriarch Shur Tianchong, was merely a monarch god-emperor. A monarch god-emperor was no more than an ant, with a mere flick of his finger. He could easily obliterate the entire Shur family. Whoever dares to be insolent shall be annihilated. Gazing upon the blood-colored visage of the child, Shur Yu trembled in fear. He was genuinely terrified. This is the Shur family. If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will undoubtedly not let you off. My grandfather is a monarch god-emperor. I advise you to refrain from provoking the Shur family. Shur Yiming, are you dead? Do you truly wish to join forces with outsiders to harm your own kin? Throughout, the demon infant remained silent, merely observing with an increasingly frigid gaze, akin to two icy mountains descending, instilling a sense of dread. Shur Yiming wished to speak, yet the words caught in his throat, for he did not know what to say or could say. How could he defend Shur Yu and the others? Such a notion was inconceivable. For all these years, Shur Yu had bullied him mercilessly. Within just 3 days of his return, Shur Yu had come twice, each time ruthlessly humiliating him, devoid of any brotherly affection. Why should he speak on behalf of Shur Yu and the others? He would rather see them punished. Despite his kindness and amiable temperament, he is by no means a saint. After enduring years of bullying, he finds it utterly impossible to repay malice with virtue. Chapter 760 merely reflects the ignorance of those around him. Shur Yiming remained silent. In his perspective, kindness does not always yield rewards. Even though he defended Shur Yu this time, he was almost certain that Shur Yu would continue to torment him in the future, likely escalating his cruelty without an ounce of mercy. Noticing Shur Yiming's silence, Shur Yu was thoroughly frightened. Shur Yiming, I advise you not to test grandfather's limits. You can still back down now to avoid regrettable consequences later. Shur Yiming, I am your cousin. Are you truly intent on harming your own kin? Damn it. Are you deaf, you big fool? Slap. The demonic infant furrowed his brow, utterly disgusted by such a person, and swiftly struck Shur Yu dead, prompting the others to flee in panic. They were utterly unprepared for the fact that Shur Yu had been truly killed, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground. Even Shur Yiming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the demonic infant would indeed slay Shur Yu. You are Shur Yiming? Yes, I am Shur Yiming. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Su Chen nodded, smiling as he spoke. My name is Su Chen. I am grateful for your assistance in saving me. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Become a disciple? The demonic infant was somewhat surprised. He was aware that the master would generously reward Shur Yiming, but he had not expected that the master would take Shur Yiming as an apprentice directly. He already knew that Shur Yiming's talent was limited, if not the worst. It was certainly close. He refrained from interjecting, understanding that as the master's servant, he knew what should and should not be said. With a thud, Shur Yiming recognized that the other party was no ordinary individual. Not wishing to miss this opportunity, he immediately knelt and bowed his head in submission. Master, my talent is exceedingly poor. My family regards me as the worst disciple in a millennium. At this point, Shur Yiming's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. Su Chun understood his meaning and replied, I previously accepted a disciple named Lin Hao, who possesses a Dao blood body, and you shall be my second disciple. Come here. I will examine you. Obediently walking over, Shur Yiming was perplexed as to why he felt such profound trust in his master. A gentle aura of chaos surged into Shur Yiming's body, initiating a meticulous examination. Poor talent. For Su Chun, this was of no consequence. If he wished, he could assist Shur Yiming in reshaping his bones or forcibly absorb the attributes of others. Once the physique was altered, his talent would naturally improve. In the past, such feats would have been impossible, but the circumstances had now changed. With his cultivation successfully reaching the pinnacle of the golden class God Emperor realm, Su Chun was confident that, should he desire, he could even bestow upon Shur Yiming a divine sovereign god core. After all, it was Shur Yiming who had saved his life. According to the demonic infant, had it not been for Shur Yiming, he might have already been devoured by a monstrous beast. Young master, what is it? Such a domineering physique. Even Su Chun was unaware of the unique physique hidden within Shur Yiming. Yet he could sense that this second disciple's special constitution far surpassed that of Lin Hao. System, can you help me sense the unique physique within Shur Yiming? Shur Yiming possesses the suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body, which is exceedingly formidable, comparable to the ancient holy body. Once awakened, he is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. The system also possesses the suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body, but the host has yet to eliminate it. The suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body. Comparable to the ancient holy body, Su Chan was well aware of the high rank of this so-called physique. Without needing to inquire, he understood that his own chaos body was undoubtedly the highest ranked among all physiques, beyond any doubt. Once the suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body awakens, it can synergize with the devouring heaven, suppressing prison technique, resulting in exponentially enhanced effects. Listening to the system's voice in his mind, Su Chen promptly inquired, System, what must be done to awaken Shur Yiming's suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body? This was the crux, for regardless of how impressive the suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body might be, it must first be awakened. Otherwise, all else would be meaningless. As long as Shur Yiming did not awaken his suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body, he would remain a cultivation waste, perpetually unable to enhance his strength. The host merely needs to stimulate the suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body with the chaos body. Is it truly that simple? It is a simple matter. It is just that others cannot accomplish it, while the host is different. System, can you provide me with a copy of the devouring heaven, suppressing prison technique? The system had already clarified that the suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body must be paired with the devouring heaven, suppressing prison technique for flawless synergy. Neither could be omitted. Shur Yiming was no longer an outsider. Su Chen certainly hoped for him to become stronger, thus wishing to obtain the devouring heaven, suppressing prison technique for Shur Yiming from the system. Host. The system serves only the host and will not concern itself with others, nor provide any cultivation resources. Without a hint of surprise, Su Chen had anticipated the system's response. The system belonged to him. It would not serve others. If it did, matters would become quite troublesome. Rest assured, once Shur Yiming awakens his suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body, he will naturally cultivate the devouring heaven, suppressing prison technique. Looking at Shur Yiming before him, Su Chen said, you are not a waste. Not only are you not a waste, but your talent is absolutely capable of surpassing the entire divine realm. It is merely that others are blind. What does this mean? Shur Yiming felt somewhat bewildered, completely unable to fathom the meaning behind his master's words. He is not a waste? His talent surpasses that of the divine realm? Is this some kind of jest? He genuinely wanted to believe his master's words. Yet his mind incessantly reminded him that this was merely his master's attempt to comfort him. How could such a thing be true? He had been regarded as a waste since childhood, a mere scrap in the eyes of everyone. Even his grandfather, parents, cousins, and all others deemed him a waste. And he himself believed he was a talentless individual, a cultivation failure that could be bullied at will. And now? His master claimed that he was neither a waste nor lacking in talent, but rather that he could surpass the entire divine realm. Was this not a jest? Could he truly believe it? Chapter 761, please. In just about 15 minutes, under Su Chen's guidance with the chaos body, the hidden suppressing prison, devouring heaven divine body within Shur Yiming successfully awakened, and his cultivation smoothly ascended to the heavenly god realm. With Su Chen's full support, his cultivation remarkably soared to the peak of the heavenly god realm. At that moment, Shur Yiming was utterly dazed, for until this very instant, he had not imagined that he could break through several levels in merely a few minutes, something he had never dared to dream of before. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. With a detached nod, Su Chen smiled and said, listen carefully. The physique that resides within you is known as the prison suppressing heaven divine body. As you cultivate, I believe you will undoubtedly be able to develop the suppressing heaven prison technique. Whether you can ascend to greater heights in the future depends entirely on yourself. In his hand materialized the divine essence from a supreme deity. Previously, in the Phoenix clan, with the aid of the god-bearing talisman, he had instantaneously vanquished the ancestral phoenix. Under the might of the talisman, even the divine essence of the ancestral phoenix vanished without a trace. However, when he wielded the Pangu axe to annihilate the elders of the Phoenix clan on the divine continent, at the moment the elder was consumed by the spatial void. He had already devoured the elder's divine essence with the refining wilderness cauldron. If it were merely a matter of accepting a disciple, Su Chen would not have presented the divine essence, for he had not yet reached the point where he could casually offer such a treasure. Yet now, Shur Yiming had saved his life. Life is more precious than anything else. When comparing a divine essence to life, the two are utterly incomparable. You may consume this divine essence immediately. The sight of the divine essence elicited entirely different reactions from the demon infant and Shur Yiming. The demon infant was taken aback by the master's generosity, for this was a divine essence, not a mere common vegetable. He did not inquire further, for he understood the young master's intent. Aside from accepting Shur Yiming as a disciple, the paramount reason was that Shur Yiming had saved the young master's life. In contrast, Shur Yiming, gazing at the small stone handed to him, refrained from questioning its nature, for at his level of understanding, he could not comprehend the divine essence. He chose to trust his master and directly consume the divine essence, believing that without his master, he would never awaken the prison-suppressing heaven divine body within him and would perpetually be bullied by Shur Yu, living his life in humiliation. Boom. The already battered stone door was once again flung aside by a terrifying wave of energy. An enraged roar echoed from a distance. Master, Shur Yu's father, Shur Quan, is here. He is my third uncle and a calamity-positioned divine emperor. The calamity-positioned divine emperor is considered a formidable warrior within the Shur family. For even Shur Tianzhong, the head of the Shur family, is merely a king divine emperor. Su Chen chuckled, dismissing the matter from his mind. A chair formed from swirling air appeared behind him, and he languidly took a seat. A middle-aged man, resembling Shur Yu to a considerable extent, stormed in with 20 to 30 followers, emanating an icy killing intent that surged like a tsunami, as if intent on obliterating the very heavens and earth. Shur Yiming, you wretched dog, dare to collude with outsiders to harm my son. Today, I will bring you before your grandfather and see how you explain yourself. Slap. Before Shur Quan and his entourage could react, the demon infant appeared in a flash, delivering a resounding slap that sent Shur Quan flying. However, this time he did not strike to kill, for this was Shur Yiming's family, and without a command from his master, he had refrained from taking the matter too far. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to set foot here again, regardless of who they are, including the head of the Shur family, they shall be killed. The demon infant's voice thoroughly intimidated all those who were about to enter, leaving them aghast at the sight of the third elder being slapped aside. The mere fact that Shur Quan had been sent flying spoke volumes. They did not dare linger, hastily retreating for fear of being collateral damage. For them, this was an undeniable disgrace. After all, this was the Shur family, their territory, yet they had been publicly humiliated by an outsider. To claim they were not infuriated would be a blatant lie. Inside the hall, Shur Tianzhong, the head of the Shur family, looked gravely at his son, whose face was severely swollen. Regardless of belief, the evidence was plainly before them. The opponent had undoubtedly shown mercy, or else his son would already be dead. Father, Shur Yiming colluded with outsiders to harm my brother. You must seek justice for Shur Yu. The death of his son, especially at the hands of another within their own family, was infuriating enough, but the murderer was the very person Shur Yiming had rescued. How could one not feel rage? Yet, despite the anger, he dared not approach Shur Yiming's residence, as the events that had transpired were still fresh in his mind. He could only seek assistance from his father, for within the family, his father's strength was unparalleled, having reached the pinnacle of the king divine emperor realm. Seeing his father remain silent, Shur Quan anxiously said, Father, are you truly going to allow an outsider to act so brazenly within our Shur family? Shur Yu is your own grandson. Waving his hand to silence his furious son, Shur Tianzong's expression grew increasingly solemn. He understood his son's anger. Losing a grandson is a pain that one cannot easily dismiss. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he needed to remain calm. Shur Tianzhong was fully aware that a person bold enough to kill within the Shur family would not regard the family with any respect. If he were to act recklessly and provoke an undesired enemy, it could bring catastrophic ruin to the family, leaving him with no opportunity for regret. Someone, summon Shur Yiming to me. Yes, summon. Hearing the head of the family use such a term was unprecedented. Given the head's status within the Shur family, he would never use the word summon even towards his own son, let alone towards Shur Yiming. In a secluded courtyard, Su Chen's injuries had yet to heal, so he was fully focused on recuperating. As for Shur Yiming, he sat in the courtyard, beginning to absorb the divine essence, still unaware of its true nature. Nevertheless, he knew one thing. Since this stone was a gift from his master, it must surely be something extraordinary. Shur Yiming, the family head requests your presence. This time, the messenger did not enter the courtyard, for after the previous intimidation by the demon infant, even Shur Quan had been slapped aside, let alone anyone else. Summon? Slowly opening his eyes, Shur Yiming revealed a faint, bitter smile upon hearing the voice from outside. He knew that, given his status within the family, it was rare for his grandfather to call for him, let alone use the term summon. Such a thing was almost inconceivable. Shur Yiming understood clearly that his grandfather summoned him not for his own sake, but because of the master behind him. Without his master, would his grandfather behave this way? The answer was undoubtedly no. In that moment, Shur Yiming truly grasped the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest, even when facing his own kin. Chapter 762. Please convey to your master that I wish to visit him. Within the Shur family, in the Great Hall, as Shur Yiming entered, Shur Quan's gaze was ablaze with fury. If looks could kill, Shur Yiming would have met his demise countless times already. Just as Shur Yiming stepped into the hall, Shur Fong, who had been informed, hurriedly arrived. Brute, why aren't you kneeling? Father, why should I kneel? Gazing at his son, now so close, Shur Fong was utterly bewildered. He realized that his son seemed to have transformed into a different person. Would his son have been so disobedient in the past? Certainly not. What on earth had transpired? Shur Fong, your beloved son has colluded with outsiders to harm my son. Today, both of you must provide an explanation, or I will demand blood for blood. The enmity of a slain son cannot coexist. Even the ties of blood between brothers hold no weight. His fury was palpable. Shifang's face was etched with helplessness. He had been preoccupied with family matters and could hardly fathom the notion that his son had slain Xiu. Was that even conceivable? Absolutely not. He was well aware of his son's character and capabilities. Naturally benevolent, he bore no resemblance to a perpetrator. The mere suggestion that his son would harm a brother was utterly preposterous. Yiming, tell me now, did you truly kill Xiu? No, Xi Ming replied with unwavering certainty. For it was indeed not he who had taken Xiu's life, but rather his master, the demon infant master, a detail he chose to withhold. Did you conspire with outsiders to harm Xiu? Father, I did not conspire with anyone to harm my own kin. Xiu repeatedly humiliated me, and my master merely intervened on my behalf. Ha ha ha, Shifang, did you hear that? Your son has confessed. My son has been slain. And now you must provide me with an explanation. Blood for blood, a life for a life. The enraged Shiquan could no longer contain the torrent of murderous intent that surged within him. It was utterly inconceivable to let the true culprit, who had harmed his son, go unpunished. The thought of his own child being so brutally victimized within their family ignited a desire to rend Xi Ming into 1,000 pieces. Beast, regardless of circumstances. He is still your brother. Why would you conspire with outsiders to bring harm to him? Is it the person you saved? Seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, Shifang was filled with regret. Had he known better during their encounter at sea, he would never have rescued that individual. Now, he found himself bereft of the opportunity to reconsider. He understood all too well the troubles that Xiu's demise would bring upon both himself and his son. He gestured to quell the fury of Shiquan and the bewilderment of Shifang. Shishinzong regarded the inconspicuous grandson before him with a profound sigh, soon replaced by astonishment. Yiming, I ask you now, have you broken through in your cultivation? Yes. To what level have you ascended? Peak Celestial God Realm. The utterance of the phrase Peak Celestial God Realm rendered everyone, including Shifang, utterly dumbfounded. Just 2 days prior, his son's cultivation had merely reached the mystical God Realm. In such a brief span, he had not only surpassed his limits but achieved the pinnacle of the Celestial God Realm. His son, once deemed the most useless of the useless, had suddenly exhibited remarkable talent. Shishinzong was astonished beyond measure and, sensing a connection, continued, Yiming, tell your grandfather the truth. Is your meteoric rise in cultivation related to your master? An instinct warned Shishinzong that Yiming's so-called master was no ordinary figure. This was precisely why he had refrained from immediate retribution and summoned his grandson instead. Nodding, Xi Ming chose not to conceal the truth, for he wished to proclaim to the world that he had found a remarkable master and a new parental figure. It was the arrival of his master that had granted him a second chance at life, awakened his dormant potential, and propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, placing him on the path to martial supremacy. Why conceal such truths? It was undeniable that after Su Chen's guidance, Yiming's demeanor had undergone a transformation, perhaps linked to the eruption of his repressed emotions. After all, he had endured years of humiliation, devoid of familial bonds or brotherly affection. Once released, his pent-up emotions surged uncontrollably. I am not the so-called cultivation failure. Within me lies an unparalleled physique, the abyssal swallowing divine body, which has been successfully awakened by my master. My innate talent eclipses all others overseas. At this declaration, astonishment enveloped the assembly, including Shishinzong, who harbored no doubts. A person capable of ascending from the mystical god realm to the peak celestial god realm in a mere 2 days possessed a talent that could indeed reign supreme across the oceans and dominate the continent. Shishinzong felt no trace of resentment or anger. Any previous sentiments had long since evaporated. Now, he yearned to grasp his grandson tightly, ensuring that such an extraordinary talent would not slip away. He could not allow that to happen, though he remained unaware of the specifics surrounding the abyssal swallowing divine body. The rapid progression of his grandson's cultivation was undeniable. The reality of his growth could not be fabricated. Most crucially, It was evident that a formidable figure likely stood behind his grandson, prompting him to speculate whether this master might be a deity of war. Should that be the case, securing both his grandson and this esteemed master within the Xianxia would guarantee a prominent position among the 3,000 immortal islands. Understanding the implications of such a powerful ally for the family, Shishenzong proclaimed, Shiyu's disregard for brotherly bonds and repeated humiliations of his kin render his demise justifiable. Henceforth, let the matter of Shiyu come to a close. Should anyone dare to utter a word further, they shall be expelled from the family. The gravity of Shishenzong's words left everyone, including Shifang and Shiquan, utterly astonished. None had anticipated such a resolution. The murder of Shiyu, particularly within the confines of the Xianxia, constituted a profound disgrace, an indelible stain upon their honor. Father, silence! Shishenzong shot an admonishing glare at Shiquan, who immediately changed his demeanor, smiling as he said, Yiming, it has been my oversight all these years. You harbor no resentment towards your grandfather, do you? Before Xi Ming could respond, Shishenzong continued, Go back for now. And please convey to your master that I wish to pay him a visit, should he be inclined. Certainly. Xi Ming did not linger further. Nodding to his father before departing, he was no longer the same Xi Ming of yore, had it not been for his master. Would his grandfather have treated him with such kindness? Would Shiyu's death be brushed aside so hastily? His grandfather's cautious and respectful attitude towards his master spoke volumes. As they watched his retreating figure, a wave of astonishment swept over the onlookers. Many remained bewildered, grappling with the inexplicable rise in Xi Ming's status. Chapter 763, Life Fertilizer. Upon returning to his residence, Xi Ming relayed his grandfather's desire for a visit to Su Chun. Unsurprisingly, Su Chun had no intention of entertaining the whims of a grandfather. To him, the Xianxia in this fantastical realm represented a starkly pragmatic family, rife with countless disciples. Even among the direct line, there existed no semblance of camaraderie. Had any genuine affection existed, his disciple would not have suffered familial humiliation and abandonment throughout his childhood, including from his own grandfather. This was the brutal reality of the survival of the fittest. His recent coma had likely caused him to miss 2 opportunities for instant kills. There was little he could do. In a state of unconsciousness, he could not execute instant kills. Now, however, was the time for such actions. Ding. The system has detected that 7 days for instant kills has elapsed, commencing random instant kill now. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and a subtle smile graced Su Chen's face. At last, it's here. He eagerly anticipated each instant kill opportunity. Item, Life Fertilizer. Price, 1 divine crystal. Item description, a fertilizer condensed from immense life force, designed to nourish the life tree and accelerate its growth. Time limit, 1 minute purchase. After listening to the system's introduction, Su Chun was filled with astonishment. He understood all too well the significance of life fertilizer, the life tree he had acquired, along with the life droplets it produced, would be immensely beneficial even to the God Emperor. The only drawback of the life tree was its painfully slow growth rate, yielding only a handful of life droplets to date. Without hesitation, he proceeded to make a swift purchase. As 1 divine crystal vanished from his grasp, a small bag of fertilizer materialized instantly, though it was no larger than the palm of his hand. Su Chun believed that the quality of the fertilizer mattered more than its quantity. He immediately directed his soul into his body and approached the life tree. Observing the remaining droplets of essence on the tree, he wasted no time and poured the life fertilizer onto it. With this infusion, he was confident that the growth rate of the life tree would accelerate. At that moment, the voice of Shur Tianzhong, the head of the Shur family, echoed from outside, requesting an audience with Master Yiming. Su Chin slowly opened his eyes, choosing to ignore the request, while Shur Yiming appeared taken aback, having already conveyed to his grandfather that his master was unwilling to meet. Outside, Shur Tianzhong stood respectfully with all members of the Shur family, hesitant to step into the dilapidated courtyard. Neither the master nor Shur Yiming emerged from within. There was no hint of anger or darkness on his face. Rather, the more he observed, the more certain he became that Shur Yiming's master was no ordinary individual. He even surmised that his initial conjecture was correct. Shur Yiming's master must surely be a formidable God Emperor. Shur Fang, go inside and take a look. Understood. Shur Fang, though reluctant, recognized that having a master his son was wary of could only bode well for the family. Yet, his father had made it clear that it was imperative to retain Shur Yiming and his master within the Shur family as valuable assets. Indeed, as a member of the Shur family, he had to consider the clan's interests. It was evident that the individual behind his son commanded respect even from his father, which spoke volumes. Regardless of his reluctance, Shur Fang ultimately stepped inside. Observing his son meditating in the courtyard, Shur Fang forced a smile, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yiming, where is your master? As his father entered, Shur Yiming stood and replied, Father, my master is currently in meditation and cannot be disturbed. Nodding, Shurfang said, I understand. I came to discuss an important matter with you. You wish for my master to remain with the family? Shur Yiming, kind-hearted yet not naive, sensed the true intent behind his father's visit the moment he entered, whether he wished to believe it or not. The reality was clear. In matters of family interest, both his grandfather and father would prioritize the clan's welfare. He was certain they had surmised that his master was exceptional. Securing his master within the family would undoubtedly benefit them all. Yes, he did not deceive his son. Father, I wish to cultivate. Faced with his son's earnestness, Shurfang ultimately chose to withhold his pressure. He did not wish to coerce his son. Turning to leave. At that moment, Su Chun returned, his injuries fully healed. Yet he felt no desire to linger. There were many tasks ahead of him. First and foremost, to engage in relentless cultivation and strive to reach the 7th step of the God Emperor as swiftly as possible. Only by breaking through to this level would he qualify to enter the divine path and truly access the divine continent. Secondly, he must hasten to the divine continent to seek out his daughter. No matter the circumstances surrounding her treatment within the Phoenix clan, he would not allow such a situation to persist. Lastly, he must eradicate any potential threats by finding the Phoenix matriarch and devising a means to eliminate her. According to Chi Tendeo, the Phoenix matriarch was a 6th-step God Emperor, merely one step away from the 7th, having already decimated the Phoenix clan and slain its leader. He knew the Phoenix matriarch would not rest easily. He was not intimidated by her, but he feared her venturing to the invincible continent, should she arrive. The consequences would be dire, as no one within the invincible divine sect could withstand her oppression. Even he, at present, was no match for her unless he resorted to using his final god-burying talisman. He possessed 3 god-burying talismans, 2 of which had already been expended, leaving him with only 1 remaining. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would not easily employ the talisman. However, should anyone dare threaten his family, be they the Phoenix matriarch or another, he would not hesitate to unleash the last talisman to ensure their complete annihilation, sparing no mercy. Yiming, we must depart from this continent. There was no surprise in Shur Yiming's response, for he had long anticipated this day. He held no attachment to his family behind him. Master, may I ask you for a favor? Chapter 764. The shame of a broken engagement. I shall reclaim it. Speak. Su Chen regarded his disciple with a smile. To date, he had only taken on 2 disciples, both of whom were extraordinary talents. Master, my grandfather once hailed from absolute immortal island. Su Chen took a seat, remaining silent. He could sense that his disciple bore an unusual aura, tinged with a long-suppressed fury. It seemed the matters concerning his disciple were far more complex than they appeared. Absolute immortal island, revered as the foremost island of the seas, was home to the Duanyu family, the preeminent clan there, and the most powerful force in the outer seas. It was said that many god emperors resided there. When my grandfather found himself on absolute immortal island, he eventually became the steward of the Duanyu family. In a twist of fate, the granddaughter of the family had found herself in peril, and my grandfather risked his life to save her. In gratitude, the Duanyu family arranged a betrothal. You, Su Chun, not foolish, quickly deduced that this so-called betrothal must involve his naive disciple. Nodding, Shur Yiming continued, Duanyu Jingjing, my fiancé, hailed as the greatest talent of absolute immortal island, would never consent to marry a worthless individual. Subsequently, Duanyu Wanli, her father, took measures to expel my grandfather and publicly coerced both him and me into signing a declaration of my betrayal. I did not commit such an act. The Duanyu family wronged me, merely seeking to annul the engagement. I am indifferent to the annulment, but why must they slander me? Unable to bear the humiliation, my grandfather led us away from absolute immortal island to establish the Shur family here. So it was. Su Chun maintained a neutral expression, having witnessed countless scenarios of this nature. After all, social standing was of paramount importance. The identity of Shur Yiming is far too humble, and his innate talent is notably lacking. In stark contrast, Duanyu Jingjing not only possesses exceptional abilities, but is also the granddaughter of the patriarch of the foremost family on Juexian Island, the Duanyu clan. Perhaps the initial promise of marriage from the Duanyu family was merely a fleeting whim, later regretted. Yet they could not rescind the engagement openly, and thus resorted to such underhanded tactics. Master, I seek vengeance. Do you wish to harness my strength? Indeed. I am certain that one day I shall be capable of it, yet I do not wish to wait. Every individual possesses a unique temperament. Su Chun understands the sentiments harbored by Shur Yiming. Some individuals are willing to bide their time, waiting until their power is sufficiently formidable before taking matters into their own hands. Others, however, are unwilling to prolong their suffering and yearn for immediate retribution to cleanse the stains of the past. There is no right or wrong in this regard. With a smile, Su Chen nodded and replied, "Very well, let us depart for Juexian Island without delay." Refusal was not an option. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly choose to ignore the plea, unable to intervene or assist. Yet, for his own disciple, this matter was of little consequence. The so-called war god and divine emperor would stand no chance before him. Shur Yiming comprehended that this departure would likely be permanent. There was nothing here that tethered him. As for his parents, he could only hope to return for them once he had gained sufficient strength, while others would be disregarded entirely. Consequently, before leaving, Shur Yiming made a point of bidding farewell to his father. "What? You intend to leave?" The word struck Shur Fong with a sense of dread, for he had long feared Yiming's departure from the family. Although he remained unaware of the true capabilities of Yiming's master, his father's evident anxiety spoke volumes. He understood that his son could not sever ties with the family. Even if Yiming were willing, his father would adamantly oppose it, believing that for the family's sake, it was best for his son to remain. "Yiming, you must grasp the family's circumstances. Among the 3,000 immortal islands, our Shur family is but a lowly entity. Your grandfather has toiled for years to elevate our family to a higher status within the islands. Now that we have finally been afforded this opportunity, do you?" Before Shur Fong could finish, Shur Yiming's voice rose abruptly, laced with barely contained fury. "Father, cease your words. Family? Family interests? What do they mean to me? Do I belong to the Shur family? Father, tell me, has the Shur family ever regarded me as one of their own? Who among them has ever cared whether I hail from the Shur family? Throughout my life, due to my meager talent and weak abilities, I have been ridiculed by all, including my own cousins and uncles. My grandfather, too, abandoned me following the false accusations of the past, believing that I was the reason for his expulsion from the Dunyu family. What relevance does that past hold for me? Does it matter? I am the victim here. I am the victim. Do you understand, dear father?" As his emotions escalated, years of suppressed rage erupted like a volcano that could no longer be contained. "I was unaware of the events that transpired back then. I was bound by a betrothal without ever being consulted about my desires or feelings toward Dunyu Jingjing. Yet, for the sake of my grandfather and the so-called clansmen, I was forced to sacrifice myself. Am I to blame because Dunyu Jingjing looks down upon me? My humble talent and status render me unworthy of the Dunyu family. It was but a momentary act of gratitude from them, yet my grandfather took it to heart. I am the one who has suffered the most, and who has ever considered my feelings." The release of years of pent-up resentment left Shur Yiming feeling inexplicably liberated. Shur Fong remained silent, uncertain of what to say, burdened by the heavy debt of neglect towards his son. The events of the past were not Yiming's fault. He was indeed the victim, wronged and falsely accused, with all blame thrust upon his shoulders. The family's disgrace and his grandfather's unyielding bitterness had been unjustly directed towards him. After years of humiliation, Yiming had lost all sense of belonging to the family. "Father, I must leave this place. It is not I who abandoned the family. It is the family that has cast me aside. I have done no wrong. I have been more than reasonable. I will accompany my master to Juexian Island, reclaim the honor that was taken from me, and then I shall depart from this continent. Father, when I have become powerful enough, I will return to fetch you and mother. As for the family, I am no longer a member of the Shur clan." The declaration, "I am no longer a member of the Shur clan," encapsulated Shur Yiming's resolve. As he turned to leave, Shur Fong contemplated calling him back, but the words died on his lips. Chapter 765, System Dispatches Task. Host begins to establish a harem. Inside the funeral boat, Su Chun and Shur Yiming sat together. Ever since Shur Yiming absorbed the divine essence, awakening the formidable Jinayu Tunshin divine body within him, he had become increasingly diligent. He understood that even with talent, physique, and divine essence, one must still strive through personal effort. In a private chamber, as his cultivation smoothly broke through to the pinnacle of the Golden Tier War God Divine Emperor realm, he was but a step away from transcending to the main God Divine Emperor. Only the main God Divine Emperor represents the apex of martial prowess within the divine realm. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Host has slain Zhu Feng. The task related to the beauty list has failed. Surprised, Su Chen pondered the system's sudden reference to this task, considering that it had previously stated that there would be no penalties for the first failure. Why was the system revisiting this matter? Was it reneging on its prior statements? In light of the previous issue, the system has made minor adjustments to the beauty list task and is reissuing it. Now it made sense. Su Chen grasped the system's intent. It was simply restructuring the beauty list into a new task. This was of little consequence, for it was his daughter's involvement that had driven him to irrationality, resulting in the annihilation of Zhu Feng, who had ranked second on the beauty list, thus leading to the failure of his task. System Dispatches Task. host begins to establish a harem. For every specified quantity achieved, corresponding rewards will be granted. Once the host has created a formidable harem army, the ultimate reward will transform the host into the most powerful man. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of coughing seized Su Chun as he processed the unexpected nature of the new task, creating a harem, and not just any task, but an ultimate one that promised rewards at intervals, culminating in a grand reward. Su Chun had often contemplated this notion. To assert that he did not desire multiple wives would be a lie. He recalled how Huangji had once urged him to take in all of his fellow disciples, including Huangji's master. At the time, Su Chun could hardly contain his excitement. However, as a member of the army of transmigrators, he was acutely aware that in a foreign world, women could become a burden. This was the reason he had hesitated to pursue a harem thus far. What man does not yearn for a harem? On Earth, whether one is a young tycoon, a wealthy heir, or even a beggar, white-collar worker, programmer, or teacher, any man would likely dream of having numerous beautiful women by their side. In the realm of fantasy, wealth translates to power, possessing an extraordinary golden finger and formidable power, yet currently accompanied only by Huangji. He found it hard to believe that he could ever truly desire to live without the company of beautiful women, unless he were a monk or lacking in that particular regard. Now, with the system assigning him a mission, if he were to continue suppressing the insatiable greed and desires inherent to manhood, he might as well cease to be a man altogether. This task from the system struck him as quite appealing. The system has detected that the host's personality leans towards the reserved yet passionate type. Upon traversing to another world, the foremost thought is to acquire immense power. The system reminds the host that there is no upper limit to power enhancement. Once the host reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, he may find himself filled with regret upon reflection. Listening to the system's attempts at consolation, Su Chun felt a twinge of surprise. He gradually realized that the system seemed to exhibit an increasingly human touch, indeed, a semblance of warmth. He vividly recalled that when he first received the system, it functioned with a mechanical nature, devoid of any such idle chatter. Comforting oneself? That was beyond consideration. System, my standards are high. My partner must not only be beautiful, but also excel in every aspect, especially in character. That is a matter for the host alone. Even if the host were to choose a pig as a wife, the system would not intervene. Its sole responsibility is to assign tasks, leaving the completion to the host. Damn, he cursed inwardly. You'd be the one to seek a pig. Ignoring the system, Su Chun felt quite satisfied with the mission assigned to him. The prospect of being surrounded by beautiful women while also reaping rewards was an enticing proposition that no one could refuse. Meanwhile, Shur, who was in the midst of his training, looked up at his master entering the room and curiously asked, "Master, why are you so cheerful today?" Wei arrived at Juexian Island. Noting his master's silence, Shur refrained from pressing further. What astonishing speed! He marveled. For the vessel his master commanded was truly remarkable. Juexian Island, the foremost fairy island in the outer seas, represented the mightiest force in the region, a pinnacle of existence across the continent. The Duanmu clan, being the premier family of Juexian Island, had its patriarch, Duanmu Xian, rumored to have ascended to the rank of purple-level war god emperor, one of the few such beings to exist on the continent. As soon as they entered Juexian City, they were met with explosive news. I just heard that news from the Duanmu clan. Duanmu Jingjing has broken through to the foundational God Emperor realm and attained the title of King God Emperor. King God Emperor? That is truly remarkable. As expected of the most talented individual across the 3,000 fairy islands, achieving such heights at a young age. There was even more shocking news. Just moments ago, the Duanmu clan announced a marriage alliance with the continent's foremost holy land, the Qingmu Holy Land. The Holy Master, accompanied by the Holy Son, is reportedly en route. Word has it that this Qingmu Holy Son is even more formidable, having reached the God Emperor realm. Listening to the myriad discussions around him, Shur Yiming's expression darkened. Although he had never harbored hopes of being with Duanmu Jingjing, the treachery of the Duanmu clan from years past remained etched in his memory. Now that Duanmu Jingjing was engaged, who would recall the humiliation he had endured? Host. The system has detected the presence of another system within Juexian City, and its level is exceedingly high. The host is encouraged to assist the system in devouring this entity. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated the existence of another system in Juexian City. He was well aware that his own annihilation system required the constant devouring of other systems to upgrade, akin to his own cultivation. Encountering a system was an opportunity he could not overlook, for his annihilation system could only progress by consuming others. Previously, in the celestial realm, he had assisted his system in devouring several others. However, since ascending to the divine realm, he had yet to encounter any system until now. It appeared his assumptions were misguided. Systems indeed existed within the divine realm, and their levels far surpassed those of all systems in the celestial realm. Chapter 766, the Supreme Plundering System. System, can you pinpoint the location of the other system? Currently, the specific location cannot be determined. The host should not leave Juexian City for the time being. Su Chun had initially intended to resolve matters with his disciple and then depart this continent for the invincible continent. Now, it seemed he could not leave just yet. He must assist the system in devouring the other system. Let us proceed to the Duanyu clan. Yes, master. Shur Yiming naturally chose to trust his master. His instincts told him that his master was undoubtedly a war god emperor, perhaps even possessing unparalleled strength in the outer seas. Otherwise, when he had asked for assistance, his master would have declined outright. The Duanyu clan, as the foremost family of Juexian Island and the most powerful force in the outer seas, boasted numerous war god emperors. The clan's patriarch, Duanyu Xian, was a formidable purple-level war god emperor. In the Grand Hall, aside from Duanyu Xian and Duanyu Jingjing, there were also several elders of the clan, along with dozens of individuals from the Qingyu Holy Land. Seated in the first position on the left was a middle-aged man with sharp brows and bright eyes, a broad nose, exuding an endearing demeanor. This individual was the holy master of the Qingyu Holy Land, Lung Lixiao, a purple-level war god emperor. The next seat was occupied by a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Lung Lixiao, albeit with a more handsome visage. He was none other than Lung Yayu, the holy son of the Qingyu Holy Land, acclaimed as the #1 genius of the Xinguang continent. Haha, brother Duanyu, I have splendid news for you. My son, Lung Yayu, has successfully broken through to the peak golden-level war god emperor within a year. He will certainly surpass his limits and challenge the realm of the Lord God Emperor. As these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into stunned silence, including Duanyu Jingjing, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They all understood the significance of the Lord God Emperor in the divine realm. The Lord God Emperor represented the pinnacle of martial arts in the divine realm. None could have anticipated that Lung Yayu's talent was so astonishing that he had already reached the peak golden-level war god emperor, merely one step away from the Lord God Emperor realm. Duanyu Jingjing's eyes lit up, and an unreserved admiration filled her exquisite features. She had considered her own talent to be exceptional, unrivaled among her peers, yet she had not anticipated that Lung Yayu's capabilities far surpassed her own. To be able to marry such a person, she could only imagine the implications for her future. Lung Xiong, I have no objections to the engagement between our families. Before Lung Lixiao could respond, Lung Yayu suddenly interjected, Uncle, I require the full support of the Duanyu clan. Oh, what does Lung Xianxi require from me? Whatever you need. I will assist you to the best of my ability. After learning of Lung Yayu's cultivation level, which had reached the peak golden-level war god emperor, the atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. The attitude of Duanyu Xian underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift. For even if Lung Yiyu could not ascend to the realm of the supreme deity, his current prowess was sufficient to dominate the entire continent. I must seek a location among the 3,000 islands. Should anyone dare to defy me, they shall face annihilation. Duanyu Xian instantly comprehended the implications of the request made by Lung Yiyu and, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced, for such a demand posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Simultaneously, Lung Yiyu had already established communication with the system dwelling within him. This secret was known to no one, not even his father. His innate talent was indeed formidable. However, without the assistance of the system, he would not have reached his current stature. The system he possessed was known as the Supreme Plunder System, which allowed him to continuously enhance himself through relentless plundering. The targets of his plunder could be anyone, any power, and indeed everything. System, I have arranged everything. When can we commence the plundering of the maritime territories? Since acquiring the system, he had ventured forth to seize the powers of numerous continents. His return was prompted by the system's assertion that the coastal regions of the continent harbored a mysterious force. Once he plundered the powers of the 3,000 immortal islands, he would be able to shatter his own limits, advancing from the pinnacle of the golden-ranked war god to the realm of the supreme deity. As for whether he could win the heart of Duanyu Jingjing, he was utterly indifferent. Given his strength and status, acquiring any woman he desired was trivial. However, he would not refuse a woman who presented herself willingly. The system has detected that the power of the maritime territories is exceedingly mysterious and potent. Even the system lacks absolute confidence in successfully plundering it. The host must exercise caution during the plundering and remember not to act recklessly, a force that even the system regards with trepidation. Lung Yiyu was aware that during his previous excursions to plunder power, the system had shown no regard for even the supreme deity. Regrettably, he was unable to leverage the system to plunder the power of the supreme deity. Otherwise, annihilating one would grant him a divine essence. facilitating his ascension to the supreme deity with far less effort. This realization only intensified Leng Yiyu's astonishment. He had initially intended to commence plundering immediately, but now he recognized the necessity for caution. Leng Yiyu understood that even if he were to break through to the pinnacle of the golden-ranked war god, many beings and powers within this divine realm could easily bring about his demise. Thus, he approached every undertaking with heightened vigilance. He needed to ascend to the supreme deity with utmost care, leveraging the system to continue devouring until he achieved the status of the strongest. Master, there is someone outside wishing to see you. Who is it? He claims to be from the Shur family, named Shur Yiming. Upon hearing the name Shur Yiming, both Dunyu Jingjing and Dunyu Wanli exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, while Dunyu Xian displayed no discernible reaction. He was well aware of who Shur Yiming was. In his impetuousness years ago, he had forged a marriage pact with Shur Yiming to express gratitude for Shur Tianzong's rescue of his granddaughter, only to later discover that Shur Yiming was a cultivation failure. Regret was inevitable, but given his stature, could he afford to retract his decision? He could not. His son, however, was devoid of such reservations and had directly schemed against Shur Yiming, driving the entire Shur family into exile. He was acutely aware of this. Yet he turned a blind eye, tacitly approving of his son's actions. He had no desire for his talented granddaughter to marry a failure. Now, unexpectedly, after years of silence, Shur Yiming had returned. Chapter 767. The master is too overbearing, so overbearing that he inspires fear. Shur Yiming had indeed arrived. Dunyu Xian, Dunyu Jingjing, and the others felt a mix of surprise and curiosity, yet they did not regard Shur Yiming with any seriousness. In a short while, Shur Yiming and Su Chen entered. Failure. Dunyu Wanli mocked brazenly, unable to hide his disdain for Shur Yiming, likening him to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, oblivious to his own station. Daring to covet his daughter, Shur Yiming, a cultivation failure, was in no position to compare himself to Leng Yiyu in terms of status, talent, or strength. They existed on entirely different planes. Could it be that Shur Yiming had come upon news of his daughter's betrothal to Leng Yiyu? Just as they stepped into the hall, the system has locked onto the opponent's system, known as the Supreme Plunder System, which can plunder any power. The host must exercise caution. Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Su Chen appeared quite astonished. System, cannot you simply devour it? For he knew that the system he had acquired, the Chaos Instant Kill System, was the progenitor of all systems, capable of consuming any system to elevate its own level. It can indeed be devoured. Yet the Supreme Plunder System possesses profound foundations. The system fears that it may cause harm to the host. You need not worry for my safety. I will handle this matter. You merely need to deal with the Supreme Plunder System. Understood. The agreement between the individual and the system was swiftly reached, and Su Chen comprehended the system's intent. Firstly, even if the instant kill system were to attempt devouring, it could not guarantee absolute success. Should he be harmed by the Supreme Plunder System, it would be detrimental both to himself and to the instant kill system. Without a shadow of a doubt. Secondly, exceptions exist. If the instant kill system failed to successfully devour the Supreme Plunder System and it managed to escape, re-establishing a lock on it would not be an easy feat. Thus, it was imperative to ensure absolute certainty. Shur Yiming, how dare you show your face in my Dunyu family? Years ago, you strayed with another, bringing shame upon my daughter. Out of respect for your grandfather who once saved Jingjing, I refrained from holding it against you. Dunyu Wanli sought to assert his dominance, unaware of Shur Yiming's true purpose for visiting. However, in his view, regardless of Shur Yiming's intentions, he must preemptively obstruct him. This opportunity could not be missed. Leng Yiyu had already reached the pinnacle of the golden-ranked war god, merely a step away from the supreme deity. Were it anyone else, he would undoubtedly feel rage. For both he and his father understood Leng Yiyu's implication. He merely wished to use the Leng family as cannon fodder. Though perplexed as to why Leng Yiyu, with his strength, still sought the Leng family to control the 3,000 immortal islands, an instinct told him that this matter was far from simple. After all, Leng Yiyu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden-ranked war god, and within the entire Leng family, including his father, none stood a chance against him. Is he the one who conspired against you? Shur Yiming nodded, replying, yes, master. Without further ado, Su Chen activated his rebirth eye, employing the reincarnation divine mark, layering them to pierce through the veils of reality and directly infiltrate Dunyu Wanli's mind. Poor Dunyu Wanli, who was entirely unaware of what was transpiring, found himself enveloped by the combined effects of the rebirth eye and the reincarnation divine mark, culminating in a harrowing cry. Before the astonished gazes of all present, Dunyu Wanli's body began to dissolve into nothingness, devoid of any bloodshed or manifestation of his primordial spirit, gradually fading away without a trace. What manner of technique is this? Wanli, father, With wide eyes, both Duanyu Jingjing and Duanyu Xian were utterly shocked as they witnessed the downfall of their son. In an instant, an overwhelming fury erupted from within them, akin to a series of volcanoes poised to engulf the heavens and the earth. You dare to slay my son? Today, I shall rend your flesh asunder. Duanyu Xian found himself unable to rein in his murderous intent. It was unfathomable to him that the young man brought by Shur Yiming could be so audacious and tyrannical, striking down his son without a hint of regard for him or the Duanyu clan. How could he not feel enraged? Neither Lung Lixiao nor Lung Yayu intervened. The fate of Duanyu Wanli was of no concern to them. What truly mattered was the control of the 3,000 islands, which would allow them to act as they pleased. If the Duanyu clan proved inadequate, they would simply seek another family to support. Whoever aligned with their interests would receive their backing. Shur Yiming stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that his master could be so domineering. He had initially thought that, despite his master's presence, his only task would be to regain face. Yet, who could have anticipated that his master would offer no opportunity for the Duanyu clan to speak, directly engaging in battle and slaying Duanyu Jingjing's father, Duanyu Wanli? He dared not speak or interject, for he understood all too well what was appropriate for a disciple to say or do in the presence of his master. Duanyu Xian showed no restraint as he lunged at Su Chun, his icy and terrifying murderous intent roaring like a tsunami, seemingly intent on shattering the very fabric of the world. As a purple-tier war god emperor, Duanyu Xian's power was unparalleled across the seas, and even on the continent. He stood as one of the most formidable beings. The youth before him, despite having slain Wanli, did not equate to a rival capable of matching his might. Watching his son being slaughtered, how could he leave this grudge unavenged? How could he face his son's memory before Duanyu Xian could close the distance? A flurry of 99 god-killing bone nails surged forth, ensnaring him in an instant under the weight of the dual pupils. A purple-tier war god emperor? Before Su Chun, who had reached the pinnacle of the gold-tier war god emperor realm, Duanyu Xian had no chance to retaliate. Amidst the agonizing cries that echoed around them, Duanyu Xian's body was pinned in midair by the 99 god-killing bone nails, blood dripping incessantly from each nail. Grandfather, Duanyu Jingjing, was utterly shattered. Witnessing both her father and grandfather fall in succession, the latter in a most tragic manner, while her fiancé stood idly by, refusing to lend aid. This was something she could not accept. Shur Yiming was once again rendered speechless. His master's tyranny was so overwhelming it instilled a sense of fear within him. He afforded no opportunity for Duanyu Xian or Duanyu Wanli to utter a word before swiftly annihilating both father and son. Strangely, as he beheld the unfolding scene, Shur Yiming felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, finding himself in agreement with his master's actions. He, too, aspired to become a figure akin to his master. Chapter 768. Host. Do not provoke this person. Absolutely do not provoke him. In the silent hall, only the anguished cries and roars of Duanyu Jingjing filled the air. Duanyu Wanli's body had vanished, while Duanyu Xian remained suspended, firmly impaled by the 99 god-killing bone nails, his breath extinguished. Shur Yiming, why have you done this? Duanyu Xian's voice, now a mere whisper, was met with a cold huff from Shur Yiming, whose face betrayed no hint of compassion. The humiliation your Duanyu clan inflicted upon me years ago, I am merely repaying in kind. Annul the engagement? Certainly. Expel the Shur clan? No problem. Be ungrateful? I care not. You need only inform him that he may withdraw from this marriage. Why slander him with claims of secret rendezvous with others? Lung Yayu, I am your fiancé. Are you truly going to stand by and watch as an outsider slays your betrothed? In that moment, Duanyu Jingjing was gripped by profound fear. She dreaded the possibility that Shur Yiming might also turn against her. After all, no one desires death, herself included. Nodding slightly, Lung Yayu turned his gaze to the young man, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease about him. Host, please maintain distance from this individual. Just as Lung Yayu prepared to act, the system's urgent voice echoed in his mind. System, what is happening? The system senses a dangerous aura emanating from this person, one that even it cannot contend with. Host, refrain from meddling. Lung Yayu placed great faith in the system. Without it, he would not have achieved his current standing. His present strength was undoubtedly attributed to the system's assistance. Duanyu Jingjing, there is no connection between us. I will not intervene in this matter. What? Upon hearing this, not only Duanyu Jingjing but also Shur Yiming and Lung Lixiao were left utterly dumbfounded. Shur Yiming understood that Lung Yayu's reluctance to intervene stemmed from his master's presence. As for Lung Lixiao, he was astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. His son had reached the pinnacle of the gold-tier war god emperor realm, merely a step away from the master god emperor. Across the entire continent, including the divine realm, He believed that as long as his son did not encounter a master god emperor, he would have no fear of anyone, capable of dominating the divine realm without issue. Could this young man be a master god emperor? Certainly not. Lung Lixiao was confident in this regard. Choosing not to inquire further, Lung Lixiao placed his trust in his son. If even his son feared this person, it indicated that he was not to be trifled with. Better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Lung Yayu, what do you mean by this? Seeing Lung Yayu disregard her, Dunyu Jingjing, not being foolish, quickly grasped the situation. Evidently, the person Shur Yiming had brought was not simple. With her father and grandfather now deceased, she did not wish to meet the same fate. In the face of life and death, all notions of hatred and dignity could be cast aside. Shur Yiming, perhaps the events of the past were a misunderstanding. However, your actions today only serve to deny yourself an opportunity. Shaking his head, Shur Yiming replied coldly, the unscrupulous actions of your Dunyu clan may deceive others. But you shall not deceive me. The humiliation you bestowed upon me then, I shall reclaim 100-fold today. The figure of the demon infant suddenly appeared. And Su Chen stated, Yiming, I merely wish to impart one principle to you. With enemies, regardless of who they are, one must eradicate them completely. Exhibiting not a shred of mercy. Yes, master. Bound by the demon infant's restraints, Dunyu Jingjing was rendered powerless, taken away by Shur Yiming and the demon infant. Su Chen's intent was clear. He needed to focus entirely on combating the strongest plundering system without any distractions, allowing the demon infant to escort Yiming away. My brother is ruthless, I admire that. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. With a respectful salute to Su Chen. Lung Yayu did not wish to linger further. As stated before, his relationship with Dunyu Jingjing was merely one of romantic affection, unable to elevate to the level of life and death companionship. Had it been anyone else, he might have acted decisively to eliminate them. After all, he was a pinnacle gold-tier war god emperor, capable of moving freely as long as he did not encounter a master god emperor. Initially intending to intervene, he found himself hesitant. Although he was not particularly enamored with Dunyu Jingjing, he felt bound by their engagement and could not disregard his own dignity. However, the system's repeated warnings made him wary. Even the system exhibited a cautiousness towards this individual, leaving him unwilling to take risks. Buzz, accompanied by a resonant sword chant. Four ethereal Excalibur blades swiftly emerged, each hovering in the cardinal directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, signifying a clear intention. The Cold family, father and son, were not to leave. Humph. Cold Lixiao emitted a heavy snort, his expression darkening as he inquired, What do you mean, esteemed sir? Why do you obstruct our departure? It was unexpected not only for Cold Lixiao, but even for Cold Yayu, who never anticipated that this individual would intervene to prevent their exit. After all, they had chosen to refrain from engaging, opting to let the matter concerning the Dunyu family lie, thus granting the other party a substantial favor. However, the issue of face is one that must be mutually accorded. Observing the indifference towards his father, Cold Yayu understood that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. With a forced smile, he clasped his fists and asked, What is it that you desire, esteemed sir? His father's choice to compromise bewildered Cold Lixiao further. He could not fathom why his son, possessing such formidable strength, would continue to retreat. Clearly, the other party was not a so-called supreme god emperor. Just as he was about to articulate something, he swallowed his words upon seeing the expression on his son's face. Your name? Cold Yayu. You may leave, but I require you to relinquish something. What is it? As he gazed at the young man before him, Cold Yayu felt an unsettling apprehension. Host, please be cautious. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Depart swiftly. Host, leave immediately. The system perceives a profound threat from this individual. Host, do not provoke this person. Under no circumstances should you engage. The system's urgent warnings echoed incessantly in Cold Yayu's mind, leaving him both astonished and speechless. Since acquiring the system, he had never encountered such a disarray of alerts, as if a mouse had encountered a cat. Where had that once formidable system vanished to? What was truly happening? Why did the system harbor such trepidation towards this person? What secrets lay within him? He had heard the system assert that even in the presence of a supreme god emperor, it felt no fear, yet now, it exhibited trepidation towards this youth. Initially inclined to take a risk and strike, Cold Yayu sighed in resignation after the system's repeated warnings, choosing to trust the system, whatever the other party sought. If it was within his capacity to provide, he would surely hand it over. This was the only way to avoid provoking him. Su Chen smiled. I merely require the strongest plundering system that resides within you. Once you surrender it, you both may leave. I shall not impede your exit. System? What is that? Cold Lixiao was utterly bewildered by the other's words. Conversely, upon hearing the phrase strongest plundering system, Cold Yayu was rendered completely astounded. Chapter 769, The Black Vortex. Cold Yayu was utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe that the other party was aware of the system concealed within him. How could this person possibly know? Esteemed sir, have you made an error? Is that so? Chen chuckled, his demeanor growing impatient as a cold smile crept upon his lips. Cold Yayu, you understand my meaning better than anyone else. I do not possess the patience to wait for you. You need only tell me if you are willing to surrender the strongest plundering system. Host, hasten to leave. Do not engage this individual. Host, leave swiftly. Do not linger further. This person is exceedingly dangerous. Do not confront him directly. The system's voice continued to resonate in Cold Yayu's mind. His expression grew increasingly grim. This individual not only knew of the strongest plundering system within him, but the system incessantly urged him to depart from this place. Surrendering the system was categorically out of the question. Realizing this, Cold Yayu ceased any further dialogue and abruptly launched an attack towards Chen, simultaneously opting for a feint to escape. Just as Chen prepared to pursue, Cold Xiao suddenly intervened. Though Cold Xiao was unaware of the specifics, he could sense his son's apprehension towards this individual, who had chosen to flee without a fight. It was important to note that his son was a peak golden grade war god emperor. In his view, only a supreme god emperor could subdue him, making it evident that the other party was certainly not a supreme god emperor. Regardless of the reason, he had to ensure his son's safe retreat. A purple grade war god emperor? Chen dismissed the notion entirely, as he unleashed a barrage of god-slaying bone nails beneath the cover of his dual pupils, instantly eliminating Cold Xiao, who stood in his path. Poor Cold Xiao, he was utterly powerless to thwart Chen's assault, meeting his demise in an instant. Host, do not allow the strongest plundering system to escape. Understood. Chen could sense the urgency of the system's request. Their relationship was symbiotic. The higher the system's level, the more advantageous it became for him, ensuring that the quality of items he could eliminate in the future would also be elevated. In the Outer Sea, on the 3,000 Immortal Islands, Cold Yayu's figure vanished from the exalted Immortal Island, seeking to escape into the depths of the sea. However, he felt an inexplicable unease as he surveyed his surroundings. Coupled with the system's repeated warnings, a profound fear gripped him. If he fled too far, he was certain he would be marked. The safest course was to dive beneath the waves. Host, descend directly into the depths of the sea. The system will assist you in swiftly absorbing the mysterious powers therein, enabling you to break through to the Supreme God Emperor realm. The system's voice resonated in his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, Cold Yayu vanished from sight, plunging into the ocean's depths. Just as he disappeared, mere seconds later, Chen's figure materialized, scanning the area with a furrowed brow, for he had lost track of Cold Yayu, an almost impossible feat. He held complete confidence in his ability to lock onto his target. If Cold Yayu were a supreme god emperor, perhaps such a situation could occur. However, Cold Yayu shared the same peak golden grade war god emperor status as he did. Could the system lock onto the strongest plundering system? If it was unable to do so, a moment's inattention would likely allow Cold Yayu to escape. The divine realm is boundless, encompassing countless continents. Should Cold Yayu flee to another land, tracking him amidst the vast populace would indeed prove a daunting task. At that point, assisting the system in consuming the strongest plundering system would become nearly impossible. For this reason, it was imperative to swiftly locate Cold Yayu. The depths of the sea. The depths? Chen chuckled. Cold Yayu was indeed clever. If all went according to plan, Cold Yayu would surely assume that he would pursue him across the continent to another land. Yet, Cold Yayu had chosen to hide beneath the waves, a move that would catch anyone off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen descended into the depths, unleashing a terrifying power that spread outward, enveloping the entire sea floor in an instant. With his current prowess as a peak golden grade war god emperor, covering the entire seabed was a matter of moments. With a single step, Chen pinpointed Cold Yayu's location, ensuring he would not let this opportunity slip away. In the ocean's deepest reaches, a massive, terrifying black vortex roared like a tsunami, devouring the surroundings. Cold Yayu gazed at the swirling abyss before him and asked, System, is this truly the place? As a pinnacle golden tier war god at the god emperor level, he could feel the eerie aura emanating from the black vortex, sensing just how terrifying it truly was. Rest assured, host, the system has detected that the power within the black vortex is unparalleled, even within the entire divine realm. If the host can devour this power, I firmly believe that a breakthrough beyond your limits to the master god emperor level is within reach. Were it anyone else saying such words, he would have undoubtedly dismissed them. Trust was not a currency he exchanged with others. His only faith lay in the system. Chapter 770, The Master of Dimensions. Suddenly, a chilling and tyrannical killing intent assailed him. causing Lung Yiyu's expression to shift entirely. He dared not delay any further. With the system's assistance, as long as he could consume this power, he would effortlessly ascend to the Master God Emperor level, easily eradicating his adversary thereafter. In the divine realm, a saying has long circulated: beneath the Master God Emperor, all are but ants. With a single step, Lung Yiyu's figure vanished into the black vortex in an instant. Su Chun appeared just as swiftly, glancing at the black vortex before him. He too gave no further thought and stepped into the abyss, disappearing from sight. They found themselves in a desolate expanse, shrouded in darkness, akin to a boundless hell. Su Chun and Lung Yiyu descended one after the other. System act. Without superfluous words, Su Chun understood the urgency. The strongest plunder system must be consumed without fail. The host only needs to deal with the opponent. The strongest plunder system will be handled by the system. Su Chun could distinctly sense a force within him being forcibly stripped away. If nothing unusual occurred, it was undoubtedly the instant kill system initiating its action. Who are you? Why do you oppose me? Su Chun remained silent, directly commencing the suppression of Lung Yiyu. Without the assistance of the instant kill system, encountering Lung Yiyu would indeed pose challenges. After all, the systems might needed no elaboration. Yet now, Su Chun felt no trepidation. For the formidable plunder system concealed within his adversary was already being subdued by his own instant kill system. Humph! Lung Yiyu let out a heavy snort. Seething with rage, oblivious to the fact that the system within him had detached, now engaged in battle with another system. System, can you assist me in forcibly plundering this person's power? System, respond to me. What is wrong with you? Continuous attempts to communicate with the system yielded no response. Lung Yiyu was entirely unaware of the situation, perplexed as to why his system had suddenly gone silent, an occurrence previously unheard of. Seeing his opponent's imminent attack, Lung Yiyu, unwilling to take any chances, unleashed his most formidable technique, the strongest plunder technique bestowed upon him by the system. This technique allowed him to forcibly seize the powers of warriors and beasts alike. His rapid ascension to the pinnacle Golden Tier War God Emperor level was not solely due to the system's aid, but also attributed to his mastery of the strongest plunder technique. However, just as Lung Yiyu activated the strongest plunder technique, preparing to seize the power within the youth, a scene of shocking magnitude unfolded before him. The terrifying power released by the youth resembled an immense cage. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth, ruthlessly suppressing him. Master God Emperor. A cry of disbelief echoed throughout the desolate, darkened expanse. Lung Yiyu's face was etched with incredulity. He could hardly fathom that the youth was, in fact, a Master God Emperor. It became clear to him that his own cultivation had reached the pinnacle Golden Tier War God Emperor level, a state beyond which he could not contend. Nor did he possess the strength to resist. The only explanation was the power possessed by the Master God Emperor. Moreover, Lung Yiyu could almost assert that the system was wary of this individual, and since this person was aware of the strongest plunder system harbored within him, it implied that this person could potentially suppress the system within him. Boom. Under the oppressive weight of the terrifying rules of slaughter, the unfortunate Lung Yiyu found himself devoid of any chance for resistance or escape. His body shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood mist swirling in the air, pungent and overwhelming. In that moment when Su Chun struck down Lung Yiyu, the entire desolate dark space began to resonate with terrifying fluctuations. Whirlpools of power appeared around them, converging towards the central point. The system has successfully devoured the strongest plunder system. It requires some time for refinement and fusion. Temporarily shutting down the system, the host need not communicate. The voice of the system resonated in Su Chen's mind, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Though it was acceptable to consume, the subsequent refinement and fusion was unexpected. Previously, the system had continuously devoured several systems without necessitating a shutdown. Su Chun understood that this indicated the high caliber of the system contained within Lung Yiyu. Otherwise, there would be no need for the system to shut down for refinement and fusion. Just as Su Chun prepared to depart, the surrounding dark whirlpools sealed off all exits. Releasing the rules of slaughter, Su Chun was filled with confidence. Within the entire divine realm, there was truly nothing that could impede him. Using his fingers as a sword, the domineering rules of slaughter surged forth, ruthlessly crashing against the surroundings. To his shock, the sword energy he unleashed was utterly futile. The dark whirlpools persisted undeterred. A Golden Tier War God Emperor could wield the power of creation rules. Yet even so, should you disturb my cultivation, I shall take your life. As the icy voice faded, a dark, ethereal figure gradually emerged from the depths of the black vortex, becoming increasingly distinct. Even Su Chun, upon witnessing the true form of this dark figure, found himself momentarily taken aback. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The term beautiful hardly sufficed. He had never encountered such a stunning individual. Though he had not seen the Mother of Phoenix, when surveying the rankings of beauty, none could compare to the woman before him, surpassing even those who held esteemed positions in the rankings. Su Chen had never laid eyes on such an exquisite woman. Even 10 of the most beautiful could not measure up to her. Her unparalleled visage was indescribable, especially her captivating eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring the hearts of any man. Despite Su Chen's confidence in his own resolve, he found himself unable to withstand such a mesmerizing beauty. The woman in black extended her delicate jade-like hand, gently pointing in Su Chen's direction. In an instant, the endless dark whirlpools from all directions roared like ancient beasts gone mad, howling towards the heavens as they lunged ferociously at Su Chen, seemingly intent on utterly devouring him. A Master God Emperor? The woman in black must undoubtedly be a Master God Emperor. Su Chen could assert this with certainty. He had never anticipated that such a being would exist within this continent's maritime expanse. Furthermore, judging by the words of the woman in black, Su Chen could surmise that, unless mistaken, she was likely a Master God Emperor of the 6th step, transcending the 5th. The Master God Emperor is categorized into 7 steps. The first step involves comprehending the source power and condensing the divine persona. The second step involves grasping and mastering the rules. The third step pertains to the realm of rules. The fourth step breaks the rules. The fifth step creates rules. The sixth step denotes the master of dimensions, and the seventh step transcends dimensions, thus accessing the passage to the gods. Under normal circumstances, upon breaking through to the seventh step of the Master God Emperor, one would choose to venture to the continent of gods in pursuit of higher martial arts. After all, remaining in the divine realm imposes limitations, making further martial advancement nearly impossible. It is precisely for this reason that Su Chen is utterly convinced that the woman before him is a sovereign of the realm. His countenance darkened, for he possessed the god burial talisman, acutely aware that, given his current strength, he was certainly no match for the realm's master. To subdue her would necessitate the use of the talisman. Having already expended 2 of the 3 god burial talismans at his disposal, he clutched the final one tightly. He had initially contemplated using this last talisman to obliterate the Mother Phoenix should she descend, before his own cultivation had reached a breakthrough. Having slain the ancestral Phoenix and annihilated the Phoenix clan, he was certain that the Mother Phoenix would not let such affronts pass lightly. Should he employ the god burial talisman here, even if he succeeded in vanquishing this opponent, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage when confronting the Mother Phoenix thereafter. Confronting a sovereign of the realm, to claim one felt no trepidation would be a blatant falsehood. After all, the disparity in strength between each step of the Divine Emperor was akin to the gulf between heaven and earth. Without hesitation, he activated his unparalleled heavy gaze, refusing to sit idle. Even without resorting to the god burial talisman, he sought to test whether he could withstand the 6th step of the Divine Emperor. To his surprise, the woman in black appeared astonished that she could indeed contend with him. As a sovereign of the realm, she was the pinnacle of power throughout the divine realm. And unless she encountered a 7th step Divine Emperor, she was undeniably the most formidable being in existence.